Release that which chapter 1059 to chapter 1138. In addition to recalling Ozima and Rother, Roland also wrote down follow-up arrangements. Safe uranium mining was a time-consuming and laborious task. Not only did it require detailed working procedures and setting up monitoring nodes, but it also required the workers to have a certain understanding of their own work and meticulously follow the rules. In the face of the imminent threat of war, Roland naturally did not intend to follow the usual routine. The North Slope mine was a good example. He directly purchased death row prisoners from Duke Quinn and stuffed them all into the ruins. There would be no pay, no holidays, and no protective measures for them. As long as they promised to work for 10 years, they would be released. Roland believed that those people would make the right choice between the gallows and a slim chance of survival. The lords would also be happy to exchange the lives of these scumbags for extra income. In this way, the 100 soldiers of the exploration team only needed to be responsible for supervision and vigilance, and the requirements for protection were greatly reduced. Xian was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for management. Finally, at the end of the secret letter, Roland specifically asked his guards to find out the whereabouts of the treasure that people brought out of the ruins 100 years ago. After all, there were a few doubtful points in the rumor that concerned him. This race, which had never been recorded in history, seemed to have an inexplicable worship for radioactive elements. They used ore to make bricks to build sacrificial temples, used it to torture their enemies, and even swallowed the ore. The remains that were filled with green fluorescence in Ozima's eyes were proof of this. Although it was not clear whether their extinction was directly related to this worship, it should be very appropriate to call them the radiation race. Of course, the world was so big that it was not unusual for any kind of civilization to appear. What was really strange was that whether they went deep into the mines or used ore to make bricks, it was impossible to cause flesh and blood ulceration. Even if they lived in the mines and were exposed to all kinds of decay radiation for a long time, the only result was a sharp increase in the incidence of cancer. They could have lived for 80 years, but in the end, they only lived to 66. After all, the efficiency of releasing nuclides by natural decay was too low. According to the rumor, the unlucky people who died tragically did not seem to have died of cancer or mutation complications. Instead, they seemed to have been affected by strong radiation. In order to meet the latter condition, only high-purity nuclear matter could be achieved, and a large number of neutrons and hard gamma rays could be produced in an instant. However, this situation did not seem to be a level that the radiation race could achieve. Roland did not rule out the possibility that the rumor itself had distorted the truth, but there should have been more than one person who knew about the tragic situation of the villagers at that time. If it was true, the problem was likely to lie in those treasures. Only in this way could the ruins take on the role of the execution altar. Otherwise, every prisoner could live for more than 10 years before they died. If the altar was not built into a high-rise apartment building, it would not be able to accommodate so many people. It was a pity that 100 years had far exceeded the retrospective period of Xianxia. It was almost impossible to completely know what happened at that time, so he could only let Xiaoan try his best. He vaguely felt that the truth behind the rumors might not be that simple. After Honey took the letter away, Roland walked to his desk and carefully looked at the mural rubbing that was spread out on the table. Although the distorted ink images were full of weird and absurd things, he could still roughly recognize the subject and the object. Most of the subjects were located in the center of the paintings, with large and delicate outlines, representing the owners of the ruins. The objects were much smaller, filling in every corner, and Roland could feel the pain and fear from their ferocious expressions. This was probably the common characteristic of all intelligent beings. They always regarded themselves as the protagonists in the historical records. As Xiaoan said, both the subject and the object had nothing to do with the known alien races such as demons, demonic beasts, and the undersea civilization. Their shapes were really a bit weird. Some were like matchsticks, with limbs and tails indistinguishable. Some were like wriggling protozoa, with all the organs hidden in the brain. The contents of the murals were not all related to the execution. Several of the rubbing depicted the scene of the subject and the object fighting. They seemed to be able to fly with the wind by expanding their bodies and take advantage of high-altitude maneuverability to land behind the enemy on a large scale to achieve a two-pronged attack. The towering defense line did not play any role. The city was turned into a sea of fire, and the object was defeated. As long as one could distinguish the respective positions of the characters, one could roughly understand the events described in these seemingly crazy records. Roland's eyes suddenly stopped on a picture. What's wrong? Nightingale noticed his strangeness. Do you feel that the scene in this rubbing seems to have been seen somewhere before? He walked to the painting and squatted down. It was the last part of the description of the war, countless matchsticks combined as one, as if they wanted to fight to the death, but were still beaten to the ground by the subject. Blood surged and converged into a huge lake. The surviving enemies fled to the seaside, but were all killed by the subject. Their bodies even piled up into a small hill in the sea. Well. Nightingale looked at it for a long time and said, except for the more ink used, it seems to be no different from other drawings. Alright, combat ability and art appreciation ability were indeed natural opposites. Roland put his hand on his forehead and said, help me get a map of the southernmost region first. Got it. The latter did as he was told and handed him a thick stack of maps. At the same time, he also handed him a dried fish. Roland bit the dried fish and kept moving his hands. Soon, he found a bird's-eye view of a part of the Endless Cape. In order to determine the location of the festive harbor, he had asked Lightning and Maggie to draw a detailed map of this place, so he still had an impression of it. When he put the two maps together, he suddenly felt a layer of goosebumps on his back. His body felt like it was electrified, and even his fingertips were numb. The outlines of the two maps overlapped, although there were some differences in the details. The direction of the boundary between the mainland and the swirling sea was basically the same. The similarity was more than 80%. Could it be a coincidence? The place on this map is the southernmost region? Nightingale also noticed something was wrong. Isn't that the settlement of the Sand Nation? Roland did not answer, but quickly glanced at the rest of the pictures. When he saw the second-to-last picture, all the blood in his body seemed to have frozen. More than 10 main bodies were gathered on a high platform, forming a large circle around each other. An irregular polyhedron floated in the middle of the circle, with countless strange tentacles dancing on its surface, like the hair of a snake demon. Sean had not seen this scene with his own eyes, so he naturally did not know what was shown in the picture. But Roland knew. In the dim dungeon, the light from the fire cast a shadow on the wall, which looked like a branch of a tree. There was no struggle, no cry of pain or begging for mercy. Only when the whips intertwined with the shadow would the shadow shake and let out a low hum. But this hum would soon be covered by the next lash of the whip. Crack! Crack! The shadow and the flickering light overlapped, and the dull sound of the whip seemed to be the only sound in the silent dungeon. After more than 10 lashes, Earl Lorenzo finally said, "Enough, stop." Yes. The executioner hurriedly stepped back. The back of the woman hanging on the scaffold was scarlet, and the crisscrossed whip marks were old and new. Obviously, this was not the first time she had been tortured. From the fine beads of sweat that appeared on her nose and arms, this type of pain wasn't completely useless. It was just that the other party used her willpower to suppress all of the cries into the depths of her heart. What? You still don't want to tell me where the holy book is? He walked up to the woman, clasped her chin, and forced her face up. She had a beautiful face, which was rare in the Judgment Army. Even though she had been imprisoned and tortured, it did not make her look any less beautiful. In other words, under the flickering light of the fire, her sweaty skin and flickering eyes added a touch of strangeness to it. The church is finished. Farina, how long do you want to go against me? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your companions who were captured. These damn stray dogs, Lorenzo thought bitterly. The kingdom of Wolfheart is so big, but why do they have to go against Archduke Island? Wasn't it clear enough that I executed those messengers? With a team of Scourge, as long as they did not provoke Grey Castle, they could live a free and unfettered life anywhere they wanted. How dare they try to murder me? If he hadn't been careful and asked for a few more people from His Highness Maine, his head would have been hung on the city wall by now. Thinking of this, his missing left ear began to hurt again. That day when the God's punishment army of the two sides was fighting, the sword that almost cut off his neck was cut by Farina. Fortunately, she was almost exhausted at that time and her sword was interrupted by her subordinates. In the end, she only managed to cut off half of his ear. It would have been fine if they had only suffered minor injuries, but what made Lorenzo even angrier was that out of the 20 or so scourge that he had managed to save, only 2 or 3 of them were still able to move. The rest had either been killed in battle or were missing limbs. It was almost impossible for them to fight again. This was his capital to occupy Archduke Island. The nobles in the kingdom of Wolfheart did not seek revenge on him, not because he had changed his identity from a bishop to a noble, but because of his limited strength. They did not dare to act rashly in front of Scourge. If this news were to be leaked, it would be difficult for him to sit on his seat as an earl. Lorenzo wanted nothing more than to hack him into 1,000 pieces to vent his anger. But he couldn't do that. Before knowing the whereabouts of the Holy Scripture. I don't know whether the church is finished or not, but I'm sure you're finished. Earl Lorenzo, no, I should call you a traitor. After a long while, Farina said in a low voice, it's my fault that you didn't have enough scourge. But you don't have many left, do you? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to ask where the Holy Scripture is. You want to know the secret of the Pope's inheritance, the method to create the God's punishment army to protect your poor position. Slap. A crisp slap interrupted her sarcasm. Since you know what I want, you'd better tell me honestly. Lorenzo said, gnashing his teeth. I'll ask you again, where is the Holy Scripture? A trace of blood trickled from the corner of Farina's mouth. I don't know, that's a pity. The Earl looked at the executioner. Cut off a leg for me. I don't care who it is. I want this bitch's companion to stop acting. Although Farina was very weak, her tone was full of sarcasm. Do you remember the finger you sent me last time? My blood was frozen and changed color. Do you still want to threaten me with it? It seems that the life of the bishop is so comfortable that you've forgotten the difference between a living person and a dead person. It was cut off from a corpse, right? You've killed them long ago, traitor. Lorenzo's face darkened. And I'm not even the acting pope. How could I know the Holy Scripture? Maybe His Excellency Tucker Thor knows, but he never mentioned it to me. So no one in this world knows how to train the God's punishment army anymore. You're lying. Lorenzo said with a livid face. Didn't Tucker Thor ask you to come to the kingdom of Wolfheart to rebuild the church and avenge Hermes? Without the Holy Scripture, how could the church fight against Grey Castle? Huh. Farina laughed out loud. Even with the God's punishment army, we can't fight against Grey Castle. His Excellency the acting pope just wanted to save everyone's lives and let the rest of the people live in peace. Ridiculous. Do you think I'll believe you? The Earl growled. If you want to live in peace, why did you attack Archduke Island? It's all for the money, food, armor, and weapons here. Tucker gave you Scourge, but you said he just wanted you to live well? That's ridiculous. You can't do anything if you don't believe me. It's the truth, Farina said indifferently. I also want to tell you one thing. If you didn't kill those messengers at the beginning, but refused them nicely, we would still have to go to Archduke Island. But you just had to make the worst choice. You should know that what I hate the most are two-faced traitors. You betrayed His Holiness O'Brien's trust, and you don't deserve the rest of your life that His Holiness Tucker Thor sacrificed himself for, she said firmly. It's a pity that I couldn't kill you with my own hands, but sooner or later, the nobles in the kingdom of Wolfheart will find out that you're bluffing. Even if you take off the coat of the Holy City, you'll never become one of them. You're just a traitor, and your doomsday is not far away. Lorenzo took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger. You're provoking me because you want me to kill you to prevent the news of the Holy Scripture from leaking, right? Don't worry, I won't be fooled so easily. You know, not only are the resources accumulated during the raid in the kingdom of Wolfheart stored here, but also a lot of instruments of torture, used to interrogate witches. I wonder how much better you are compared to those fallen witches. He glanced at Farina's bare feet in the air. I think I'll start with your toenails. When I pull them off piece by piece, I hope you can still insist on your previous answer. After returning to the castle hall, the Earl could no longer hold back his anger. He swept the tea set on the table to the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn Farina. Although Lorenzo appeared to be very confident, he did not know how long Farina, who came from the Judgment Army, could last. These tin cans were usually impervious to everything, so it would not be easy to pry her mouth open. The Archduke Island could not suddenly close the sea routes and ban trade, which would only arouse the suspicion of other forces. If they maintained the status quo, those merchants would be the nobles' best informants. Lorenzo urgently needed a force that could fill the gap in the God's punishment army before everything went too far. However, the key clue was in the hands of a person who could not wait to get rid of him. How hateful! Just then, one of his stewards came in and said, "Sir, I've heard an interesting piece of news recently." "No, I'm not in the mood," Lorenzo interrupted rudely. The steward glanced at the broken utensils on the ground and said patiently, "It may be helpful to your current trouble." "What?" Lorenzo looked up abruptly. "Tell me about it." Since he became the Earl and took the Archduke Island as his territory, his followers had also become members of the family. This steward named Hagrid was one of his trusted followers and had once served as the executive priest. He did have some ideas. The border of the Kingdom of Dawn seems to be restless recently. It seems that they're planning to march into the depths of the Cage Mountain again. What does that have to do with us? Lorenzo frowned. No matter which lord occupies the Cage Mountain, the Archduke Island will not benefit from it. The King of Grey Castle. Lorenzo shuddered involuntarily. The man, who had risen from an unknown lord of the border to the ruler of Grey Castle in just a few years, was well known in the church. No intelligence could explain how he had risen so quickly. Even the holy city of Hermes, which was about to unify the continent, had been defeated by him. Lorenzo could make such a quick decision to sever all ties with the church mainly because of Roland Wimbledon. In his eyes, the church and Grey Castle had become mortal enemies. If he still called himself a bishop, he could be destroyed at any time. If he did not take off his bishop's robe now, when would he? However, Roland had just ascended to the throne, so his attention should be on his own territory. Now that he had suddenly intervened in the border between the Kingdom of Dawn and the Kingdom of Wolfheart and made it known to everyone, his purpose was very suspicious. "Are you sure?" The Earl looked at Hagrid. "Tell me the details." "There's no problem with the credibility of this news. It has been verified by many parties," Hagrid said confidently. "First of all, the troops stationed at the foot of Cage Mountain are from Grey Castle. Their clothes and outfits are exactly the same, which is undoubtedly the style of that strange army. Second, all the condemned prisoners in the Kingdom of Dawn have been summoned. Not only are they gathering in Cage Mountain, but they are also serving the King of Grey Castle." Cage Mountain. Condemned prisoners. Lorenzo paced back and forth. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. "Is he here for that thing?" "Very likely, my lord," Hagrid replied with a nod. "No. I should say, it must be so. But how does he know about this?" "It's not surprising that he knows. The person who discovered the ruins only relied on luck. I've always believed that those ruins don't exist in isolation. They may have some kind of connection. And Roland happened to be ahead of everyone else." Although the church had not been able to find out exactly how Prince Greycastle rose to power, there were several theories circulating among the church. Putting aside the nonsense such as the incarnation of God and the spokesperson of the devil, there was one explanation that had a lot of believers: he had obtained the inheritance of a certain relic, and since then he had mastered incredible power. Even though the three archbishops did not care about this, there were many believers who believed that this was the truth. Lorenzo was one of them. Otherwise, what right did the other party have to be above the holy city? When it came to Cage Mountain, the most unbelievable relic was none other than the cursed temple. In the past, the God's punishment army had swept through the entire kingdom of Wolfshart with the momentum of thunder. The nobles of the kingdom of Wolfshart either died in battle or surrendered. Even the Queen of Clearwater and the King of Wolfshart had not been able to stop the attack of the church. As the former bishop of Archduke Island, he participated in most of the logistics and mopping up work, sending the looted goods to the front lines or storing them. During a plundering operation in Precipice Ridge, he happened to learn about this legend from 100 years ago. It was said that a group of villagers had stolen a batch of treasures from the cursed temple in Cage Mountain. Then they died one after another, and the treasures fell into the hands of the local nobles. The ancestor of the Earl of Precipice Ridge was very interested in this. He believed that it was not the curse that had caused all this, but the treasures that had been stolen. Therefore, after spending a lot of effort, he bought some of the treasures from the Kingdom of Dawn. After some research, and at the cost of more than 10 lives, the old Earl had indeed found a different artifact. It looked ordinary, but it could produce a fatal light. The effect was very similar to a curse, and it could be called a weapon that could kill people without leaving a trace. However, after a few attempts, it no longer responded as if it had used up all its energy and became a dead object. Although the old Earl had sent people to the border many times to search, and even took the risk of entering the temple himself, he had never found a way to restore it. Therefore, he wrote this story in his family history, hoping that his descendants could find the answer. The strange artifact was also kept as a family heirloom until more than 100 years later, when the church conquered Precipice Ridge, and it changed owners again. At that time, although this artifact had aroused Lorenzo's interest, it was also true that the family history mentioned that it no longer responded. After fiddling with it for a long time without any results, he packed up the treasures and threw them into the warehouse, planning to wait for the Holy City to collect them. After all, not everything recorded in the family history was true. There were many noble families that boasted about their long bloodlines and amazing wealth. If they believed all of them, the church would not have been able to wipe out the kingdom of Wolfheart and the kingdom of Everwinter so easily. However, after the fiasco in Coldwind Ridge, the good situation of the church took a turn for the worse. No one cared about the seized treasures, and Lorenzo had forgotten about it. Now that the steward mentioned it, Lorenzo suddenly remembered it. If the king of Greycastle also came for the treasures in the cursed temple, then it was much more credible. The earl could not help but feel a little excited. Go on. Yes, sir, Hagrid nodded. Assuming that Roland Wimbledon got the information about the treasure from other ruins, then it's very likely that he knows how the treasure works, or even how to restore it. If we can find out this information, we can replace Scourge. That was right, a weapon that could release curses. Its deterrence would definitely deter the nobles in the kingdom of Wolfheart, and Archduke Island would have more time to find the Holy Book. Lorenzo stomped his feet. Follow me to the warehouse, now. Sir? I have to make sure that the treasure is still on Archduke Island. Since it's so important, we can't let ordinary guards guard it. To prevent the news from leaking, Lorenzo and his steward searched the warehouse for half a day. After eating a belly full of dust, he finally found the bag of treasures in an inconspicuous corner. The earl was glad that he did not ask for help from a third person. He opened the burlap bag and immediately noticed the strangeness of the treasure. Compared to the luminous pearls and exquisite statues that were also looted from the ruins, the treasure was as plain as a stone. It had a square outline, was no more than a palm wide, and had a very rough surface. Even granite, which had been polished twice, was smoother and more beautiful than it. If it were not for the sapphire pattern inlaid on it, no one would have been willing to bring it back. The Earl of Cliff Ridge had indeed mentioned in his letter that it cost the least of all the treasures to buy. But now, a square pattern on the stone was slowly flashing, and a soft blue light flowed from one end to the other, as if it was pointing the way. The two of them looked at each other and revealed expressions of ecstasy at the same time. The stone, which had not reacted for nearly 100 years, had actually changed, and Roland's men had appeared in the Temple of the Cursed. It was unbelievable that these two events had nothing to do with each other. If what they had just said was just speculation, after seeing this scene, the possibility had become very high. Roland had indeed found a way to restore it. You have to go to the Cage Mountain, Lorenzo said as he carefully held the stone in his arms. I don't trust anyone but you. You can have as much money as you want, as long as you can find out how to use the treasure. I understand, sir, Hagrid replied with a hand on his chest. In a tavern on the dock of Archduke Island. Joe fidgeted with the glass in his hand and looked at the entrance from time to time. He had never felt that time was so hard to bear. Regret, fear, pain, and confusion emerged in his heart, but he could do nothing but continue to wait. It was only when a hooded man walked into the tavern and sat down beside Joe that he heaved a sigh of relief, but what followed was even greater anxiety and uneasiness. How is she now? Joe stared at the man's lips, afraid to see the worst answer. Still alive. The man's answer made him feel at ease. But Lady Farina is not doing well. The man took off his hood and said worriedly, "The bishop seems to want something from her. He tortures her every day. Sometimes I can hear her scream in the hall. Sooner or later, she won't be able to stand it." This was all expected, Joe repeatedly told himself. Since they failed to attack the castle, all the people who were still alive would inevitably suffer cruel revenge, and Farina, as the leader, would not be an exception. Moreover, the traitor hoped to get the whereabouts of the holy book from her, so he would naturally use all means to force her to talk. As long as she is alive. Although he said this in his heart, his fingers deeply clenched into his palm. He even dared not think about what would happen if he could not save Farina. Perhaps even death would be an extravagant hope. Damn it. Joe thought regretfully. Why did I promise her? Why did I have to attract the enemy's attention so that the God's punishment army could break through from the side? Why did I have to retreat when the battle is unfavorable? I would rather die with everyone in the castle, so that at least I could be with His Holiness until the last moment of my life. Your Excellency. The man hesitated for a moment. Do you know what the bishop wants? If you do, you might as well give it to him. At least Lady Farina won't. He is not the bishop, he is a traitor. Joe clenched his teeth. What he covets is not in my hands. It has already fallen along with the Cathedral of Hermes. At the mention of Hermes, the man's face showed obvious sadness. May the gods bless us. He murmured. How ironic, Charles thought. When the old and new holy cities were still in existence, he was already one of the best among the younger generation of the Judgment Army. The people who came and went were all outstanding people in the army. They did not care about ordinary believers. Now that things had come to this, the bishop had betrayed him, and the priest had betrayed him, the only person he could rely on was an ordinary follower. Furthermore, his feelings for the church were even deeper than many of the higher-ups. If not, he would not have taken the initiative to look for him when he was on the verge of collapse. He was dissatisfied with Lorenzo's decision to abandon his identity as a bishop and call himself the Count of the Archduke Island. However, he did not dare to oppose Lorenzo because of his lowly status. On the night of the battle, he happened to catch a glimpse of the attacker's face. After that, he wandered around the castle and paid more attention to him. That was how they met. Joe did not even have to worry that it was a trap set up by Lorenzo. He had nothing left, and it was not worth his time to deal with it. If this man had been sent by a traitor, after several contacts, he would have already seen that he had no value and chosen to get rid of him. Unfortunately, this man was an ordinary believer in the past, and now he was just a low-level servant. He could do nothing but provide limited information to Joe. I have to go back. After a long silence, the man put on his hood. If I leave the castle for too long, the steward will be suspicious. The next opportunity to come out is in 3 days. Shall we still meet here? Joe recovered from his trance. Let's meet here. If there's any change, I'll have someone send a message to you. I see. He paused for a moment. Sir, please cheer up. If anyone can save Lady Farina, it's you. Me? No. I can't do anything. His mind was filled with darkness. There was no turning point or hope. No matter how he prayed to the gods, there was no response. Joe nodded his head numbly. By the way, the man took 2 steps forward and turned around again. Something happened in the castle recently. One of the bishop's trusted followers, Priest Hagrid, led a group of people to the southwest. I heard from the coachman that they want to cross the border of Cage Mountain. I think this information might be helpful to you. Perhaps it was too obvious that his words were meant to comfort Joe, and his voice became softer as he spoke. Indeed, it was normal for the Lord to send people to other territories. Even if Cage Mountain's location was a little special, it had nothing to do with Archduke Island. As long as Lorenzo did not take Scourge with him, breaking into the dungeon to rescue Farina was no different from a fool's dream. Yes, thank you. Don't mention it, sir. He put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. That's all I can do for you. Cage Mountain. Joe had heard this term a lot recently. He poured the ale in his cup into his mouth and let the bitterness fill his mouth. But the next moment, he suddenly froze on the spot. Wait, Cage Mountain? Like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness, an idea suddenly emerged in Joe's mind. A possible turning point. Returning to his temporary house outside the city, Joe's eyes fell on a black book on the table. It was the will left by the last acting pope, Tucker Thor, before he jumped off the city wall. It was not the holy book that recorded the inheritance of the church, the method of creating the God's punishment army, but the entrustment of a dying predecessor. In the book, he told the story of human beings and demons, and the origin of the battle of divine will. This shocking secret stunned everyone, and they suddenly understood why Tucker wanted them to evacuate Hermes. Everything was over. She put down the burden and lived the rest of her life in peace. Perhaps it was because of this self-sacrifice that Farina did not want to see the church disappear. Joe knew clearly that apart from her feelings for Hermes, she still had a lingering long-cherished wish, to see Roland Wimbledon and his kingdom of Greycastle fall into hell before the church. But now, a turning point had appeared in the hands of the king who had destroyed the church. Joe did not expect Greycastle to help. It was almost impossible for those people to save the remnants of the church. Only by directing the spearhead to the traitors of Archduke Island could he have a chance. The news of Greycastle's sudden appearance in the Cage Mountain area did not attract his attention. There was too much noise in the tavern, and the church would no longer have anything to do with Greycastle. Until the believer's words suddenly enlightened him. Lorenzo used to be responsible for collecting looted goods from all over the kingdom of Wolfheart, and the legendary treasure in the Cage Mountain was not a secret. At that time it was reported as a special seizure. As for whether it had been transported to Hermes, Joe did not know, but it did not matter at all. What mattered was whether the king of Greycastle was also looking for the same thing. The nobles in the kingdom of Wolfheart would be afraid, but Roland would not. No one could resist the attack of that terrible army. As long as he could get rid of the traitors through their hands, he would have a chance to save Farina in the melee. Even if he could not save Farina, it was better to be captured than to be tortured endlessly. Joe took a deep breath. If the outcome really reached that step, he would no longer hide in the dark. At least he could be with her until the last moment of her life. Because he had always loved her. Since the day he joined the Judgment Army and met Farina. 2 weeks after receiving Sean's urgent report, the sun once again appeared in the western region of Greycastle. The months of the demons ended without any warning. This was probably the most peaceful months of demons in hundreds of years. There were no demonic beasts or gunshots. The snowfield outside the city wall was empty and flat. The thick snow reflected the dazzling golden light under the sun, like a flawless mirror. Therefore, this year's Victory Day was particularly lively. Many residents walked into the field before the snow melted, dug out a ball from the knee-deep snow, and brought it home to boil and drink, both for celebration and as a memorial. Only a few people knew the undercurrent surging under the calm. Third border city, Book Grotto. Roland received the expected reply. There are no records of this, not even the documents left by the underground civilization. Celine leaned tiredly against the corner, surrounded by opened ancient books. The first record of the southernmost region was about 860 years ago. It was a travel book, probably written by a witch who moved quickly. There were only a few words about it, but it can be confirmed that the Endless Cape was already a desert at that time. It was the first time he saw Sarcoma look so tired. The 3 senior witches rarely sat down. They usually hung on the dome by relying on their main tentacles, and their thin tentacles were always dancing. But now, all the tentacles were hanging down, covering the surface like fur. At first glance, it looked like a radish that had just been pulled out of the soil. Maybe you should rest for a while. I want to, but my body can't stop at all. Celine smiled bitterly. Your discovery is too amazing. It can be said to have subverted the Union, no, the entire recorded history of mankind. This was also the reason why Roland had long expected the answer. If there was a relevant discovery in the Union era, it would be impossible not to leave a word or two. After all, it involved the battle of divine will. Even if it needed to be kept secret, at least the entire senior management should know about it. The race in the murals might be older than he thought. 860 years was only a clear record of evidence, but it did not mean that the southernmost region was full of vitality before that. In this way, the myth of the three gods emissary and the Millennium War circulated among the Majin people was more credible. At that time, the first battle of divine will had not yet begun. Your Majesty, I'm not afraid that you'll laugh at me. She sighed. We've obviously taken a big step forward in our understanding, but why do I feel so confused? It was as if he had lost something. This is all normal, Roland comforted her. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more you realize that you know nothing. In the end, all the doubts can be summed up in 3 questions. Oh? Which 3? Pasha asked curiously. Where am I? Who am I hitting? Who is hitting me? The sea of consciousness was silent. Ahem, alright, I just want you to relax. Roland coughed twice. The real answer should be who I am, where I come from, and where I'm going. Where do I come from? Where do I go? Pasha murmured. Indeed, these 3 questions seem very simple, but if you think about it carefully, they are not so easy to answer. If you change your position slightly, you will get a completely different answer. Oh, have you become muddled from reading too many books? Alkia could not help but interrupt. What's so hard to answer? I'm Alkia, from Tequila, and I'm going back to Tequila in the future. Isn't that enough? I think you're just fooled by him. This is why I sometimes envy you. Celine put her main tentacle on her head weakly. Sometimes, being simple-minded is also a kind of happiness. Pasha laughed and shook her head. Thank you very much. This does make us feel a lot more relaxed. But your reaction really surprised me. Not only are you calm, but you also consider our thoughts, as if you're not surprised at all. Because this world is full of uncertainty to me. Roland smiled noncommittally and changed the topic. Since we've confirmed the unknown battle of divine will and the existence of a new race, let's have a meeting. Such important news, the sooner everyone knows, the better. As you wish, Your Majesty. Pasha bowed her main tentacle and replied. The internal meeting was soon held in the castle's reception hall. The level of confidentiality was classified as top secret. The participants were all representatives of the United Front, and even the Minister of the Administrative Office was not invited. When Roland announced this unexpected discovery, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. He also gave them a 10-minute buffer, which was rare for him, so that they could whisper to each other at will. The Battle of Divine Will was not unique to humans. It was very likely to be a special state of affairs, which was completely beyond everyone's imagination. If it wasn't for him, no one would have believed him. After the hall gradually quieted down, Tilly was the first to stand up. If this is really the Battle of Divine Will, then where are the victors? Not demons, sea monsters, underground civilization, and definitely not humans. Where are they now? This was also the first question that popped up in most people's minds. Roland looked at Pasha behind the light curtain, and the latter nodded. I don't know if you still remember, in the records of the underground civilization, there are 2 sentences, magic power makes us extraordinary, and mastering magic power is the ladder to pursuing the divine will. We might as well assume that all the participants in the Battle of Divine Will can use magic power. Then, will the victors raise the power of magic power to a new level and go to places we can't see? For example, the world in the sky. This was also the speculation that the 3 senior witches had racked their brains to come up with. Although Roland felt that there were many loopholes, it was better than a simple I don't know. After all, not knowing meant nothingness. According to common sense, the more powerful a civilization was, the longer it would leave traces. The ancients used thatch and mud to build houses, which would be weathered into dust after 1,000 years. However, the concrete buildings of Neverwinter, even after 1,000 years, could still leave their outlines. A civilization that could win the Battle of Divine Will but disappeared after the war, and their existence could only be known from scattered ruins. This undoubtedly made people think in a bad direction. If the victory could not reverse the fate of extinction, it would probably affect everyone's determination to go to war. Based on Tequila's speculation, Roland could at least set a goal for himself. So the content recorded on the murals is at least 1,400 years ago? Edith pondered for a while. Then what the humans experienced can't be called the first battle of divine will. That being said, it's easy to confuse people by changing the name, Roland replied. So I'll temporarily call it the Battle of the Lost. As for how many times we've fought it, it's not important. Your Majesty, Barov hesitated. The expedition plan that is scheduled to be carried out after the beginning of spring, carry out according to the plan, he interrupted without hesitation. No matter how many unsolved mysteries there are in the battle of divine will, we must move forward. Perhaps the war itself is a way for us to get closer to the answer, and if we lose to the demons, there will be no hope. After nearly a year of preparation, Neverwinter was now running at full speed like a war machine. Even the months of demons could not stop this new king city from crazily absorbing the surrounding resources. The administrative office once thought that a population of 100,000 was an unachievable goal, but in just 1 year, the city's population had doubled. The injection of a large number of fresh labor led to the rapid expansion of various industries. There were 4 new chemical plants, and the number of machine-related processing and assembly plants was more than double digits. According to statistics, the monthly salary paid by the administrative office was close to 10,000 golden dragon. When Roland first came here, his largest income was only 24,000 golden dragon, after plundering Longsong's stronghold. In other words, the wealth that the Duke of the Western region had accumulated for half a lifetime was only enough to pay for 2.5 months' salary. Steam engines, paddle steamers, perfume, and chaos drinks constituted the main sources of income. These goods were sold to the fjords and the 4 kingdoms through the joint chamber of commerce. Except for the remuneration that must be paid, the rest of the money was converted into a large number of raw materials and handicraft products. The money came and went, forming a delicate balance, and the savings in the national treasury had a tendency to shrink. It could be said that this was a very unbalanced development model, but in the face of the threat of the battle of divine will, Roland did not have many choices. If he did not pour resources into heavy industry, the machine guns could not shoot freely, and the cannons would always be short of shells. Only in this way, he had spare energy to arm the entire army. The expansion of the First Army from 8,000 to 10,000 soldiers was only the foundation. The Air Force under the command of Tilly Wimbledon was also actively preparing. In addition, the militia recruitment requirements and mobilization bill had entered the drafting stage. These 2 policies aimed to improve the war potential of Neverwinter and forced ordinary students, workers, and farmers to receive the most basic disciplinary training, similar to the university military training in later generations. Although they could not directly carry guns to the battlefield, they could shorten the training time when there was an urgent need to replenish manpower. Because the specific time of the bloody moon was obviously different, no one could be sure when the Battle of Divine Will would begin. If the situation was optimistic, there might be 4 to 5 years, and the worst case would be about 1 or 2 years. For Roland, the biggest strategic goal at present was to turn defense into offense when the bloody moon arrived, so that the flames of war would burn in the enemy's territory. So the devil entrenched in the ruins of Tequila was a nail he had to remove. In fact, the transportation of supplies and personnel had already begun in late winter and early spring. This was the advantage of rail transportation. Even if the entire fertile plains was covered in snow, as long as the tracks were cleared, the war supplies could be continuously transported to the front lines. Most of the steel produced in Neverwinter had been turned into rails, and the railway lines hidden in the misty forest had also been laid. It could be said that the new northern expedition would officially start at Roland's command. Be it the army or the city, they were all ready to go. But before that, he still had 2 things to do. On the 2nd day after the months of demons ended, Roland received Thunder's request to meet him. What? You're leaving so soon? He set up a relaxing afternoon tea party in the living room. While bringing Anna along, he also sent an invitation to Marjorie. For this businesswoman who was quite compatible with lightning, he could only do so much. Can't wait to explore the shadow domain? I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Thunder smiled frankly. Every moment I maneuvered the steel ship, I imagined the scene of it sailing against the sea breeze and breaking the waves. If possible, I even wanted to sail directly to the Sealine. In that case, we'll have to face the risk of water and food shortage halfway. Marjorie shook her head helplessly. Besides, the Chamber of Commerce that invested heavily in you won't be happy to see you leave their fleet behind, unless you plan to never return to the Fjords Islands again. Haha, I just wanted to express my excitement to His Majesty. He touched his chin and said, as Marjorie said, this expedition is no longer just about me. After all, for the fjords, the development of new waters means opportunities and wealth, and every chamber of commerce will be tempted. This is probably the largest expedition in the history of the Fjords Islands. I have to return as soon as possible to be fully prepared. It seemed that after Thunder's publicity and recruitment, this expedition had changed from a team to a group. Roland smiled and sipped his tea. He was indeed the most famous explorer in the fjords. He could attract a huge investment just by showing his intention. It seems that in just a few months, you've mastered the steel ship. It's all thanks to Her Highness Anna. Thunder put his hand on his chest to show his respect to Anna. She helped a lot with the subsequent improvement of the hull. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's hard to imagine that such a huge iron ship could be more flexible than a three-masted ship. I also want to ask you for a favor. Anna nodded. During the trial voyage, this ship only moved in the shallow coastal waters. If it's possible, I hope to get a sailing report in the deep sea area. Any problems can be recorded in it. It's best to use Neverwinter's new waterproof ink and sealed plastic bags. That way, even if it falls into the sea, it can be completely preserved. Probably not expecting that Anna would make such a serious request, Thunder was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, I see. Please leave it to me, Your Highness. Roland touched Anna's head dotingly and then looked at Thunder. I also have a favor to ask of you. Just tell me. I want to recruit a group of explorers. It has nothing to do with this expedition? Thunder quickly realized. Yes. Roland put down his teacup. I want them to go to the Endless Cape to have a look. I remember there was nothing but yellow sand and black water there, Marjorie said in surprise. I used to think so too. Roland shrugged. The Endless Cape is hardly dangerous, so there's no need for experienced experts. It can be said that the number of people is more important than the ability. Seeing that Roland did not elaborate, Thunder did not ask further. There are many people like this in the fjords. I wonder what the selection rules are. No. Roland replied. Actually, anyone can be an explorer. As long as you find a novel relic in the Endless Cape, no matter what it is, you can get a reward. Even if it's a brick from the ruins? Of course, but it must come from the Endless Cape, Roland said affirmatively. The more information the relic contains, the more generous the reward. This information is valid for a long time. As long as I'm still the king of Grey Castle, it will definitely be honored. With your guarantee, I'm afraid that place will be crowded in the future. Marjorie covered her mouth and laughed. I'm wondering if I should take the opportunity to open a tavern in Festive Harbor. You're more than welcome. Boosting the economy of the oil port was indeed one of Roland's goals. After all, the civilization in the painting had a history of at least 1,400 years, and it was still unknown whether they could leave anything behind. Launching a reward to recruit people was undoubtedly a way to kill two birds with one stone. By the way, Your Majesty, Thunder said. Since the steel ship has passed the sea test and is officially put into use, does it have a name? Of course, I plan to call it the Snow Wind. Snow Wind. The explorer pondered for a moment. It's indeed a nice name, but won't it be too soft and not match with its steel body? The ship whistled and slowly left Shallow Bay. Joan stood at the stern and reluctantly said goodbye to her expedition companions. After spending a winter together, her relationship with the witches had improved greatly. Perhaps it was because she had not experienced the feeling of being cared for and missed for a long time, so the hard-won friendship was particularly strong. The phrase "see you again" that she repeated over and over again was what she had learned before she left. It was the phrase she had learned before she left. Lightning looked quite lonely. She stared blankly at the stern of the ship, which made Roland want to tell her several times that Thunder was on the ship. But when he thought of Roland's entrustment, he finally suppressed the thought. Maggie covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling and her eyes watery. She could not say goodbye for a long time, probably because she was afraid that she would cry if she opened her mouth. Lorgar was the calmest. She hugged Maggie with her tail, held Lightning with one hand, and waved to Joan with the other. Death was a common thing for Majans, and she had long been used to this kind of farewell. In Roland's eyes, she was no longer the solitary princess of the Wildflame clan when she first came to Neverwinter. At this moment, there was no doubt that she had changed, even though she had not noticed it herself. This was also one of the reasons why Roland did not tell her. With such a group of friends, he believed that sooner or later, Lightning would return to her former energetic self. The sisters who had been separated for the time being would eventually be reunited. The day after Thunder left, Roland announced through Grey Castle Weekly that the new King's City would hold the first national sports meet. There was only one event, and that was long-distance running. The race would start from the main city of Neverwinter or the Longsong area, and the finishing point would be at the center of Kingdom Avenue. The total distance was 28 kilometers. The top 10 would be awarded 110 Golden Dragon, and the champion would also be awarded a commemorative badge by the king. This news instantly caused a sensation in the entire western region. For a time, everyone on the streets and alleys was asking about the rules of the sports meet. The momentum was no less than the release of the Magic movie. With a down payment of 100 Golden Dragon stones, one could buy a house with water, heat, and electricity in the residential area closest to the castle district. Apart from the local residents who had migrated the earliest, this was also the goal of most people in Neverwinter. Although the new King's City did not have the traditional separation of the inner and outer city, and there were no walls between the various districts, people still hoped to be closer to His Majesty the King. In the past, this goal would take more than half of a lifetime to achieve, but now it was possible to achieve it in one go. This was different from the Outstanding Contribution Award and the War Hero Award. The former were awarded to the masters of the industry. Even if they did not rely on the Golden Dragon Award, they would not be troubled by money. The latter required one to risk one's life. Courage and luck were indispensable. But what about the sports meet? He just needed to know how to run. Who doesn't have two legs? In the eyes of the crowd, this was another proof of His Majesty's concern for the people and his benevolence. What made many people even happier was that the previous generous policies were only available to official residents. This time, it was for all the people, just like the headline of the weekly newspaper. Not to mention the people of Neverwinter, even businessmen from other cities could participate in the sports meet. It was not surprising that this novel activity could have such a great impact. Of course, what Roland wanted to do was not just to enjoy a race and see who ran faster. The sports meet itself could strengthen unity and encourage people to challenge themselves and work hard. As the aftermath of the Victory Day celebration and the horn before the start of the war, there was nothing more inspiring than a sports meet. In addition, he had a small plan. That was to publicize the comeback of the bicycle. As a failure of the early policy, he had always been somewhat resentful. The proud invention of the King of Grey Castle, the appearance of Barev's friendship advertisement, and the posters that were hung all over the square. In the end, only about 200 bicycles had been produced, and it had failed miserably due to lack of productivity. Not only had the factory been turned into a steam engine assembly plant, but half of the finished products had also been given to the workers as remuneration. Not only did he fail to realize the scene where everyone rode bicycles to and fro the various urban areas, but he had also lost a lot of resources because of his poor planning. For example, the special machinery for the production of bicycle parts had all been sent back to the furnace to be rebuilt. The remaining half of the bicycles were too small to be delivered to the First Army and were all sealed in the warehouse. It could be said that among the many projects he had arranged, this was the only one that did not bring any benefits. Of course, he had to find a way to erase this black spot. Today's situation in the city was completely different from that of 2 or 3 years ago. The crazy expansion had brought about a sharp increase in the urban area. The newly built residential areas were lined up along Kingdom Avenue, farther and farther away from the factories, docks, mines, and other major work sites. Walking had become a time-consuming and laborious task. The improvement of the city streets also allowed more places for cyclists to reach easily. Secondly, Neverwinter's productivity had also been greatly improved. Coupled with the application of the rubber worms and the new machine tools, the witches could be eliminated from the beginning, and the existing projects would not be affected. Now was the best time to introduce the bicycle. As long as the Second Army rode the bicycle along with the long-distance running team and acted as guides and rescuers, everyone would naturally find the advantages of this means of transportation. In this way, the biggest mistake he had made since he was in power would no longer exist. Roland thought confidently. Oh? Is this the great chief's city? Guel's Burnfire walked out of the cabin and rubbed his cheeks. This stone boat is strong, but it's too noisy. I'm afraid my ears will be deafened if I stay here for another 2 or 3 days. Father, are you really not going to cover up your tattoos and change into a set of northern clothes? Rohan followed closely behind him and said, those people on the dock are all looking at us. It doesn't matter. It's enough for them to stare. But are you worried about being discriminated against? Guels glanced at him. If even the passers-by of Majin can't stand it, what kind of life is my daughter living? The great chief said that in his territory, everyone should be treated equally. I'd like to see if he's lying to the 3 gods. At the mention of Lorgar Burnfire, Rohan shut up and no longer tried to persuade him. The chief secretly shook his head. It seemed that his sister, who was so powerful, was still a knot in Guel's heart. Guels did not rush here from the port of Clearwater on a whim. The war of revenge, which had lasted for 2 months, had finally come to an end. Under the command of Brian, the Sand Nation, who advocated the relocation of the small oasis, had won the final victory. The masterminds of the Silver Stream Massacre, the Wildwave clan and the Cutbone clan, had been wiped out. The 6-clan system of Iron Sand City had since become history. He was here to report the news on behalf of Brian. This kind of thing did not need to be done by the chief himself. However, because of the war, the Wildflame clan had missed the great chief's coronation ceremony. Therefore, it was natural that he would be the one to deliver the news as a belated congratulatory gift to show his sincerity. Guels was also very concerned about how Lorgar was doing. She would never write her difficulties in a letter. Some things were better to see with her own eyes. After entering the city, there was a sudden increase in the number of people coming and going. Although there were still people looking at them, it was only out of curiosity. Everyone walked in a hurry and there was not a single loafer on the street. Father, here. Rohan looked around in surprise. Yes. He nodded slightly. It was the first time Guels had seen such a busy scene. He had traveled to many cities in the Northern Kingdom, and the most impressive thing about those cities was that they were prosperous. This was also a characteristic of the Northern Kingdom. The land and resources were far better than those in the southernmost region, creating many extraordinary cities. The only difference was that there was a mountain higher than the one before. He had thought that the great chief's king's city would reach a new height in this aspect. He did not expect that the first thing that attracted his attention was not the flat black stone street under his feet, nor the neat houses, but the people here. No matter how wide the inner city was or how magnificent the castle was, there were always homeless people, beggars, and rats lying on the street corners. They were like indispensable decorations in the city. However, walking in Neverwinter, not only did he not see those decorations, but the people's faces were also completely different from before. This kind of energetic look was rare even among the new big clans. Guels had always thought that the Sand Nation was not much worse than the people in the Northern Kingdom, and they were even more enterprising because of the environment. Although the Northern Kingdom was rich in resources, the overly comfortable life made them indulge in enjoyment, and their courage and willpower were inferior. If it were not for the difficulty of gathering the power of the clans, they could have obtained a wider living space. However, now he did not dare to be so sure. That kind of pride and confidence that came from the heart was definitely not faked. Even if there were no firearms, it was best not to be enemies with a city made up of such citizens. Father, should we find Lorgar first or submit the document to the castle first? Rohan did not feel that deeply. Obviously, he was more curious than surprised. What's the hurry? If the great chief places us in the castle district, how do we test his promise? Guel stared at him. Of course we'll stay for a few days and get to know the city better. But I've already decided, he interrupted. Huh? What are those people doing? One side of the square was filled with people, and the noise was rising and falling. It looked very lively. Rohan followed his line of sight and said, they are probably buying discounted goods from the peddlers. Go take a look, Guels ordered. yes. He pulled up his hood, and with the advantage of his height and length, he quickly squeezed into the crowd. Gwels could not help but feel a little emotional as he looked at his eldest son's back, which was nearly 6 feet tall. In terms of physique, he should have been the bravest warrior in the clan, but he did not expect that he did not like to fight. In the end, the one who held up the Wild Flame clan was Lorgar, who was not born strong at all. It was precisely because of this that the third princess became the heir in the eyes of the people, and Rohan had always been suppressed to the point where he could not even raise his head. They were obviously siblings, but they rarely talked to each other. It could only be said that they were born to be mischievous. However, the clan leader was still a little disappointed. Especially when Lorgar was the center of attention, Rohan did not resist at all. The Mahjons preferred the strong. Even if their skills were not as good as others, their unyielding will could still win the respect of others. At least it was better than surrendering without a fight. Therefore, even after Lorgar left, Gwels had not made up his mind to let his eldest son take over as the clan leader. Although Rohan had a good performance in other aspects, a leader who was afraid of competition could easily lose his original advantage when he hesitated. This was also the reason why Gwels brought his eldest son on this trip. He hoped to make Rohan change by increasing his knowledge. After a quarter of an hour, Rohan squeezed out of the crowd with a strange look on his face. "Father, they are all here to sign up for the sports day." "Sports day?" Gwels pondered. "What's that?" "It's a competition held by the great chief." "I heard that it's to choose the fastest person in the world," Rohan explained. "And the first place will get 100 golden dragons as a reward. That's why there are so many applicants." Isn't this the same as the holy duel?" "Except there's no blood." Gwels clapped his hands and smiled. "It seems that the great chief has learned a lot from the Sand Nation. What's the condition to sign up?" "Since it's the fastest person in the world, we should also be able to participate." "We?" Rohan was stunned. "Father, are you also going to participate?" "Of course, I was once a warrior who walked through half a desert on foot and left camels behind me. I've never lost to anyone in terms of leg strength." Gwel said as his beard trembled. "Why, do you think I'm old? Take me to sign up." Seeing that he could not stop him, Rohan had to agree. "There are too many people there. I can go alone." "It's okay." "Father, Gwels glanced at him. "Is there something else you haven't told me?" Rohan hesitated for a while and then said in a low voice, "I saw third sister." "In the crowd?" "No." His eldest son shook his head. "She was in the painting, wearing clothes that didn't cover her body. People surrounded her and pointed at her." "What?" Gwels frowned. Was the great chief trying to humiliate her? After he wrote a letter to Lorgar, Neverwinter responded quickly. He thought that His Majesty treated her well. If Lorgar endured humiliation just for the status of the Wild Flame clan, then he would rather not have the green mountains and clear waters. Thinking of this, he walked into the crowd with a sullen face. The painting that Rohan mentioned was hanging on one side of the square. It looked very eye-catching, and there was more than one painting. When Gwel saw it, he could not help but be stunned. "This is Lorgar?" It was the first time that he saw his daughter so beautiful. She stood in the white snow, her white gauze and brocade fluttering in the wind. It was a court dress that Lorgar had never worn before. In Iron Sand City, she always wore the most suitable short clothes for fighting. Her chest and limbs were wrapped in bandages, and she was either covered in dust or bloodstains. When she did not need to fight, she would wrap herself up tightly and cover up her non-human features under thick clothes. This was what Rohan meant when he said that she did not cover up. Lorgar exposed her fluffy ears and tail, and as if she was deliberately attracting attention, she wore a sparkling ruby earring on one of her long ears. The bright color seemed to make the whole picture come alive. The people around them were not talking about disgust or rejection, but praise. This was also what surprised Gwels the most. In addition, during their conversation, he also heard a new word, magic shadow. "I see. In the kingdom of Grey Castle, everyone is treated the same." Was this the great chief's way of doing things? He turned around and slapped Rohan. Don't make such a fuss next time. It's just showing her half-wolf form. Your sister is not a monster. I didn't think so. Gwels covered the back of his head and felt wronged. Soon, Neverwinter ushered in the day of the competition. Although the first Victory Day sports meet was arranged in a very hasty and crude manner, with neither an opening ceremony nor live commentary, it was undoubtedly a grand celebration for the local people. As soon as dawn broke, people spontaneously flocked to the Kingdom Avenue, trying to get a good seat near the front. Since the snow had not melted, almost everyone had a small bench or leather felt cushion, and many families came together. This scene amazed the traveling merchants. The hawkers, who had predicted the situation in advance, had already carried their bags full of food and drinks and loudly hawked their wares with the crowd. By noon, the center of the avenue, where the finish line was located, was already packed with people. A conservative estimate was that there were about 10,000 people, and there were still people coming from both places. Once again, Roland had a taste of the people's passion for entertainment in that era. It was definitely not easy to walk 28 kilometers on foot. He deliberately set the competition time at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to give his subjects enough time to prepare, but he did not expect the response from the people was still beyond his expectation. As the king of Grey Castle, he naturally did not have to squeeze with his subjects. As early as the day before, the Ministry of Construction had set up a stepped viewing platform that could accommodate 100 people for the high-level officials of Neverwinter. The First Army formed a defensive line around the platform, which separated the viewing platform from the crowd. Your Majesty, this is the list of participants. There are a total of 1,462 people. Scroll came over with a thick stack of paper. But due to the registration time limit, there are only the simplest classification and statistics. If you can give me 2 more days. It's okay. Roland waved his hand. The sports meet itself is to strike while the iron is hot. If it is delayed until after the expedition, it will lose the purpose of holding it. He casually flipped through the list and found that Scroll was a little modest. The classification on the list not only detailed the residential area, but also the simplest summary of life and work experience. Scroll was probably the only one who could find such information in such a short period of time. In the list, he saw a few interesting names. For example, his old friend Yurko, Lucia's sister Ling, and the trio from the Alchemist Union, etc. There was no doubt that even if there were no witches participating in this sports meet, they would still have little hope of winning. Basically, they would go for the propaganda slogan of participation. Most of the people with the most hope of winning a place were concentrated on the first page. Roland set his eyes on the 2 people at the top, the Light of Dawn, Philin Eltec, and Chief Knight, Carter Lannis. Do you think the champion will be born between the 2 of them? Scroll rolled up her hair and smiled. She didn't answer directly, but her expression had already given her answer. Your Majesty, it's almost time, Berev, who was sitting in the lower position, reminded. Okay. Roland put down the list and picked up the telephone beside him. Let the game begin. There's still one thing I don't understand. Gwels, who was dressed in a desert-style combat robe, was warming up in the crowd as he jumped and muttered to himself, the Great Chieftain City is divided into 2 regions, right? Since we're all running toward the center, how can he ensure that everyone starts at the same time? The most important thing in a holy duel is fairness. If fairness is lost, not only will the honor be lost, but the reputation of the Great Chieftain will also be tarnished. Who knows, and this isn't the point at all, okay? Father. Rohan said with difficulty, can you take off that hairband on your head? And the mink fur around your waist? He had never expected that after spending a large sum of money to watch The Wolf Princess, his father would be bewitched. On one hand, he repeatedly sighed at his daughter's beauty, and on the other hand, he was sad that he had forced his daughter to cover up her wolf parts for fear of being criticized by others. According to his own words, he was stupid and cowardly, causing Lorgar to suffer too much injustice, and also causing her to miss the most dazzling years as a divine lady. It could be said that he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father at all. Well, even if all these are true, it doesn't make sense for him to wear a cloth hairband and tie a piece of fur as a tail. You're the chief of the Wild Flame clan. Rohan screamed in his heart. If this image was spread to the port of Clearwater, how could he face the leaders of the other clans? This is my compensation to her. Don't say anything more, Guel said seriously. Guel said sternly, the fearless courage she displayed in the magic movie made me feel ashamed. She didn't care about what others thought of her and insisted on the path she had chosen. That's what I taught her, but I didn't manage to do it myself. If you want to settle disputes, instead of hiding your flaws, it's better to show them generously. If more people can accept this appearance, the wolf lorger won't be called a monster anymore. Rohan opened his mouth, but for a moment, he did not know how to persuade his father. I heard that you're questioning His Majesty's fairness? Suddenly, someone next to him said, foreigners, you know nothing about His Majesty's talent. His masterpiece can connect two places in an instant, and people who are hundreds of miles away can call each other face to face. Do you see what's hanging above our heads? Rohan looked in the direction of the man's finger and saw two huge cylinders hanging from a tree beside the road. They were black and swarthy, and Rohan could not associate them with telepathy. That's called a loudspeaker. It can amplify the sound dozens of times. When it's connected with a telephone, a magical device that can connect two places, it can ensure that we and the people in the Longsong area can hear His Majesty's password at the same time, the man said proudly. Oh. I see. Guels clapped his hands and said, since it can ensure fairness, I have to take it seriously. But uncle, you're really strong. It's just winter and you're already wearing a short coat. Don't you feel cold? He looked at Guels curiously and said, and this pair of pointy ears, it's over, it's coming. Rohan closed his eyes with difficulty. He knew that Guels would definitely make fun of him, and there would only be two results, his father would endure it and they would lose face, or his father would fly into a rage and beat Guels half to death, which would leave a bad impression on the great chief. You're imitating the Ice Princess, aren't you? That's interesting. The man continued, can you tell me where you bought it? Huh. Rohan could not believe his ears for a moment. Ha ha ha, well. Just when Guels was about to answer, the black cylinder, which was called a loudspeaker, suddenly made a shrill buzzing sound. Hello, everyone. Buzzing. I'm His Majesty Roland Wimbledon. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down. I think you're all familiar with the rules of the race, but I still want to reiterate here that the result is not the most important thing. This will be a challenge to yourself. As long as you do your best, you'll be a great winner no matter whether you run to the end or not. So don't put your mind on opportunistic tricks or obstructing others. Focus on your feet and rely on your own strength to win glory. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line, and I wish you all a good result. Then I announce. All of a sudden, the crowd burst into action. Amid the cheers of the onlookers, hundreds of people marched along Kingdom Avenue towards Longsong Stronghold like a surging tide. The police, who acted as referees and rescuers, also got on their bicycles and followed closely on both sides of the crowd. These unconventional knight in uniforms and bright ribbons attracted the attention of many spectators. The same scene also took place at the starting point of Longsong area. At the same time, more than 1,000 people, with the same purpose, strode towards the finish line, not to escape, nor to make a living, but to vent their energy without any scruples, regardless of the reward. This unconventional spectacle was destined to spread the name of Neverwinter to every corner of the continent. The curtains of the first organized long-distance running competition in the history of mankind began in this new capital. Sister, why didn't you participate? On the grandstand of the finishing line, Cole turned to look at Edith while Lance was leaning on the railing and yelling. If it's just a competition of endurance, you should be able to get a place, right? Perhaps it was because he had brought Lance over from his father's place. Lance had been in a good mood recently. Not only did he answer every question he had, but he also avoided the price of being teased. Otherwise, he would never dare to disturb his sister with such trivial questions. Oh? Edith squinted at him and said, so what if I got a place? But weren't you very keen on this kind of competition before? Cole thought, otherwise, she wouldn't have been called the Pearl of the Northern region. In his eyes, his sister used to be a person with too much energy. During the day, she would fight with a group of knight in full swing and defeat her peers single-handedly with a sword. The queue from Evernight Castle to the city gate could be formed. At night, she was the most dazzling flower in the banquet. She could drink with others and chat with them easily. Even Timothy could not forget her after seeing her once, which showed her charm. Because she could be seen in most of the competitions and banquets in the northern region, she had become a household name in the region. In the past, she would never have missed this kind of celebration hosted by His Majesty. Because the family needed me to do that before. Edith shrugged. If I don't expand the influence of the Comte family as soon as possible, my father won't be able to get the dukedom. Even if I have to act like a clown to attract the attention of those idiots and please them. She stopped and sneered. You don't think I like doing that, do you? Cole could not help but feel a chill on his face. No, but now, I don't need to sweat in exchange for His Majesty's attention. Fortunately, His Majesty did not pursue the matter. And I'm not alone anymore. Cole was taken aback. Not alone? Edith glanced at Lance, who was making a fuss, then looked back at him. I still have you guys, don't I? The chill instantly dissipated, and Cole subconsciously puffed out his chest. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Edith just smiled and turned her eyes back to the high platform. Work hard in the administrative office. That's the biggest help you can give me. Huff, huff. Guel slowed down. How much more do we have to run? The sign we passed just now is 14, which means we're only halfway there, Rohan said worriedly. Father, are you all right? If you're out of breath, we can stop and rest for a while. There are still so many people behind us. As the race progressed, the crowd was quickly stretched into the shape of an arrow, and then a long line. Now, even the line could not be seen. Obviously, it was not common to see people who could run for more than an hour without stopping. From the beginning until now, there were only a few contestants who could surpass them. At this pace, they should be able to finish the race smoothly, let alone get a good ranking. Rohan was more worried about his father's health. In fact, running was more laborious than crossing the desert. At least the former did not have a time limit. As long as they planned the route and ensured that they could get supplies from the oasis, they could eventually reach their destination step by step. However, running was different. To maintain a high speed, the consumption of physical strength would continue to increase, and his father had not done such strenuous exercise for a long time. You want to give up again? Guels glared at him. Just because you're not the last one? If it were Lorgar, she wouldn't have said such words. When can you be like her, fighting with all your might for a goal and moving forward bravely? Have you never thought of beating everyone? In the past, Rohan would have chosen to remain silent. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of melancholy rising from the bottom of his heart, making his chest swell uncomfortably. How can I win? Should I poison my sister's cup? Or should I tell the public that she has turned into a wolf? Otherwise, how can I defeat a divine lady who has the power of 3 gods? I can't even defeat the head guard of the family. In order to stabilize the position of the #1 clan in Iron Sand City, Wildflame must have sufficient combat strength. It was not surprising that Lorgar caught up and became the best heir in everyone's eyes. However, he chose to stay silent and avoid internal conflict. Wasn't that an action for the clan? Why didn't you notice me? Perhaps it was because this place was far away from the southern territory, or because he had been holding back for too long, or because his father's appearance was too strange. Rohan argued loudly for the first time. I'm worried about your condition. If you weren't here, I would have run to the front. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. His words were simply mocking Rohan for dragging him down. He twitched his mouth and wanted to say something to salvage the situation before his father flew into a rage. However, Guels replied, then you can run alone. Father, I mean. Rohan braced himself and turned his head. He expected to see his father's angry face, but he did not expect to see a smile at the corner of his mouth. This is the first time you've taken the initiative to reveal your thoughts, right? Guels sighed. In fact, you're right. I'm really old. No matter how powerful I used to be, I can't change the influence of time. He paused. In that case, don't worry about me. You're actually good at long-distance running, aren't you? Rohan was startled. There's an old saying in the clan. If you practice anything for 10 years, even the stupidest person will become outstanding. Guel slowly stopped. Don't worry about me. I'll slowly get there. He clenched his fists and remained silent for a moment before replying in a low voice, then I'll go first. Wait, Guel stopped him just as he was about to turn around. Put these two things on. Father, even though Lorgar has left the clan, she's still a member of Wildflame and your biological sister. If there's anything we can do to help her, we should do our best. Guel's personally put the boer headdress on Rohan's head. Go. Show the great chief what the Sand Nation of the Majin clan is capable of. Rohan did not reply. He quietly looked at his father and then strode forward. The wind started to flow again. He ran faster and faster. At first, he could still hear the exclamations of the spectators, but in the end, they were completely drowned out by the wind. However, Rohan did not feel tired at all. He felt that he could run even faster. At this moment, his body seemed to be full of strength. It turned out that his father had been watching him. In order to ensure that his sister's status was undisputed, he had endured countless criticisms, from both outsiders and insiders. Whenever he could not bear it anymore, he would quietly leave Iron Sand City at night and run alone between the small oases. It was a way to vent his anger and also to prove himself in another way. He was indeed not good at martial arts, but he might be better than Lorgar in other aspects, such as joint hunting. Endurance and persistence were the most important factors in a joint hunt to drive away the prey. Even though this idea was not realized in the end. Rohan had thought that no one would notice his little attempt, but now it seemed that this was not the case. You're actually good at long-distance running, right? If you practice anything for 10 years, even the stupidest person will become outstanding. His father's words repeatedly lingered in his ears. Really? So you've noticed it from the beginning? Rohan quickened his pace a little more. From the day he ran in the oases until now. Look, that's the light of dawn, someone shouted from the side of the road. Where? Where? The one running in the first place. With the reminder of a sharp-eyed girl, a commotion broke out among the onlookers. It's really him. I thought I'd never see him again after I quit teaching. Wow, he's looking at me. Teacher Philin, come on. A tall, handsome man appeared at the end of the field of view. Although he looked a little tired, he still kept walking and firmly held the first place. What made everyone fall in love with him even more was that whenever someone cheered for him, he would try his best to smile back. When he met his former students, he would even wave at them. This amiable and gentle demeanor instantly captured the hearts of all his supporters. Honey, who was also in the same line of work, saw all of this. Philin Eltek, born in the Knight family, used to be an intermediate teacher in the Ministry of Education, and later transferred to the General Staff. He was known as the Light of Dawn. If he wins the championship, what should I write? Shocking. A man in Neverwinter makes thousands of women fall in love with him. What do you think? Are you asking me? Vader, who was pedaling his bicycle, panted. Isn't thousands a little too much? Facing this witch who looked and behaved like a little girl, he did not dare to look down on her. As a key figure in the publicity department, her immediate superior was the King of Grey Castle, who had reached the peak of power at a young age. Moreover, it was said that she had a very close relationship with Her Excellency Vendi, the head of the Witch Union. If he treated such a witch like a little girl, he would definitely suffer in the end. Vader, who had been in the low-level patrol team for several years, naturally would not make such a low-level mistake. Therefore, when Honey came to him and asked for a ride to watch the whole competition from a close distance, he agreed without hesitation. Anyway, when Carter was not around, he would help with the police affairs, such as leading the team this time. It was no trouble at all for one more person. Of course, other than Honey's background, there was another reason why he was so enthusiastic. If the Security Bureau wanted to achieve results and nip all the hidden dangers that threatened the safety of His Majesty and the kingdom in the bud, they had to obtain as much detailed information as possible, which was exactly what the other party was good at. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, it was necessary to befriend this witch. Don't worry too much about the details. Honey smacked her lips. If you saw this title for the first time, would you want to read it immediately? Yes, Vader replied honestly. That's good. The little girl whistled cheerfully. At this moment, a different voice sounded from the crowd. Don't you think that the man behind Teacher Philin is also very, not bad? A noble woman covered her mouth and said. You noticed it too? I think he's much better looking than the Light of Dawn. Her words immediately caused a heated discussion among the people around her. I know him. The king's chief knight, Sir Carter Lannis. Look at the cloak on his back. There's the royal emblem on it. I see. No wonder he's the chief knight. But his expression is too cold. When he stares at us, it's like we owe him money. Alas, you're still too young. This kind of talent is more charming. Look, he's catching up. Come on, Sir Knight. Carter Lannis was also born in the Knight family. He used to belong to the Knight Regiment in King City and later moved to Border Town with Prince Roland. He could be said to be one of the oldest founding heroes. He was agile and powerful. It was even said that he had the ability to compete with extraordinary witches. He was also Skrull's favorite candidate for the championship. Honey listened to the messages sent back by the birds while recording the game in her notebook. As Carter continued to accelerate, the distance between the two gradually shortened, and soon they were running side by side. The cheers had also turned from one-sided to mutual support. It seemed that the previous title had to be changed again. After thinking for a moment, Honey put down her pen in high spirits. Whose family will the flower fall? The love and hatred between two men. Carter felt as if his lungs were burning. In order to let me recognize him at first glance, he put on a bright ribbon and a cloak. However, at this moment, the originally incomparably light adornment was as heavy as a mountain. Especially when he was running against the wind, he even felt as if these things were pulling his body. But he still did not want to take off the ornaments. Because May had knitted it for him with her own hands. Carter hoped to wear them to cross the finish line, before the light of dawn. Although May had never mentioned it to him, he had heard some old stories from the members of the troop. Before His Majesty moved to the western region, Philin had already been famous in Longsong. At that time, the Light of Dawn and the Star of the Western region were almost the envy of everyone. Everyone thought that they would be together, and his wife seemed to have fallen in love with Philin for a period of time. However, it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Philin always liked Irene, a newcomer in the theater. Although the matter was left unsettled in the end, Carter still had some resentment in his heart. So what if he was the Light of Dawn? She only liked him because a better version of himself had not appeared yet. He wanted to prove to those people that he was the most suitable person for May, and the first thing he had to do was to beat Philin Eltec, who was also a knight. Carter gathered his strength, stared at the opponent who was less than half a body's length away, and quickened his pace again. The viewing platform at the finish line gradually appeared in his field of vision. It was time to decide the winner. At this moment, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Could someone catch up with him now? How was that possible? After all, an hour after the start of the competition, he and Philin had already left everyone else far behind. Even if they wanted to save their strength, they should not have waited until now to exert their strength. After all, sprinting consumed much more strength than running at a constant speed. Carter looked back in surprise. Wait. What was that? They saw a strangely dressed man of a different race rushing towards them, and the distance between them was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Judging from his skin color and tattoos, he should be a Majin Sandman, but what was up with the long ears on top of his head and the wagging tail behind him? Could it be that he had obtained strength by imitating a beast's ritual? This horrifying scene made Carter shiver all over. He felt as if he was being targeted by something terrible. He clenched his teeth and dashed toward the finish line. Amid the thunderous cheers of the audience, the three of them crossed the finish line almost at the same time. Did they win? Chief Knight panted and stopped after running for dozens of meters. He did not look at his opponent but looked straight at the top of the viewing platform. King Roland Wimbledon also stood up at this time. Congratulations! Not only did you successfully complete the race, but you also achieved an excellent result. His voice suddenly resounded over the Kingdom Avenue. Although the race is not over yet, the top three have been born in front of everyone. Carter could not help but swallow his saliva. The third place is Carter Lannis. Hearing the result of the announcement, the chief knight closed his eyes unwillingly. Damn it, I'm still one step too late. The second place is Rohan Burnfire, a Majin Sandman. Roland paused for a moment. When the crowd quieted down, he continued loudly. The first one to reach the finish line is Sunflower from the Longsong area. Give them a warm round of applause. Who's that? Carter and the other two were stunned by the thunderous cheers of the audience. On the other side, Honey had closed her notebook and jumped off the back seat of the bicycle. Today's report is finally done. Thank you for your hard work. Have you decided on the title? Vader asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Honey smiled. Just write the result. That was enough to attract attention. Oh, that's wonderful, Barav exclaimed, stroking his beard. Even running can be so exciting. Indeed, when I saw the three of them running side by side, I felt my heart beat faster, Longsong Consul Perot echoed. Unfortunately, only one of them could get the commemorative badge. I have to say it's a pity. Is it really a pity? The old director smiled faintly. The one who won the medal is the contestant from Longsong. I'd rather do it a few more times than to be the center of attention. Don't say that. Miss Sunflower was just lucky. If there's no accident, you'll definitely get what you want in next year's Victory Day Games. Really? I'm worried about that accident. Ha ha ha, it's not an accident if it happens often. Well. They can even hide their sarcasm in discussing the result of the game. They really get along well, Roland thought as he glanced at Barav and Perot, who were chatting happily beside him. Although they were nearly 20 years apart in age, there was no generation gap between them at all. They were indeed experienced politicians who had been in the political circle for many years. Since the first few contestants had been decided, everyone felt much more relaxed. They whispered to each other about the game while waiting for the rest of the contestants to reach the finish line. There was no doubt that this kind of competitive event, which was in line with the psychology of human beings in pursuit of their own limits, had a natural affinity and charm. The atmosphere in the witches' seats was the same. Looking at the eager girls, Roland could not help but raise the corner of his mouth. The witches were not allowed to participate because the gap between them was too big. In order not to dampen the enthusiasm of the public, such a rule was made. Not only people with magic power, but also God's punishment witches of Tequila were also excluded. But now it seemed that holding a superpower field was only a matter of time. He wondered what it would be like when they used their ability in various sports. Is the games in that world also like this? Anna's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. You looked quite absent-minded in the first half of the game. Because there was no commentator or live broadcast, Roland sighed. You mean, you can let everyone know the progress and details of the competition at any time? Anna's eyes suddenly lit up. How do you do that? It's complicated to explain. He smiled. Do you remember the TV I mentioned? If it wasn't for the fact that he was used to watching the game in the future, this game could already be considered perfect. There were many responses, the players had a variety of styles, the process was brilliant, and the ending was unexpected. Carter, who was wearing a night cloak, and the Irons and Nation of the Majin clan, who was cosplaying as the Wolf Girl, had stirred up a lot of discussion. According to the information from Scroll, Sunflower, the champion, was also quite dramatic. She used to be a Blackstreet rat, but after Longsong Stronghold was liberated, she became a glorious postman and ran through the streets and alleys of Longsong Stronghold all day long. It was this job that earned her the favor of the Goddess of Victory. Although there was a huge gap between Kuei and the other three in terms of strength, a champion was still a champion. Moreover, compared to the result, Roland cared more about the impact. Her aspiration undoubtedly made people think of the slogan "Labor can change fate," which was exactly what Neverwinter needed. When the sky turned red, the first sports day basically came to an end. More and more residents gathered below the stage, forming a dense sea of people. Everyone was looking forward to the final award ceremony in high spirits. For Roland, what came next was the highlight of the show. He stood up, nodded to Echo, and then walked to the railing of the stand. A crucial war needed an exciting start. If he wanted to use a pre-war speech to inspire people's confidence, there was no better time than now. He slowly glanced at the crowd until it was completely quiet. My people, you've just witnessed a miraculous challenge. In less than 4 hours, many people ran 28 kilometers on foot, which is exactly half of the total length of the kingdom main street. People from other territories may not understand its significance. In the past, it took at least 3 days to reach Longsong's stronghold from border town, and they had to travel day and night. At that time, if anyone said they could reach in 1 day with their own strength, they would only be regarded as a joke. But now, you've seen the answer with your own eyes. Whether it's building a road or running endlessly, it's the result of you surpassing yourself time and time again. I believe you've realized that the so-called impossible is just a shackle to be broken, and this competition is the best proof. Cheers suddenly sounded under the stage. Roland paused for a moment, stretched out his hand, and then said, "Now, we're facing a new challenge, which is the demons. In fact, the war has reached a critical moment. After today, the First Army will march to the fertile plains and launch a second attack on the demons in Tequila City. These demons are extremely cruel and insatiable. Their claws and teeth once turned the prosperous human kingdom into a bloody ruin. Tens of millions of innocent people died in their hands, and their bones could fill the entire Neverwinter. So, we have to fight, before disaster befalls everyone. We will fight them on the land, we will fight them on the sea, we will fight them in the air, until the devil is no more, and no enemy can threaten the living space of the human race. I'm very happy to see the Sand Nation of the Majin clan among the contestants, as well as those from the fjords and other kingdoms. This means that we've put down our prejudices and estrangement and become closer to each other. And I dare say, this will also be the norm in the future. For the demons, human race, age, gender, and religion are all meaningless. The only thing they're interested in is killing everyone. So, this is not only a war for Grey Castle, but also a war for the entire human race. My people, when you're afraid of the enemy, stop moving forward, or even want to retreat, think of today's miracle. As long as you hold on to your beliefs, we'll definitely win. Now, the top 10 contestants, please come to the stage and accept the honor you deserve. Roland said loudly. The crowd once again burst into deafening cheers. This time, the cheers did not stop for a long time and blended into one with the afterglow in the sky. As expected of the great chief, Gwels took a deep breath and said, "His words make me want to go into battle again." He looked at Rohan and said, "Are you ready to go?" "Father, but I..." Rohan bit his lip and looked sad. "You didn't win the championship?" Gwels laughed. He held his son's head and rubbed it hard. "But you tried your best, didn't you? That's enough. Go, stick out your chest, hold your head high, and let everyone see the glory of the heir of Wildflame." Rohan trembled slightly. He looked at his father as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just nodded. This time, he did not cover his specially made head ornament and tail. "Oh my God, it's really you." When Sunflower walked down from the spectator stand with a heavy bag of gold royals in her hand, she heard a very familiar voice. She turned around and could not help but smile. "Hey, Tiger Claw." "Ha ha ha, long time no see, Sunflower." Tiger Claw hugged her and patted her on the back. "When His Majesty announced your name, I thought it was someone with the same name. I didn't expect you to defeat the Chief Knight and the Light of Dawn. I'm so surprised." "Wait. This feeling. Have you gained weight?" Sunflower pushed him away with a smile and punched him in the chest. "Go to hell. Compared to before, I only have skin and bones. This is normal, okay? No, I mean it's better to be a little fatter." Tiger Claw whistled. "At least you look more like a woman." He looked Sunflower up and down. "But seriously, your appearance has changed a lot. I wasn't sure when we were on the platform." "Really?" Sunflower shrugged. "My hair is a little longer and I eat a little more." "Aren't you a lot stronger too?" "I trained on the construction site every day." Tiger Claw proudly raised his arms. Huff. Huff. "Sunflower, wait for me." Xiao struggled to get out of the crowd and gasped. "Hey, isn't this Tiger Claw? Look, this guy hasn't changed at all." He's still so skinny. Tiger Claw also gave him a warm hug. Don't tell me you also ran all the way here. Ahem, ahem. Be gentle. Xiao smiled bitterly. I came here in the caravan owner's carriage. If it weren't for Sister Kuei insisting that I accompany her, I wouldn't even want to make this trip. You're a merchant now? Just a handyman. He scratched the back of his head embarrassedly. Doesn't this guy know how to read a few words? Sunflower curled her lips. He learns elementary education faster than the others. After passing the examination, he was chosen by a chamber of commerce. He sits in his room and deals with the account book every day. Life is so comfortable. I see. Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, how could we coincidentally meet? Tiger Claw guffawed. Let's go to Neverwinter and have a good drink to celebrate Sunflower. Yes, but... Dawn looked around. Where's Snaketooth? Didn't he sign up for the competition? Sunflower's heart skipped a beat. In fact, she had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but she did not want to appear too eager, so she pretended to be nonchalant and looked at Tiger Claw. Could it be that he was left behind by you and went back by himself? He ran to the concealing forest alone to build the railway. Tiger Claw replied lazily. Although the pay is good, you might lose your life if you're not careful. What's the point of earning more? In the past, he even lived in the sewers. Now that he has a proper house, he's still not satisfied and wants to pursue a double room. Sometimes, I really don't understand what he's thinking. That was because it could provide a warm and comfortable home for the family, not just a shelter from the elements. Sunflower thought sourly, of course it's for paper. Paper? Tiger Claw was confused. Hey, don't tell me you've forgotten about paper. Dawn poked him. She's our companion. I know, but what does it have to do with her? Tiger Claw was confused. Paper has joined the Witch Union and lives in the Castle District. She doesn't need us to provide her with a house. Besides, Snaketooth has seen Paper several times, but he didn't dare to greet her. He even pulled me to the side to hide. As a result, she still doesn't know we're here. What? Sunflower was stunned. You haven't seen Paper in more than 2 years? Tiger Claw shook his head helplessly. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Sunflower grinned. Then he's really a fool. Somehow, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed and even her steps became lighter. Sister Sunflower, lower your voice, Dawn said hurriedly. Everyone around us is looking at us. Sunflower did not care at all. Instead, she waved at the crowd and received a burst of friendly laughter. People had undoubtedly regarded her as a Miss Champion. It's so good to be famous. Tiger Claw sighed. 2 years ago, I never thought I'd have such a day. Compared with fame, the 100 golden dragons are more important. Dawn had a different opinion. If you use them to do business, you'll definitely earn more than work. Even if you don't know anything about it, you can find a chamber of commerce to invest in it. If you can make it big, you'll basically earn money without doing anything. No, I want to buy a house, Sunflower interrupted. In the border district. Huh? Dawn was stunned. But this is obviously a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you start from scratch, do you know how long it'll take to save 100 golden dragons? I know, but I'd decided, Sunflower said without hesitation. Then what about your job? That's why I'm going to buy a bicycle, she said. You've seen how easy it is to ride. If I have a bicycle, I should be able to get back to the Longsong district in a day. No, in a morning. And there are a lot of letters that are delivered from both sides. Maybe I can make more money. You. Dawn looked at her for a long time and finally sighed as if surrendering. Whatever. I've never persuaded you anyway. Sunflower smiled, but her mind flew back to 2 years ago. The day of their separation. When the 4 of them stood on the dock, she had asked Snaketooth, will you come back, but she never got an answer. At that time, she felt that she might never see him again. Border Town and Longsong Stronghold were so far away that even if they merged into one city, they were still worlds apart in Sunflower's eyes. After all, the farthest place they had been to was the garbage dump outside Longsong City. In her mind, Border City was an unreachable place. It was not until she was tempted by the reward of the sports meet that Sunflower set foot on the Kingdom Main Street for the first time. In order to cheer herself up, she forced Dawn to come with her. Unexpectedly, the distance between the two places was beyond her imagination. Compared with winning the first place, Sunflower was more surprised to find that the distance between her and Snaketooth was not that far. There were no winding mountain roads or bumpy roads. A straight black stone road connected the two places. For the first time, she felt like she was in a city. In that case, why should she wait for him to come back? She just needed to go there by herself. Just like what His Majesty said. The so-called impossible might really be a shackle to be broken. Before trying, who knows if it will be another miracle. Let's go to a tavern. I'll buy you a drink. Sunflower patted her purse. Oh. Tiger Claw clenched his fist excitedly. It's a pity that Snaketooth won't be able to enjoy it. Remember to save the money at the hotel first, Dawn reminded. Just bring 4 or 5 golden dragon coins. I know, Sunflower smiled. She did not know what the final result would be, but she wanted to try. The next morning after the sports meeting, when Roland walked into the reception hall, all the officials who had been waiting for him stood up in unison. Sit down. He walked to the main seat, looked around, and said in a loud voice, I think you already know why I called you here. The war has begun. This is not just about the army. From this moment on, I demand that the managers of every institution and every department in the kingdom have a basic understanding of the situation and the trend of the war, and that they should play their role actively to deal with the expedition together. He said word by word, since the establishment of Neverwinter, everyone has made impressive achievements. But in the face of the crisis of the divine will, all these achievements are like a pavilion on a floating ice. If we don't conquer the Tequila ruins, the red mist may swallow the whole continent at any time, and then the demons won't be able to stop us. So, this war can only be won, not lost. Yes, Your Majesty. Berev and the others said in unison. Very good. Roland looked at Edith and said, next, the General Staff will explain the specific strategic direction. Yes, Your Majesty. The Pearl of the Northern Region stood up and said elegantly with her hand on her chest, please allow me to explain using the big map. She walked to Roland's side and knocked on the map of the Western region on the wall. After many revisions and additions, the map almost included half of the barbarian no man's land, and Neverwinter, which was originally the center of the map, was now a small dot on the edge. Anyone who glanced at it would realize how small the human settlement was, which was one of Roland's original intentions. He hoped that his ministers and officials would be able to set their sights further, and not be obsessed with the little benefits they had now. First of all, we have to make sure that this northern expedition is different from what we've experienced in the past. It will last for a long time, Edith said directly. Edith went straight to the point. I hope everyone understands that we can't end this battle quickly. The tactic of concealment used in the Battle of the North Slope was impossible to be used again. The distance between the Misty Forest and the Tequila ruins was far greater than the distance between the destroyed outpost and the Misty Forest. It would take at least a month to build the railway, so it was impossible for the demons to not notice it. On the vast fertile plains, the enemy had the absolute advantage of mobility. Therefore, Roland had given up the illusion of a surprise attack from the very beginning. He planned to invest his superior forces and fight the demons head-on. Without a doubt, this would be a battle between spear and shield. Everyone already knew about this plan, so no one was surprised. Berev was the only one who asked, then do you have an estimated time? It depends on the strength of the demons' counterattack. The General Staff asked the Tequila witches to run many simulations. Assuming that the scale of the enemy's attack is similar to that of the Battle of the North Slope, we'll be able to put the Longsong cannons on their faces in 3 months if they come once a week. But they are not fools. It is impossible for them to repeat the same mistakes again and again. That's right. I think the demons will soon notice the use of the railway and even the misty forest behind us. Of course, we're not unprepared. Because the war is full of variables, I hope the administrative office can prepare for the worst and allocate resources. The worst is. Berev frowned. From spring to winter, until the new months of demons, Edith answered frankly. Doesn't that mean we've failed? The old director grinned. That doesn't meet His Majesty's requirements. As long as they don't withdraw, the war will not end. It will be a stalemate at most. The Pearl of the Northern region smiled. We can continue the war when the snow melts the next year. Seeing the hesitation on the faces of the ministers of the administrative office, she added, but it's unlikely that this will happen. After all, the demons can't reproduce as fast as they can produce bullets. I just want to be prepared. Barav thought for a moment and said, in this case, I need to transfer food from other territories as reserves. The golden twos have been distributed to all parts of the kingdom. If everything goes well, there should be a lot of harvest this year. If we collect all of them, we can basically meet the needs of the First Army for a year. No problem, Sirius Daly, the Minister of Agriculture, said. I'll write letters to the City Hall later. We also need to adjust the work of the Ministry of Chemical Industry, Barav continued. We need to produce as much gunpowder and explosives as possible. We only have so many people, unless we reduce the production of perfume and soap. Xianxia, the Minister of Chemical Industry, spread out his hands. Maybe we can rent a group of alchemy apprentices from neighboring countries to support Grey Castle. He looked at Roland. I heard that the King of Dawn also has several alchemy workshops. Although they are not in the City of Glow, if His Majesty asks, the King of Dawn will do his best to cooperate and won't care about the return date. In addition, the First Army has more than 100 people stationed in the Cage Mountain area. We can also consider alchemists from the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter. In principle, no problem. Roland nodded with satisfaction. Come up with a plan according to your idea. Roland was very pleased with Edith's performance. At the beginning of the unification of the kingdom, he had thought that the new political system might need 2 to 3 years of running in before it could play its proper role. After all, changing their mindset was a rather difficult thing to do. Over the past few decades, these people had already gotten used to the mundane rule that all matters of the territory belonged to the suzerains, and that the suzerains did not interfere with each other. Suddenly asking them to open up their sights and view other territories as part of their control was too much for them to bear. However, he found that he had underestimated the charm of power. When the power in one's hand suddenly increased several times, even if they did not realize the nature of the change, they would try to use it. Barav was one of the most outstanding ones. He not only saw the Kingdom of Dawn, but also the possibility of using the army to exert influence and seize resources from further places. After the discussion, Edith continued, but it's not enough to directly destroy the demon's encampment. For some reason, we have to eliminate all the enemies as soon as possible. This requires us to cut off the demon's retreat, including the sky and the ground, before the final attack, which only the witches can do. For some reason? Barav was puzzled. Will taking a detour increase the risk for them? Because of the curse. Roland took over the topic. There's a senior demon among the enemies who can cast a magic curse from a distance. The mechanism of its action is not clear, but it's likely to be similar to the Church Witch Black Veil. If we let it escape, even if the First Army wins, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. There was a sudden gasp in the hall. The First Army lost more than 700 people just by eye contact, which was the largest casualty since the establishment of the army. That battle made everyone remember the name Black Veil. If the demons could also cast a curse through eye contact, then killing them first would be a natural choice. Roland glanced at Lightning, who had buried her head in her chest at the end of the long table, and could not help but sigh. He could completely guess her feelings. She would probably feel extremely guilty for letting her sisters take such a risk for her, even if they had no complaints. But now, there was no better choice. Roland stood up from the main seat. In short, the goal of this expedition is to completely eliminate the threat of the obelisk before the Battle of Divine Will, and at the same time, weaken the demon's war potential. The operation is codenamed Torch. It is not only the light of hope to destroy the enemies, but also the original fire of departure that illuminates the entire fertile plains. Please do your best to open up new territory for Grey Castle. Everyone stood up and bowed with their hands on their chests. In the flight training field of Neverwinter. Hurry up. Walk faster. Keep your balance. Your legs are even weaker than a baby's. Direction. Watch your direction. Hey, where are you going? I really should put a row of braziers on both sides of the aisle. If you want to vomit, go to the side. Don't vomit on the wooden board, or you'll lick it clean. Next, good. Yes. Good shivered. He took a deep breath, walked to a swivel chair and sat down. Instructor Eagleface's cold face was also reflected in his eyes. Good shuddered even if he just looked at Eagleface. He heard that Eagleface used to be the commander of the garrison in the northern region. After returning to Neverwinter, he immediately participated in the internal military examination and became a member of the Air Knight Reserve Team. This meant that he had not only experienced the Battle of the Church, but also gave up his vacation to devote himself to new training. In other words, he was the kind of person who was cruel to others and to himself. Good only felt great pressure when he was targeted by such a person. As soon as he sat down, his two teammates, Finkin and Heinz, surrounded him. On their faces, Good saw that they were praying for their own good luck. Then the chair was quickly rotated. This was the most troublesome training since he joined the reserve team. In front of the swivel chair was a 5-meter-long, palm-wide wooden board, called the overpass. They had to be rotated for half a minute before they had to walk across the board. This was usually easy for anyone to do, but it was completely different after the rotation. Their body seemed to lose its center of gravity, and the world was shaking. It was not easy to maintain a standing posture, let alone walk on the overpass. Usually, Eagleface would divide the training into 10 groups, and the one with the worst performance would be punished with cleaning the toilet, cutting out the weeds, etc., or he would be forced to rotate for a whole day during the weekend. Good had tried it once. As a result, he vomited all over the floor in his dormitory while the others were enjoying their dinner. He did not want to experience such a terrible experience again. Stop. As Eagleface gave the order, the rotating chair was suddenly stopped. Good resisted the dizziness that rushed to his head and jumped off the chair. Quick. Don't just stand there, move. He clenched his teeth, raised his eyes, staggered on the wooden board, and walked to the other end. After more than 10 days of practice, he discovered a small trick, which was that staring at his feet made it easier for him to lose his balance. It was better to look straight ahead and use his body's memory to control his steps. When the soles of his feet touched something solid, Good realized that he had already walked to the end of the bridge. So powerful, he didn't miss a single step. This is the first time, right? A commotion broke out behind him. He turned around and looked at Eagleface. The latter curled his lips into a rare smile. Not bad. Looks like you're not hopeless. However, the instructor paused and his tone changed. Only one person has passed today. This is the worst result among all the classes. Her Highness Tilly has said that the aerial knight is 1 in a million. If you don't want to be eliminated by the entire team and end up doing miscellaneous things on the ground forever, then you better pull yourself together and practice harder. Rest for 5 minutes, then come again. Everyone immediately let out a cry of anguish. Hey, how did you do it? Finkin came up to Good and asked, winking at him. Remember the distance of your steps and pretend that you're not dizzy. Just walk as you normally do. Can you even pretend? Heinz also came up to him. Isn't that equivalent to lying to yourself? The two of them were the same batch of applicants who had passed the assessment with Good. Therefore, they had become familiar with each other in just a few days. Moreover, the air cavalry had grouped them together according to the rule of 3, and they were now almost inseparable comrades. It doesn't matter if it's a lie or not, as long as you can pass. Good knocked his head. Generally speaking, the smarter a person is, the harder it is to lie to himself. You should be able to do it easily. Come on, Finkin said indignantly. You've only succeeded once. Look at how proud you are. Let's make a bet. In the next group, I can succeed 3, no, 5 times. Then I'll take care of your laundry this week. Even underwear counts? Stop arguing, Heinz interrupted. What I want to know is, can you really become an air knight by practicing on the ground? The two of them were speechless. This was a question that all the trainees were wondering about. walking on a bridge, rolling wheels, and identifying the direction of the wind. It was more like a sideshow than training soldiers. Her Royal Highness did not teach them personally. Instead, she taught the skills to the backbone of the First Army and let them lead the classes. In addition, the training was very tough. Not only did they practice from morning to night, but they also had to attend intensive classes at night to learn how to read and write. If not for Her Royal Highness Tilly's promise, most of them would probably doubt the authenticity of the announcement. However, the instructor was so strict that no one dared to bring it up. Who knows? After a while, Finkin shrugged. At least the food here is good. We can eat meat every day and have extra meals on weekends. I don't think Her Royal Highness would lie to us, Good said thoughtfully. Good said thoughtfully, didn't we get a bag of books the other day? My sister told me that there was a book called Flight Principles. It was written by Her Royal Highness. Maybe we'll know the meaning of these exercises when we master how to read and write. You're quite optimistic, Finkin said with a grin. If I didn't look on the bright side, I would have died on the road to exile. Well, it's time for a break. At this moment, Eagleface's voice instantly drowned out everyone's whispers. Line up and practice in the same order as before. Yes. Everyone said weakly. However, an accident happened. The door of the training room was suddenly pushed open. A man in a military uniform walked in and whispered something in Eagleface's ear. Eagleface nodded, saluted, and then turned to look at the trainees. Congratulations, the follow-up training is cancelled. You can continue to rest. Finkin and Heinz breathed a sigh of relief, but Good held his breath. He clearly saw an ambiguous smile on Eagleface. There was sarcasm, ridicule, and schadenfreude in it? But not here, Eagleface said. Don't think that I don't know what you're complaining about in private. Unfortunately, with your poor brains, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. But you're in luck. Now there's a chance for you to witness the true meaning of the term empty night. The true meaning of empty night? Good suddenly felt his heart beating faster. They left the training room and headed south along the cement road. There were brand new red brick houses everywhere on the road. Some had just been built, and some were still under construction. According to Finkin, a year ago, this place was just a wasteland near the sea with nothing but a few lonely tree trunks. But now, the construction team had turned this place into a city within a city. It was surrounded by walls. Although not high, they were high enough to separate this place from the outside world. The warning signs painted on the walls read, "No climbing over, violators will be shot," which discouraged those who wanted to sneak in and out. Inside the walls, there were dormitories, canteens, sports fields, training rooms, classrooms, and so on. And there were more than one. It took Good a day to figure out the meaning of these strange words. In short, they could eat, dress, live, and study inside the walls. This was probably what the instructor meant by closed management. Last but not least, this place was extremely large. He had been here for several weeks, but he had not seen the corner of the walls. Of course, this also had to do with the limited range of activities for students. Without special permission, they could only travel between the dormitory and the sports field. All of this had happened in the span of a year. Good, who had just moved to the western region in the winter, had never felt it directly, although he had often heard people mention that Neverwinter was famous for its amazing construction speed. It was not until he entered this city within a city that he understood what it meant to be fast. The southern end of the sports field, which had been empty a week ago, was now filled with red bungalows. In other cities, this efficiency could be described as unimaginable. After passing through the wall of the sports field, the team began to talk. This was a place that they were forbidden to enter. Today, they could finally see the whole picture of this place. It was an extremely open and flat land. There was no obstruction as far as their eyes could see. The blue sky and clouds occupied most of their vision, and a little further was the boundless swirling sea. The slightly chilly sea breeze blew against Good's face, making him feel refreshed. He had to admit that when he was used to seeing the red brick houses in front of him, he suddenly felt that the whole world had expanded when he saw this scene. Strange. I thought there would be something extraordinary here, Heinz murmured. Isn't it just an empty space? Yes, it was an open space. Apart from a few blackstone roads that were wider than the main streets of Neverwinter, there were no other conspicuous buildings. The fact that it was designated as a restricted area was really confusing. Maybe they're worried that the scenery here is too beautiful, and they're afraid that we'll lose our footing and fall into the sea. Finkin grinned. But I think that if the classroom is moved here, I'll be at least 30% more enthusiastic about studying. Are you saying that 0 times 3 is still 0? Someone beside him mocked. Hey, are you challenging me? Finkin glared at him. How about we compare our scores? Let's not talk about this. Look over there. Good raised his eyebrows. Someone has already arrived. It's another class. Heinz's words made the whole team quiet down. Although they had never had direct contact with him, they had heard from their instructors how excellent he was. He had said that he completed all the exercises in one day, asked for extra training at night, vomited but still could not get off the swivel chair. In short, he was determined and hardworking, while they were like a bunch of fools who had wasted their talent and were inferior to him in everything. This made them subconsciously regard him as an enemy. Raise your heads. Don't look away. You'll lose if you do. Everyone cheered him on. The expressions of those people weren't any better. Seeing them coming, the students who had arrived first stared at them coldly with a straight face. They did not have the self-awareness of being excellent students at all. The tense confrontation did not end until the two teams separated. All right, let's just wait here. Eagle Face led everyone to the Blackstone Road and stopped. But remember, no matter what you see, don't leave your position. His Majesty the King and Princess Tilly will both be present. Any reckless actions will be seen as dangerous. You should be very clear about the consequences. Will the king also come? No, he should be here already. Good noticed that the shed on one side of the open space was surrounded by soldiers and policemen of the First Army. Apparently, only the King of Grey Castle could command the two departments to come out and protect him. It seems that the aerial knight is really extraordinary. Good could not help but look forward to the next development. As for Eagle Face's last meaningful sneer, he forgot about it for a moment. Inside the hangar, it was a different scene. The first large glider, the Seagull, had completed all the preparations and was ready to set off. This was also the first manned glider that Tilly had officially built after she mastered all the operating procedures of the experimental glider. Compared to the simple frame and thin wings exposed during the test flight, it not only had a larger body and wider wings, but it also wrapped the frame with a skin and added auxiliary equipment such as portholes, seats, and a rear-opening airtight door that was easy to ride on. All in all, the Seagull finally looked like a complete plane. Most of the gliders that had appeared in history were used to supplement the shortage of transport aircraft. Basically, it was common to save as much as possible, so the wooden frame and canvas skin were common. After all, a hole in the frame would not affect the flight. Compared with its crude predecessors, the Seagull was built on the other extreme. Aluminum alloy and high-strength steel were only the foundation. Every large part could be cut in one piece without bolts or welding. Non-structural components were densely covered with small holes to reduce the weight as much as possible. The magic coating could ensure that air would not leak when there was a large air pressure difference between the inside and the outside. The bottom of the belly was also equipped with landing armor. As long as it did not lose its balance and roll over, even if it crashed, it would be safe. After all, it was carrying witches. As the only model that would be produced, safety was not an exaggeration. Then, I'm boarding. Anna gently kissed Roland's cheek. See you tomorrow. Be careful. Don't force yourself, Roland said seriously. If you encounter demons, remember to protect yourself first. She smiled and said, I know. You've said it dozens of times. Please rest assured. I'll protect her, Phyllis, the god's punishment witch, said solemnly. After a while, Roland let go of Anna's hand and nodded slowly. Go. I'll wait here for you. After the railway was built to the turning point, the First Army first opened up a piece of flat land on the edge of the forest as an airport. The distance of more than 500 kilometers made it impossible for any means of transportation other than Maggie to arrive in one day. Therefore, the importance of the glider was highlighted. After everyone boarded the plane, Tilly walked up to Roland and asked, "What's wrong? Are you still worried? You can tell? It's only been a day, but everything you've said sounds like a farewell. It would be strange if I couldn't tell." Tilly shrugged and said, "Are you doubting my skills or Anna's ability?" Faced with this dilemma, Roland could only smile bitterly for a moment. The structure of Seagull was extremely simple. Apart from a few operating rods and corresponding steering surfaces, it was basically a container for people. It was not much more complicated than the prototype. With Anna's processing skills, it was difficult to even think of a problem. After it was built, it had also conducted a few test flights and simulated an emergency landing. The results were very satisfactory, not to mention Tilly's extremely strong control skills. Bendy had also made great progress in the run-in. She could always find the right airflow to keep the plane stable at all times. And for the safety of this long-distance flight, Xavi and Molly were also brought along. It could be said that it was foolproof. But even so, he still felt nervous. Half of the elite witches in Neverwinter were gathered on a brand new aircraft and were going alone to the hinterland of the barbarian land 500 kilometers away. This was enough reason for him to worry. If not for the fact that he still had a lot of work to do in Neverwinter, he even wanted to take Seagull with them. After exhaling softly, he looked at Tilly and said, "I think it has nothing to do with suspicion. It's just that you care too much. I hope that all of you can live safely to the new era after the end of the divine will." After the two of them looked at each other for a moment, Tilly turned her head away and said, "I know, I'm just joking. If it were me, I would also feel uneasy." Before Roland could react, she had already turned around and stepped onto the gangway. "Then I'm off, brother." After the cabin door closed, a guard walked over and said, "Your Majesty, everything is ready outside." Roland took a deep breath and replied in a low voice, "Let's begin." "Yes." As the command was given, the procedures began to run in an orderly manner. "The limiter has been activated. The road is cleared. All personnel leave the runway. Open the door." When the door of the hangar slowly slid open to both sides, the dazzling sunlight shone into the room, projecting a path of light on the ground. The guide raised the green flag. "Seagull, ready to take off." At the same time, the siren resounded throughout the airport. Roland felt the wind rising. It was a wonderful feeling. He was standing in a position where there should be absolutely no wind, but he could still feel the gentle breeze brushing his cheeks. It was unfair to compare the Seagull to its peers as a pure glider. What the latter had been trying so hard to obtain, the Seagull had from the very beginning. The airflow defied common sense and appeared precisely behind the wing surface. The breeze pushed the raised ailerons like an invisible hand. This kind of power seemed insignificant, but Roland knew that it was the result of Bendy's deliberate control. The remaining wind that dissipated was gentle, but within the range of a few fingers from the wing surface, it was a strong wind that could make it difficult for people to move even an inch. In other words, within the area affected by Bendy's ability, the direction and speed of the wind were all controlled by her. This also meant that the Seagull did not need to rely on its wings to maintain flight. It could also perform actions that would leave other gliders dumbfounded. For example, it seemed to be a short vertical takeoff and landing. Speed was only in exchange for greater lift. If it could directly obtain lift, speed would naturally not be an indispensable factor. Of course, such a light flight might be a shocking feat in the eyes of an expert, but in the eyes of a layman, it was obviously lacking. What could be more shocking than a huge thing that weighed several tons whizzing past one's head and then slowly climbing up until it disappeared into the clouds? Thinking of Tilly's expression when she excitedly proposed this idea, Roland could not help but shake his head in amusement. It seemed that she had completely treated the Seagull as her big toy and could not wait to show it off to others. Woo, woo, as the steam whistle sounded, Good also noticed the strange scene at the end of the Blackstone Road. The soldiers dispersed, and the iron door of the shed opened. A strange-looking gray giant bird slowly glided out, turned a small half-circle, and drove onto the road where they were. "Hey, look, what's that?" Clearly, he was not the only one who had discovered the giant creature. "A train? It doesn't look like it. There are no tracks on the ground." It's probably a new machine invented by Her Majesty? Could it be the one that Sir Eagle Face was talking about? It seems to be coming towards us. Wait, he seemed to have seen this thing somewhere before. Good pondered for a while, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Wasn't there a similar cover image in the books that Princess Tilly had given him? It looked like a bird, but it was not. The slender and symmetrical wings indeed looked somewhat similar to the seagull. But after thinking for a while, he felt that the two did not match at all. Not to mention the difference in appearance and the number of wings. From the cover, he could at least see the pilot, and he could roughly understand why the thing in the picture seemed to be floating in the air. After all, a skeleton not much bigger than a human supporting a pair of huge wings, in a sense, it was like a magnified kite. Although he knew that the thing that the king and princess valued would not be so simple, it was still reasonable to think it through. But the thing in front of him was completely the type that could not be understood. Comparing it to the surrounding soldiers, it could be seen that it was far larger than the former. Other than its wings, its entire body was round, and its whole body was wrapped tightly. Its slender belly seemed to be able to stuff a lot of things. According to this size, not to mention flying, it should even be difficult to crawl on the ground, but the next moment, Good realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. The other party began to accelerate. And it soon surpassed the speed of a horse, and it did not seem to have the slightest intention of stopping. The team, which had been discussing fervently at first, unknowingly quieted down. Everyone could hear the rumbling sound coming from afar. My God! Finkin swallowed. It's going to hit us. This was also the common feeling of most of the preparatory trainees. Logically speaking, as long as they stood still, the two would not really hit each other. But even so, their bodies seemed to be trembling uncontrollably. Not everyone could remain calm in the face of a giant beast that could trample them into meat paste with one foot. And this was such a giant beast, they were not even as tall as the other party's wheels. As it got closer, the whistling sound of the wind was almost like a roar, and there was a slight tremor on the ground. It was said that when the knight charged, the sound of the horse's hooves alone could make the enemy collapse. But compared to the monster that was pressing down on him like a mountain, Good found that the knight was nothing. He suddenly remembered the indecipherable sneer of Eagle Face. Instructor. Had he already experienced it? Before he could think about it, a gust of wind swept past. In a short period of time, it had covered a distance of hundreds of meters, running straight through the crowd on both sides. Under the impact of the airflow, Good finally could not control his feet. His knees gave way and he fell to the ground. Perhaps he had subconsciously dodged before the gust arrived. He did not bother to get up, but turned his head to look behind him. And the next scene made him even more dumbfounded. He saw the giant beast raise its head, its feet left the ground, and suddenly soar into the sky, flying toward the blue sky. The sun shone on its wings, forming a colorful circle of dazzling light spots. Is this the aerial knight? Good could not help but clench his fists. Roland did not look away until the seagull had completely disappeared into the sky. Sometimes I think it's better to build a frontline headquarters, he whispered. Staying in a place where everyone can see it can boost morale and also be considered to have personally participated in the battle of divine will. In the future, when historians record it, it'll be a little more to brag about. Do you still care about that? A reply came from the void. Besides, before being recorded in history, you have to endure Vendy and Scroll's incessant chatter until you admit your mistake and change your mind. I've experienced it before, and it's definitely not something an ordinary person can endure. It's better not to give them more trouble. Roland could not help but laugh. That's true. The battle with the demons was likely to last for months or even years. He had to work hard to adapt to this new normal. Thinking of this, he looked at the guards in the distance. Summon everyone. I'm going to the third border city. The latter immediately saluted and said, Yes, Your Majesty. I'll inform the guards right away. According to Xianxia's report, there was new progress in the research of the rubber worms. It was time to test the results. Let's go. He nodded to his side and then walked toward the exit of the airport. After confirming that the secretions of the rubber worms had important uses, the tequila witches not only opened up a series of new caves for them, but also took on the role of keepers in their spare time. After all, it was not easy to find ordinary people who could face the devouring worms calmly and talk cheerfully in the worm caves. In addition, long-term work in the underground could easily lead to psychological instability. The breeding part was now completely taken over by the tequila witches, and the workers were only responsible for the loading and processing of the rubber. It could be said that this was another miscalculation by Roland. He underestimated the tolerance of people in a claustrophobic environment. The rubber worms hated sunlight, liked humidity, and would move according to sound. Even if they were not aggressive, the rustling sound from time to time was enough to weaken people's spirit. He was also unable to provide lighting and communication equipment for every worker, formulate detailed shift rules, and come up with a set of psychological comfort guidance. It was not that it was impossible, but that the cost-performance ratio was too low. There were a lot of factories outside that needed manpower, and he could just pull them in and use them. There was no need to waste time on bewitching them. Therefore, he simply transferred the ordinary people to the more relaxed follow-up process. Prius Dessau, the knight of chickens and ducks, did not stay idle either. He used his free time to write breeding manuals and guide the production of chickens. He also played a significant role in the rapid growth of related products in Neverwinter. The expanded breeding scale provided more samples for the glue test. It was because of this basic research that Roland had the conditions for the Minister of Chemical Industry to intervene and carry out the next step of the plan. After entering the underground, Pasha came forward and said, "Welcome, Your Majesty. Your people are now in the rubber worm lab. Do you need me to inform them?" "No, you can take me there," Roland said with a smile. "By the way, I heard that Celine has built a new farm, which is bigger than the previous ones combined." "Yes, it's opposite the lab." Pasha nodded her main tentacle. "It not only uses the latest research results of the Quest Society, but also uses ideas from the dream world. Do you want to visit it?" "Oh?" He suddenly became interested. "Of course. Then please come with me." After passing through a long passage, Pasha took Roland to a large cave. The entrance of the cave was equipped with iron bars, apparently to prevent the insects from escaping. Entering the cave from a small door on the side, he could not help but be slightly stunned. The environment in the cave was completely designed according to the Snow Mountain ruins, with luminous plants, water plants, and giant mushrooms. However, the three had obviously been adjusted reasonably. The plants were arranged along the edge of the stone wall and the flowing water, just like new street lights. As the main food of the insects, mushrooms were obviously the most abundant species. The huge mushroom umbrellas almost covered the ground tightly. Countless insects swarmed inside, and under the dim fluorescent light, only groups of white wriggling bodies could be seen. They happily gnawed on the mushrooms, and the dense crunching sound reminded Roland of the silkworms he raised when he was a child. But what surprised him more was the size of the cave. Judging from the endless luminous plants, it was probably even bigger than the main hall of the third border city. He had thought that the new farm was just a combination of several old caves, but now it seemed that it was not the case. The orderly blue light spots and the straight water system made him feel a little like a large factory. "This is just the edge of the impassable mountain range, and the height of the surface of Neverwinter is the same," Pasha took the initiative to introduce. "If we open the cave from the south, it is only a kilometer away from the Kingdom Main Street." Didn't this mean that the new farm was only separated from Neverwinter by a wall? If he remembered correctly, he estimated the distance they had moved just now to be no more than 2 kilometers away from the main city, and the outside of the stone wall should be the temporary residential area for the immigrants. "To facilitate the transportation of mucus?" Roland asked thoughtfully. "Exactly." Pasha raised her main tentacle. "Your Majesty, please look at the south end." He looked in the direction Pasha was pointing and saw a deep horizontal ditch under the wall, as if it was specially left for the rubber worms to escape. "What's that?" "Material retrieving area." Pasha explained. Celine made use of the insect's ability to attract sound to cut a narrower and narrower passage in the wall. As long as a specific chirp was made at the other end, they would drill into the passage and move toward the source of the sound. But limited by the width of the passage, they could only poke out half of their heads at most, and their bodies would be stuck in the passage. "And then?" Nightingale, who had been listening on the side, could not help but ask. Next, we'll activate the magic core at the end of the passage, Pasha continued. It has been adjusted to the sharp blade mode. The cyclone is generally used to defend against enemies in narrow passages. The core will emit a beam of magic light, which will fill the entire passage and tear up any obstacles in front of it. The horizontal passage is the path that the magic light will pass through. The worms will be divided into two, and the mucus in their bellies will gather along the drainage groove in the horizontal ditch. In this way, we don't need to kill them one by one, and we can get a lot of mucus at once. She paused for a moment. The reason why we reserved a distance of 1 kilometer is for the gatherers. According to Celine's idea, ordinary workers could enter the material retrieving area from the outside of the mountain, but they would not see anything except the ditch and the pool with the mucus flowing. This way, it would be convenient to collect, and it would not easily cause panic. Roland was speechless for a moment. He had nothing to add. This plan was very mature with the current technology, and it took into account the whole process from breeding to harvesting. If a rubber factory was built outside the mountain, the production and processing would be covered. Especially this kind of modern, flowing line of slaughter, which was worthy of the concept learned from the dream world. However, was it a bit overkill to use the precious magic core and Celine's lifelong research as a crude butcher's knife? Even if you can't find the chosen one and activate the instrument of divine retribution, you don't have to give up like this. No, Roland suddenly found a problem. How many rubber worms can this farm hold? It is estimated to be about 100,000, but given their breeding speed, it will take about a year to fill up this new farm. What about the corpses after the mucus is collected? He asked. Where are you going to transport them? This was not a small problem. Roland had seen in a documentary that a modern chicken farm produced hundreds of tons of chicken manure every day. A little careless handling would cause serious soil and water pollution. Once the scale was enlarged, any small detail could cause great trouble. God's punishment witches could carry the corpses now, but if the worms multiplied to more than 10,000, it would be easy to kill them, but not so easy to clean up. If the corpses could not be disposed of in time, they would definitely cause a catastrophic impact. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Pasha chuckled. Fran and the others don't refuse anyone. In fact, the consumption of the 3 worm carriers to dig with all their strength was a bit shocking. Gurgle, after understanding the meaning of this sentence, Nightingale made a sound like her stomach was moving. Okay. Now Roland finally understood why there was a small door at the entrance, but there was a superfluous reason to install a large fence. After visiting the farm, Roland went to the rubber worm laboratory. The 30-square-meter room looked like an ancient wizard's alchemy room. There was a row of rubber buckets filled with mucus on the wall, and the solidified milky white glue was everywhere. A large pot was full of burnt rubber blocks, giving off an unpleasant smell. Only God knew what they had put into it. The long-handled ladles, buckets, and stirrers used in the experiment enhanced the smell. If they had added a few toads and bats, it would have been a perfect restoration. Your Majesty, Kalsichi nodded to show his respect. I think I've found what you wanted. Roland noticed his pale face and the gauze wrapped around his fingers. Are you hurt? It's just a small problem. It doesn't matter. He waved his hand and handed over a glass of light red mucus. Your Majesty, please have a look. Kyle turned the glass upside down, but the liquid did not spill out. Instead, it slowly wriggled along the wall and formed a soft hemispherical mass at the mouth of the glass. Roland's eyes lit up. He reached out to catch the jelly-like mass, but was stopped by the chief alchemist. No, Your Majesty. He took back the glass. This thing is corrosive. I remember that rubber worm mucus should be non-toxic and harmless, Roland said, raising his eyebrows. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used to make food bags and straws. But after mixing it with blood, it did change its nature. Blood? Roland was slightly stunned and could not help but look at his fingers. Was the wound on your hand for the experiment? Of course not, it was just an accident, Kyle said while stroking his beard. Even if I was crazy, I wouldn't go so far as to use myself as an experiment. The path of chemistry is so long, and I still hope to go further. After listening to Kyle's explanation, Roland finally understood the process of the discovery of the new colloid. The solidification of rubber worm mucus came from the mixture of glandular secretions, and according to the difference in the ratio of the two, biological rubber with different hardness could be formed. But they were not mobile, and once consolidated, they could not be changed. At first, according to his experience in chemical experiments, Kyle added various elements or acid and alkali liquids in groups, but he could not change the final result. After that, he further expanded the selection of materials, from complex inorganic salts to organic substances, to observe the effect. Although many interesting special colloids were found in the process, he still could not get the new gel that Roland wanted. Until an accident happened. When he cut the waste rubber strip, he accidentally cut his finger, and the dripping blood contaminated a cup of experimental sample. The cup suddenly emitted a large amount of white gas, melting the birdbeak mushroom into a pool of yellow liquid. The solution had also turned into a semicoagulated gelatinous substance. Its biggest feature is that it can retain the characteristics of the mixed materials. Kyle threw the gel into the furnace, and it immediately emitted a bright light. The flame also rose several feet high, unlike the rubber block from before, which slowly turned black and finally turned into a pile of powder. I only added a spoonful of grease. Burning it alone might not be able to achieve such an effect, but I can say that it's better than what you requested. Although the old alchemist sounded tired, his tone was filled with excitement. Looking at the exuberant flames, Kyle's eyes also seemed to have a group of flames burning. He had already imagined the scene of this gel being used in large quantities in his mind. Napalm was what Roland was trying to make. It was originally made from gasoline and special thickeners. Compared to the liquid fuel that had an extremely low flash point, was flammable and explosive, and was difficult to adhere to, not only was it much safer to use, but it was also more lethal. When ignited with explosives, it could instantly create a large area of burning. Not only would it be very difficult to get rid of it, but at the same time, the blazing fire would also accelerate the consumption of oxygen, causing people to suffocate to death. When he saw that the slime of the rubber worm had a similar solidifying property, he began to think about it. If he could completely fuse the slime with the kindling and make it burn, he could get a simple but brutal weapon. After all, the red mist was afraid of fire. During the tequila era, the most troublesome thing for the Union were the outposts that had already been built. The red mist covering a small area made the blessed army helpless. They could only rely on the witches who had the ability to isolate or clear the mist to lead them forward slowly, and the task of dismantling the mist storage towers fell to the common army. Often, after a battle, the blessed army would pay a great price because they could not move flexibly, and the common people would never return. It was under such a cruel trade-off that every outpost built by the demons could weaken the power of the Union until the latter could no longer stop the actions of the demons and was finally dragged down by the demons from all directions. If they could have the ability to set fire at will, the threat of the enemy outposts would be greatly reduced, and the red mist that the demons relied on for survival would become a noose around their necks. It was probably because of the deep impression of the defeat that Pasha and the witches were so concerned about the rubber worms, especially Althea. At first, she was quite critical of the unknown insects raised in the third border city, but after Roland explained the idea of solid fuel weapons to her, her attitude changed completely, and even her tone when she mentioned the worms was different. Now, Roland did not have to fight the demons at close range. Before all the moving targets disappeared, he would not let the First Army leave the range of the artillery. Therefore, the incendiary bombs were more of an auxiliary attack method, a product of the "don't put all your eggs in one basket" mentality. Without them, the entire strategic plan would not be affected, and with them, they could save some gunpowder and reduce the production pressure of the chemical plant. Under this premise, it was naturally good that Xianxia could find something, but the problem was. Blood is not a material that is easy to obtain. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty," the alchemist replied. "It doesn't have to be human blood. The blood of cattle, sheep, and other animals can also change its nature. I've tested this. The only condition is that it must be released just now." This made Roland feel a lot more relieved, but then came the second question. Why blood? This. Kyle was speechless for a moment. "I think it may have something to do with the worms themselves," Pasha continued. "Although it is no longer controlled by the multi-eyed monster, its instinct is still there, which is to capture and store prey. I'm afraid fresh blood is one of the conditions. This speculation is quite reasonable, he thought. Obviously, the multi-eyed monster doesn't want food, so storing it in its original form or in a gelatinous state may not make much difference to it. Then start the weapon test as soon as possible, Roland ordered. Since we have the ideal raw material, the next step should not take much time. You can leave the rest to the colleagues in King City. After all, as you said, the path of chemistry is very long, and it is right to pay attention to rest. Yes, Your Majesty, Kyle said with his hand on his chest. I have another idea. Pasha suddenly said. What is it? Roland looked at her. Maybe we can take a special audience with us during the weapon test. She leisurely swayed her main tentacles and said. Roland immediately realized who Pasha was referring to. Is that guy still alive? Since he did not take advantage of the chaotic period of soul fusion to get more information, he did not expect to pry open the mouth of the senior demon. Now that it had fallen into the hands of the tequila witches, it could either choose to commit suicide or be tortured to death by its enemies. He thought that it had already become a ghost. It didn't go on a hunger strike. As long as you send it food, it will eat it up, Pasha said concisely. This showed that it did not want to die at all. He did not surrender, nor did he confess. It was waiting for the moment when the human race completely failed and it regained its freedom. No matter how slim the hope was, it was still holding on. Was it because it felt that it was not worth dying in the hands of the worms? Grey Castle, the Old King City, the Grand Theatre in the inner city. Warm applause came from outside the study, signifying the end of another outstanding performance. Cajun Fells had also come to an end. He took off his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. Then he closed the script and put it back in the cabinet beside the table. The title on the spine was The Wolf Princess. Also in the cabinet were The Witch Story, New City, Dawn, and so on. These were the farewell gifts that May had given him before he left Neverwinter. Although many people in the troupe thought it was a blatant mockery, he accepted all of them and read them several times when he returned to the theater. It was not because the script itself was brilliant, the creator was undoubtedly a newbie, and the arrangement of the scenes was very straightforward, basically at the beginner stage of explaining the story clearly. It was because if he did not do this, there was nothing else he could do. Cajun found that he had lost the desire to write. Whenever he picked up the pen, the scene in the magic movie would appear in his mind. In the past, this stage should have belonged to the Grand Theatre. He could not imagine the positions of the actors and the placement of the scenery. It was like how he could not be satisfied with the sweetness of dew after tasting honey. In the magic movie, the whole world became a stage for the performance. There was no gap between the audience and the actors. This shocking scene opened a new door for him, but he was soon shut out. Cajun could not turn back even if he only took a glance at the stage. To be precise, it was not that he did not want to write anymore, but he could not help thinking about the magic movie. For example, the close-up of the prince's smile when he first met the princess, the bleak background when they parted. All these thoughts kept surging in his mind. The magic movie had given him many things he wanted to try, but none of them was related to the story of the theater. It was this contradiction that made Cajun Fells very uncomfortable. Only when he read through the script could he temporarily forget these worries. However, he also knew that this could only alleviate his anxiety. May was not willing to tell him, and the administrative office did not reply to him. This meant that Neverwinter had completely shut the door to him. He knew that he would have to suffer until he found a new channel to understand the magic movie. At this moment, a maid knocked on the door. "Master, there are a few letters for you." Cajun closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "Leave it outside. I'll look at it later." After the play, Rentgen, Egripo, and the others would usually come to the study to discuss their thoughts and questions about the performance. He planned to recover some energy before that. "But, there is a letter with the mark of Greycastle's royal family on it. You told me that if it's a letter from Neverwinter, I must hand it to." Before the maid could finish, Cajun opened the door. "Where is the letter?" Startled, the latter hurriedly handed over a stack of letters and watched as the dramatist picked the letter from the royal family and stuffed all the other letters back to him. Then the door was shut. Cajun went back to the desk and broke the wax seal eagerly. It was a letter from King Wimbledon to him. Did the king finally know that Cajun's troupe had come to Neverwinter and wanted to present a play for the coronation? If he could get in touch with the king of Grey Castle, wouldn't he be able to find the magic movie? Cajun suppressed his excitement, unfolded the letter and began to read. "How many roses did you get today?" Agrippa asked jokingly on the way to the study. "About 10. I didn't count them." Rankin shrugged. "Anyway, fewer than before. Although I don't care." If those admirers were to hear this, I'm afraid their hearts would shatter into two. Agrippa laughed. "It's inevitable that the number of people will decrease. His Majesty sent half of the nobles to the mines and this place became the old king's city. Naturally, fewer people will come to watch the play. But as long as the city is still there, everything will gradually return to how it was before." "I think it's good enough that there are still people sending flowers," Benny said, twitching her mouth. "There used to be 6 troops, but now there are only 3 left. I hope we won't become the next one." Rankin's expression also became a little emotional. "Yes, that war really changed a lot. Ahem, ladies, we also have to see the benefits." Agrippa coughed twice. "Wasn't the rapid expansion of Cajun's troop because they recruited people from the 3 troops? We can't control the succession of the throne, but it has happened so many times in history. Everyone is still alive, isn't it? Anyway, cheer up. Teacher is still waiting for us. Don't let him see us being discouraged." At the mention of Cajun Fells, everyone nodded involuntarily. Teacher Cajun seemed to have aged a few years since he came back from Neverwinter. It was all May's fault. She refused to reveal the origin of the magic movie and even used the possibility that it might be related to the secret. Since things had come to this, they naturally had to work harder. "Teacher, sorry to disturb." Agrippa walked to the study and pushed open the door. He was slightly stunned. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be a little strange. Cajun was not sitting on the soft couch waiting for them as he usually did. Instead, he was standing in front of the table in a daze. After a long while, he looked at them and said, "Come in." "Teacher, what happened?" Bernice also noticed that Cajun was acting strange. "There's a letter from Neverwinter. It's from His Majesty." Cajun picked up the letter from the table and handed it to everyone. "Take a look. Is this okay?" "It's okay." Agrippa took the letter after getting a nod. The others immediately gathered around him. Looking at their expectant faces, Cajun sighed inwardly. Obviously, they were thinking the same thing as he was when he read the letter. Someone had secretly obstructed the transmission of the news, causing the troop to return to the old king's city without accomplishing anything. Now that His Majesty had found out, the person who had obstructed them would be in trouble. He had guessed the beginning correctly, but not the ending. His Majesty had indeed satisfied his curiosity. In the letter, he had briefly explained the principle of the magic movie. The key to the magic movie was an instrument created and activated by witches, which could record the scene of an incident. However, witches alone were not enough. It had to use some ancient relics. These things were extremely rare and could only be found by chance. As a result, the instrument was also extremely rare. It was a priceless and rare item. Cajun wrote straightforwardly, "It's the eve of a dangerous war. All the resources of the territories must be prioritized for the survival of Grey Castle, and the magic movie is no exception. I believe you've seen the shock it brings. It plays an extremely important role in spreading ideas and awareness. It's a pity that it can't be used in plays that have nothing to do with national policy. But this situation won't last forever. When the kingdom ushers in true peace, the magic movie will eventually become a new form of drama that everyone can film. By then, I believe that you and your troupe will be able to produce excellent works." If that was the case, they could only feel helpless. Unfortunately, His Majesty did not think so. He had received the notice from the administrative office from the very beginning, and the person who had rejected the new script was none other than Roland Wimbledon himself. That was the biggest blow to Cajun. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking to present a gift for the king's ascension to the throne. In fact, Cajun did not take the preparation of Cajun's troop seriously at all. If the king did not like their new play, the promise of producing excellent works in the letter would be nothing more than a cliché. After reading the letter, everyone fell into a strange silence. After a while, Bennis muttered unwillingly, "I knew I shouldn't have expected Prince Roland to bless me. Thinking about the places he frequented in the king's city and the rumors about him, I thought the ascension would make him." Shoo, Agrippo pulled Roland's arm. "Be careful with what you say. All the nobles here are His Majesty's supporters. Even if they're not, they'll pretend to be. If they hear you say that, you'll be in trouble." Rantgen sighed and said, "I guess we'll never set foot in the new king's city again." "That's not bad. We're quite popular here, aren't we?" Agrippo comforted her. "Cajun troop can be regarded as a first-class troop anywhere except Neverwinter. It won't be a problem for us to make a living. The magic movie will come to the old king's city sooner or later," Cajun suddenly said. "I've been reading May's plays over and over again these days and found that they all have one thing in common, which is that the audience is subtly influenced by a fictional background, and that background is the future planned by His Majesty. Since it's a tool to spread the king's ideas and will, how can it only be shown in Neverwinter? By then, will you still be so confident in your plays?" Agrippa was stunned. We can go to other places, such as the Kingdom of Dawn. Teacher, as long as you ask, the theater there will be willing to let us stay there." Cajun shook his head and said, "I won't go to the Kingdom of Dawn." Then the dramatist looked up and said, "I want to go to Neverwinter again." "What? Teacher?" The three of them turned pale with fright. "It takes at least a month for the troupe to go back and forth to Neverwinter, and during this time, we'll barely have any income," Agrippo hurriedly tried to dissuade them. "It's fine for us, but I'm afraid that the newcomers and apprentices won't be able to make ends meet, which will affect the troupe's stability." Cajun, of course, knew this. It would be fine if the troupe had a fixed theater to perform in. Otherwise, they would have to prepare all the props and materials by themselves, which was not an easy job. However, what he meant was not what they thought he meant. "I won't take the troupe with me." This time, the apprentices were stunned for a longer time. Then, "What are you going to do?" "To compete for the magic movie," Cajun said slowly. Although His Majesty said that magic movies will become popular sooner or later, he didn't mention a specific time. 10 years or 20 years? In any case, I can't wait that long. Even if it's only 5 years, the Star Flower Troupe will reach an unprecedented height. By that time it'll be too late for us to catch up and start from scratch. The best time to catch up with a wave was right before it leaped out of the sea. The problem is that His Majesty already has the Star Flower Troupe." Bennis murmured. "In the beginning, Star Flower Troupe only consisted of star and flower." Cajun glanced at his disciples and said, "Plus, I haven't changed my mind. An outstanding performance must be honed behind the scenes to reach its best level. Since Star Flower can't handle the drama arranged by His Majesty alone, we might be able to solve it. If I can beat him in the theater, I might be able to get a chance to perform in the magic movie." "You're going to act in those plays?" Agrippo asked incredulously. "If I want to get one part, I have to give up the other." Cajun nodded. "But even if it's a play, it's not a reason to slack off." "I'll do my best." Cajun paused for a moment. "Of course, His Majesty may reject this request. In that case, I'll join the Star Flower Troupe in my own name. Do any of you want to come with me?" No one answered. Cajun did not know whether they were still in a daze or unwilling to leave the old king city. Maybe both of them. Cajun was not surprised. In fact, he was shocked when the idea popped up in his mind. Just as Agrippo had said, even if he went to the Kingdom of Dawn, he would be able to gain a high position with his reputation. It would not be an easy choice for him to give up on this. Moreover, he was old. His memory was not as good as before, and his legs were not flexible enough. What kind of roles could he play on the stage? Usually, he would play unimportant supporting roles. No matter how good he was, he would still be a joke in the eyes of others. It could be said that from the moment he became successful and moved from the front of the stage to behind the scenes, he never thought that he would make a comeback one day. Since His Majesty could not accept his script, and he could not write stories like New City and Dawn, then he could only give it a try as an actor. Was it too incredible, Cajun looked at his apprentice's expressions as if he could read their minds. Yes, it was indeed incredible. After making this decision, he felt a sense of relief that he had not felt for a long time. He was indeed old, but strangely, his heart seemed to have returned to more than 30 years ago, when he first went to the theater with his family and watched a play. At this moment, he could not suppress his excitement and impulses, which were almost exactly the same as when he was young. He had countless reasons to stop himself, but in the face of this possible opportunity, all his reasons were useless. Agripo has been with me for the longest time, and he knows how to run a troupe. When I'm not here, he'll temporarily manage it, Cajun said calmly. Recently, there are many talented newcomers in the troupe. Let them perform more. As long as the plays are rehearsed normally, there won't be any problems. Teacher. The three of them wanted to say something, but Cajun stopped them. He followed the voice of his youth. That voice was telling him. He wanted to act in the magic movie. In the city of Neverwinter, the western region of Grey Castle. As Roland had expected, the speed at which the napalm could be weaponized was astonishing after the right materials were found. In just 1 week, the Ministry of Chemical Industry had put the trial product in front of him. It was about 10 iron buckets with a diameter of 30 centimeters and a height of about 1 meter. There were detonating explosives in the center of the iron buckets and they were connected by wires. Your Majesty, this is the city-burning Skyfire Thunder I designed, Retnine said excitedly. It has 3 layers, namely, the special snow powder layer, the combustion-supporting layer, and the fuel layer. In order to make the fire spread more widely, the 3 layers are not simply wrapped. Instead, they are like inverted mushrooms. The snow powder fire will hit the combustion-supporting layer and the fuel layer like an erupting volcano. And Retnine, who used to be the chief alchemist of the alchemist workshop in King City, probably felt that it was not easy to get the opportunity to replace Xianxia. His many designs really made Roland's eyes light up. In addition to the directional ignition configuration and the combustion-supporting layer, Retnine also mentioned the idea of delayed detonation for the first time. Using the precise and controllable characteristics of electric detonators, multiple explosives could be detonated in sequence to reduce the impact on each other and increase the lethality. Roland had to admit that this group of people who stood at the top of the industry had extraordinary talents. For example, Retnine seemed to be particularly enthusiastic about the use of chemicals to make explosions. The only thing that made Roland doubt was Retnine's style and taste in naming. However, this was not a big problem. After all, he would be the only one who had the right to name them after they were officially equipped with the army. The test site was a flat valley in the impassable mountain range. Surrounded by mountains, there were few people around. It was difficult to enter the valley from the outside without using tunnels or airplanes. It could be said that this was a dangerous place in the mountains, and it was very suitable for doing things that needed to be hidden from others. It was not because the napalm weapon was mysterious, but because there were a few people in the audience. Ah. The air here is really good. I can smell the fragrance of flowers and soil. Celine crawled out of a crack in the rock stratum and shook her tentacles. It's been more than 200 years since I last saw the blue sky. Retnine shuddered. He looked at Roland with a panicked expression. Anyone who saw a giant blob monster emerging from the ground would feel fear. If this was a disaster movie, this kind of classic appearance would definitely be a mini-climax that would require a special soundtrack. Not to mention the inexplicable voices in his head. One could be considered a qualified officer of the administrative office if he was not frightened on the spot. That was also the reason why Roland chose to test the weapon in the valley. Don't worry. They used to be human beings, but they became like this because of the demons. He patted the alchemist on the shoulder. The voices you hear are their minds talking. If you want to talk to them, just say it or repeat it in your mind. Like this. He turned to Celine and said, with the mobility of the original carrier, it's not difficult to see the blue sky and clear water, right? As long as you don't get in the direct sunlight. That's because she always locks herself in the research room, Pasha said. The gods' punishment witches have been talking to me about what they've seen and heard in the dream world recently. There's a word you use to describe this phenomenon. It seems to be called otaku? Why do I remember there are two adjectives in front of this word? The last one to show up was Alka with the senior demon. Are you sure you want me to say it out loud? Okay. Roland raised his eyebrows at Retnine. What do you think? They're not that scary, are they? Why, you're right. The latter forced a smile. By the way, although they lost their human appearance, they gained an almost eternal life. At the same time, the new skin had extremely high resistance to heat and corrosion, which meant that it could directly touch most chemical reagents. The tentacles were numerous and sensitive, so there was no problem even if it was conducting multiple experiments. In other words, this body is the most suitable form for chemical research. How about it? Are you interested in learning more about it? Roland shrugged. Gulp. Retnin's throat moved. After a while, he replied awkwardly, I don't think so, Your Majesty. Although he said so, the way he looked at the senior witches of Tequila was not as evasive as he had been at the beginning. Instead, there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Roland shook his head with a smile and walked to the demon who was tied up tightly. Even though the other party had lost his legs, he still had all the restraining techniques he should have. After all, this body was still a divine punishment body. He squatted down to the same level as the other party. I remember your name is Kabu. Redhabi, right? Without the telepathic connection, the demon could not understand Roland's words even though he was occupying a human body. However, he still expressed his thoughts with his eyes. The undisguised hatred and hostility transcended the racial barrier. Even though they did not speak the same language, they could still understand each other. Roland continued indifferently, this is a fireworks show specially prepared for you. You've committed numerous crimes in the Land of Dawn and destroyed half of the human kingdom. Now it's our turn to avenge you. You can enjoy the show now. Then he nodded to Retnine. Get ready for the experiment. The alchemist glanced at the demon and replied loudly, I won't ask questions until His Majesty takes the initiative to explain. Yes. Your Majesty. After everything was ready, everyone entered the bunker tunnel, leaving the demon alone against the mountain wall. Countdown to ignition. 10, 9. 1, detonate. A guard in charge of operation turned the hand crank detonator. In an instant, a ball of red flame rose in the center of the valley. Unlike the demonstration of high-yield explosives in the previous artillery exercise, the flame this time was not bright and even looked a little dim. The flame was surrounded by a large amount of black smoke, which looked heavy and thick. Both the sound and the degree of shock were far less than the earth-shattering explosion. But soon, everyone felt the uniqueness of the new weapon. Through the observation hole, they clearly saw that the black smoke did not disperse quickly. Instead, it rose slowly like an opaque curtain. It was not so much a cloud of smoke, but more like flaming magma. The scorching airflow pushed the fuel high into the air and scattered it like an open umbrella. When the umbrella was fully opened, the flashing red light did not disappear. Instead, it became brighter and quickly turned the falling fuel into flowing flames. Roland knew that it was the effect of the aluminum powder and iron oxide in the combustion-supporting layer being ignited. The heat released by this reaction seemed to bring about a second continuous explosion. The whole process took a few seconds. The rain of fire splashed in all directions, and the places that came into contact with it immediately ignited a new fire. Even though he had left enough of a safe distance, he could still feel the bursts of hot wind blowing on his face. Under the effect of gravity, the black smoke and the flames finally completely separated. The former dissipated in the sky, while the latter completely dominated the earth. There used to be a forest and a stream in the center of the valley, but now there was only a crackling sea of fire. As for the experimental animals, Roland felt that it was no longer necessary to check them. On the other side of the tunnel, Elsa could not help but curl up her main tentacle. If only there were such weapons in the Tequila era, because the red mist was afraid of fire, the demon's outpost was always surrounded by barren land. It was impossible to disperse the red mist with just a few piles of firewood. Even if the witches found a way to create a high-temperature fire source, it would be difficult to do anything without magic power. But this weapon gave her hope of quickly eradicating the outpost. As long as she could transport it in, she could open a path for the follow-up army. And her comrades did not have to die helplessly under the attack of the demons and the red mist in order to buy time for the mortal army. She seemed to see the mist storage tower covered in flowing fire burning until it turned into a dazzling pillar of fire. The mind communication that only belonged to the original carriers passed quickly in the minds of the three senior witches. They did not even need to speak to understand each other's thoughts and emotions. Amidst their conversation, Urcha quietly shifted his gaze to the mortal man and sighed to himself. It was such a pity that he wasn't born 400 years ago. The fire lasted for nearly 4 hours before it gradually subsided. There was only a piece of scorched earth left in the valley, and there was nothing left to burn. Roland walked out of the tunnel and felt that it had suddenly changed from early spring to midsummer. A large amount of hot air had accumulated here, turning the valley into a temporary greenhouse area. He looked at the demon leaning against the rock wall. Because it had been cleaned in advance, the fire did not burn near the bunker, and the god's punishment body could not feel the scorching heat, so it should not be hurt. But the demon's eyes were staring straight at the scorched earth in the distance, and there was a hint of gloominess in its expression. This was probably the result that Pasha and the others wanted to see. The tequila did not consider the possibility of the demon giving in or surrendering. They just wanted to let the demon know, these rails are the last for today. Leaf poked her head out from the crown of the tree. Thank you. Leave it to me. Molly patted her flat chest and whistled. Come out, my servant Momota. A blue sphere emerged from the void and quickly expanded to the height of a tree branch. It stretched out its two transparent arms, scooped up the steel rails on the ground, and swallowed them. However, the rails were too long, and it was not realistic to swallow them completely. Therefore, the front and back ends were exposed, and at first glance, it looked like a sphere that had been pierced. Momo. Tower? I remember you called it Momoka last time. Did I? Molly tilted her head. But that's not important. The important thing is to shout it out. That will make you look imposing, right? Leaf thought for a moment. Did Mystery Moon tell you that? Hey, how did you know? Molly asked curiously. She also invited me to join the detective group. Since the release of the magic movie, Lorgar had made a deep impression on everyone when she transformed into a giant wolf and pounced on the enemy for the sake of her sister. Later, the detective group added fuel to the fire. Shouting slogans while displaying their abilities had gradually become a fashionable practice among the young witches. This was not a secret in Neverwinter. However, Miss Leaf had stayed in the misty forest for a long time, and the last time she showed up was at His Majesty's coronation ceremony. It was beyond Molly's expectation that she knew so much. Because. No, it's nothing. Leaf coughed twice and turned to look in the direction of Neverwinter. There are new supplies entering the forest. I'll go there first. Although Molly was eager to know the answer, she tried hard to suppress her curiosity and waved at Leaf. In the blink of an eye, the latter turned into a flickering spirit and merged into the shadow of the tree. It was said that this ability could make her appear from one end of the misty forest to the other in an instant. As long as it happened in the forest, there was nothing that Leaf did not know. Thousands of trees could also become the foundation for her to absorb magic power. Because of this, she could control the plants to continuously transport building materials to the front line. The efficiency of the magic servant was not even worth mentioning compared to this. This was the power of an evolved ability. Molly wondered when she could become like Miss Leaf. She had been in Neverwinter for about 4 or 5 months and could read and write well. After learning the principles of nature, it should be her turn to evolve. She climbed onto the head of the magic servant and controlled Momota to walk out of the forest. As soon as she left the forest, a bustling scene immediately appeared in front of her. 1, 2, 3, rise. A little more to the left. Slow down, slow down. Nearly 1,000 workers were standing on both sides of the railway that extended to the northeast, repairing Tower Station 0 in an orderly manner. As the first stop on the way to the Tequila ruins, it also served as a cover for the terminus of the forest. 4 blockhouses were located at the 4 corners of the station, connected by trenches and retaining walls. Workers dressed in various colors, some of whom were even bare-chested, walked through them. If one did not know His Majesty's plan in advance, it would be difficult to associate this place with the front line just by looking at this scene. "Oh, isn't this Miss Molly? Thank you for your hard work. Sorry to trouble you again today. The train crew is really busy. Miss Molly, there's a steam engine here that has fallen. Could you help us fix it?" The magic servant slowly walked through the crowd with the railway. From time to time, people would greet her or ask her for help. She had only been here for a week, but many people had already remembered her name. Although Molly's main task was to prevent accidents from happening to the seagull, as long as someone asked for help, she was happy to lend a hand, just like she had done on Sleeping Island. Molly also felt happy when she saw others smiling and thanking her. What made her even happier was that on Sleeping Island, only the witches and a few people from the fjords would thank her. Apart from loading and unloading the goods, there was not much she could do to help. Here, however, people treated her like a celebrity and needed her help everywhere. As the saying went, the more gratitude one had, the more happiness one had. As long as the seagull did not take off, she would take the magic servant along the railway for a whole day. After leaving Tower Station 0, the scenery along the way changed again. Columns of smoke vaguely appeared in Molly's field of vision. Those were the traces left by the trains. In fact, these steel beasts were the main force that replaced Leaf. They constantly transported materials out of the forest and to the front line, as if they would never feel tired. The railway she carried was only a small part of the remaining steel beasts. Unfortunately, according to Princess Tilly, these big guys were not that easy to make. So far, Neverwinter only had 2 or 3 of them. This was also the reason why the seagull needed to frequently travel between Neverwinter and the front line. No matter what happened in the war on the fertile plains, the production in the rear had to be maintained. The closer they got to the end of the railway, the more soldiers in uniforms she saw. After a week of observation, Molly could roughly distinguish between new soldiers and experienced soldiers. Those who sat on the ground listening to the instructor's instructions and stole glances at her from time to time were the former, while those who were concentrating on cleaning the weapons in their arms and ignoring her were the latter. "Look carefully. These are the known forms of the demons." An instructor tapped on the picture on the small blackboard. "The most common is the mad demon. It's burly and has thick arms. It can throw bone spears accurately, but it can't throw them continuously, unless it's desperate." "Ha ha ha." The crowd burst into laughter. "Stop laughing," the instructor scolded. "When you see it, I'm afraid you'll be so scared that you'll wet your pants. At this time, neither running away nor surrendering can save your poor little lives. The only right thing to do is to aim at it and pull the trigger. Kill it before it kills you. Do you understand?" "Yes." The crowd responded in unison. "Then let's look at the next picture." He pointed to another picture. "These monsters with eyes on their foreheads are the fearsome demons. Although their numbers are far less than the previous one, they're much more powerful. As long as they see you, you'll be so scared that you can't move and can only wait to be slaughtered by the enemy. This kind of strange mental attack can be restrained by the God Stone of Retaliation. Those who go to the front line will also be given God Stones, but you can't guarantee that one day you'll run into them without any God Stones. Then what should we do? Pray to your grandmother, or imagine someone or something you like in your mind. In short, do what you usually do to overcome your fear." After hearing this, Molly found that someone was looking at her. She smiled and winked at the person. "Hey, where are you looking at?" the instructor roared. "If you don't want to listen to the lesson, go to the construction site and carry cement." The person quickly retracted his head. Alas, compared to the veterans, the new recruits are more likable. Molly curled her lips and controlled the magic servant to move forward. After walking for another few hundred meters, she could see the forefront of the track. Workers, soldiers, and witches were working together to build the railway further. The most eye-catching person in the crowd was a girl with long flaxen hair in a work uniform. Princess Anna was not the most outstanding witch in terms of height, dress, or appearance. For the convenience of construction, she tied her soft hair into a ponytail. Although the uniform was the only style designed by His Majesty, it did not seem to take aesthetics and comfort into account. The cuffs and collar were tightly bound together. Also, because of the long time spent in the wild, the clothes looked a little dusty. If it was the first time seeing such a scene, it would be impossible to associate her with the Queen of Grey Castle. But Molly was very envious. Because even if she did not know the identity of the Queen, she would know that she must be an important person. The people around Anna were all senior officials of Neverwinter, such as Car Van Bate, the Minister of Construction, Edith Kant, the head of the General Staff, and so on. The direction of the railway, the speed of progress, and the construction arrangements all needed to be discussed with Princess Anna. In other words, even if she was not a witch, she was still the focus of everyone's attention. Although Molly couldn't understand what they were discussing, she still felt that Anna, who was standing at a high place and looking into the distance, holding a map and gesticulating with everyone, was really cool. Especially her pair of lake blue eyes, which shone like a flawless gem when she was concentrating on her work. In front of such a person, whether it was a new recruit or an old soldier, they would involuntarily pay their respects. Molly thought for a while and finally decided not to disturb Princess Anna. Instead, she drove her magic servant to avoid the crowd and unloaded the railway in the yard area. "You went to the forest again?" As soon as the railway was put down, Shabby stuck her head out from behind a pile of bricks. Molly had a bad premonition. She ran to the pile of bricks and saw a familiar playing card on the ground. "Well, if it isn't little Molly," Andrea grinned. Beside her was a witch who seemed to be at a loss, Maggie. "How could you laze around and play cards here?" Molly shouted. "If people find out, what will they think of our sleeping spell?" "I'm going to tell Lady Tilly." "Yes. They forced me to come here." Maggie lowered her head and pointed at her index finger. "Who's slacking off?" Shabby was unconvinced. "I brought these red bricks down from the train. Otherwise, the workers would still be unloading them. I'm only relaxing after I'm done with my work." "How is that considered slacking off?" "You have to know that work and afternoon tea are equally important. Being able to juggle both is the most elegant way of doing things." Andrea stroked her golden hair and said, "Besides, with Maggie here, I'm sure no one will find us. After all, it's not allowed to involve Lady Tilly. You can rest assured about this. By the way, do you want to join us?" "No matter what, 4 people is more interesting than 3 people. "Of course not." Just as Molly was about to refuse, she was interrupted by an urgent alarm. Woo, 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 3 trumpets meant that the enemy had been discovered. She hurriedly looked to the northeast, but she could see nothing except the mottled snow and weeds that had not completely melted. "It's either Sylvie or Lightning who discovered the enemy. If they issued a warning from that distance, you won't be able to see them," Shabby reminded her. "Oh no, Princess Anna." Molly suddenly thought of the Queen of Grey Castle, who was still at the front line of the railway. She had heard more than once that Anna's ability was irreplaceable for His Majesty and Neverwinter. Since that was the case, she had to bring Anna back safely. Before she could take 2 steps, she was caught by Shabby. "Princess Anna naturally has guards around her. You won't be of much help even if you go there now." Shabby shook her head. "Even with the speed of the flying demons, they have at least 10 to 15 minutes to prepare before they find the enemy, which is enough time for them to hide. And according to the principle of avoiding danger, if there's no combat mission arranged in advance, the first thing to do when encountering an unexpected enemy is to protect yourself, and then approach the first army, Tequila God's punishment witches, or other combat teams. So you don't have to go anywhere, just focus on protecting me." Andrea was already standing on top of the brick pile with her spear. "Next is my job." Just as Shabby said, when Molly climbed up the pile of bricks, the huge construction site was already empty, as though the bustling scene from before had never happened. She could vaguely see human heads surging in the trenches. Black guns were set up, and the train had also stopped moving. The entire front line was suddenly filled with a chilling atmosphere. "Sylvie, did you discover the enemy?" Andrea took out a sigil of listening from her bosom. "How many?" "No, it's Lightning's warning." After a while, Andrea replied from the sigil. "The enemy seems to only have 4 devil beasts carrying mad demons on their backs, and they're on your right. There's no sign of senior demons." "Only 4? Seems like it's just a chance encounter." "Maybe, but don't let your guard down," Sylvie warned. You should be able to see them in 5 minutes. A moment later, the demons arrived as promised. The 4 black shadows were particularly eye-catching under the clear sky. Undoubtedly, they had also seen the railway line on the fertile plains. But strangely, the demons did not immediately attack, but hovered in the distance. Why are they hesitating? Xavi frowned. This doesn't seem like the style of demons. Can you hit them? Molly asked. No, they're too far away. Andrea shrugged. Even if I toss all the coins, none of them will stand up. Of course, there's another way. Molly automatically ignored the part that she did not understand. What way? For example, changing to a bigger gun. Andrea smiled and pointed to the side of the brick pile. Can I borrow your magic servant? At this moment, Molly noticed that there was an astonishingly large firearm placed there. Just the barrel alone was more than a meter long. At the same time, she immediately understood what the other party meant. It was impossible for a single person to operate such a heavy weapon. Do you also carry this when you play cards? It's all thanks to Maggie. Andrea spread out her hands. And it's only a basic requirement for a warrior to carry a weapon that might be useful with you. Molly did not say anything. She raised her hand and summoned her magic servant, grabbed the huge firearm, and put it on top of her head. At the same time, she ordered Momota to lower its body and spread out into an oval cushion. It's a pity that I didn't bring you with me last time. Andrea laid on top of the gun and tried to feel it. This gun seat is much more comfortable than Ash's. Raise your head a little. Yes, this is the angle. What about now? Molly adjusted the shape of the servant. Just right. By the way, can you shrink its arm? As small as the thickness of a finger. That's not a problem, but it won't be able to grab heavy objects this way. That's okay. Just keep it like this. Andrea stuffed the shrunken servant's arm into her ear and then held the gun. Don't forget to plug your ears. As soon as her voice fell, she pulled the trigger. A loud bang came from the muzzle. The other 3 demons immediately responded. They controlled the devil beasts to scatter and flew back in the direction they had come from. Soon, they disappeared into the sky. While retreating, one of the demons turned around and threw a spear into the head of the flying mount, which had half of its wing broken and was spiraling down. Even though Andrea had been staring intently at the target, the second coin did not appear. They actually escaped? Xavi exclaimed in surprise. What are they doing here? It was the first time for the demons to escape before the battle. In Andrea's impression, this ferocious group would never stop until they had bitten their target. It didn't look like it was attacking, nor did it look like it was scouting. It just kept circling back and forth, which was quite surprising. I don't know. Andrea released the trigger. And they seem to have figured out how to avoid being sniped. It seems that the enemy is also a quick learner, don't you think so, little Molly? She smiled and looked at Molly, who was rubbing her ears. You should have warned me earlier next time, Molly complained. The weapon was as loud as a cannon, and she almost failed to protect her ears in time. Even so, the thunderous sound still made her head buzz. Sorry, I didn't expect the guiding line to appear so soon. Maybe my ability has improved again. Andrea blinked. To apologize, I'll give you a special compensation. How about it? You didn't mean it, so it's fine. Molly scratched her head. After all, it's more important to defeat the enemy. But that will always make me feel bad. Looking at Andrea's serious eyes, she had to agree. What's the compensation? Chaos drinks, Andrea said, covering her mouth. Are you sure? Molly asked in surprise. When she was on Sleeping Island, she only knew that Andrea was not only from a prominent family, but was also one of the most powerful combat witches. Her status was comparable to that of Ash's. Besides, Andrea had always been with Lady Tilly, so she did not have much contact with her. After coming to Neverwinter, the barrier between combat witches and non-combat witches had completely disappeared. Only then did she realize that Roland was not as cold as she had imagined, but was instead an elegant and friendly person. But she did not expect Andrea to be so generous. Yes, the normal rule is 1 cup for each round. My special compensation is that if you lose, you don't have to drink from me, and if I lose, I'll still have to pay for it to you. How about it? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So that's how it is. Only entering and not exiting is indeed. Wait, that's not the case. Molly came to a realization. In the end, we still have to play cards. Such lazy behavior, but you already agreed, just now. Stay here and don't leave. I'll go to the command center and report the situation. I'll be right back. Before Molly could open her mouth to defend herself, he had already jumped off the pile of bricks and disappeared at the end of the yard. She looked at Maggie, who had a sympathetic look on her face, and finally understood the meaning of "they forced me to come here." At the frontline command center. Within half an hour, all the information about this unexpected encounter had been gathered in front of Iron Axe's desk. The first to discover the traces of the demons were Lightning and Maggie, who were wandering around the perimeter of the security perimeter. At that time, the two of them took turns flying through the clouds, one in front of the other, and coincidentally avoided the demons' line of sight. After that, they tailed the demons in the 6 o'clock direction and used the sigil of listening to warn Sylvie. According to Lightning's description, the demons' flight path formed a clear straight line on the map, which connected the railway front line and the Tequila ruins. In other words, the demons were not patrolling and guarding, but were coming for the First Army from the very beginning. The whole encounter lasted about 15 minutes, and Miss Andrea was the only one who achieved victory. The anti-Devil Beast sniper rifle was the only weapon that could hit a flying target at this distance. After losing one of their members, the remaining demons immediately chose to retreat and swayed left and right to avoid follow-up attacks. This proved to be an effective tactic, and Andrea did not get another chance to attack. Sylvie kept an eye on the demons as they left the security perimeter. Lightning and Maggie did not take any further action. 15 minutes later, the alarm was lifted. Iron Axe put down the report in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. This was the integrated war intelligence system formulated by His Majesty. The warring units would report their actions to the general staff level by level, and then the information would be sorted out and refined by the staff to restore the whole process of the battle. With the help of the map and the sand table, the military command would have the most intuitive understanding of the battle situation at the front line. Although Iron Axe had practiced the system several times before the expedition, it was still the first time he used it in practice. For the first time, he felt that the war was so clear. It was as if he was standing on the clouds and overlooking the whole process of the battle from the sky. In Iron Sand City, even a battle between hundreds of clans could be chaotic. It was time-consuming and laborious to sort out the victory and defeat, and most of the time, only a shallow conclusion could be obtained. But now, whether it was the actions of the enemy or the reactions of his own side, they were all presented in his mind. This feeling of knowing everything like the palm of his hand made Iron Axe feel that the battles of the Majin clan were at best just brawls. Of course, it was not enough to understand the overall situation. The next most important task was undoubtedly to figure out the demon's intentions. Iron Axe looked at Edith, who was staring at the map. She was also the only one who did not discuss with the other staff. Iron Axe did not regret telling His Majesty the truth about his secret contact with the Pearl of the Northern Region. His Majesty was the one he swore to serve for the rest of his life. Even if it meant betraying the Pearl of the Northern Region, he would not have a second choice. However, he felt guilty for doing this, and he was prepared to be ridiculed or ignored by Andrea. Unexpectedly, Andrea acted as if nothing had happened. Even after being punished by His Majesty, she would still invite him to some gatherings of the general staff, but they would not discuss political affairs alone. Now that he thought about it, he really did not understand how women thought. It had been like this since the time in the southernmost region. "Did you find anything?" Iron Axe walked up behind her. "No." Edith shrugged. "I'm not a demon. How can I know what they're thinking just by meeting them face to face? You didn't discuss it with them. I thought you had a clue. It's meaningless to discuss it without any clues. You can neither confirm nor falsify it. It will only make you worry. In that case, I'll take it as the General Staff's conclusion and report it to His Majesty." Iron Axe nodded. If even the Pearl of the Northern Region could not figure it out, then this matter would end here. "Go ahead. Edith paused for a moment. But what? I don't think this matter will end so easily. If the demons really want to attack us, they will definitely take action in the near future. What happened next confirmed Edith's opinion. Only 2 days later, the demons appeared in the northeast again. There were also 4 mad demons. Miss Sylvie has confirmed that. There are no other demons nearby. If the enemy attacks from this distance, we'll have at least 5 minutes to react. 5 minutes is enough for the anti-aircraft machine gun squad to get ready. What about the threat? There are no senior demons among the known enemies, so the threat to Her Highness is almost zero. If we continue the construction as usual, the biggest loss will probably come from the rail transport team, which is crowded and inconvenient to evacuate. We estimate that there will be 1 or 2 casualties. The command center was a mess. After analyzing the information and discussing it repeatedly, the conclusions were listed on the display board one after another. This was also a habit that the staff of the General Staff had gradually developed. In the face of complicated information, words were harder to ignore than words. In summary, Phil and Sylvie put her hand on her chest and said to Iron Axe, "We think that continuing the construction is more profitable than defending. This may make the demons understand our intention, but this is within His Majesty's plan. As for the 4 flying demons, we just need to keep a minimum watch on them." In short, the conclusion that all the intelligence gathered was not afraid of the threat. Although the role of the advisor department was only to assist in the analysis and provide suggestions, and the final decision was still made by Iron Axe himself, this conclusion coincided with his idea. The First Army was no longer the ancient army that it had been 400 years ago. Even the vanguard troop of 5,000 soldiers was enough to be called a giant. It was impossible for the 4 mad demons to shake the First Army. Exchanging the death of 1 or 2 mercenaries for the destruction of the First Army was not even a loss to His Majesty's plan. After all, the risk of coming to the barbarian land had long been written in the contract. Iron Axe looked at Edith, who did not say a word. In the command post, silence meant acquiescence. When Iron Axe was about to give orders to his adjutant, Edith suddenly said, "I see. Then let the construction team resume work, the anti-aircraft machine gun squad remain on guard, and the others stay on standby as usual." She was not talking to him, but to Agatha, Phyllis, and the others. "Do you have a way to directly swat those flies to death?" "You mean take the initiative to attack?" Agatha frowned. "Yes, I always feel that it's not a good thing to keep them watching." The Pearl of the Northern region nodded. "As far as I know, the 2 girls who can fly have extraordinary combat abilities, right? With the cooperation of Miss Xianxia, they might be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. This is beyond the capabilities of the First Army, and only you can do it." "This?" Agatha hesitated. "In theory, only when there are 2 demons will their attack be risk-free. Otherwise, once the enemy threw a spear, it would be very difficult to dodge at close range. Even if we let Andrea attack first, there are still 3 left." She spoke more and more slowly, for even she herself felt that this speech was rather forced. Since it was a war, it was impossible for there to be no risk. Moreover, this was a war that would decide the fate of the entire race. In order to survive, thousands of witches had died under the butcher knife of the devil. Lightning was no different from the others. However, the fact was that after entering the fertile plains, Agatha had noticed that Lightning was acting strangely. Although she had tried her best to hide it, Agatha, who had experienced the battle of divine will, was no stranger to this state. It was a state of confusion caused by encountering an unimaginably strong enemy. It was precisely because the enemy was so strong that it created an illusion that it was impossible to defeat them. As a result, many blessed army witches who had been fighting for a long time could not escape. If they wanted to adjust their state, they could only rely on themselves to recover bit by bit, apart from drugs and abilities. In order to defeat the demons, Agatha did not care about the size of the risk. As long as the reward was big enough, she would not hesitate even if it was a suicide mission. She believed that the other tequila survivors would also make the same choice. However, Lightning was different. In this state, forcing her to face the demons was no longer a matter of risk, but a matter of sending her to her death. She was not afraid of risks, but she could not personally push the other party into the abyss, especially the other party who called her sister. After waking up in Neverwinter, she found that she had been changed a lot by these witches. Is that so? Edith raised her eyebrows and unexpectedly did not insist. What if it's just to drive them away? We can use the magic arc to hide ourselves and let Miss Dawn find a chance to kill them. I think it's better than letting the demons watch us. Agatha and Iron Axe looked at each other and said, no problem. I'll inform the Special Operations team. In the following 10 days, the demons and the First Army formed a strange, tacit understanding. Almost every day, a team of devil beasts would wander around the perimeter of the defensive line. Sometimes, there would be 2 or 3 teams, and they would appear in different directions. However, in Sylvie's vision, their movements were not hidden at all. Often, before they entered the visible range, the First Army would know their whereabouts in advance. Probably because there was no opportunity for them to take advantage of, the demons did not launch any attacks except flying along. In the beginning, the existence of the demons had a certain impact on the construction team. However, after a few days, everyone got used to this situation and continued to work hard. After all, the potential threat was far away, but the reward was right in front of them. The only inconsistency during this period came from Andrea. Every time a demon was hit and fell, the crowd would burst into enthusiastic cheers. This process was completely unpredictable. Sometimes it did not happen in a day, and sometimes it even happened 2 or 3 times. Although most people did not know about the existence of the Special Operations team, there was no doubt that this was the countermeasure taken by the army. There was even a new way of gambling among the workers. That was to guess the demons' doomsday. How many demons would come today and how many would go back? This kind of little game was very popular among the workers. As the construction was progressing smoothly, the First Army soon advanced to the second railway node. According to the battle plan, stations would be set up every 50 kilometers along the railway line that was not protected by the misty forest. The reinforced concrete blockhouses were enough to ensure that the First Army could defend against demons several times their number with a small garrison. At the same time, the vanguard and the middle army could take care of each other, and the logistics would become more convenient. Armored trains cruising on the railway line would protect the stations. Even if the demons destroyed a section of the railway, it would not be too difficult to repair it. It could be said that with these stations, it would be impossible for the demons to uproot the Black River in a short time. They were like nails that firmly rooted the First Army in this vast and fertile land. After nightfall, the whole camp fell into a deep silence. The people who had been busy the whole day were now completely asleep, and the witches were no exception. However, Lightning did not feel sleepy at all. She had been like this for almost half a month, or rather, from the moment she left the concealing forest, she had felt an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. The wound that was pecked by Maggie also began to ache, as if it was reminding her of what had happened that day. Lightning could not even tell whether the pain was her illusion or not. She tried many ways to distract her attention, but all of them ended in failure. However, with the naked eye, the wound did not change at all. It did not disappear, nor did it expand. It was like a scarlet spot stubbornly staying on her chest. This feeling of confusion made her feel haggard. She could not fall asleep until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Even so, her short sleep would be filled with nightmares one after another, and she would wake up at the slightest sound. Looking at Maggie, who was sleeping soundly on her head, Lightning sighed to herself. She covered the quilt that Maggie had lifted, quietly got off the bed and walked out of the room. The witches' camp was located in the center of the camp, and there were God's punishment witches guarding the perimeter. She did not want to alarm the guards, so she directly flew out of the camp and finally landed on the track under construction. The bright moonlight shone on the road under her feet, and both sides of the track seemed to be reflected with a silver edge. The night wind blew through the field shrouded in darkness, bringing not only the rustling of the bushes, but also the sounds of birds and insects. In the past, Lightning would have enjoyed such a night scene for a long time, but now she had no mood to admire it at all. She did not even dare to look in the direction of Tequila. The monster hidden in the dark land seemed to be staring at her all the time, and every time she glanced over, the wound on her chest would remind her of this fact. Lightning looked at the crossties under her feet, and a bitter taste rose in her mouth. After more than a month of recovery training, she finally managed to overcome her fear and cross the low border wall of Neverwinter. She had thought that as long as she persevered, even if she could not face the senior demon of tequila again, she could at least return to her normal state. But the result ruthlessly crushed this idea into pieces. Not only could she not use her awakened ability freely, but she always felt restricted when she flew. Even when she encountered ordinary demons, she lost the little bit of courage she had in the past. Otherwise, no matter what the enemy was up to, she and Maggie would be able to annihilate the 4 mad demons. Unfortunately, she could only follow the enemy from afar and wait for them to retreat on their own. It could be said that she was dragging everyone down. Thinking of this, Lightning couldn't help but feel a little teary. No matter how he tried to hide it, he couldn't hide it from everyone forever. Even the slow-witted Maggie could sense that something was wrong with her recently. Perhaps one day, she would abandon her timid self and fly to a higher place by herself. When that time came, what would she do? I'm so useless. Lightning squatted down and buried her head between her knees. I'm so scared of demons that I'm not qualified to be the leader of the exploration group. They'll definitely laugh at me if they know. I always boast that I'm the greatest explorer, but I'm more cowardly than anyone else. Yes, a voice in her heart seemed to answer. They'll laugh at you sooner or later. But I don't want to see that day. Her voice was a little choked. Who told you to always boast and think you're infallible? If you don't want to see them laugh at you, the only way is to leave here and go to a place where no one knows. Otherwise, you can't avoid it. The only way is to leave. Here? That won't do, someone suddenly said. Huh? Lightning was stunned and suddenly raised her head. She saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Under the white moonlight, the figure's long ears and tail were particularly eye-catching. Lorgar? Ahem, the wolf girl coughed twice. Just to be clear, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you talking to yourself. At this moment, she noticed that Lorgar was covered in sweat, which was reflecting the moonlight. Her wheat-colored skin, which was unique to the Majans, was like a bright stone covered with morning dew, appearing extremely clear. Were you training just now? Yes, I'm not born with great strength like the extraordinaires. Even if I become a desert wolf, I still need to strengthen myself through training. Otherwise, I can't even run a few steps, let alone fight. Lorgar spread out her hands and said, recently, the demons haven't taken the initiative to attack, and I promised the great chief not to leave the position without permission. I can't even guarantee basic activity, so I can only come at night to make up for it. Really? Lightning suddenly came to her senses. She quickly took a deep breath and covered her face with her hands. You heard everything? There was no need to answer this question. A wolf's ears had always been extremely sharp. She immediately felt her face heating up. Well. Lorgar paused and said, I've never comforted anyone before, so I won't comfort you now. I just want to tell you a story about my father. Although he was born in the Wild Flame clan and inherited the name of Burning Flame, no one thought that he would become the chief of the clan at that time. Because among the 8 successors, he had one obvious weakness: he was afraid of strangers and did not dare to go out alone to participate in the joint hunt. This is also an important event for the Majans to select a chief. After all, the chief is not only the internal ruler, but also the external influence. Each clan will send out their most outstanding younger generation to prove their strength. Lightning could not help but be stunned. Did she hear it wrong? Not long ago, the person who was afraid of strangers was in the limelight at the Neverwinter sports meet and even attracted the attention of His Majesty. Could it be that Lorgar's father was actually someone else? In fact, when he told me these things, I didn't believe it at all. I even asked my grandfather to confirm it. Lorgar smiled and slowly walked over to her and squatted down beside her. But it turned out to be true. When I asked my grandfather why he passed the position of chief to my father, he told me that Gwels might not be able to do anything alone, but as long as he was accompanied by his clansmen, he would be the most powerful warrior in the clan. Since that's the case, it's better not to let him be alone. And it's normal for the clans to stay close to each other most of the time. Compared to this, what can a hunt prove? Lightning felt her heart tremble. Actually, what father and brother did in Neverwinter. I'm quite happy. Lorgar lowered her ears. Because father did what he could never do alone for me. Although it was a little embarrassing. Is that so? You left them in the castle hall and ran back to the witch building alone. You even said you didn't want to see them again, although it was really inappropriate to meet them in that dress. I think my grandfather probably wanted to tell me that courage comes from my own heart and can also be drawn from others, Lorgar said slowly. If that's the case, why do you care about one's courage? Similarly, if your companions in the exploration group were in danger, would you abandon them and run away alone? Lightning was silent for a moment and said. Thank you. As I said, it's not a consolation. It's just a story. The wolf girl tilted her head. So you don't have to thank me. Besides, the exploration group is quite interesting. Since you dragged me into it, I have to be responsible to the end. She felt a little sore in her eyes again and quickly rubbed them twice to calm her breath. When she was about to answer, Lorgar suddenly turned around and covered her mouth. Shoo, what's wrong? When Lorgar released her mouth, Lightning asked in a low voice. Did you hear something? Sound? She raised her head and listened carefully. There was nothing but the gentle night breeze. Wait. Where are the chirps of the night owls and insects? Something's coming from that direction. Lorgar pricked up her ears and looked at the night sky in the east. The whistling is. Watch out. She hugged Lightning and rolled down the roadbed. What the hell happened? Lightning felt dizzy. When she came to her senses, she found that she was surrounded by finger-thick black needles. These non-reflective crystals were evenly distributed around the track like pitch-black blades. Then, several similar explosions came from the direction of the camp, completely breaking the silence of the night. This is an attack. The enemy is launching a sneak attack on the expeditionary army with the spider demons. By the time she realized this, the second wave of rumbling had already appeared. However, this time, the sound was clearly much more muffled, and it did not come from the air. Instead, it was transmitted to her feet through the tremors of the ground, as if something heavy had smashed into the ground. Oh, no. Lorgar groaned. That's the position of the Longsong cannons. In the middle of the night without lights, they accurately identified the position of the camp and attacked the cannons from the very beginning. Was this really something that the demons could do, and why hadn't the alarm been sounded yet? We have to go and warn everyone. Since Lightning had sneaked out to relax, she did not wear a special flight suit, nor did she carry the talisman for communication with her. She had no other choice but to fly over, even though the sound of explosions over the camp was much more intense at this moment. She grabbed Lorgar, but failed to pull her up from the ground. You. Lightning turned around and was surprised to find that a long needle had been nailed into her leg. The wound was bleeding and half of her pants had been dyed red. She suddenly felt her chest tighten. If Lorgar had not done this to save her. What are you thinking about? Lorgar grinned. Even if I didn't meet you, I would still be attacked, and maybe even worse. At least the stone needles that fell on the periphery were not stained with the demon's blood. This is just a skin wound. What skin wound? Obviously, the bones were broken, and the amount of blood loss was not even sure if the major blood vessels were injured. If there was, the needles could not be easily pulled out. But to leave her here to look for Nana? If the spider demons attacked again, Lorgar would almost be a live target lying on the ground. Lightning's mind was filled with countless thoughts, and she didn't know what to do for a moment. Listen to me. Lorgar pressed her shoulder. You have to contact the big guy running on the railway. You mean the Black River? Lightning was surprised. But now, even if there is no alarm, as long as you are not deaf, you should have heard the sound of the attack. The wolf girl panted and endured the pain. The key is the next counterattack. If I heard correctly, at least half of the enemy's attacks are aimed at the Longsong cannons, and it doesn't sound like simple stone needle projectiles. I don't know what's going on over there, but if the enemy succeeds, we won't have any weapons to suppress them. You know what that means. This meant that the spider demons would be able to pour black needles into the encampment unscrupulously, and there would be no safe place in the entire defensive line. Lightning nodded. Phew. Then hurry up. Lorgar gave her a push. Don't be fooled by the fact that this is the first place to be attacked. In fact, it's not dangerous. That attack wasn't aimed at us. Look over there. Lightning looked in the direction where the wolf girl was pointing and saw only half of the wooden sentry tower at the end of the railway track, as if it had been swallowed by darkness. So don't worry about me. Go find the Black River, the wolf girl gritted her teeth and shouted. You're the only one who can do it now. She was right. There was no faster way to notify the armored train cruising between the front line and Station Zero than to fly there. Lightning clenched her fists and looked at the wolf girl for the last time. She forced herself to turn around and fly toward the encampment. At this time, scattered gunshots could be heard. As Lorgar had said, the entire encampment had been awakened. Although they did not know where the enemy came from, no one was going to sit around and wait for death. The same went for the witches' barracks. The gods' punishment witches were the quickest warriors. Not only did they not sleep for long, but they also did not need to take off their armors when they fell asleep. At this moment, they were rushing to the battlefield in groups of 2s and 3s. She rushed into the barracks and saw Maggie running around anxiously. Where have you been, Koo? Maggie rushed up to her and hugged her. Why didn't you tell me you were going out, Koo? I'm sorry. Lightning suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had thought that Maggie was careless and didn't know what fear was, but the truth was that Maggie didn't care about the fear of the senior demons for too long, but that didn't mean that she would forget about her companions. We'll talk about it later. I have to go to the Black River now. I'll go with you, Koo. No, you're needed here. Lightning wanted to say yes, but she refused. I'm afraid that Sylvie can't take care of the entire encampment by herself. The more people who can spy on the demons, the better. Snap out of it. She couldn't be a burden to everyone anymore. One more thing. Before that, I need you to do something for me. Lightning put on her flight suit as fast as she could. She brushed aside Maggie's long hair and cupped her cheeks. You have to promise me. You have to do it. This is the most important task of the exploration group. Koo? Maggie blinked. Find Nana. Take her to the end of the railway. Lorgar is badly injured. She's lying in that area. Bring her back safely. Do you understand? Maggie nodded. Koo. Then I'll leave it to you. Lightning touched Maggie's forehead with her and flew straight out of the barracks. As they climbed higher and higher, Lightning noticed the reason why the alarm had not been sounded. None of the 5 sentry towers outside the defensive line were left standing. Apparently, the first wave of the enemy's attack was aimed at the sentry towers. These sentry towers were supposed to be solid concrete bunkers. However, Tower Station No. 1 had just been built. They did not even have time to set up the barbed wire outside the trench, let alone complete the fortifications. What made Lightning even more uneasy was that the gunshots came from inside the barracks, which meant that the soldiers were fighting with the enemy inside the barracks. So far, there was no sign that the defense line had been breached. Although the enemy was still attacking, they were all long-range attacks. Who were they fighting with? But the more she thought about it, the more she knew how important her responsibility was. I'm a coward. Yes. I lost to the senior demon. Yes. But I still have something I can do. Flying. Let it be afraid. I don't need to look to the north. I don't even need to face the ordinary demons. Now, all I need to do is stare at the railway and fly. There is no reason for me to run away. Lightning sped up along the Black River toward the forest. Faster. Faster. She urged the magic power in her mind. Gradually, a long-lost feeling welled up in her heart. When the long silent barrier was broken, the whole world became quiet. When the first explosion sounded, Danny had already jumped out of bed. Then came the sound of a storm above his head, and at the same time, soil and debris kept falling, as if the whole residence was on the verge of collapse. What happened? Is it an earthquake? His comrades also woke up from their dreams, and the pitch-dark room suddenly fell into chaos. No, it's an enemy attack. The soldier closest to the door grabbed his rifle and reached out to pull the door, but was pressed to the ground by Danny. What are you doing? Don't move, the attack is not over yet. Danny growled. As expected, a few more explosions came from afar, followed by a series of muffled sounds like rain. Ahem, damn it, that's. Amid the flying dust, someone lit a candle. When the faint candlelight dispelled the darkness, they could not help but gasp in unison. There were many sharp black needles on the bulging roof, which looked like a field of hair standing on end under the flickering candlelight. Spider demon. The soldier pressed to the ground by Danny swallowed. Most of the members of the precision sniper team had participated in the first expedition, so they were familiar with this kind of enemy. Obviously, he also knew what would have happened if he had rushed out of the residence and encountered the needles. If I can go back alive, I must buy 2 lamb legs and visit Miss Lotus to thank her, another man said, patting his chest. According to the usual fighting habits, the temporary encampment was usually a tent, but this time, it was changed to a mud kiln house built by witches. Although they did not know whether this was the consideration of the higher-ups, there was no doubt that this measure had played a key role. If it was still a cloth tent, they would have been riddled with holes. Don't say such inauspicious words. I'm still waiting to go back and get married. You're just trying to get close to Miss Lotus, aren't you? Nonsense, if you want to get close to her, it should be Nana, the little angel. Even though they were just a hair's breadth away from death, none of them were affected by this sudden ambush. Even though they were talking non-stop, their weapons and ammunition were already on their bodies. Obviously, these people all understood one thing. Death could not be avoided. It was either coming or not. Since he could still think about this problem, it meant that it was not time for him to die. Instead of worrying and being afraid, it was better to do something first, such as killing the enemy. Danny waited until the campsite was boiling before he pushed open the door and rushed out of the kiln. At the entrance of the barracks, there were a few sentries who had been impaled and were no longer breathing. At this moment, there were sounds everywhere, people shouting, gunshots, explosions, and the roars of demons. No one knew where the enemies were and how many there were. The lights of the sentry tower, which was supposed to be used for directions, did not light up. It was as if the enemies had appeared in the camp in a blink of an eye. He climbed straight to the roof, looked around for a moment, and found a place with the least amount of gunfire and ran, completely ignoring the shouts of his teammates behind him. I thought you'd go where the most people are. Malt's voice chuckled beside his ear. This was why he loved to fight. Only in the midst of the smoke would his partner appear by his side again. That means we have the upper hand, and I'm just the icing on the cake, Danny replied. The intermittent gunfire means someone is in a hard fight, and only my bullets can bring salvation. I told you, it's not your fault. You can't save everyone on the battlefield. But at least I can save everyone I see, he said with a smile. Don't worry, I think it's good. It makes me see you more clearly. Danny turned his head, and sure enough, a familiar face emerged from the darkness and followed him all the way. When he approached the battlefield, he found a commanding height, a dozen randomly stacked iron boxes, and climbed up. As his vision suddenly became clear, he noticed that he was close to the position of the Longsong cannons, and several demons were using the bunkers to fight with the artillerymen. Obviously, the artillerymen, who lacked heavy weapons, did not have the upper hand. They could not suppress the enemy, nor could they seize the position when the demons threw their spears. In the distance between the barracks and the cannons, several people were impaled by bone spears and fell in pools of blood. How did they get here? I don't know, but their good days are coming to an end. Danny raised his rifle and aimed at a demon that was sneaking toward the barracks from the side. If it were to succeed, then it would probably give rise to a storm of blood in an instant. The demon had no idea that someone was aiming at it, and its whole body was exposed to the scope. Without hesitation, Danny pulled the trigger. A cloud of red mist rose from the back of the demon's head, and it fell from the roof. Even with only the moonlight to illuminate the distance, Danny would not miss at a distance of 100 meters. Well done. Pay attention to the left. Someone is moving. Danny saw 5 or 6 soldiers squatting in the corner, slowly moving to the edge. It seemed that they were going to risk their lives to enter the position against the demon's spears. Your courage is commendable, but your skills are zero. Without covering fire, you can't escape from the spears. Danny slightly raised the corner of his mouth. So, why don't we wait a little longer? He quickly fired 3 shots at the demon's feet. The sudden splash of dust and the whistling sound of the bullets startled the soldiers, who had just taken a step forward. "You'll be cursed to death by them," Malt said worriedly. "Ha ha ha ha." Danny finally burst into laughter. "They'll have to be alive to curse me." He quickly turned the rifle and pointed at the mad demons who dared to show themselves. The demons who had been about to attack the barracks were completely suppressed and did not dare to show themselves. At this moment, there was another sound of something breaking through the air. "Watch out. Look over there." Following Malt's warning, several black shadows fell from the sky and plunged straight into the position. Bang! 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 The impact was so loud that the ground trembled slightly. In the moonlight, Danny was surprised to find that it was actually a few huge black stone pillars. After they landed on the ground, red mist spurted out from the stone pillars, and at the same time, there was a sizzling sound as if air was leaking. It was quite similar to His Majesty's steam engine. But he soon found out that it was not a machine. 3 stone slabs peeled off from the thick pillars and fell to the ground, bringing with them a large pool of blood. The pillars were divided into 3 parts, each of which was stuffed with a demon. They were wrapped in a living sack, like babies immersed in their mother's womb. When the scarlet liquid was discharged, they woke up and bared their ferocious fangs. But before the demons could walk out of the black stone pillars, a bullet accurately pierced through the head of one of the mad demons. Puff! The person who was shot swayed a few times before collapsing limply into the stone pillar. However, the enemy's attack did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. Later, a dozen more stone pillars fell from the sky, stirring up dust and red mist that almost blocked out the moonlight. The rubble hit the ground, making it difficult for Danny to even raise his head. Even the legendary Armageddon was nothing in front of this scene. One of the pillars fell right on the pile of iron boxes. The sudden impact sent Danny flying. When he came to himself, he was already lying on his back on the ground. Damn it. He coughed and felt a sharp pain in his chest. At the same time, his mouth was filled with the salty taste of iron. "Malt, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Malt's anxious voice rang in his ears. "But you're hurt. I guess my ribs are broken?" Danny gasped against the stinging pain. "It's okay. As long as it doesn't hinder me from pulling the trigger, I can still fight." He fumbled with his arm until he felt a familiar touch in his palm. Fortunately, he had not lost his gun. "No, you have to get out of here. The faster, the better." Malt's voice was almost begging. Danny struggled to prop himself up and leaned against the twisted iron box behind him. Just this small action had almost exhausted all of his strength. In front of him, a black stone pillar that stood like a high wall was spewing red mist. It seemed that it was about to open. Danny slowly lifted the gun. Since he could not exert any strength in his chest, he put it on his shoulder and used his knee as the butt of the gun. He did not think he would miss the target at a distance of less than 10 meters. "Enough. Don't be stubborn. Why don't you leave?" For a moment, he felt that it was both Malt's scream and his own question. "Because I don't want to stay away from this smoke, and I don't want you to disappear." The stone slab fell down, and at the same time, a gunshot rang out. The old friend in his hand did not let him down. Even before the enemy tore open the capsule, the bullet had already pierced through the target's head. But this time, the demon did not collapse. Indifferently, it walked out of the cylinder, shook off the broken sack stuck to its body, and revealed itself in front of Danny. It was a demon much larger than the mad demon, and its entire body was covered in strange armor. When it stood up straight, the elongated shadow shrouded him, as if it was covering the sky. In this darkness, only the enemy's eyes were glowing red. Danny pushed the second bullet into the chamber and pulled the trigger again. With a light clang, sparks burst out from the demon's chest, and at the same time, light blue ripples emerged, just like the surface of the water. The demon stared at him coldly and walked towards him step by step. He did not take out his weapon, nor did he quicken his pace. This was undoubtedly an expression of contempt. Danny mechanically repeated the actions in his hands, pulling the bolt, firing, and shooting. But the opponent just let the bullets hit him, not moving at all. No. Malt sobbed in despair. When he fired for the fourth time, a dazzling flame suddenly burst out from the demon's chest. Bang! Amidst the deafening sound, the man was sent flying, tumbling, and crashing into the metal box. Looking at the smoke coming out of the muzzle, Danny could not help but be stunned. Then a man stood in front of him. "Back off, mortal." The man slightly tilted his head and said, "You're no match for it. From now on, we'll take over." He held an astonishingly large firearm in his hand, and the bullets at his waist were almost as thick as a wrist. Obviously, this was not something an ordinary person could carry. Moreover, the newcomer was also covered from head to toe in armor, looking somewhat similar to the demon. Special Tactics Squad. An idea flashed across Danny's mind. Ever since the first expedition, this unit had become the most mysterious unit in the First Army. They never showed up during training, and no one knew their exact number or location. The only thing for sure was that they were all selected by His Majesty, and could be said to be the most elite combat force in Neverwinter. Roar! The demon crawled out of the iron box and let out a breathtaking roar. Compared to its previous disdain, it finally changed its attitude and took out the double-edged sword from its back. Ha! A senior demon promoted from the Lord of Hell. No wonder the magic reaction is so strong. The man fearlessly rushed toward the enemy. And we've been living for this moment. Several soldiers in the same outfit followed closely behind him. After this group of people joined the battle, the situation gradually changed. Although they were carrying an astonishing weight, they could move at an extraordinary speed, forcing the enemy into a corner step by step. Moreover, their fighting style could be described as barbaric and violent. After emptying the ammunition, instead of looking for a shelter to reload, they stabbed their spears into the ground and madly hacked at the enemy. Although the demon was agile, it was surrounded by several lunatics at the same time, and the blue ripples on its body became dimmer and dimmer. Obviously, it had consumed a lot of energy. No wonder they were secretly trained by His Majesty. But this was also his stage. Let me back off? Unless I completely stop breathing. Danny gritted his teeth and moved his body. He used himself as a gun holder and aimed the scope at the battlefield. When a mad demon that tried to sneak up on the Special Tactics Squad from the rear was shot down by a sniper rifle, the man turned around and stared at him from afar. Danny pulled the bolt and inhaled the lingering gunpowder smoke into his lungs. The sting and intoxication mixed together to form an indescribable taste. Isn't it a great feeling? Malt. Damn it. What the hell is the artillery battalion doing? Can't they make these damn stone needle rain stop for a while? Don't tell me they threw a bunch of rookies who just joined the army to the front line? In the trench outside the camp, the soldiers huddled under the eaves and complained incessantly. Fishball was one of them. Although he was in the anti-aircraft machine gun team, it was not the devil beasts that flew over from time to time in the night sky, but something even more incredible. It was not a good idea to stand outside and operate the machine gun. After they were awakened by the attack, they immediately stationed themselves in the defensive line according to the emergency plan. They encountered demons on the way, but they were soon knocked down by crossfire and mortars. As it turned out, the defensive line was not attacked at all. Their comrades on duty even asked them who they were shooting at in confusion. Just when everyone thought the next step was to clean up the scattered invaders, a new order came from above. No matter what the situation in the camp was like, they were not to leave the trench and be ready to fight the real enemy. A group of demons was attacking the camp from the east and the south. They were the main force of this night attack. Fishball couldn't help but recall the expedition a few months ago. The enemy swarmed toward them like a tide and ran faster than horses. Just the sight of them was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Fortunately, the First Army was well prepared. The dense firepower kept the demons at a distance of 200 meters. But now, there was no reassuring bunker on the defensive line, the artillery support was slow to arrive, and there was a wave of explosions above their heads every once in a while. Coupled with the extremely poor vision at night, he was not sure if this battle would be as smooth as last time. "They're coming!" Someone suddenly shouted. "They're 1,500 meters away. Everyone, get ready, 1,500 meters? It's already good enough to see 200 meters away at night." Apparently, it was the witch with the all-seeing eye who gave the news. But the order from above was absolute. As long as the order was given, they could not retreat even if knives fell from the sky. Fishball clenched his teeth and prepared to enter the machine gun position. Could you please go faster? Lightning flew beside the cab, wishing she could go up and push the train. However, she also knew that even if Maggie were to push the mountain-sized train, it would be useless. How about adding more coal to the furnace? Asked Roland. Hey, little girl, the furnace will explode if the pressure is too high. The pilot of the Black River was a gray-haired old man who looked more like a friendly neighbor than a soldier. Don't worry. The First Army won't be defeated so easily, even if the enemy is a demon from hell. Lightning pursed her lips and did not reply. Although she knew it was beyond her expectation that the train could run at such a high speed, she was still very anxious. It did not take them much effort to find the Black River by following the railway. After all, it was hard to miss such a large and eye-catching machine. Apart from startling the people on the train when they approached, the rest of the journey went smoothly. As a member of the Witch Union, the conductor soon believed her and ordered the train to turn around. However, Lightning could not relax at all. When the train turned to Tower Station No. 1, she finally got in touch with Sylvie. Sylvie's news made her heart sink. Not only had the demons seized the opportunity when the First Army was advancing and launched a surprise attack, but they were also rapidly approaching the camp from two directions. Without the support of the cannons, it would be even more difficult for the First Army to exert its full strength, which would undoubtedly make the situation even worse. After hearing the news, she could not be as confident as the old man. The only good news was that Maggie had successfully found the injured Lorger. With Nana's help, the wolf girl's life was finally in danger. It's noisy and windy outside. Do you want to come in and sit down? It's not easy to shout every word. The old man took a puff of his pipe and leaned against the window. It may be a little bumpy inside, but at least it's warm. This furnace is much better than a fireplace. No thank you. Lightning looked at the trembling bridge and shook her head. I think it's okay. Sure enough, this was the Black River's limit. If the train continued to shake at this frequency, even if the boiler could survive, the train would fall apart. I can see that you're still worried about the situation over there. Are there any relatives or friends in the camp? Yes, Lightning replied worriedly. So have I, he said, stroking his beard, and two of them. Huh? Lightning couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She originally thought that the other party was calm because he had nothing to worry about. I used to be a miner. I had 4 children in my life. Except for the eldest who died of a cold, the others all lived until His Majesty Wimbledon came. The old man smiled and said, they used to live like mice, small and weak, but after joining the army, they seem to have changed. This is also the reason why I am so confident in the First Army. A team composed of such people will not be easily defeated. Is that the case? Lightning couldn't help but ask, what about the other one? He's on this train. He tapped his pipe and said, he was the first lookout who saw you approaching. The old man paused for a moment and said proudly, because His Majesty Wimbledon brought all these changes, I wanted to do something for him. Besides, it's boring to stay in the mine alone, so I decided to take a walk. His Majesty chose a train team from those who were familiar with the operation of the steam engine, so I signed up. I didn't expect to be chosen. So the old man was not like what she had imagined. Lightning pursed her lips and was about to say something when the telephone on the bridge suddenly rang. Father, I see Tower Station No. 1. It looks like there's a battle over there. I can see flashes and flames. The old man's excited voice could even be heard by Lightning. How many times have I told you? This is the army. Don't call me father. The old man yelled into the phone. Just keep watching. I'm going to sound the whistle to tell them that reinforcements are coming. Then he twitched his beard at Lightning and said, see? I told you they wouldn't be defeated so easily, right? Then, he turned around, pulled the rope on his back, and shouted in a loud voice, go, boys. Woo, half a quarter of an hour later, the Black River charged into the center of the melee, accompanied by a deafening roar of the steam horn and a loud deceleration. The stone needles that were stuck in the rails were all smashed into pieces. The collision of black stone and steel produced a series of dazzling sparks in the pitch-black front of the train. Perhaps the deceleration of the train had given the enemies the illusion that they could stop the steel behemoth. Several demons approached the rails and tried to stop the steel behemoth, but they were all caught by the wheels and crushed to a pulp. No matter how slow the train was, it was not something that could be stopped by any living creature. At the same time, the machine gun turrets on the front and back of the armored train began to fire in all directions. The demons who had invaded the encampment were immediately attacked from both sides. They had no chance to hide and were shot down one by one. The bone spears and other weapons were no more than scratches to the Black River. At this moment, lightning had flown into the turret compartment. "Sylvie, what's the target?" "It's right in front of you, about 3,300 meters away," Sylvie said, noticing the arrival of the train. She immediately reported the location of the bombardment. "It's wide open. There's no cover." The moment the train came to a complete stop, the gunners immediately got to work. In Sylvie's vision, the main force of the enemy was now within the firing range of the encampment's defensive line. There were only about 5,000 of them, not as many as during the battle at the northbound slope. However, they were very scattered, like bandits without any restraints. It was also because of this that the entire plain seemed to be filled with their troops. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Further away, the magic eye's detection was distorted. The ground was covered by an opaque black veil. Even the magic eye, which could see through any blind spots, could not see what was behind the veil. It did not seem to be the interference caused by the god stone of retaliation. The anti-magic domain gave people the feeling of a silent, dead land. If there was, then there was. If there wasn't, then there wasn't. It was more like something else. Something alive. But before she fell asleep, there was nothing there. The long needles and stone pillars that attacked the encampment came from the Black Veil. This was the most depressing battle that Sylvie had ever experienced. From the ambush to the surprise attack, her vision was restricted, and the demon's every move seemed to be aimed at her. She had no time to think about how the enemy had gotten so close to the encampment. Instead, she focused all her attention on the Black River. Since she could not see the exact position of the target, she could only make adjustments according to the results of the bombardment. Finally, the Black River let out its first roar. The scorching flames lit up the long body of the ship and the encampment in the dark. Faster than the sound, the cannonballs arrived. At the same time, the army of demons charged to both sides of the battlefield. Their sprinting speed was extremely fast, and it took them less than 2 minutes to close in from 1,500 meters to within a kilometer. If it was daytime, this would be a distance that could be seen with the naked eye. Although Sylvie had informed the liaison officer of the enemy's movements, the First Army's firepower did not immediately suppress the enemy's momentum due to the darkness of the night. What was more surprising was that when the bullets landed near the enemy, the demons would crouch down and move forward on the ground instead. With their strong limbs, they were able to crawl quickly. Coupled with the scattered formation, the killing power of the machine guns was significantly reduced. In Sylvie's memory, once the target entered the machine gun squad's shooting range, it was as if they had hit an invisible wall. Wherever the firepower reached, the enemy would fall in droves like harvested wheat, and they would pay a heavy price in a very short time. This was fully proven by the unification of Grey Castle and the defeat of the Church. However, most of the bullets flew over the heads of the demons that were lying low. Even if they landed on the demons' heads, they could not cause much damage. Although she had warned the front line, the defending soldiers did not make any effective changes because they could not see the shooting results. To Sylvie's relief, the counterattack on the other side had achieved a good result. The darkness created by the enemy in the distance could only block the magic eyes, but could not block the cannonballs. For the Longsong cannons, the distance of more than 3,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and the burst of fire even vaguely illuminated the pitch-black land. When the first sand column rushed out of the darkness, it was accompanied by demon limbs and black stone fragments. Considering the size of the blind area and the frequency of the enemy's projectiles, the spider demons in the darkness should be arranged in a column, so that they could pack as many aberrations as possible in a small area. Advance 20 meters in succession and shoot continuously. Sylvie shouted at the sigil of listening. Got it. No matter what, the most important thing was to destroy the enemy's long-range attack first. As long as the defensive line was still there, the demons could not easily cross over. The closer the distance, the less disadvantageous it would be to fight at night. Moreover, the First Army had many backup plans and did not completely rely on the machine guns. If the troops collapsed, there would be no way to save the situation. At the front line, Fishball prayed that the stone needles would not fall on his head as he gritted his teeth and got into the shooting position. In fact, he was very surprised that he dared to run out of the trench. In the past, he would have wet his pants and begged the commander to spare his life. Perhaps it was the words "You are not a coward" that gave him courage, or perhaps it was the sound of gunfire behind him that gave him courage. He finally controlled his legs and did not become the first officer to be killed for desertion. Although he was just a small platoon leader, he was still a serious leader. But Fishball knew that he would not have agreed to carry out such a high-risk mission under normal circumstances. No matter how high the reward was, he would be. It could only be said that the army was an incredible place. As long as one person took the lead and charged out of the trench amidst the roar of guns and cannons, the rest would follow involuntarily. Under the influence of this atmosphere, Fishball felt as if his brain had stopped thinking and his body had become a machine. "Class leader, the ammo chain is ready," his subordinate shouted. Fishball took a deep breath and lowered the muzzle of the Mark I. Although it was an anti-aircraft squad, the rifle was equipped with a horizontal ruler and a simple sight, so it could be switched to shooting at ground targets at any time. At the same time, the baffles on both sides of the machine gun were mainly used to defend against spears thrown from the air. Once the machine gun was completely flat, it meant that the back of the machine gun would lose its protection. The only thing he could do was to keep his head as close to the plank as possible and pray. After all, as long as he didn't die on the spot, he would have the opportunity to receive treatment from Miss Nana. The prerequisite was that the medical team's rescue was fast enough. As if he wanted to vent his fear, Fishball roared and pulled the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets into the dark night. Explosions rang out from time to time. He could no longer tell whether they were from the Longsong cannons or the spider demons. Occasionally, some of the black stone needles would fall nearby, or even hit the baffle. The stimulation of several brushes with death made him numb, and he could not think of anything else other than shooting. "We're done. Reload. Coming. Where's the new ammo chain?" "Here." Just as he was barely able to see the enemy's figure, the gun bolt clicked, and the third box of bullets was emptied. "Bring me another box of ammo." "Didn't you hear me?" "Where are they?" Fishball turned around abruptly, only to find that the other two members of his squad had fallen to the ground, with half of the bloody stone needles stuck in their bodies. He was stunned for a moment, and then he yelled at the top of his lungs, "Medical team! Someone's hurt. We need treatment." In response to him was a series of continuous booms. At this moment, the mortars finally joined the counterattack. More than 100 shells soared into the air and rained down like hailstones within 400 to 800 meters, almost cutting the demon army in half. At that moment, it was as if countless flowers of fire had bloomed on the ground. The dazzling light not only illuminated the enemies, but also the bloodstains on the baffles of the machine guns. The turning point that Sylvie had been waiting for finally came. Although the bombardment from the Black River had weakened the spider demon's attack, the enemy did not give up. Every few minutes, several stone pillars would be hurled at the First Army. Now that the First Army was engaged in battle, each stone pillar could cause a lot of casualties. Even though Agatha, Shavy, and Molly were doing their best to assist the army in defending, it was impossible for them to guard the entire defensive line, which was hundreds of meters long, on both flanks. The only thing she could do was to tell the front line where they needed help during the bombardment. Until Maggie's voice came from the sigil of listening. "This is the artillery position, Ku. The Tequila Witches have killed all the invading demons, Ku. Commander Vanner said that they will be ready to fire soon. He hopes that you can guide them, Ku." Sylvie could not help but clench her fists. "Of course. Just stay there and don't move. I'll use the sigil to communicate faster than a phone call." Maggie got it, Ku. When the 4 Longsong cannons on the artillery position joined the counterattack, the demons' attack suddenly came to a halt. After only 2 rounds of firing, the demons reacted as if they had been prepared. When Anna walked into the temporary underground headquarters, the atmosphere in the room was quite heavy. Seeing her arrival, everyone stood up and bowed to her. "Greetings, Your Highness." Iron Axe even knelt on one knee and said, "I'm sorry to have frightened you. I failed to see through the enemy's tricks and was caught off guard by the demons. I'm very sorry for my negligence. You don't have to be like this." Anna waved her hand and said, "Just treat me as an ordinary person who cares about the war. I'm just here to ask about the situation. This attack. Is everyone okay?" Although she had become the queen, she was still not used to such an occasion, especially when Vendi and Agatha also bowed to her. Although she had never mentioned it in the past and rarely expressed her thoughts in front of the witches, she actually liked the feeling of calling each other sisters in the union. And this attack on the camp was the same. Compared to being surrounded by the gods' punishment witches and guards and being sent to the underground bunker at the beginning of the battle, she preferred to fight together with everyone, just like in the previous months of demons. However, Anna knew that since she had accepted this identity, some things could only be kept to the bottom of her heart. She only hoped that her appearance could make everyone feel at ease. Iron Axe hesitated, which was rare for him. "Your Highness, the situation is not very good. Can you tell me about it?" "Of course, we happen to be discussing this issue." He looked at Phil and Schilt, who nodded and opened the notebook in his hand. According to the current statistics from the medical team, the First Army suffered more than 200 casualties and nearly 700 wounded in the night attack, the Light of Dawn said in a low voice. However, due to the limited time, this is only the most rough statistics. The actual number of casualties will definitely rise further. After all, Miss Nana can't take care of so many wounded. More than 200 casualties, this was a loss second only to the Battle of the Church. And that was a decisive battle that would determine the fate of both sides. This was only the first battle after the Northern Expedition, and the First Army was still a long way from the Tequila ruins. It was no wonder that Iron Axe had a difficult look on his face. Anna had seen the scene in the wounded barracks. Soldiers covered in blood lay in a row on the ground. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood and endless moans of pain. With Nana's magic, it was impossible for her to cure all the wounded in one go. For those with broken limbs or ruptured internal organs, she could only cure 5 or 6 of them in one day. Therefore, if he wanted to save more people, he had to save his magic power and use it in the most critical areas. For example, for patients who had their lungs pierced or their intestines cut, they would only heal the fatal wounds on their organs. If the problem was not so serious, the medical team would be responsible for suturing the epidermis after drinking purified water. If the problem was serious, the wound would be left open and further treatment would be done the next day. During this period of time, they relied on the sleeping fern and Donghua's potion to help the seriously injured endure the pain. As for whether everyone could survive until the next day, or whether the potion could cause addiction similar to the Dreamland water, it was no longer a problem for the medical team to worry about. In such an oppressive environment, it was not an easy task to precisely distribute magic power to the parts that needed treatment. It was hard to imagine that the little girl who used to read and write with her, who would feel dizzy at the sight of blood, had now grown to such an extent. "I'll talk to His Majesty and try to persuade Madame Spear of Fallen Dragon Ridge to help the front line," Anna replied slowly. With her, the medical team can save more people. By the way, how did the demons get close to the camp without making a sound? "I think the demons must have taken advantage of the blind spots of the magic eye." Sylvie looked a little depressed. "I'm afraid they sent the devil beasts to test my detection range, but I didn't realize it at all. We should have thought of it first," Agatha said, blaming herself. After the battle at the northbound slope, the demons noticed Sylvie's existence. The devil beasts were able to determine the approximate distance of the Eye of Magic through our vigilance. After that, the demons gathered at the farthest edge and launched a sneak attack on us at night. They chose the moment when Tower Station No. 1 had just fallen, which was also the moment when the defense of the camp was at its weakest. "That's true, but it's not anyone's fault." The Light of Dawn comforted her. "If you want to deceive the demons, you have to deliberately turn a blind eye to the approaching devil beasts. But this is contrary to our usual training. Even if we knew the demons were going to do this, it would still be difficult for thousands of soldiers and ordinary workers to disguise themselves flawlessly. In other words, the demons would have discovered this distance sooner or later. Even if they didn't set up an ambush at Tower Station number 1, they would have waited for us at Tower Station number 2 and Tower Station number 3. If I remember correctly, the spider demon's shooting range should be about 2 to 3 kilometers. Additionally, it crawls very slowly. It took a long time for it to enter Sylvie's shooting range. Is it because of her good luck that she didn't discover it? Anna was puzzled. I don't know much about military operations. Please forgive me if I'm wrong. The First Army has its own detection methods, right? For example, the hydrogen balloons that often rise in the camp. You're very observant, Your Highness, Iron Axe said while placing his hand on his chest. To put it simply, the First Army's wartime intelligence sources are divided into 3 levels. Besides Sylvie, Lightning, and Miss Maggie, the last level is the army itself. However, when facing demons, this level can only be used as a backup and emergency measure. After listening to the Commander-in-Chief's explanation, Anna finally had a basic understanding of the First Army's intelligence system. During the battle to unify the Kingdom of Grey Castle, this system did not make any mistakes. However, when the enemies were demons, an insurmountable gap appeared in front of the First Army. That was, no matter if it was 2-legged or 4-legged, no one could outrun a devil beast with wings. This meant that once the devil beasts crossed a certain distance, the scouts would not be able to return. They could not even survive, let alone send back any information. The devil beasts, which could hide in the clouds and wait for an opportunity, had an absolute advantage. Coupled with the flat terrain of the fertile plains, they were like eagles hunting chicks. As a result, the third level's intelligence circle was greatly reduced. Even Sylvie could not assist them. The flying demons could enter the Magic Eye's detection range at any time and hunt down the soldiers in the outer circle, while the First Army had no ability to rescue them. A word involuntarily appeared in Anna's mind. It was a word that Roland often mentioned with a complicated expression. Air supremacy. Only the side with air supremacy could truly take the initiative in the war. In addition, he would also say some ambiguous words, such as the Black Ribbon, Autumn Mountain, and so on. Anna shook her head and suppressed these distracting thoughts. According to this explanation, the spider demons should have entered the third level's alert range at that time. Was it because it was night? Poor visibility at night is only one of the reasons, Your Highness, answered Philin Schilt. According to the analysis of the General Staff, those deformed monsters might have been waiting for us from the beginning. Anna blinked in surprise. You mean, they were buried in the ground in front of us? Yes, that's the only explanation for why those huge monsters appeared within our shooting range without a sound. Philin said solemnly, I've asked Miss Sylvie. She said that scanning through obstacles would consume a lot of magic power, and the range would be greatly reduced. Now that I think about it, those devil beasts were not only testing us, but also attracting Miss Sylvie's attention. As long as she kept watching the sky, she wouldn't have the magic power to pay attention to the changes underground. That's why the demons could accurately attack every corner of the campsite at night. If it was a stationary battle, it would be much easier. The black curtain that Sylvie saw was not to conceal their position, but to conceal the moment when the spider demons crawled out of the ground. Not only did the demons react quickly to the First Army's combat methods and intentions, but they were also extremely proficient in using magic power. It was indeed very difficult to fight against such an opponent. No wonder the atmosphere in the headquarters was so heavy. This was not a good sign. If Roland were here, what would he do? Just as Anna was about to say a few words of encouragement, Edith suddenly giggled. Lady Edith. Philin reminded her in a low voice. That's a loss of more than 200 people. A great victory. Just more than 200 people, the Pearl of the Northern region interrupted. What about the demons? There were about 50 of them in the camp, including one senior demon. Almost all the casualties of the First Army were caused by them. At first glance, it looks like 50 versus 200, and we've suffered a great loss. However, the enemy's main force that died in front of the defensive line is at least 2,000. And this is only the most preliminary estimate. It will take a few days to figure out the number of demons that were blown to pieces during the escape. Am I right, Miss Sylvie? Sylvie hesitated. The corpses of the enemies seen by the eye of magic are about the same. Lady Agatha, I'm guessing that you've never commanded a war or even participated in a war 400 years ago, right? Edith looked at the ice witch. The latter could not help frowning. During the Battle of Divine Will, fighting demons was a compulsory course for the witches of the Union. Although I used to be a researcher of the Quest Society and fought with the enemies on the way to explore the ruins. I'm talking about war. Edith leaned forward slightly, her expression aggressive. Edith. Iron Axe stopped her. Why? Anna suddenly asked. Her intervention drew everyone's attention back. Why do you think so? As far as I know, you were the captain of the knight in the northern region and you haven't experienced a war. If someone else had asked this question, it would have been like adding fuel to the fire. However, when it came from Anna, everyone felt that it was surprisingly peaceful and did not seem to be arguing with her. It was probably because of her pure and serious eyes that they could not have any other thoughts. Edith also restrained her momentum and replied with a hand on her chest. You're right. I haven't experienced a real war, but someone here has. She paused for a moment. Looking at her expression, I can tell what the result is. Everyone followed the Pearl of the Northern Region's gaze and saw Phyllis, the representative of tequila, holding a cup of hot tea at the corner of the long table. The corners of her mouth were raised, and her eyes were full of smiles. Every once in a while, he would pick up the teacup and take a sip, as if he was tasting some delicious drink. For the tequila witches, this was not a common sight. Having lost their sense of taste, they only ate for the sake of survival. It was almost impossible for them to show an expression of enjoyment. Only then did everyone notice that Phyllis was not paying attention to the meeting at all. Even though she was the center of attention now, she was still daydreaming. It was not until Vendi gently pushed her that she came back to her senses. Oh? What were you talking about? The god's punishment witch coughed twice and said, I was thinking about something very important and didn't pay attention to what you said. Does your highness have any questions for me? Everyone was speechless. It was obvious that Edith was in a daze, but she could calmly say that she was thinking about something important in front of everyone. It turned out that the ancient witches 400 years ago were not so different from modern people in some aspects. Haha. No one knew who laughed first, but the crowd burst into laughter one after another. The heavy atmosphere in the room suddenly lightened a lot. It seems that I don't need to ask any more, Anna said and shook her head with a smile. Edith stood up and looked around. The demons suffered a greater loss. They turned around and ran away. But we're still standing here, and Tower Station number 1 is safe and sound. How can we talk about failure? His Majesty once told me that victory and defeat are measured by whether they achieved their goals or not. Obviously, they didn't achieve the desired result. I can even say that the commander of the demons made a very serious mistake. Mistake? Everyone was a little surprised. This night attack had been planned carefully. It could be said that it was a very successful ambush and did not seem to have made a big mistake. Not only were they able to accurately judge magic power, but the fact that they were able to so quickly and effectively counter the magic power of their magic power was shocking to me. The two tribes had never communicated with each other. The only time they had fought was during the Battle of Northbound Slope. Although no one mentioned it, everyone was a little afraid of the demons. The demons were different from the enemies in their minds. Even though the humans on the fertile plains had suffered a crushing defeat and the witch empire had been destroyed by the demons, that was, after all, old history. History was something that would distort and fade with the passage of time. It was not something that could be directly felt by people. It was not until the outbreak of this battle that people really touched a corner of history hidden under the veil. They were not comparable to the demonic beasts that ran rampant in the barbarian land. Apart from magic power and strong bodies, they were also a highly intelligent civilization. Even human beings were not as good as them. When excuses such as "we only rely on the power and magic given by God, if not for these, how could human beings be afraid of these barbarians?" were torn apart, and when the brains that human beings were proud of were overshadowed, the impact was absolutely indescribable. What followed was self-doubt, so few people thought about the demons. Therefore, hearing Edith's words, everyone could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. What did they do wrong? Anna asked subconsciously. They were too arrogant, Your Highness, Edith replied firmly. Creating chaos, seizing the artillery positions, and then using the army to kill. If this was a group of knights or an ancient army, it would have collapsed a long time ago. But the first army was not like that. They only saw the changes in the weapons, but ignored the differences in the people. This was the biggest mistake made by the enemies. Everyone was suddenly shocked. From the beginning to the end, they only sent in about 50 demons, which meant that the new attack methods were not easy to implement. They should have tried to put them together to maximize their power. But how did they do it? They scattered the 50 demons into 4 areas, the barracks, the 2 trenches, and the artillery positions, the Pearl of the Northern Region said with fervor. The Pearl of the Northern Region said, the demon commander is not a fool, so the reason why it gave the order is obvious. As long as a dozen demons are put in, the humans and the insects will be utterly defeated. Isn't it arrogant to show such blatant contempt? Anna vaguely understood what the Pearl of the Northern Region meant. She could not help but clench her fists. If they didn't make this mistake, if they treated human beings as equal opponents, then they wouldn't have relied on these 50 demons to capture the barracks, but to eliminate as many enemies as possible. Edith nodded affirmatively. Suppose the enemy sent all the demons, including a senior demon, into the barracks, and the army did not move, while the spider demons sneaked up on us and left. What would the situation be like? Anna felt a chill run down her spine. The reason why 50 demons were exchanged for 200 demons was that they had scattered their forces and the seesaw battle to seize the positions had bought time for the reinforcements to react. If the enemies had rushed in from the beginning and treated the senior demon as a disposable weapon, the number of casualties would probably have been several times higher. Connecting to the realm of mind was a very exhausting task. If one had to describe it, it would be scorching and chaotic. The former came from the origin of magic. Although it was the source of all power, the end of all things, and the foundation of the realm of mind's existence, before the realm of mind reached that level, any action that approached it would lead to destruction. The latter came from the consciousness itself. When the magic power was awakened to a certain extent, it would leave a mark on the origin of magic. Countless consciousnesses gathered here, like seawater covering the earth. Some of them sank to the bottom and could not be traced, while some were still floating, drifting with the current. The difference between the two was whether the consciousness itself was aware of this. This was also one of the characteristics that distinguished the lower from the higher. The ones that sank were dead and worthless, while the ones that floated showed that they had been to the realm of mind. Even if they only had a glimpse, they were fundamentally different from other living beings. Haxord was one of the best. Not only had it obtained the approval of the origin of magic, but it had also mastered the ability to connect with the realm of mind. This enabled it to actively search for valuable information. However, it was not suitable to do this often. The influence between consciousnesses was always mutual. If it stayed in the realm of mind for a long time, it would be easy to be contaminated. Moreover, moving in the realm of mind was like moving through a turbulent current. Many of its kind had entered the realm of mind and never returned, leaving behind only an empty shell. Haxord did not want to follow in their footsteps. Apart from the above 2 reasons, the most important reason was that Haxord did not like this place. No matter how advanced it was, floating was only temporary. After losing its main body, its consciousness would sooner or later sink into the origin of magic, and its upper body would be replaced by a newly awakened individual. This scene reminded Haxord that it was not eternal. Before it was completely upgraded, it would also disappear. Haxord felt like it was witnessing its own death, which made it difficult for him to immerse himself in it. Suddenly, Haxord sensed a familiar aura. Is this Caberdabi? Haxord was a little surprised. Why did it become so weak? It looked like it was dying. Even if those insects had killed it, it would not have ended up like this. Although it had sunk to the bottom, it was still the consciousness of an ascended being. As a brave warrior who was the commander of the Western Front Army, death would not cause its consciousness to dissipate. It should be enough for him to search for it carefully. Caberdabi, however, was far weaker than a female worm and an ascendant. Based on the amount of magic power it had, it should not be able to enter the realm of mind. Haxord imagined himself reaching out with non-existent hands and slowly grasping this consciousness. Sky Lord. A voice woke him up from the realm of mind. The king is summoning you. It looked back at the guard. I understand. You can leave now. Yes. Haxord let go of the inheritance fragment that was still emitting a faint red light and flew to the top of the birth tower. Ever since they obtained part of the civilization's inheritance, their research on magic power could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Especially with the appearance of the symbiotic demons, they gradually got rid of their dependence on magic stones. Even the birth tower had many abilities that did not exist before, such as amplifying the effects of magic and resonating with other birth towers. The latter, in particular, allowed the scattered great dark monarchs to communicate directly with the king. The mist at the top of the tower was the thickest. This damp feeling dispelled the discomfort of being connected to the realm of mind. Haxord placed his hand on the tower and concentrated. Sky Lord, I am honored by your summons, my king. How's the plan going? The king's voice boomed. There isn't much time left. Has the Skysea realm made a move again? It asked subconsciously. That's right, and the scale is unusually large. Most of the suggestions are to avoid it first. After all, the deity of gods was about to be completed. Once it was activated, the situation of only defending and not attacking would be completely reversed. The deity of gods, Haxord was shocked. The legendary ultimate creation, was it finally going to be realized, to be free from the restrictions of the magic stone mines and move freely in every corner of the world? This was once the goal that countless of its kind yearned for. Now, it was right before their eyes. Just as the name said, it was a gift from God, and it also symbolized that they were one step closer to the origin of magic. The Sky Lord used his consciousness to express his reverence for the king. Then what's your answer? The Western Front has encountered some changes. Haxord wanted to reply that everything was going smoothly. The king was under pressure from the Skysea realm, and he should not give him any more trouble. But his loyalty to the king was absolute, and it was not his place to make decisions for the king. My commander reports, those humans. He paused and decided to use an official title, which was what they called themselves in the past. Compared to 400 years ago, the humans have changed greatly, especially in terms of combat methods. The vanguard suffered some losses, but it did not affect the plan. After listening to the report, the king was silent for a while. Is it the result of evolution? It has nothing to do with evolution, but rather the use of artifacts and natural elements, such as fire, which we are not familiar with. Not even magic power? Indeed. My commander originally planned to capture some humans alive and seize a few weapons, just like before, but it did not succeed. Haxord said. He suggested that I send more troops to the Western Front, or use the realm of mind to investigate the cause. An ascendant has fallen into the hands of humans? The king said unhappily. Although I expected such a day would come after the ascension became more relaxed, isn't it a little too soon? I remember that the commander of the Western Front is your favorite subordinate, and even has the title of Genius General. Are you sure it did not fail in its duties? Haxord hurriedly lowered his head. What's the result? Nothing was found. Its magic power is almost non-existent, and I can't find out the details in such a state. He hesitated. But what? The moment I came into contact with consciousness, I seemed to see an unusually bright flame. It's probably an illusion. If it's really a flame, then don't bother. The king replied. Although we rarely use it, we understand it well enough. Besides, learning from humans is a thing of the past. As for the first request, I'll reject it on your behalf. The Skysea Realm's attack is the main focus. I can't transfer more troops to you, and you can't transfer the existing troops out, which will result in an internal emptiness. Don't forget, the legacy shard that concerns the upgrade of the race is now in your custody. I understand. Thorn Town, at the foot of the Cage Mountain in the Kingdom of Dawn. A convoy of carriages slowly drove through the streets and stopped in front of the Lord's mansion. We're here. Get down here and be quick about it. The man who looked like a steward waved the horsewhip in his hand and shouted, "If you want to live, you better know your place. Answer whatever the Lord asks later. Do you understand?" Most of the people who got down from the carriages were dressed in rags and had pale faces. Their hands were tied together by a hemp rope like a bunch of grasshoppers. There was no doubt that they were all slaves, the lowest kind. Such a scene had recently become the norm in Thorntown. Ever since the exploration team of Grey Castle set up camp here, the town, which was usually deserted, had gradually become lively. Not only were there an endless stream of caravans, but also many emissaries sent by various lords. They either stayed or set up tents and barracks outside the town. In just over a month, the remote town seemed to have grown a lot bigger. "Lord Marl, what do you think of these people?" Fuline Sheffield from Maplesong City was one of them. He rubbed his hands and looked at Marl Tokat, the great noble representative of the city of Glow, with a charming smile on his face. "They are healthy and have no defects. I personally selected them from the prison. Don't be fooled by their thin and weak appearance. They are actually fierce people. As long as you feed them, they will definitely meet your requirements." "All right," Marl waved his hand impatiently. Although Fuline had the surname of the Lord of Maplesong, he knew that Fuline was not someone worth talking to. "It's not me who wants to buy the prisoners. It's the lord next to me, Mr. Sean, the captain of the Imperial Guards of the King of Grey Castle." I see." Old Fuline saluted again. As soon as the lord heard the call of the King of Dawn, he immediately decided to respond and ordered me to prepare for departure as soon as possible. "Please forgive me for this oversight in such a hurry." "No problem." Sean walked to the front of the group of people and glanced at them one by one. Compared with the first few batches of prisoners sent by the King of Dawn, the quality of these prisoners was obviously much worse. But now that the Temple of the Cursed had entered the stage of full excavation, a large number of people were needed. Sui Xiong did not intend to make a fuss about this problem as long as it was useful. Just as he walked to the center of the group, a prisoner suddenly knelt down in front of him. "Sir, I'm innocent. Please let me go." As both of his hands were tied to a long rope, he was stopped by the human wall before he could even finish his action. He could only kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. "You're courting death." The steward immediately gnashed his teeth in hatred. If it weren't for the presence of the other two masters, he would have already lashed out with his whip. "What injustice!" Sean stopped in his tracks. "I didn't kill anyone or rob anyone. I just stole and slaughtered my neighbor's chickens." The prisoner answered hurriedly, "In Maplesong City, you'll only be sentenced to whipping or exile. You don't deserve to die, sir." "Is that so?" Sean looked at old Fuline. The latter quickly said, "Yes and no, Your Excellency. The day before we received the summons from the King of Dawn, the Earl of Sheffield made a small adjustment to the laws of the territory. In order to combat the increasingly rampant rats and underground crimes, all punishments have been raised by one level. Theft is no exception." "What?" The prisoner was stunned. "You're sentenced to death for stealing and slaughtering a few chickens? What's so difficult to understand?" Old Fuline glanced at him contemptuously. "A war has just broken out in the kingdom. In order to eliminate the rebels, Maplesong City suffered a great loss. In addition, the number of refugees has skyrocketed. How can we suppress scums like you without heavy sentences? Today you steal a neighbor's chickens. Maybe one day your neighbor will starve to death because of this. What's the difference between this and murder? In my opinion, it's just a matter of course." "Your Excellency, the prisoner wanted to argue, but Sean interrupted him. "Since you're not innocent, take this labor as atonement." He paused for a moment and raised his voice. "I think you should already know that as long as you work for 10 years, no matter what crime you've committed, you'll be pardoned. This is the promise made by Grey Castle and the King of Dawn. Don't try to escape. This is your only chance." Old Fuline smiled as he signaled his subordinates to take all the prisoners away. "I knew that you would accept all of them. According to the agreement, one person is 1 gold royal, so that's a total of 106 gold royals, right?" Xiaowen replied. "Yes." Old Fuline's eyes lit up. "Go to the Lord's mansion to get it." There will be someone there to receive you. Yes, I'll go. Old Fuling said with a smile. Also, Sean suddenly said as Old Fuling turned around. Don't let this happen again. You mean? Old Fuling was slightly surprised. I don't care if the Lord of Maplesong City changed the law the day before. According to the agreement, the traitor must tell the prisoner the purpose of the trip and the reward and punishment before departure. This kind of person doesn't realize that he's sentenced to death. Next time, I'll deduct part of the golden dragon. Sean said. He wasn't interested in acting as a judge. He didn't have much sympathy for the situation of these people. For him, the most important thing was to complete the task given by His Majesty. At the same time, he had to avoid the mercenary aristocrats and businessmen from ruining His Majesty's reputation. I understand. Old Fuling bowed his head. I'll pay attention next time. Marl shrugged his shoulders after Old Fuling left. You're really working hard. It's not hard to work for His Majesty. Is it? Marl looked at the increasingly crowded town. Even the purchase of death row prisoners has to be done so carefully. Should I say that His Majesty Wimbledon did it on purpose? Or is he naturally compassionate? According to my brother, His Majesty is almost the same age as me, but he's already the indisputable king of a country. The two should be opposed to each other. Now even his personal guard is so outstanding. I really want to meet him in person. It's not difficult to meet the King of Grey Castle with the identity of the three families, Sean said expressionlessly. Besides, if I were you, I wouldn't say these words in front of that guard. It doesn't matter. You don't like to be secretive, do you? Marl spread out his hands. Sean could see that this guy was a friendly person. He was indeed the second son of the Tokat family. He was quite similar to Oro Tokat, who was rumored to be enthusiastic and loyal. The best way to deal with this kind of person was to ignore him. He turned around and was about to go to the dump area where the First Army was stationed to have a look. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to him. Your Excellency, a stranger wants to see you. He claims to know the whereabouts of the treasure. Sean frowned. Since the news about the cursed treasure had spread, such a person would come to him every few days. However, so far, they were all swindlers who came for the bounty. Didn't I say not to inform me before getting specific clues? That person wants to see you, the soldier replied. He also said that he's the last survivor of Hermes. In addition to the whereabouts of the treasure, he also knows the whereabouts of the church's exiles. We've got him under control. Hermes. The church? In a tent, Sean carefully looked at the man tied to a chair. The latter did not look away or make a fuss. He just stared at Sean calmly. This kind of silence was not a look that would appear on a snitch. When he was still in the old king's city, Sean had seen many betrayals and betrayals. Although the enemy's rebellion could only be beneficial to him, the ugliness of greed, flattery, and impatience would not be pleasing to the eye just because of a little benefit. The guard could not help but feel curious. After staring at each other for a while, he broke the silence. Name? Joe. The man replied. Are you the commander here? I don't mean the Lord of Thorntown or anywhere else, but the commander of the Grey Castle troops. Is that important? If it's not, I won't say anything, because it's meaningless. Interesting. Sean leaned forward a little and said, I'm the captain of the guards of His Majesty Roland Wimbledon, the King of Grey Castle, and also the captain of the Grey Castle exploration team. You can call me Sean. Now that you've met the person you want to see, can you tell me the whereabouts of the treasure? If you came all the way to the Cage Mountain for the Temple of the Cursed, then you must be looking for the magic ceremony cube, Joe said bluntly. And the magic ceremony cube is now in the hands of Earl Lorenzo of Archduke Island. Sean couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He had thought that the other party would first discuss the conditions, then beat around the bush to give him some clues. As for whether it was true or not, it would take some time to verify it. He didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. Have you seen that thing? No, but it's not a secret to the church. Joe briefly told Sean about how the church plundered the kingdom of Wolfheart. At that time, Lorenzo, who was in charge of this mission, made a big deal about the treasure in his report. Many higher-ups knew about it, but the holy city of Hermes didn't pay much attention to it. I see. The treasure went to the kingdom of Wolfheart for 100 years and was later found by the church. This makes sense, Xian said while stroking his chin. But why did you tell me about it? If you want to sell this information to other lords, it's not meaningless, is it? Zhou took a deep breath and asked, Sir, have you heard of the God's Punishment Army? Of course, the secret army that the church is proud of, Xian said with a mocking smile. Unfortunately, they were defeated by His Majesty's First Army in the Battle of Coldwind Ridge. That's good. However, the other party did not show any indignation. The next part will be easy to explain. Lorenzo has the God's Punishment Army under his command, so no one except the King of Grey Castle would dare to attack the Archduke Island. Oh? The guard raised his eyebrows and said, I thought these humanoid beasts all died in the bomb craters in Coldwind Ridge. How many God's Punishment warriors does he have? 10. No, about 5, Zhou hesitated. Not too many. If you want to break into the castle, the 5 of you are a big threat. Xian smiled and said noncommittally, so what do you want from me? Or, how much is the price of this information? No, I just want to survive, Zhou said in a low voice. The church is no longer a match for Grey Castle, but those exiles are still unwilling to give up. Lorenzo is still targeting you. His people may have already sneaked into Thorn Town, and I don't want to be dragged into this mess. He paused for a moment and said, if this information is useful, the King of Grey Castle will pardon me, right? Did he really do this to save his life? Xian put his hands on the table and rested his chin on his hand, which was a gesture that His Majesty often made when interrogating people. Although he did not have the magical ability of Lady Nightingale, sometimes he did not need magic to distinguish truth from falsehood. At least, he did not sense any desire to live in this man who called himself Zhou. Especially when they looked at each other, the indifference in his eyes showed that he had made a decision. Perhaps even Zhou did not realize that this was the look of a man who was determined to die. Is that all? Yes. Yes. Then I'll arrange for someone to send you to Neverwinter. Huh? Zhou sensed that something was wrong. Why do I have to go to Neverwinter? Xian stood up and said, I don't have the power to pardon you, nor can I abandon you. So sending you to Neverwinter is the safest choice. Don't worry, His Majesty's benevolence and justice have long been known to Grey Castle, and the Witch Union has ways to verify the credibility of the information. If you're not lying, you'll definitely receive a reasonable verdict. Pardon is just a basic treatment. If you're lucky, you may even receive a large reward. My lord. The treasure. Zhou also wanted to stand up, but he was tied to the chair by a rope and could not move at all. If it's really in the hands of Earl Lorenzo, it'll belong to His Majesty sooner or later. Besides, the treasure has nothing to do with you, right? Xian spread out his hands and said, there's nothing to worry about. Although the journey is a little long and your actions will be restricted before the news is confirmed, everything will be paid off in the end. You won't have to worry about the threat of the church anymore. He looked at the soldier and said, take him away. No, my lord, wait. Zhou's expression changed. His indifference was instantly replaced by panic and helplessness. He forced himself to stand up and then fell to the ground. Please, don't send me to Neverwinter. His voice was filled with unimaginable grief, as if he had been pretending to be so. Even Xian could not help but stop in his tracks. He was not even afraid of death, but he still showed such an expression. It was really incomprehensible. Why? Xian turned around and asked, or is this not your only request? Please save her, save Farina, please. Zhou gnawed the soil on the ground and shouted desperately, there's no time, she doesn't have time. In the end, the man was choked with sobs. This is probably the truth. Xian thought to himself. He walked to the trembling Zhou and patted him on the shoulder. Who's Farina? Why doesn't she have time? I think we can talk about it now. After Zhou gradually calmed down and listened to the whole story, Xian finally understood what was going on. Everything was related to love. Zhou was the real exile of the church, and the former bishop had now become their enemy. It was not surprising that Zhou had turned to the First Army of Grey Castle, the former enemy of the church. Traitors were always more hateful than foreign enemies. At the same time, Shan also understood why Zhou was so determined to die. Zhou did not think that he could hide it from the First Army forever. Perhaps in his eyes, it was better to send himself and Farina to the gallows than to be tortured by Lorenzo. If he had spread the news slowly, it might have worked in a few months, but he chose to take the risk himself. Even if Lorenzo would not deliberately torture Farina to death in order to find the Holy Book, there was a limit to the endurance and recovery of a human body. If he waited for half a year before triggering Greycastle's action, it would be too late. Originally, the conflict between the church and the church had nothing to do with Shan, but because of love, the information was reliable. Now, he only needed to find the spy sent by Earl Lorenzo to confirm everything. So, you're going to help him? Marl Tokat frowned. A remnant of the church? After taking Zhou away, the captain of the guards immediately summoned the special envoy of the city of Glow and told him the whole story. He was not worried that the three families would covet the treasure. After all, no one knew its real use. If it was a powerful and rare treasure, it would not have been able to escape from the Kingdom of Dawn in the first place. It's not up to me to decide whether to help or not, Shan said indifferently. The order I received was to find the whereabouts of the treasure as much as possible. Now that I've finally found a seemingly credible clue, I naturally have to further confirm it. As for what to do next, His Majesty will decide. He paused and looked at Marl. So, do you have a good plan, Mr. Envoy? The First Army was invincible, but it needed an enemy. Soldiers were not good at searching for spies in the dark, so it was better to leave it to the three families. To be honest, I wish I had never heard of this. Marl shrugged. If it weren't for the church, Quinn wouldn't have been driven out of the Kingdom of Dawn. Maybe she would have been my brother's wife. Ahem, but since you've asked, I can only help you to the end. Although a lot of people have come to the town recently, it's not difficult to find a specific group. A specific group? That's right. Since we can't cross the Cage Mountain, the nearest way from the Kingdom of Wolfheart to here is by sea. Coral Bay, a port city located northeast of Thorn Town, Marl said while counting his fingers. Marl counted with his fingers and said, there are about 10 to 15 people coming from the east. Some of them might even speak the Kingdom of Wolfheart's accent or dress style. Based on these criteria, we can narrow the target down to 2 or 3 groups, no more than 5 groups. Because the big city in the east only has Coral Bay? Shan said thoughtfully. For example, people coming to Neverwinter from the east might come from all over Grey Castle, but those coming from the west were basically demons. When we find these people, we'll detain them and interrogate them again? That's right. Marl nodded. And the spy you're looking for is probably among them. The problem is, who will do it? Is there anyone who knows the town better than the local rats? Problems that can be solved with money are usually not problems. In order to show the sincerity of the three families, the Tokat family will bear the cost. In a house on the outskirts of Thorn Town, the butler of the Archduke Island Earl, Hagrid, was chasing away the mosquitoes around him impatiently. There wasn't even a tent for ventilation in this damned broken place. He thought angrily. Flying insects were everywhere even before summer arrived. Wouldn't it be impossible to treat people in another 2 months? However, they still had no clue why the magic ceremony cube would glow. He wasn't even sure if the king of Grey Castle was after the treasures in the cursed temple. What did he do during this period of time? According to the information collected by his subordinates, the exploration team of Grey Castle had arrived in Thorntown 2 months ago. After that, they built roads in the mountain and recruited condemned prisoners. It seemed that they were afraid that the whole world would not know what they were doing. They had also turned the temple on the hillside upside down. Every day, bricks and stones would be transported down from the mountain and placed in an open space guarded by guards. It would make sense if they did all this to find the buried treasures. However, the fact was that Grey Castle seemed to be more interested in the stones than the treasures. He had observed the open space from afar. After the bricks and stones were dried, they would be loaded onto carriages and sent to the Coral Bay in the east. Hagrid could not understand why the king of Grey Castle wanted these black stones. He had tried to steal some of the stones from the temple from the port and had ordered his men to bring them back to Earl Lorenzo. However, as he had expected, the magic ceremony cube did not regain its legendary power. The key to the ancient treasure's reaction must be something else. "Sir, we have brought the person you are looking for." Suddenly, a subordinate lifted the curtain and reported to Hagrid. "Let him in." Hagrid quickly tightened his bow tie and sat up straight. "Yes." Then, a villager was pushed into the room. He knelt on the ground and looked up carefully. "Sir, my name is Naf. Do you want to go up the mountain? As long as you don't cross the peak, I can take you anywhere. I heard that when the people of Grey Castle first came to the Cage Mountain, you were their guide?" Hagrid interrupted. Yes, sir." Slap. Hagrid threw a small pouch in front of him. "There are 20 golden dragon stones in this pouch. If you can tell me something that interests me, it's yours." Of course, sir. I will tell you everything." Naf replied excitedly. "Tell me the whole story first." "Don't miss any details," Hagrid said, glancing contemptuously at the man at his feet and leaning back in his chair. When Naf told the story of a group of people climbing the Cage Mountain, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Wait, what did you just say?" "The witch called Ozima, no, the second sentence." She held up a coin and said, 'This way.'" "A coin?" Hagrid asked. "What kind of coin?" "It looked ordinary. It didn't look like a silver wolf or a bronze eagle." Naf thought for a moment. "Yes, it didn't even have a pattern on it. It seemed to be just a polished sheet." "Did the witch hold it up all the time?" Hagrid felt that he had vaguely grasped the key point. "Most of the time," the guide said. "Now that you mention it, I also remember that the witches were leading the way, and every time they turned, the witches would put the coin in front of their eyes, as if they were staring at something. Damn it, it really has something to do with these mutants." Hagrid clenched his fists. "Where is the witch called Ozima now?" I don't know." Naf shook his head. "She left Thorntown a few days later." "Maybe, she went back to Grey Castle?" "If it was only a few days, then the witch must have left Cage Mountain before he set off." However, the reaction of the magic ceremony cube did not stop, which meant, the coin was left here. Hagrid thought quickly. It was probably not a coin at all, but a key that the king of Grey Castle had found in other ruins. Since it was so important, the keeper must be the leader of the exploration team. He had already inquired about this information. At present, the two highest-ranking people in the Grey Castle team were the chief commander, Xian, and the special envoy of the three noble families, Marl. Compared with the second son of a noble family, the king's guard was more likely to be tempted. Most castles in the world were often conquered from the inside. How many golden dragons would they have to prepare to break through his defense? 500, or 1,000, but Hagrid knew that no matter how much it was, the Earl would be willing to pay for the secret of the magic cube. As long as he could get in touch with the Earl, he would not be far from the answer. Hagrid could not help but feel excited. If he could get his hands on that key, he would definitely be highly appreciated by Count Lorenzo. Maybe he could even be promoted to a liege. After all, there was no rule that only lords could use the magic cube. While he was imagining a wonderful future, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the door. "Wait, who are you?" Hagrid heard a series of banging sounds. Before he could react, the door was violently kicked open. A group of uninvited guests in patrol uniforms rushed into the room and pressed him to the ground. Hagrid struggled to adjust his bow tie. I'm a legal merchant. You can't do this to me. If you want money, I'll try my best to cooperate. Twin Dragon Island hasn't been this lively for a long time." Standing at the top of the bridge tower of the Snow Wind, Thunder sighed with emotion as he looked down at the bustling pier. Thousands of people were gathered here, moving boxes after boxes of supplies onto the ships. From a bird's-eye view, they looked like ants lined up in a column. Shouts, horns, and the rustling of the waves on the beach were mixed together, forming the main melody before setting sail. On the other side of the pier, there were all kinds of sailing ships with their freeboard against each other. The tall masts rose and fell one after another, resembling an endless chain of mountain peaks. The flags fluttering on the peaks indicated which fleets belonged to Crescent Moon Bay, Sunset Island, Shallow Water City. These important chambers of commerce in the fjords were now gathered here, waiting for the moment to set sail. The last time he saw such a grand occasion was when he was 22 years old, when he gathered his team and set sail for the Shadow Waters. Not only Twin Dragon Island, Marjorie said with a smile, I should say that the whole fjords has been stirred up by the news you brought back. A seemingly worthless route has now become the focus of attention. It's safe, stable, and has the opportunity to become a real explorer. The new generation is born in a good era. Thunder also raised the corner of his mouth. He knew that Marjorie was talking about the festive harbor route. As long as you find a novel relic in the Endless Cape, you can exchange it for a reward from the King of Grey Castle. When the news was brought back to the fjords, it immediately caused a great commotion. The title of adventurer was very attractive to the fjords people. It not only represented fame but also represented wealth. However, it was not easy to find a new route, island, or major secret. It required a lot of investment, and there was a possibility of losing everything or even losing one's life. However, the recruitment notice from the King of Grey Castle changed everything. The route from the fjords to the Endless Cape was a very mature one, and the new port city of Festive meant a business opportunity. Even if they could not find anything there, at least they could sell some goods, and they would not suffer a loss. If he really found something good, it would naturally be killing two birds with one stone. Furthermore, the information clearly stated that these ancient relics might be related to a huge secret about the three gods. As long as one could contribute to unraveling the secret, one would have the chance to receive the title of Lifetime Honorary Explorer conferred by Grey Castle. Although Grey Castle, as a land kingdom, was different from the Fjord Islands, it was an indisputable standard no matter where it was. In other words, the Fjord Islands valued it more. After all, it was related to the three gods that they believed in. Because the news brought back by Thunder was so attractive, there were also a small number of people who raised doubts, but these doubts did not affect the enthusiasm of the merchants to go south. The reputation of the King of Grey Castle had spread as early as when chaos drinks and perfume swept the entire fjords market. As more and more goods came from the other side of the channel and steam paddle steamers became more and more common, the name Roland Wimbledon was often mentioned, and the idea that Neverwinter was incomparably rich was deeply rooted in people's hearts. The establishment of the Allied Chamber of Commerce further strengthened people's confidence. Since the big employer was the king of a country, and a very powerful one at that, what was wrong with asking for a higher price? After the news spread, almost all the idle people in the fjords began to take action, so that the islands were divided into two groups. The experienced and courageous group tried every means to board Thunder's fleet, while the stable group, which hoped to be lucky, set sail to the Endless Cape and strive for a good position in the festive harbor. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Thunder would not have imagined that a country across the sea could have such a great impact on the fjords. After all, such a change had only occurred in the past 1 or 2 years. All thanks to you. He looked at the distant sea line that looked like silver wires. Without you to manage the Chamber of Commerce for me, I wouldn't have been able to devote myself to one adventure after another. To be honest, except for exploring, I don't have any strong points. I'm not even a qualified father. I've left all the chores to you over the years. I really owe you too much. You should know that I'm doing all of this out of my own free will. Margaret pressed her hand on the back of his. Wouldn't it be too much of a letdown to someone who doesn't ask for anything in return? Be a little too much? Besides, we're going on a long voyage, so it's better not to say such things. Marjorie. Thunder shifted his gaze and looked into her eyes. Of course, it's not right to say that I'm not asking for any reward at all. I actually have something that I want. Margaret blinked her eyes. So, just take it that I have something else in mind. Don't feel like you owe me anything. Thunder naturally knew what she wanted. Back in Neverwinter, when he saw Lightning getting along well with her, he did not think there was anything wrong with it. Now that he thought about it, he had long been accustomed to her existence. The strange thing was that he never hesitated in the slightest when he was on an adventure, whether it was a hurricane or a big wave. But in this regard, he found it particularly difficult to ask. Just as Thunder hesitated whether to turn over his hand and hold her palm, the first mate's voice interrupted their time alone. Boss. The latter stood on the deck of the bridge and shouted, "The caravan is basically ready. We're just waiting for your order." Thunder coughed twice and said, "Got it. I'll be right there." "Okay." He took a deep breath and looked at Marjorie. "It's time to set off." "Go ahead." Marjorie nodded with a smile. "Do what you're best at, just like His Majesty said." "Well," Thunder said, "to the New World." He walked down the tower, passed through the bridge, and walked along the deck to the bow of the ship, facing the people on the dock. There was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from below. Thunder waved his hand and said, "I think everyone already knows the route we're going to take this time. So far, the farthest the fjords have been to is the Shadow Waters. But for the swirling sea, it's just like stepping out of home. This time, we'll cross the Shadow Waters, cross the incredible Sealine, and head to a place further east, the empty land that no one has ever set foot on. I once saw an extremely vast land in the Shadow Ruins, which is not inferior to the territory of the Four Kingdoms. Where is it? Will it be east of the Sealine?" These are all exciting questions, and this time, we're going to find the answer. If it really exists, then the fjords people will completely say goodbye to the narrow and scarce land and no longer have to worry about living space. At the same time, it may bring us more wealth than all the routes so far combined. This is also the reason why I welcome anyone with ability to join us. With such a great return, even if there are more people to share it, it will be enough." He paused for a moment, waiting for the cheers of the crowd to subside, and then continued, "But apart from gold royals and fame, what I want is something else, that is, the fjords will be remembered in history. There are few records of us in the history books of the Four Kingdoms. The fjords have neither a century-old family nor a supreme king. It is far away from the mainland, like an isolated island, and almost no influence except for the caravan. But this situation will not last forever. When we open up a new fertile land for all mankind and bring a broad vision that subverts common sense, history will forever record us, and every explorer who embarks on a fearless journey. I hope you can understand that the significance of this expedition is not only for the present, but also for the future. Raise the sails, guys." Thunder raised his arms high. "Set sail to the New World." Below, countless hands also rose up, and everyone's voices resounded through the sky. Grey Castle, City of Neverwinter. Roland was sitting at his desk, listening to a call from the front line of the fertile plains. Of course, it was not entirely accurate to say that it was the front line. Considering the speed of signal attenuation, it was only wide enough for a call between Neverwinter and Longsong. Before the invention of the repeater amplifier, this was also the maximum distance of a handheld phone. However, this did not mean that it was impossible to break through this limit. The simplest way was to let Leaf act as a relay. In the state of the heart of forest, her consciousness could cover the entire misty forest, which meant that she could transmit messages faster than lightning, who could fly at the speed of sound. The front line only needed to call Leaf, and then Leaf would relay the message to Roland. In a sense, this could be regarded as a real-time communication. "The current situation is going well," Leaf said in a low voice, imitating Iron Axe's tone. "As you expected, the demons have launched several destructive attacks on the railway, but the impact on logistics and transportation is not significant. Without the help of the spider demons, they would have to land near the tracks and move the tracks with brute force. They would have to evacuate before the Black River got close to the tracks. The Ministry of Engineering would be able to repair the damaged tracks without having to replace the tracks. It seems that the armored train has played its role." "Indeed, Your Majesty. It can be used as a small stronghold, whether it's for mobile rescue or railway maintenance. The only regret is that the number of trains is still too small. If possible, I'd like to arrange a Black River between each station." "It's easy for you to think about it," Roland couldn't help but grin. In addition to the armored train, the freight train also needs to be produced, and this part of the work is still inseparable from the witches. Now that we have two, it's already very good. Continue to push forward the front line and try to complete the general attack before midsummer." "Yes, Your Majesty," Leaf replied in a low, muffled voice. "Actually, you don't have to imitate my nasal voice." Roland coughed. "By the way, are there any signs of the demons launching another large-scale attack?" A week ago, he had been woken up by Nightingale in the middle of the night and learned that the First Army had been attacked. He had been really nervous for a while, but fortunately, Anna had told him that the loss was not big and Edith had calmed the people down. Only then did Roland feel relieved. In fact, the First Army's weakness had always been fighting in a lightless or dimly lit environment. Not being able to see the target would greatly reduce the killing efficiency of the hot weapons. Moreover, there was no way to mass-produce the tracer bullets, so they had to rely on the witch's abilities to a large extent. Who would have thought that the demons would choose to launch their first attack at night? Not only did they understand Sylvie's magic eye thoroughly, but they also realized the nature of guns and cannons. They dispersed their formation and even crawled forward. Fortunately, the demons did not have enough weapons to fight against them, and the First Army had executed all the requirements of the emergency combat training. Otherwise, the result would be hard to predict. If it's an attack like the last night attack, we didn't find any signs of it, Leaf said. Miss Sylvie spends 1 or 2 hours every day to check the places that the demons must pass through. She also takes the magic ark or the seagull out to investigate from time to time. At least it's safe so far. What did the general staff say? They think there are 2 possibilities. One is that the demons have sensed our change and can't use the same trick again. The other is that the demons have limited forces and can't plan 2 large-scale attacks in a short period of time. Really? Roland said thoughtfully. What worried him the most in the last attack was not only the demon's amazing learning ability, but also the senior demon who was the attacker. It was not the first time that something like this had happened. Now that he thought about it, since the first senior demon appeared behind the snow mountain, Neverwinter had fought with this kind of special evolved demons 4 times. Hundreds of years ago, the senior demons were the generals of the army. The Union could only kill them after sending out the blessed army to defeat them head-on. But now, the status of the senior demons had obviously declined, and the frequency of their appearance had increased, which was not good news. The God's Punishment Army, which was an extraordinary army with brute force, could still deal with them. However, if a group of senior demons with various abilities broke into the camp, they would have to pray for God's blessing. Since there was no special way to deal with the demons, Roland could only think of a universal solution, such as constantly pursuing more powerful firepower and completely wiping out the demons before they could take action. The demons will never let their foothold on the fertile plains be threatened by human beings. Continue to be vigilant and don't give them any chance to take advantage of us. Understood. Leaf raised her voice and then said in a normal tone, Your Majesty, Iron Axe has hung up. Phew. Roland gently exhaled. Who's the next person to report? It's the Minister of Construction, Car Van Bate. The Ministry of Construction? He was a little surprised. With sufficient materials and manpower, there shouldn't be any difficulties in the project. Bring it in. Your Majesty. Leaf imitated Car's voice again. Although it was not as difficult to distinguish as Echo's voice, she sounded quite good with the swaying branches and rubbing leaves. The construction team has encountered some trouble recently. I think we may need help from other departments in the administrative office. Is this girl addicted to it? What the Minister of Construction wanted to report was very simple. After the night attack, many workers were frightened and their morale was obviously low. Moreover, the construction of the railway was a long project, and many foremen found that their workers were slacking. Carr hoped to change shifts or call relatives to improve morale. After all, not everyone was willing to take risks in pursuit of high pay. Therefore, Roland focused on the second method. Relatives? I remember that more than 70% of the workers who applied to build the railway are immigrants, and many of them don't have a complete family. If the polarization is too obvious, I'm afraid it will cause a worse impact. I've also considered this, Your Majesty. Leaf replied on behalf of Roland. Before the railway construction team set out, they issued a transfer contract. I think maybe we can use the person designated in the contract to replace the relatives. Since they're willing to entrust everything to the other party after their sacrifice, they must be very important to them. In a sense, they can be regarded as relatives. After ending the conversation with the frontline, Nightingale placed a silver-white sealing ring on Roland's desk. This was a special buckle for flying messengers. It was made of 2 pieces of aluminum and could hold a palm-sized curled paper inside. It was much more advanced than the original method of tying the paper directly to the claws. Coupled with Soroya's special ultra-thin paper, the amount of information transmitted in secret letters had increased significantly. As the probability of accidents happening to the flying messengers was not negligible after the distance exceeded 500 kilometers, all administrative offices had set up relay nodes. In order to efficiently sort secret letters, the buckle was also printed with identification numbers, which were equivalent to the train tickets of the modern world. With just a glance, one would know where the secret letter came from and where it was to be delivered. The letter C on the buckle represented that it came from the Kingdom of Dawn. When Roland set this system for the sake of confidentiality, he directly used the Pinyin abbreviation instead of the standard characters commonly used by the 4 kingdoms. From Thorntown in the Kingdom of Dawn? He raised his eyebrows. When did you get it? Just 10 minutes ago, honey came, Nightingale replied. But I saw you were on the phone, so I didn't interrupt you. Did they find something new in the Cage Mountain ruins? Roland pried open the buckle and unfolded the letter. The content of the letter was a little long, and it took him half a minute to understand the situation that the guards had encountered recently. I didn't expect that there would be a day when the church would ask for help from Grey Castle. Putting down the letter, Roland could not help but sigh. Although he knew that once they gave up on Hermes, they would never have a chance to make a comeback, but it was not a problem for them to go to a remote place and become a powerful force. In the end, the one who gave the fugitives a fatal blow was the former bishop of the church. He had to admit that it was really a dramatic ending. What happened to the group of stray dogs who abandoned the orphans in the monastery in the Holy City? Nightingale asked curiously. If what the letter says is true, the church has almost ceased to exist. Roland handed the letter to him. Their last hope has betrayed them. Nightingale looked at him after reading the letter. What do you plan to do then? Since the butler of the Count of Archduke Island has confessed everything, and we also know the whereabouts of the relics, it's only a matter of time before we send someone to the Kingdom of Wolfheart. Roland tapped the table and said, if the magic ceremony cube can react to the highly concentrated uranium, then the murals in the murals may not be purely artistic. No matter what it was used for, it was best for Neverwinter to control it. As for the captured church agent, Farina. He paused. Bring her back with Joe for trial. That does sound like your answer. Nightingale smiled. I thought you wouldn't like the answer. Roland deliberated over his words. After all, the church had once persecuted you cruelly. I did hate the church, and I even hated humans. Nightingale said frankly, but since I found out that Alice, who is also a witch, was behind all this and that everything she did was for the sake of her own survival, I changed my mind. It's hard to hate her anymore. I only feel that she's pitiful and pathetic. Besides, the church that was supported by the Starfall City has disappeared. Even if I want to take revenge, I can't find a target. Did you hate humans? Roland asked in surprise. It would be strange if I didn't hate them. Nightingale glared at him. I can't control my magic awakening, and I didn't use it to do evil. Why should I be driven away like a rat on the street? Since you see me as an alien, why should I get along with you? That's probably what I thought at that time. And I dare say that most witches have similar feelings. Is that why you showed up in my bedroom with a dagger in the first place? At that time, I had already restrained myself enough. Nightingale burst into laughter. The idea of hating humans was just a vague idea, but hating the nobles was a real thing. If Anna hadn't fallen into your hands, I wouldn't have had the patience to sit down and talk with you. Have you forgotten my former title? Well, he didn't. He was the Shadow Killer, the deadly ghost that once made the entire noble circle in the old King City shudder. So your desire at that time was? It was a pretense. Nightingale covered her mouth and said, if I could make you reveal your true nature, Anna would have a deeper understanding of what nobles are. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Are you regretting that you couldn't persuade Anna to leave Border Town, or are you regretting that your desire didn't work? Roland said grumpily, it seems that I was really lucky at that time. When you have hatred in your heart, it's easy to go to extremes. Nightingale patted him on the shoulder. It didn't take me long to realize that there were aliens like you among the nobles, just like me. Maybe it's not a bad idea to try to trust you. Should I say thank you for your approval? You're welcome, she said confidently. As for later, there were also pure witches among the witches, even existences like Zero. Naturally, those immature ideas disappeared without a trace. Really? It's not easy for you. Roland sighed. Why do I feel that you're a little depressed? Nightingale leaned over and the ends of her hair fell on his cheek. I pretended to be depressed in the beginning, but it doesn't mean that I'll pretend to be depressed in the future. For example. Now. As soon as her voice died away, she disappeared into the mist. When she reappeared, she was leaning on the recliner with dried fish in her mouth and winking at him proudly. Roland gritted his teeth and stood up. When he was about to teach her a lesson and let her know who the real king of Grey Castle was, his phone suddenly rang. It was the hotline of the director of the administrative office. He gave Nightingale a wait-and-see look and picked up the phone. Your Majesty, Barev's voice soon came from the other end of the line. A special visitor has come to the Old King's City. He said that he wants to see you no matter what. It was not common for the Hand of the King to personally introduce a guest to him. Oh? Who's he? The dramatist, His Excellency Cajun Fells. Barev sounded a little excited. Why him again? Roland frowned. Didn't I make it very clear in the letter that I refused him? I have a lot of things to do. If he doesn't have anything urgent. Yes, Your Majesty. Barev hurriedly told him the purpose of Cajun's visit. Are you sure? Roland was a little surprised. Yes, he said it himself. The steward said solemnly. This was the first time that Roland had seen this famous actor and playwright when he walked into the hall. Half of his hair had already turned white, and most of his cheeks were surrounded by a fluffy beard. He was wearing a pressed black suit, and his collar was meticulously tied. He looked like a character who had walked out of a portrait, and he was filled with a strong sense of the times. If his mug shot was hung on the classroom wall with a famous quote, it wouldn't look out of place at all. Although he was old, his eyes were still bright and full of vigor. After bowing, his eyes were fixed on Roland without looking away. Obviously, this was not the first time for this playwright to be received by the royal family. Your Majesty, this is His Excellency Cajun Fells, Barev said, rubbing his hands together. He's the most accomplished playwright in Grey Castle. His reputation has a certain influence in the Four Kingdoms. When I was still in the Old King's City, I was a frequent visitor to the Central Grand Theatre to enjoy the performances of Cajun's troupe. Look at how happy you are. Roland twitched his mouth. You're already the Hand of the King. Can't you be more mature? Salute to you, Your Majesty Wimbledon, Cajun said with a hand on his chest. Cajun put his hand on his chest and said, I think now I know why you didn't like the new play. Oh? Roland sat down on the main seat. Tell me about it. You're too young, Cajun replied slowly. Younger than I thought. Do you mean that people without a certain level of experience can't appreciate your plays? If Roland had been the Lord of Border Town for the first time, he would have been displeased by Cajun's answer. However, having been in this position for a long time, Roland no longer cared about verbal confrontations. Nevertheless, his relaxed tone showed his attitude. Barev, who was standing beside Roland, secretly winked at Cajun. No, Your Majesty, when I say young, I don't mean your age, but your mental state, Cajun Fell said, shaking his head. It doesn't start from 0, nor does it end at 100. I've seen many nobles in the prime of their lives, but their spirits are old. Similarly, those who have entered their twilight years do not necessarily grow old. At this point, he laughed self-deprecatingly. I thought I was young enough, but after seeing you, I realized that it really has no limits. Should I take that as a compliment? Roland raised his eyebrows. Mental youth cannot be measured by good or bad, Your Majesty. To Lin Sanjiu's surprise, Cajun did not continue the conversation as he had expected. Spiritual youthfulness is accompanied by aggressiveness, fearlessness, curiosity, and so on. It can push a person forward, but it can also make him lose himself. Sometimes, it can even lead to destruction, so. Ahem, Lord Cajun. Berev interrupted in a low voice. I'm sorry, I just said it casually. The drama master came back to his senses. I'm old and I've seen a lot of people. It's normal for me to have some strange ideas. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter. Roland waved his hand. He had a better impression of Cajun. Let's get back to business. I heard from Berev that you're planning to take on my script or join the Starflower troupe. Why? Cajun answered directly, I want to know more about the magic movie. I see. You want to achieve your goal in a roundabout way after being rejected by me. Even if you're going to perform some plays that you despise? I don't despise those plays. Roland explained. I just think that a play should be carefully prepared so that the actors can continue to improve. Otherwise, it'll be a waste of energy and talent, and it'll disappoint the audience. But your audience isn't a nobleman, and I don't have that much time to wait for you to rehearse. If you join the Starflower troupe, you'll probably be forced to perform plays that are far from perfect. If that happens, your reputation as a drama master will be ruined. Even so, are you still willing to perform? Your Majesty, so don't join the Starflower troupe. Of course, Roland would not allow Cajun to say that he was willing. And the plays I'm planning to perform will need a certain audience base, which is limited to the Starflower troupe. I'm afraid that there won't be any suitable place for you in a short time. This time, it was Berev's turn to give Roland a wink. But Roland ignored the director's wink. It's not entirely impossible. Please go ahead. Cajun could not help leaning forward slightly. In fact, I'm planning to write a play with a theme related to love. It's about the flower of love in the darkest times, and the background is the period when the Church of Hermes set things right. Roland unhurriedly explained his plan. I've heard that you're best at love and redemption, so I'll take it as a test. If you can make this play a great success, I'll consider your request during the next shooting of the magic movie. What do you think? Ever since they had occupied both the old and new holy cities, Neverwinter's propaganda had changed. The real pope had been persecuted and killed by the fake pope who had done all kinds of evil deeds. Now, the new agent would fully support Grey Castle to resist the threat of the Battle of Divine Will. After more than a year of propaganda, the new history had a certain audience base. Now it was time to go further and reveal the so-called Battle of Faith and the origin of the Church. Once this was done, the new church would not only separate itself from the usurper but also from the church that had persecuted witches in history. It would become a part of Neverwinter's regime. You mean this play is based on the truth? Cajun murmured. Can I meet the two people in the story? They're still in the kingdom of Wolfheart. Their rescue team hasn't set off yet. Roland shrugged. And I think you understand what I mean. Of course, the dramatist said with a nod. The plays I wrote were also based on the legends of the royal family. I tried my best to avoid using any real surnames or family histories. But what? Cajun hesitated for a moment but soon made up his mind. Your Majesty, this is an unprecedented attempt for me. If it's possible, I'd like to join your rescue team and watch the whole operation. It'll be a great help to the rehearsal of the play. Even if you go to the kingdom of Wolfheart? Roland was slightly moved. I don't think I can imagine all the details, and I don't want to miss this opportunity, Cajun said frankly. Please don't worry. I'm in good health, and I'll be accompanied by my apprentices. I won't cause any trouble for your team. P.S. Follow his WeChat account. Limiox's 666. After the dramatist left, Berev immediately came up to Roland and said anxiously and pitifully, Your Majesty, why didn't you agree to his request? It's synonymous with Greycastle's plays. Other troupes can't even dream of joining. I'm not saying that the Starflower troupe isn't good, but Mismay is not as famous. If Cajun Fells joins, the Starflower troupe will be the best troupe in the kingdom. Even if he knows nothing about the magic movie, he'll be able to attract a large number of actors with his name alone. The troupe won't have to worry about manpower anymore. Roland rolled his eyes at him and said, Haven't you heard that the easier it is to get something, the less it will be cherished? The old butler could not help but be taken aback. Please forgive me for my ignorance. Which person or book said this? I said that, Roland said, pretending to be serious. It's human nature. Do you understand? He has been attracted by the magic movie and will stay in Neverwinter no matter what. In this case, a difficult test will naturally leave a deeper impression on him than a direct answer. He might even be grateful to me for giving him this opportunity. Otherwise, it will make him feel that everything is natural. This is the difference between the two. He paused for a moment and said, besides, May is only a disciple in front of Cajun. How can the Star Flower Troupe be called Star Flower Troupe if it has a dramatist? It's not a big problem for him to participate in the shooting of the magic movie. If he's not in the troupe, he can give the younger members some pressure. You're right, Barav said hesitantly. But about going to the kingdom of Wolfheart? There's nothing to worry about, Roland interrupted him directly. It's his choice. I also want to see what kind of play Cajun can put on. By the way, you don't have time to worry about others. Have you finished the statistical work I asked you to do? If not, hurry up and do it. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave now. Barav hurriedly bowed and left the parlor. You're becoming more and more like a king, Your Majesty. Wimbledon. Nightingale appeared behind him and said with squinted eyes. Ahaha. You flatter me. Roland suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He hadn't heard her use honorifics in a long time. With our relationship, you don't have to use such a formal form of address, but why do I feel that it's not good to be too close? Nightingale crossed her arms and said, the easier it is to get something, the less one will cherish it. So this is your way of thinking. It seems that I have to be careful not to be too nice to you. Also, I have to remind Anna not to let a certain someone be too complacent. Roland felt cold sweat forming on his forehead. Well. Anyway, humans are humans, and the phantom is the phantom. They're not the same thing. And I wasn't the one who said it first, but you agree, Nightingale snorted softly. The magic power in my chest tells me that you're at least 55% credible. Now her ability to tell lies is accurate to 1 decimal place. Roland rubbed his forehead. Wait. Chest? He remembered Agatha said that although a witch's magic power would appear as a cyclone under observation, it was not a physical entity and would not really gather into a ball. Instead, it flowed in every corner of the body. Did you really use your ability just now? Roland questioned. Pfft, Nightingale laughed. It seems that you found out. But it was you who said it. If the other sisters heard it, would they also feel that they're being taken for granted? 5 bottles of chaos drinks, Roland said. 10 bottles, each with a different taste. Nightingale licked her lips. Too many will make others suspicious. Suspicious of what? I mean, it'll be unfair. Don't worry. As long as I want to hide something, no one will find it. 8 bottles. If it's too easy to get, it'll, No, nothing. I'll think about it. In the end, Roland signed the unfair clause at the cost of 10 bottles of chaos drinks. Looking at Nightingale, who returned triumphantly with a small dried fish in her arms, Roland shook his head helplessly. In the evening, Barav came up with a list of all the visitors. Lady Scroll and I have compared the family records and transfer contracts. Based on the principle of the former taking precedence, we have determined the first batch of candidates to go to the fertile plains. There are more than 1,600 people. He reported over the phone. The relevant visit plan is also being worked out. If everything goes well, they'll be able to set off in 2 days. Very good. Roland was sincerely satisfied with the efficiency of the administrative office. He was indeed the minister he had trained. Implemented as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. But Your Majesty, one of the workers is registered as a witch. A witch? Roland raised his eyebrows. Yes. The worker's name is Snaketooth from the Longsong area. He used to be a Blackstreet rat, and the witch is Miss Paper. Paper? It suddenly occurred to Roland that when Petrov sent her here, he did mention her identity, as well as the small dispute that happened to happen upon. Is this person her former companion? Should we ignore it? Barav asked, probably because Roland did not speak for a long time. After all, Miss Paper has nothing to do with her past life. Roland interrupted his thoughts. Of course not. She said goodbye to her life as a rat, not her former companion. Don't forget that the key to eliminating the rats is to transform them. No matter who they used to be, they shouldn't be treated differently. A former Blackstreet rat, now an expeditionary worker. Roland slightly raised the corner of his mouth. They had been separated for almost 2 years and probably did not even know what had happened to each other. Even so, his companion still wrote the other party's name on the handover contract. This feeling was really not bad. I'll inform paper, Roland said. Just carry out the rest as planned. As you wish, Your Majesty. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In an open space southwest of Tower Station No. 1, the First Army was holding a simple funeral. Close to 300 pure white tombstones stood neatly in the middle of the lush grassland, appearing solemn and orderly. Although there was nothing buried under the tombstones, everyone stood solemnly as if their deceased comrades were standing in front of them. Here lie the brave warriors who sacrificed their lives to protect Tower Station No. 1. They did not retreat in the face of the ferocious and terrible enemies. Because they knew that Grey Castle was right behind them. They were His Majesty's sword and the high wall for the people of the kingdom. Their names will always be remembered by us. Their will be inherited by us. For His Majesty, for the kingdom of Grey Castle. Salute. Following Iron Axe's lead, everyone raised their right hands and gave a military salute as a farewell. Lightning quietly landed on a barracks. In the front row of the crowd, she saw a familiar figure. When the crowd dispersed and the old man boarded the train again, Lightning flew into the cab through the rear window and landed quietly in the carriage. The old man stood in front of the console, looking down at the item in his hand motionlessly like a silent statue. Looking at his back, she wanted to say something to comfort him, but she did not know what to say. It wasn't until she touched the half-open window in hesitation that the man noticed her presence. "Ah, you're the little girl from the other day." The old man blinked in surprise. "My name is Lightning." Lightning could not help but take a step back. "Sorry, I see. You're here to comfort me, aren't you?" He suddenly grinned. "Oh, really, I'm not old enough to need a little girl to comfort me." "Sorry about that. But the ability of a witch is really convenient. I can go wherever I want." The old man did not look as sad as Lightning had imagined, which made her feel a little relieved. I'll knock first next time." "I'm not blaming you, child." The old man put down the folding table on the wall and wiped it with his sleeve. "Come, sit here. I'll pour you a cup of tea. This is the only thing that can be used to entertain people." Thank you." Lightning slowly walked to the table and sat down. When she got closer, she found that it was a Neverwinter ID card on the console. "My name is Brushere, or you can call me by my nickname, Mr. Loudvoice. The kids on the train often call me that." The old man brought a cup of hot tea to the table. "Did you attend the funeral?" Lightning nodded and then shook her head. "I just happened to fly over and watched for a while." "That means you didn't lose any friends." "That's really good news." She clenched the cup. "Your son." "Ah, his name is Robert, the third son in the family. He died fighting for the artillery position," Brushere said calmly. "The battalion commander said he was very brave." "He is indeed very brave," Lightning said in a low voice. She had heard about the whole process of the battle from Sylvie. Without firepower support and the presence of the gods' punishment witches, it would have been impossible for a person to take such a step forward while facing the demon's spears without sufficient courage. In fact, Lao San used to be the most timid one. When he was mining in the mines, no matter how the foreman bullied him, he never dared to fight back. "He would only come back and complain to me," Brushere said with mixed feelings. "Do you find it strange that I don't look so sad?" The little girl was at a loss for words. "No, it doesn't matter," the old man comforted her. "Because I knew this day would come sooner or later. My third son and the other 2 sons all told me the same thing." "What did they say?" "They said that they wanted to protect Neverwinter, their hometown, and everything they had worked so hard to get." The old man took a sip of tea. "To be honest, I didn't understand at that time. I even asked why it was them and not others." Lightning was also wondering why. Brucher seemed to read her mind. Their answer was that others had already been sacrificed. Since the beginning of the militia's fight against the demonic beasts, many people have died. It was the same when we fought against the Duke of Ryan and the church. If everyone thought about why it was them and not others, we would still be living like livestock in the mines, the old man said. The old man said, as long as it's a battle, there will inevitably be sacrifices. Whoever's turn is who's who. If no one is willing to go, there's no need to fight this battle. In the end, we'll still be at the mercy of the enemy, that's what they told me. I don't know whether my 3 sons are right or not, but at least I'm sure that it's their own choice. He took a deep breath. My children have all grown up. It's enough for me that they can walk on the path that they believe is right. Compared to eldest brother who died of a cold, third brother's name will be remembered by the army forever. What do I have to be sad about? Lightning could not help but recall the words of the other party that night. They used to live like mice, both thin and cowardly, but since joining the army, it is as if they have changed inside and outside. This is also the reason why I am full of confidence in the First Army. A team composed of such people will not be easily defeated. So that's how it is. By the way, I still have to thank you. Thank me? Lightning was stunned. Of course, the old man smiled. Without your timely notification, the camp would have suffered greater losses. In a way, you also protected the First Army and my other son. I was wondering when I would meet you again. Maybe I would never see you again. I didn't expect you to appear right behind me. It's great to be able to thank me in person. After drinking the tea, Lightning waved goodbye to Brocher. She flew out of the carriage and saw the old man return to the control panel through the window. He grabbed the ID card and covered his face with his hands. Back in the residential area, Maggie was hovering in the air. As soon as she saw Lightning, she pounced on her. Where have you been, Koo? Why did you come back so late, Koo? Have you forgotten what's going to happen today? What is it? Today is the day that Lorger is discharged from the hospital. Maggie folded her wings and landed on her head. Go to the medical center, Koo. Okay, I got it. Don't move around. Lightning held the pigeon and flew to the center of the camp. After the last night attack, the layout of Tower Station No. 1 had changed a lot. Looking down from the sky, except for the platform, the yard and the sentry tower, the rest of the area was flat. Functional buildings such as the barracks and the medical center had all sunk into the ground. The firepower could cover both the outer circle of the defensive line and the inner circle. Even if the demons used the same trick again, they would not be able to cause as much damage as last time. Before long, they saw the familiar figure of the wolf girl. Hey! Lorger flicked her ears. Long time no see. It's only been a week. Lightning heaved a sigh of relief when she saw how energetic the other party was. After all, according to Maggie's description of the wolf girl's condition when she was carried into the medical center, she looked as if she was about to die. Maybe it's because I've been sleeping every day. It feels longer. Lorger stretched herself. Nana is so stubborn. She had to wait for a week to recover. I think the wound will heal by itself in a week. Since witches were much more resistant to the sleeping fern's side effects than ordinary people, the sleeping treatment was usually effective in saving the magic power of the healer, as long as it was not life-threatening. This was also the experience accumulated by the Union during the war. You're indeed a monster. You're almost as good as Lady Ashes, Koo. Maggie said while flapping her wings. After talking to Miss Andrea, I don't think it's a compliment, Lorger muttered. Koo? No, nothing. She walked to Lightning, put her arms around the little girls and lifted her up. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down, Lightning said shyly. Someone's watching. I heard from Sylvie about everything you've done. So, it's still possible to work hard. Lorger held Lightning in her arms. That's the leader I know. Lightning stopped struggling. She felt a warm feeling in her heart. After a moment of silence, she said in a low voice, but I'm still a coward. The fact that you can say this to me means that you've taken that step. Lorger put Lightning down. You're not thinking of leaving alone now, are you? Lightning looked at the wolf girl and then at Maggie. She nodded gently. Yes. The moment she agreed, she felt as if something was pressing on her shoulders. But she did not reject this feeling. Instead, she felt inexplicably at ease. Coo? Maggie tilted her head. What are you talking about, Coo? We're talking about celebrating. Lorgar straightened up. Since I'm safe and sound, shouldn't we have a drink? Celebrate, Coo. Let's celebrate, Coo. Maggie echoed excitedly. Hey, wait a minute. Lightning said. I have to patrol at night. The day after the funeral, a piece of news from Neverwinter stirred up the whole engineering team. His Majesty had prepared a visiting party for them. All the workers who had completed the 3-month working period would get a paid day off, and their long-lost families would arrive at the terminus of the misty forest from Neverwinter and spend the precious day together. Everyone was grateful for such a considerate decree. As soon as the news arrived, cheers of "Long live the King" could be heard everywhere, and they worked even harder. Snaketooth was one of them. In fact, when the foreman found him and looked at the contact list, he could not believe his eyes. At the end of his row on the list, the name white paper almost caused his mind to go blank. Hey, do you agree to this arrangement or not? Snaketooth clearly remembered the foreman's slightly impatient urging, or rather, the foreman had recorded every detail from seeing the list to signing the name. Every time he recalled the past, he could not help but grin. Let me make this clear. If you have any objections, you can fill in another name. The administrative office will ask again. But if you're rejected, your holiday will be cancelled. For the sake of saving time, the foreman naturally hoped that the list could be approved in one go. But Snaketooth knew that the man did not understand his feelings at that time. He wanted to hug the administrative office official who had compiled the list and give him a kiss, let alone raise an objection. I agree, 100% agree. What? If you agree, you should have said so earlier. Don't just stand there like an idiot. The foreman rolled his eyes at him and went to find the next person after Snaketooth signed the name. Snaketooth stayed where he was and stared blankly at the hand holding the pen for a long time. Until now, he still had the thought, if this is a dream, I might as well never wake up. Unlike when he saw Paper in Neverwinter by chance, he did not dare to greet her because he was afraid of being rejected. Now, Paper was a member of the Witch Union, and her clothes and complexion were not the same as the skinny girl from before. If Paper did not want to have anything to do with rats, his presence would only cause her more trouble. However, the fact that Paper's name was on the list meant that the administrative office had asked for her opinion beforehand, and she had agreed to the visit. What he was most worried about did not happen, and he even got a chance to be alone with her. For Snaketooth, nothing could be more pleasant than this. In the next few days, he was in a state of eagerness and excitement. Due to the large number of visitors and the limited capacity of the train, excluding the goods, it could only transport about 100 people at a time. Therefore, even though he was on the first list of visitors, by the time the day arrived, it was already a week later. Kid, it's your turn today? She's dressed so cleanly. Is she a girl? Don't forget the time tonight. Snaketooth ran out of the door, blushing under the teasing of his roommates. Only when he boarded the train with the nameplate did he heave a sigh of relief. No matter what, there were only 2 hours left before he could see Paper. Someone in the carriage kept reading out the precautions for visiting, such as not leaving the security perimeter of the forest terminus without permission, meeting after 8 o'clock at the latest, and not exceeding the prescribed time. In case of an emergency, they should immediately act according to the instructions of the First Army, and so on. However, Snaketooth had heard it many times from people who had been here before, so he was very familiar with it. With a long whistle, the train finally slowly stopped at the platform of the last station in the misty forest. Get off the train and line up. Don't push. The station staff shouted, this isn't grocery shopping. You'll get your share. The crowd burst into laughter. Snaketooth felt his heart pounding. The more he tried to restrain himself, the stronger it would be. He had imagined countless scenes of their meeting and rehearsed them over and over again, but when it really came to this moment, he still felt his mouth go dry and he was as clumsy as a fat pigeon. However, when the pretty figure appeared in front of him, Snaketooth found that everything he had imagined disappeared without a trace. He could only smile foolishly and could not say a word. It turns out that you live in Neverwinter. That's great. The girl trotted over with a smile and grabbed his hand. Without hesitation or dislike, the estrangement of 2 years melted with this smile. Everything was just like the past. At that moment, Snaketooth felt that coming to Neverwinter was the right choice. So, you came here soon after you reclaimed the Longsong area? The two of them walked side by side on the forest path. Unlike the noisy center of the camp, this place was much quieter and had a more solitary atmosphere. She, who had not seen him for a long time, seemed to have a lot of things to say to him, as if she wanted to fill in the blank space she had missed. Snaketooth answered all her questions. Compared with the former boss and follower, they were now more like a pair of partners. Yes, the rats were completely eradicated and there were many job openings posted on the square. If we continue to do what we did before, we'll be finished sooner or later. Snaketooth nodded. Tiger Claw and I discussed it and came to Neverwinter. It's the same job, but the salary here is higher, and I can be closer to you. However, these words just flashed across his mind, and he did not say them out loud. No wonder I couldn't find you. You're not in that place anymore, Paper said with emotion. Did you go to the Longsong area? I asked someone to go there, the girl said slowly. When I learned that the entire Dark Corner Alley had been demolished, I thought you had already left the western region. So, that's what happened. But since you came to Neverwinter, why didn't you look for me? Paper asked. Well, it's a long story. Snaketooth coughed. At that time, Tiger Claw and I had nothing. In order to have a permanent residence, we were busy from morning to night, so we forgot about it. Even he himself felt this excuse was clumsy. If he had forgotten about it for 2 years, what was the difference between that and not remembering at all? However, he could never say such shameful things as being too embarrassed to greet her and deliberately avoiding her when he saw her. Fortunately, Paper did not pursue the matter further. Me too. When I first came to Neverwinter, I was also very busy. I helped the construction team speed up the solidification of cement, assisted Lady Agatha, and helped the chemical plant make all kinds of strange things. She counted on her fingers and said, His Majesty said that my ability can speed up the reaction process and increase the energy level of the chemical bond. I'm very curious about how he knew that. According to the book, those particles are much smaller than sesame seeds. Can you imagine it? If you look at an atom as big as an opera house, its core is less than the size of a walnut. Hearing these words that he could not understand, Snaketooth could only nod in agreement. For a moment, he did feel the change in Paper and the difference between them. But more than that, his gaze lingered on the other party's every frown and every smile, those sparkling eyes, those slightly raised eyelashes, the thin tip of her nose, the opening and closing of her lips. Everything was so captivating. He felt an impulse in his heart ready to burst forth. By the way, Paper changed the topic after telling him about her experience. After knowing that you were in Neverwinter, I asked Miss Scroll to check the files and found that Sunflower and the others were also here. That's great. We can get together often in the future. Snaketooth did not hear the latter part of Paper's words. At this moment, his mind was completely occupied by one thought. So he said it out loud. I like you, Paper. After blurting it out, he realized what he had done. An indescribable sense of nervousness immediately wrapped around his body, and his entire heart was in his throat. For a moment, Snaketooth even regretted his impulse. But to his surprise, he soon got a response. Did she really say that at that time? After listening to Leaf's narration, Vendi burst into laughter. What about Snaketooth? Didn't he say anything else? He just giggled with her. Leaf shook her head. Maybe it wasn't easy to muster up the courage to say those words. He probably used up all his courage after just one time. I think so. Vendi's smile widened. It's so good to be young. Is it good for us to do this? To eavesdrop on our conversation. Leaf's green phantom descended from the branches and condensed into her true form. I'm not eavesdropping. I'm just fulfilling His Majesty's request. Vendi said righteously, he asked me to pay attention to their actions. Since I want to pay attention to them, talking is part of it, isn't it? In that case, there was indeed no problem. Besides, if I didn't ask you to, you wouldn't have eavesdropped on their conversation, right? Wendy looked at Leaf with a smile. The latter cleared her throat and raised the corner of her mouth. Yes. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. Leaf waved her hand. A huge vine rose from the ground and slowly lifted herself and Vendi to the top of the tree. Then the dense branches spread, crisscrossed, and reunited to form a veranda made of green leaves. Looking from this angle, the world suddenly became a lot brighter. The dense forest that extended all the way to Dragon's Pine Ridge was like a sea of emerald trees, and on the other side was a vast grassland. When she was still in the Witch Cooperation Association, Leaf would occasionally build similar treehouses for her sisters to avoid the heavy rain and the muddy and wet ground. However, it usually took more than half a day to build a resting place. In order to save as much magic power as possible, the treehouse was basically like a cicada cocoon. Even so, not everyone had a place to stay. But now, not only did the veranda look like a model, but also a lounge chair and a tea table were built. There were even 2 broadleaf cups on the coffee table, and the light golden flower nectar in the cup sparkled under the sunlight. Did you brew this yourself? Vendi picked up the teacup and gently sniffed it. An elegant fragrance wafted into her nose. Yes, I used morning dew, honey, and sugar cane wine. I also added some half-open jasmine buds. Leaf nodded. Although it's not as good as chaos drinks, you can drink as much as you want. You're getting stronger and stronger, Vendi exclaimed. Although they all say that Her Highness Anna is a once-in-a-century genius, I don't think you're any worse than her. As long as you have enough time, you might be able to control all the forests in the world and spread your consciousness to every corner of the continent. At my current speed, I definitely can't do that. Leaf smiled and waved her hand. It will take nearly 10 years just to integrate this misty forest. By the time I can leave here, I'll probably be old. That's not necessarily true. Vendi sipped the tea in the cup. Agatha said that the influence between witches and magic power is mutual. The more powerful a witch was, the stronger her body and the longer her lifespan would be. If it weren't for the cruelty of the war, those transcendents might still be alive now. She looked up at the sky. And your magic power is even higher than theirs. That is to say, you may be the one who can live the longest among us. Leaf did not answer. Instead, she showed a trace of loneliness, but Vendi did not notice. By the way, it's not just these 2 points. Even your appearance is related to your magic power level. She paused for a moment. The legendary Queen of Fallen Star, Alice, is devastatingly beautiful. Even Pasha and the others have admitted it. Vendi withdrew her gaze and carefully looked at her for a moment. Well, I do feel that you've become a little different from before. How should I say it? The moment you descended from the shade of the tree, you looked like a forest fairy. It's really enviable. Leaf helplessly rolled her eyes at her. This doesn't sound like something the gentle and caring Vendi would say. Who knows? Maybe I didn't have the mood to think about such a problem before? Vendi laughed. Apart from gritting your teeth and surviving, what magic power can achieve, what it will become in the future, whether it's ugly or beautiful, are just superfluous things. That's true. Leaf curled her lips. Now you're starting to think about the influence of magic power on your appearance. Is it possible that you also have someone in your heart? That's 2 different things. Besides, you're not much younger than me. Aren't you afraid of following in my footsteps? Let's not talk about not much younger for now. I already have a forest, so what's there to be dissatisfied about? But even if you don't tell me, I have a way to find out. After all, I'm the one who provided honey with the animal messengers. Unfortunately, as the person in charge of the Witch Union, every report of hers has to be read by me first. The 2 teased each other and enjoyed the afternoon's harmonious conversation. It was not until the sun gradually set that Leaf returned to the topic at hand. So, are you leaving soon? Yes. Vendi stood up. I have to send Her Highness Anna and the others back. Seagull can't fly at night, so it has to take off before 4 o'clock. It seems that Paper can't spend the campfire party with her friends. Unlike other family members who took the train to visit, the little girl was directly transported to the front by glider. The scheduled return flight could not be delayed for a day because of her, nor could they leave her alone. There's no other way. Vendi spread out her hands. Whether it's for the sake of safety or the needs of Neverwinter, she can't spend too much time on the road. Let me help you call her. Leaf transformed back into her spirit form. Thank you. Leaf went into the trunk and appeared in front of Vendi after a few seconds. Alright, she'll meet you at the landing field. She should be saying goodbye to her friends now. I'll send you there. Vendi nodded and turned around to wait for the balcony to descend. Well, Leaf suddenly said softly. What's wrong? No. She hesitated. Nothing, Vendi exhaled, turned around and said softly, don't keep your thoughts to yourself. I'm always willing to listen. I'm just a little what? A little. Leaf clenched her fists and was about to say something when she suddenly froze. She looked over Vendi's head and fixed her eyes on the north of the forest. Sensing the shock and surprise in her eyes, Vendi could not help but look in the same direction. She saw several wisps of black smoke rising from the dense forest like a slowly unfolding curtain. It was between spring and summer, when the soil was fertile. How could there be a fire in the forest? And it seemed that there was more than one fire. Leaf? Vendi shouted. I don't know. Leaf suddenly came to her senses. That place is beyond my fusion range. I can't sense the specific situation in the black smoke. If there's a fire, we have to stop it from spreading. I know. Leaf's expression was a little strange, as if she had mixed feelings. She bit her lip and nodded. Anyway, you go and meet with the others first. When the emergency plan is activated, the camp may be in chaos, and it won't be easy to lead by then. Now there were not only workers on vacation in the terminal, but also a large group of family members who had never been to the battlefield. It would not be easy to evacuate them in an orderly manner. Vendi soon realized this. Will you be okay by yourself? Don't worry. I know how to deal with it, Leaf said as she descended from the balcony. She glanced at Vendi for the last time and then jumped into the dense forest. A moment later, a shrill alarm rang over the misty forest. Yes, I got it. In the general staff of Tower Station Number 2, Phil and Schilt put down the phone and turned to report to Edith. Madam, there's an accident on the Western Front. What did you say? There's a fire in the northern part of the forest? The Pearl of the Northern region frowned. Did Miss Leaf see it? Yes. The evacuation plan has been activated. The soldiers of the First Army have entered a state of Level 2 alert. Inform the Commander-in-Chief and all the relevant senior officials. Edith thought for a moment and said decisively, tell them the General Staff needs to hold a pre-war meeting. Pre-war meeting. Philin repeated. Do you think it's? Yes, Edith said seriously. I suspect the fire is a new trick of the demons. In less than a quarter of an hour, the generals of the First Army and the representatives of the Witch Union gathered in the underground conference room. After the Pearl of the Northern region explained the general situation, she told everyone the latest news she had received. The sentinel at the forest terminus has confirmed that the cause of the smoke is indeed a fire. Affected by the wind, the fire is quickly spreading toward the terminus. Only a forest fire, no traces of demons? Iron Axe asked in a deep voice. We haven't received any reports yet. Philin shook his head. The smoke is blocking our vision. No one knows what's going on behind the line of fire. Miss Sylvie, can you see anything? The concealing forest is too far from here, Sylvie replied, unless I go there myself. Damn it. At this time. Iron Axe glanced at the map. Where is Her Highness now? According to the original plan, Princess Anna and some witches would rendezvous with the flying team at the terminal of the forest and then take the seagull back to Neverwinter. He should be on the returning Dark River one. After receiving the news of the fire, Miss Kant asked me to use the sigil of listening to inform them to change their itinerary. Good job, Iron Axe said with a sigh of relief. So only Her Highness and her party are left there? After getting a positive answer, he said to the light of dawn, "Tell them to take off immediately. Don't wait any longer." "Yes." After dealing with the evacuation, Iron Axe looked at the staff of the general staff. "Now, tell me your opinion." Leaf stood at the top of a giant fir tree, looking at the rolling smoke in the distance. In just over an hour, the fire had expanded a lot. Now, not only was the smoke flying all over the sky pressing down on her, but she could also faintly see the flashing red light under the smoke. She seemed to hear the cries of the burning trees. Although it was not within her control, the heart of the forest was still trembling. Slightly. Because it was also resonating in her heart. When facing Vendi, the word that she did not say was fear. After more than a year of annexing and merging, Leaf had gradually touched the essence of her ability. In a sense, it could indeed make her an immortal existence. All the plants incorporated into the heart of the forest would become a part of her. In other words, as long as the area of integration was larger, she would be more difficult to eradicate. After all, it was easy to clear a lawn, but it would be much more difficult to flatten a forest or an entire grassland. As for making the world barren, it was almost impossible. She remembered His Majesty once said that plants were the foundation of the natural world. Even if the whole world was destroyed, the earth was dug 3 feet deep, and the sky and earth were turned upside down, the first to appear on the surface would still be this group of tenacious creatures. But the problem was that at that time, she could no longer be regarded as herself. The clear spring flowing underground, the crawling insects in the soil, the trembling beehives on the trunks, the singing birds on the branches. These huge information constantly came from every corner of the forest and were engraved in her memory. If she suddenly accepted them, she would immediately lose her mind, which was why Leaf had to slow down the speed of integration. However, she found that even so, it was impossible for her to record so much information by herself. The reason why she had not become a lunatic was that the heart of the forest had made a choice for her. Countless intertwined roots and vines formed a huge consciousness, and magic power and memory were integrated into one, flowing in the forest. This meant that once the integrated forest was destroyed, she might lose part of her memory. Even if new seedlings grew out of the ruins, what she had lost would not come back. It might be her acquaintance with Vendi and Scroll, it might be her escape from the Witch Cooperation Association with Nightingale, Mystery Moon, and Lily, it might be the tender scene when she met His Majesty, it might also be her life in Neverwinter. She did not want to forget even Kara's stubbornness and prejudice, and the persecution and pursuit of the church. Because these were her unique experiences and the proof of her existence in the world. She was afraid of losing them. At the thought that this fire might appear in the integrated misty forest, Leaf felt an indescribable pain in her heart. But she could not retreat. Because all of this was to defeat the demons and win the battle of divine will. She could not selfishly abandon her sisters for her own sake. They were also contributing their strength, and she could not let them down. Thinking of this, Leaf took a deep breath, raised her hands, and looked up at the sky full of afterglow. In an instant, a dazzling green light bloomed from her chest. "Please listen to my call and take action." At that moment, the whole forest was like an awakened giant, slowly raising its body. Countless trees bent backward and fell at the same time. Even the turf and soil were curled up like a carpet. It was hard to describe the momentum of the scene as an earthquake. Based on the current information, the General Staff's conclusion is roughly like this. Edith knocked on the table and said, "This arson is likely to be a diversion." "A diversion?" Iron Axe said in a low voice, "You mean the enemy's goal isn't to cut off our supply line? The demons want to, but they can't do it." Edith pointed at the map and said, "The distance from the Tequila ruins to the north of the terminus station in the forest is longer than the railway on the plain. It's more than 500 kilometers. How much red mist do they need to carry to reach the arson area and set up an ambush? I think our Tequila colleagues should know this very well. If they don't set up a bloodline and don't have an outpost, the army can't support such a long battle line." Phyllis, the representative of Tequila, paused for a moment and said, "Based on past experience, 500 soldiers is the demon's limit. The terminus station in the forest is a well-fortified station, which is like a small stronghold," Edith continued. "His Majesty has made a plan a long time ago. Once the demons set fire to the forest, Miss Leaf will create a safe isolation belt to keep the fire out of the station. This isolation belt is also a natural shooting range without any shelter or cover. If the demons want to break through the firing net of several blockhouses, 500 soldiers will be as good as dead. Let's take a step back and say they really have a way to send their army into the misty forest without any supply line. Arson is a way to expose themselves. The light of dawn added, it might be better to launch a direct attack at night. After all, the forest itself is a kind of cover. Before entering the territory controlled by Lady Leaf, the demons can easily hide their movements. That makes sense. Iron Axe nodded and said, but Sylvie, Lightning, and Maggie haven't found any traces of the demons. If they plan to attack Tower Station number 1 again, I'm afraid it's too late now. This is also a puzzle that we haven't solved yet. Maybe the enemy has thought of a new way to deceive the detection, or maybe they've used a new weapon that we've never seen before, Edith replied frankly, but the diversion strategy doesn't require us to attack the east and the west. You mean Tower Station 0? Our current investigation focus is all in front of the railway, so we can't rule out this possibility. But the further the distance from the front line, the more troops the demons can send, Iron Axe said thoughtfully. That's right, Edith affirmed. I understand, the Commander-in-Chief said after a moment of silence. When Her Royal Highness returns safely, send the Black River number 1 to Tower Station 0, and number 2 to patrol between Station 0 and Station 1. The rest of the troops remained motionless and raised their alert level until the alarm was lifted. Besides, even if it's unlikely that the demons will attack from the north, it's better to put out the fire as soon as possible. He turned to look at Agatha. Can I ask you to do this? Don't worry, we'll do our best, the Ice Witch replied. Good. The investigation at the front line remains the same, and the main target is still the Tequila front line. Miss Sylvie, leave it to me, Sylvie said with a nod. Iron Axe clapped his hands and said, judging from the current speed of the fire, it will probably reach the edge of the forest by evening. If the demons don't know that Miss Leaf can isolate the sea of fire on her own, they will bare their fangs when the sun sets. We still have about an hour. Let's get moving. Standing at the top of the watchtower, Sylvie felt a slight chill in the breeze that brushed her cheeks. The sun was setting, and the brilliant afterglow dyed half of the sky red. The vast grassland seemed to be dyed in 3 different colors. The furthest one was gold, shining as brightly as the sun, and the nearer one was red with a tinge of green. Against the blue sky, it looked like a sea of purple flowers. The grassland under her feet was covered in shadows, which were blue and black, which was the exclusive color of the night. Such a beautiful scene could only be seen in this boundless barbarian land. However, it was also a countdown to the coming war. Every time the sun set, the enemies were one step closer to them. Under such a background, even the most moving natural scenery lost some of its beauty and became austere and bleak. Sylvie turned her head and looked to the southwest. Although the misty forest was not within the observation range of the Eye of Magic, she still took some time to look at it. She could not tell why, but she felt a little worried. In retrospect, whether it was the judgment of the General Staff or the order given by Iron Axe, there was nothing to nitpick about. Although it was not perfect, at least it was steady and prudent. Without the supply of red mist, the demons were like a nailed string. The longer the string was stretched, the weaker their strength would be. If the demons were really coming for the Forest Terminal and Tower Station 0, the garrison would be able to hold on until the reinforcements arrived. There was no doubt that the enemies would invest most of their strength in the front line of the railway. But why? Why can't I get rid of this worry? Sylvie shook her head and suppressed the distracting thoughts in her mind. When she was about to glance at the front line again, she suddenly saw a ball of light at the corner of her eye. Light? How? She widened her eyes in surprise and looked at the ball of light. It was bright red, like a dazzling flame. After jumping into her field of vision, it was moving quickly to the south. Strange, am I seeing things? The Eye of Magic should not be able to see that far. Yes, she could not see it. The darkness in her field of vision proved this. Beyond the range of the light, the Eye of Magic would lose its observation ability and shrink to an ordinary perspective. In the dim light, it was difficult to distinguish the boundary between the earth and the forest. It was basically pitch black. That was why the light was so eye-catching. Since it was not an illusion, what did she see? Sylvie suddenly felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet and up her spine, making her shiver uncontrollably. She knew what she was worried about. That was something that everyone had overlooked. What she saw was magic power, and it was an extremely powerful magic power. The observation range of the Eye of Magic was limited by its own limitations and could not spread its magic power further. However, when there was a powerful magic power source, the magic power would be reflected on the Eye of Magic and thus seen by her. It was like the sunlight shining through the closed eyelids. To be able to be directly sensed at this distance, the magic power of the intruder must have reached an astonishing level, the cursed demon. This was the only name left in Sylvie's mind. The humanoid alien from the Tequila ruins, the commander of the demon army. As a general, he was always the core of the army. When two armies fought, the general was like a chess player, and the outcome of the game was determined by the outcome. It was rare for a general to be bare-chested. However, they had neglected the fact that the intruder was also a powerful senior demon with terrifying combat power. At this moment, the speed of the red dot was still increasing. It was almost 3 times faster than Maggie's Devil Beast's flying speed. From the beginning, the intruder was targeting Leaf. But at this distance, it was impossible to warn the enemy. The speed of the red dot increased by a few notches and became even more distinct. What should I do? Yes, the phone. I can use the phone to inform Leaf. Sylvie slid all the way from the top of the watchtower to the underground conference room and shouted to the light of dawn, "Call Leaf and tell her to leave immediately." Ferlin realized that something big must have happened. Without asking why, he picked up a phone and shook the handle with all his might. "Leave. Where are you going?" "Anywhere is fine. Neverwinter, south of the forest. The farther away from the terminal, the better." At this time, all eyes in the conference room were focused on Sylvie. "Did you find anything?" Edith asked. "We guessed wrong, the enemy is aiming at Leaf, and there's only one of them." Sylvie looked to the southwest anxiously. "Leaf needs to concentrate when she controls the forest, which is equivalent to an entity. As long as the enemy can see the flow of magic power, they'll be able to locate her. They set the forest on fire just for this moment." "What?" Edith suddenly frowned. "Can you also observe the demon's actions from here?" "Because the enemy's magic power is too strong," she murmured. "But Lady Leaf is also very strong," Philin interrupted. "If she doesn't rely on fire, even an army of mad demons can't do anything to her in a short time, right? But since the enemy has done this, they can't be unprepared." Sylvie could not help but clench her fists. The red dot in her field of vision had begun to rise rapidly, and its trajectory was like a raised snake head. "Is the phone still not connected?" "Yes. No one is answering." As expected, all of Leaf's attention is attracted by the fire. "At this rate, the two will meet in 1 or 2 minutes at most." "Call the terminal," Edith said. "Ask the First Army stationed there to inform Leaf and ask them to prepare for reinforcements." "Yes." Philin turned around and picked up another phone. While waiting anxiously, Sylvie clearly saw that after the red light passed the apex, it fell straight down like an ominous meteor. Launching a frontal assault from the sky without any scruples, she had already vaguely guessed the worst answer in her heart. The enemy was probably the magic slayer. This should be enough. Leaf clapped her hands and let out a long sigh. The trees at the edge of the camp had been separated from the north side, so no matter how the fire burned, it would not threaten the safety of the terminus. However, when she saw the twisted and withered branches in the flames, she still felt a little uncomfortable. How many memories would she lose if she burned the forest under her control? How many of them were important and precious? Just thinking about it made him feel uncomfortable. "Pull yourself together, Leaf, they still had to prepare to extinguish the fire," she silently encouraged herself and was about to walk around the camp to see if there was anything she could do to help. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from above and attracted her attention. Leaf looked up. It was almost night and the sky was dark purple, so it was difficult to see what was making the sound. "Be careful, quickly dodge," someone suddenly shouted. Before Leaf could see who it was, she subconsciously hid in the trees. At the same time, a black shadow fell from the sky and almost brushed past her face. The surrounding branches and leaves were instantly turned into powder. The moment the black shadow landed on the ground, there was no earth-shattering sound. It could even be said that it was silent. This strange scene made Leaf feel a strong sense of uneasiness. However, before she could do anything, a distorted ripple had already spread out with the black shadow as the center. The magic power that had been flowing smoothly suddenly froze, then it broke into pieces like a mirror. Ah! Leaf only felt dizzy for a while, and then was forced out of the trunk by an irresistible force. After falling heavily on the ground, she could not help but taste something sweet in her throat. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not until then that Leaf saw the true face of the shadow. It was a tall and straight demon with extremely sharp facial features. Except for its dark blue skin and weird clothes, it was almost no different from a human. Just by standing there, it gave people an indescribable pressure. It was as if the air had become sticky. Leaf panted and propped herself up. No matter how hard she called out to the forest, it did not respond to her. It was not the first time that she had been forcibly cut off from the heart of the forest. The magic slayer. Her heart sank. However, the other party did not sneer nor howl. He only stretched out his 5 claws that were as sharp as blades and pounced towards her. Leaf clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. However, she did not feel the pain she had expected. Ding! A strangely shaped big sword was placed horizontally in front of her, blocking the opponent's sharp claws. The blade was as thick as a door, and the golden sun symbol on the blade was something that would never be forgotten once one saw it. Emissary Ashes. Your opponent is here, monster. Ashes blocked the magic slayer's claws and stood in front of Leaf. Ashes? Leaf's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't you return to Neverwinter with Princess Tilly? I saw the seagull with my own eyes. Yes, it should have been like that, Ashes said without turning her head. But I felt that the fire was a little strange, so I volunteered to stay. After all, if something goes wrong, I can also help, can't I? So that's why. She was the one who gave the warning. So, this is the magic slayer you met before? Yes, but you have to be careful. It's much stronger than the senior demon you met before. I can see that. Ashes held the big sword in front of her chest. Don't worry. I may not win, but I'll be fine as long as I can hold on until the reinforcements arrive. The demon looked in the direction of the campsite and then at the two coldly. Extraordinary. Although the demon's pronunciation was not fluent, it was undoubtedly a language that humans could understand. This was even more incredible than the magic slayer himself. In the long history of the Battle of Divine Will, no demon had ever communicated with a witch. You can speak our language? Leaf could not help but ask. Learning is the foundation of evolution. Only you will be surprised by this. The senior demon spread its arms. Countless things can change in hundreds of years, but you still act as if it was yesterday. Demons, extraordinary, and the titles haven't changed at all. It's pathetic. What did you say? Ashes shouted in a low voice. A gust of wind answered her. Ah. Suddenly, Leaf let out a cry of surprise. Ashes turned her head and found that the gust of wind that had swept over her body had not disappeared. Although it had weakened a lot, it still blew the leaves up. At the same time, the magic slayer appeared behind her. How? How is this possible? That cyclone is clearly a kind of ability. Why didn't the God's Stone of Retaliation completely seal its effect? Without much time to think, Ashes drew back her sword and slashed at the magic slayer's neck. However, the magic slayer blocked the attack with only one hand. As the two collided, she clearly saw the blue ripples on the demon's arm. The magic slayer did not even look at her. Instead, he raised the gale again and blew Leaf further away. This guy only wants to kill Leaf. Ashes followed closely behind the magic slayer, but the distance between them was gradually widening. Leaf tried to fight back, but the magic slayer simply waved his hand and all her efforts were in vain. This level gap could not be overcome with willpower. The flow of magic power in the space was disrupted, and it was difficult for her to gather her strength. Is this the senior demon's control of magic power? Whether it was interrupting Leaf's ability or taking the time to knock her back, it seemed to be doing it with ease. Ash's palms were sweating. If this went on, she would not be able to catch up with the opponent's fatal blow that could come at any time. At this critical moment, Ashes was more focused than ever. Faster, faster. For the past 2 years, she had been following the tequila's extraordinary training method and had been wearing weights most of the time. After taking them off, she could feel the changes in her body. The magic power attached to her muscles and bones grew stronger and stronger, constantly nourishing every corner of her body. She even had the illusion that the magic power was gradually replacing her flesh and blood. But this was not enough. She had to move faster to save Leaf. And, to protect the people she wanted to protect. Driven by her consciousness, the magic power began to gather in her legs. During the holy duel with Lorgar, Ashes saw a strange fighting technique. When the magic power was focused on a certain part of the body, it could greatly increase the explosive power and endurance. This was also the reason why the wolf girl could change her limbs. The magic slayer did not focus on her, so she could focus on sensing the flow of magic power in her body. The fragmented surroundings made the feeling even clearer. When the demon used the same trick for the 4th time and pulled the distance between them to 20 meters, it directly broke through Leaf's spine defense and reached out its sharp claws to stab her chest. This attack seemed to be irreversible. Almost at the same time, Ashes used all her strength to kick the tree. In that instant, she felt that she had vaguely grasped something. Her body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, covering the distance of more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye. It was as if time had stopped. Even without using her eyes, she could clearly see the scene of the tree being smashed to pieces, the wind brought up by the magic slayer's sprint, and the scene of weeds being crushed. For the first time, the magic slayer stopped and raised his hands to block her attack. Bang, bang. With all her strength, the magic slayer was sent flying a few meters away. He tumbled twice in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Ashes did not stop. She caught the falling Leaf and once again shielded her behind her. Oh? The demon raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of interest. Open fire. At this moment, the reinforcements that Ashes had been waiting for finally arrived. The team of God's punishment witches stationed at the terminus of the forest jumped out of the dense forest and pulled the trigger of their shotguns at the only enemy in the forest. A deafening roar resounded through the forest. Bullets sprayed at the target like raindrops. The magic slayer used the tree trunks as cover and dodged to the left and right like a ghost. Even so, amidst the flying tree bark and debris, blue light could be seen from time to time on its body. Further away, there was the sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps. Apparently, after the God's punishment witches arrived, the first army was gradually closing in on the demon. The demon took one last look at Ashes and leaped into the air. An amazing burst of magic power burst out from its body. It quickly rushed up and disappeared into the boundless night in a few seconds. Damn it, the leading God's punishment witch spat. She walked up to Ashes and squatted down. My name is Elena. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ashes glanced at the semi-conscious Leaf in her arms and reached out to gently wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. But she needs treatment. Don't worry, Elena comforted her. I've been informed by the front line that Miss Nana and Miss Nightfall are on their way. As soon as the ascendant landed on the ground, a junior guard came forward to greet him. Lord Osrook, this is the breathing tank for you. Before he could finish, the man snatched the tank away and directly put it to his nose to take a deep breath. Hiss. After a long time, Osrook seemed to have recovered and said, "Replace it for me." Yes. After exhaling the waste tank, the guard inserted a new tank as long as an arm into his back. For the promoted, this breathing method did not rely on armor and would not hinder his movement, so it was an ideal way to carry him. What about your trip? A little bit, but it's within my expectations, Osrook said expressionlessly. After all, that's the humans' territory. If I couldn't even stop them, I would have to wonder if Kabardabi really betrayed us. No, they didn't stop the real you, the guard said loudly. The breathing tank limited your strength. If you were within the range of the birth tower, those bugs would be no match for you. Driving magic power would speed up the consumption of red mist, especially for the higher ascendants. Considering the amount of red mist needed to travel back and forth, it was like fighting with shackles on. So this is just a bait. Next time, I'll choose a fairer place. Osruk looked to the south of the forest and said. A cemetery suitable for eternal rest. If the Sky Lord could support you more, the guard said indignantly, you wouldn't have to take such a risk. The birth tower of Tequila is also. Risk? Osruk interrupted his subordinate. I think it's quite interesting. After all, it's better to experience it yourself than to listen to others' reports. It buckled a deformed steel ball from its armor and looked at it carefully for a moment. The females who are also awakened have not improved at all, but the males who have no magic power have changed. Those humans are not completely useless. It would be better if I could understand them more. The guard did not reply, but a look of indignation appeared on his face. Osruk put the steel ball into his arms disapprovingly. As for the Lord, I believe he must have tried his best. But the Lord must have his own concerns and difficulties, so there's nothing to be indignant about. After all, we're all fighting to reach a higher realm and reach the sky, aren't we? You are right. The guard lowered his head. Take the tombstone and retreat. There's still a long way to go back to Tequila. Osruk slowly flew up and turned to the direction of the holy city. Now that the bait has been laid, all we need to do is wait. Wait for the day when it tightens. 2 days later. Grey Castle, City of Neverwinter. That's pretty much what happened at that time. Ashes recounted the details of the battle. After the fire was extinguished, lightning searched about 100 kilometers to the north and found some traces left by the enemy. According to the scene analysis, the traces were left by the spider demons when they passed through the forest. There weren't many of them, about 3 or 4. Due to the interruption of communication in the forest, Roland did not know that Leaf had been attacked until the next evening. The next morning, he immediately asked Tilly and Bendy to drive the Seagull to the terminal station and bring Leaf back to Neverwinter. Ashes was fine and seemed to be unscathed, but Leaf's was carried off the plane. The silver lining was that Nightfall had planted the seed of symbiosis in her body. Even though Leaf was unconscious, the symbiosis did not seem to be in much pain. This meant that Leaf's mental exhaustion was far greater than her physical injuries. Roland suppressed his distracting thoughts and looked at the big map on his desk. He had a clear picture of the whole attack in his mind. The demon commander had indeed noticed the abnormality of the misty forest. After all, the railway line had taken a turn here and extended all the way to the Tequila ruins. However, it did not choose to attack the trenches and barbed wire fences at the terminal station. Instead, it directly targeted the witches. A small group of people traveled nearly 500 kilometers from the ruins of the Tequila ruins to the northern end of the forest. Such a long march was destined to be impossible for a large army to fight. Presumably, the spider demons were not only responsible for the arson mission, but also carrying a large number of red mist cans. In a sense, this was also a tactical operation by the enemy. Setting fire to the forest was just a pretense to attract the witches' attention. Now that he thought about it, whether or not there was an emergency strategy for the fire attack, the controller of the forest was very likely to stay in place and pay attention to the further development of the situation. This was the moment that the enemy seized. Perhaps in the eyes of the demons, it was Leaf who supported the logistics of the First Army. As long as they killed the forest controller, they would be able to resolve the crisis at the front lines and force the humans to retreat without a fight. Although there were some deviations in their intentions, the fact that they were able to come up with such a plan already showed the extent of the demons' understanding of magic. They accurately guessed the form of Leaf's ability and targeted her with a beheading attack. They relied on their individual strength to run a long distance and calculated the time needed to advance and retreat. It could be said that every step was closely linked. If one did not have a deep understanding of the use of magic power, it would be impossible to achieve this. He even suspected that the demons had seen abilities similar to Leaf's. Although it would take the enemy team at least 1 week to return by the original route, and it was not difficult to catch up with the spider demons by following their distinct tracks, it was meaningless for them to do so. The Magic Slayer, who could fly independently, could abandon the team and escape at any time. If they sent too few people to chase after the spider demons, they would be easily bitten, and if they sent too many people, they would only be able to kill a few spider demons and some low-level demons. Similarly, the enemy did not have any good countermeasures against the secret movements of such an elite team. Most of the important witches were protected by God's punishment witches, but for Leaf, Maggie, and Lightning, who were erratic, it was impossible to arrange a perfect protection plan. Fortunately, there were not many senior demons who could do this. Moreover, when the magic slayer ran at full speed, there would be obvious signs of magic power. As long as the enemy prioritized retreat, it would not be easy for them to succeed. Another thing that caught Roland's attention was the conversation between the magic slayer and Ashes. Demons can speak human language? As a senior demon, Caberdabi, who had been captured alive, did not have this ability. Without Camilla's mind connection, he could not even communicate with Caberdabi. Learning is the foundation of evolution. Countless things can change in hundreds of years, but you still live as if it were yesterday. Rumor has it that before the first battle of Divine Will, someone had come into contact with the demons. It was a human who passed on his knowledge to them. The words Ashes repeated and the rumors Pasha mentioned alternated in Roland's mind. For some reason, Roland felt that the magic slayer was proud when he talked about the past hundreds of years, as if he had witnessed countless vicissitudes of life. Could it be that it was a devil from the Union era, or even earlier? Is that why it learned the human language? But this was too inconceivable. Just as Roland was deep in thought, Bendy's voice suddenly came from outside the office. "Your Majesty." She pushed the door open and said, "Leaf is awake." "I'm coming." Roland suddenly stood up and looked at Ashes. "Do you want to go with me?" The Transcendent nodded. "By the way," Roland said as he walked past her, "I forgot to thank you." Although Ashes looked unscathed, it did not mean that she was unscathed. Only when Roland got closer would he notice that there were several shallow wounds on her face and knuckles. The whirlwind that could blow Leaf away was not as gentle as a spring breeze. Normally, such small wounds would not stay on an extraordinary for more than a day, but they had not healed yet. In other words, once she made a mistake, she could suffer a fatal injury that could not be recovered. Obviously, the intensity of this battle was not as simple as she said. Ashes calmly accepted Roland's gratitude. She just slightly lowered her head and glanced at Roland with her golden eyes. "Treat Tilly well." Of course, even if you didn't say it, Roland pursed his lips and understood what Pasha meant. This was the right thing to do, just like how she saved Leaf. It turned out that a straightforward extraordinary could also have such thoughts. He could not help but smile. "Let's go." When Roland walked into Leaf's bedroom, the room was already full of people. Anna, Nightingale, Tilly, Scroll, Mystery Moon. Almost all the witches who joined the Union in the first batch had gathered here. When they saw Roland, they all made way for him. In the crowd, he saw Leaf, who had already sat up. Her green hair was a little messy, and her face was a little pale, but she did not look too haggard. Her eyes were still bright. "Your Majesty," Leaf said in a low voice, "I've made you worry." "It's good that you're fine." Roland breathed a sigh of relief. Her previous coma was indeed caused by mental exhaustion. But he also knew that it was a little forced to say, "It's good that you're fine." Leaf had also suffered from a curse similar to Lightning's. She still had internal injuries caused by the forcible interruption of the Heart of Forest state. At most, it was not life-threatening. "I've already heard about the specific situation from Ashes. You just have a good rest and don't worry about the forest for the time being. As for your injuries, I'll definitely find a way." She shook her head and said, "No, Your Majesty, please let me go back to the front." "Leaf." Nightingale could not help but cry out. "I know what everyone is thinking, but me lying on the bed won't help the situation at all, right?" Leaf spoke very slowly, but her tone was very clear. "Whether in the misty forest or in Neverwinter, the curse won't disappear. In this case, there's no point in resting." "But," Bendy murmured, "as long as I stay in the forest for a day, the communication between the two places can be maintained, and the experimental fields won't be abandoned. I can also help transport the supplies needed by the front lines. This will more or less be of some help to the goal of defeating the demons. Comparing the two, it's clear which is the better choice, isn't it?" She slightly panted and tried to smile. "Don't worry. This time, if I see something wrong, I'll definitely retreat. Everyone was speechless for a moment. Roland took a deep breath. Well, he should have guessed it earlier. If Leaf had not been like this, how could she have walked all the way from the impassable mountain range to border town barefoot and brought all her surviving sisters back here? She was just like the forest. Beneath her soft appearance, there was a tough heart. I see. After a moment of silence, Roland nodded and said, but you have to promise me that before the magic slayer with the power of the curse is killed, you can't act alone at any time. Then he looked at Ashes and said, can you take care of her during this period? Back at the Sleeping Spells residential area, Ashes heard Tilly coughing behind her as soon as she closed the door. Ahem, do you understand what Roland meant by taking care of her? She could not help curling up the corner of her mouth and deliberately replied in a confused tone, isn't it exactly what it means? Stay by Leaf's side, like taking care of a patient. She's injured, so it must be very inconvenient for her too. Hey. This time Ashes couldn't help but smile, revealing the corners of her mouth. So you were lying to me. Don't worry, I know what I should do. She turned around and blinked. His Majesty just wanted to use the extraordinaire's unique perception of magic fluctuations to warn Leaf in advance, just like how I met you. If not for this ability, you would not have seen me in the crowd with my hands covered in blood. I'm not a demon, Tilly said with her arms crossed. It's just an example. Ashes waved her hands in surrender. After all, I'm the only one who has fought with a magic slayer, right? What happens after the warning? Of course, we'll approach the reinforcements and work together to defeat the enemy. Really? I'm not Princess Tilly of the Wild Flame clan, who wants to challenge every opponent. Ashes smiled. As long as her magic is not blocked, Leaf can cross the entire forest in an instant. There's no point for me to stay here. Phew. Tilly exhaled. Don't forget what you said. Of course. She walked up to Princess Tilly and looked her in the eyes. I'll be with you for a long time. That girl was born into a noble family and doesn't know how to take care of people. She thinks she can fight. How can I trust her to take care of you? What are you talking about, silly? Tilly glared at her and walked back into the house grumpily. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said in a low voice, I am actually very happy that you can save Leaf. Ashes was slightly stunned. If you're only protecting me, it's a waste of your abilities. Tilly turned around and said, although you always say that it's the safest choice for me to go back to Sleeping Island, you actually like it here, don't you? Now you smile a lot more than before. Is that so? She couldn't help but touch her cheek. Even when we were on Sleeping Island, you rarely smiled. You always had a straight face, as if you were always waiting to fight with your enemy. Tilly continued, I'm afraid that even you didn't notice it, but the new witches are very afraid of you. Only an innocent girl like Maggie can mess with you. But now, not only do you get along well with the Witch Union, I heard that you have an admirer. You mean Lorgar? No, she's just more familiar with me. It's probably because we often spar. That's good, Tilly interrupted. Compared to the Avenger of the past, I prefer to see you now. But... She paused and said, this doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Do you understand? After a short silence, Ashes replied, I understand. Very good. Tilly nodded with satisfaction. Maybe I can go to the battlefield with you soon. Oh? Is there any progress on the Aerial Knight project? Roland said that he's trying to combine a new power source with the glider. If it's successful, we can build a new type of glider that can fly freely without Vendi. Tilly said excitedly, but the first thing to be completed is a special glider specially built for me. It said that it can fly higher and faster than devil beasts. His Majesty won't let you go to the battlefield, and I've already made an agreement with him. Ashes smiled and didn't say this out loud. I'll go to see it on the day of the test flight. Okay. Then I'll take a shower first. My back is sticky after flying the seagull for a whole day. See you later. You really don't want to shower together? Don't even think about it. Tilly said and slammed the door. Ashes sat down on the bench in the living room and looked at her palms. she could still remember the last strike she had slashed at the demon. At that time, she felt as if she had stepped into a new realm. Even if it was only for a second, it was enough to leave a deep impression. Whether it was vision, movement, or reaction, it was as if she had been separated from the surrounding world. Only magic power was left to accompany her. The overly strong torrent of magic burned her and gave her unparalleled strength. Ashes even felt that the power was responding to her call and tempting her to go further. Magic power not only affects our bodies, but also our temperament. If we desire to use magic power to achieve a certain goal, it will guide us in that direction. So, what are you fighting for? The words of the god's punishment which Phyllis during the first expedition to the wilderness rang in her ears. Why are you telling me this? Because you are an extraordinaire. You were born with unimaginable potential. However, in order to truly cross that hurdle, one must have a realistic goal and a firm will. According to the records of the Union, all the transcendents above the transcendent level were promoted in battle, and those who couldn't overcome this hurdle all died in the hands of the demons. I hope you can be the former. Transcendence. Did the three chiefs of the Union also face the same choice? Ashes clenched her fists. Right now, she probably already knew the answer. Roland returned to his office and picked up the call to the administrative office. Connect Barav. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the chief's voice was heard from the receiver. What are your orders, Your Majesty? When will the next primary education examination be held? Let me check. According to the plan, it will be in a week. The number of participants is estimated to be 2,650. It seemed that the timing was just right. Roland calculated in his mind. Make a manpower plan. I need to transfer a group of people to implement the new project. Tentatively, about 500 people. Yes, Your Majesty. The current city of Neverwinter was like a huge melting pot that attracted people from all over the kingdom. After completing primary education, they were immediately assigned to various jobs. On the production line, a large number of experienced producers could easily accept these newcomers who had just entered the industry. After the small handicraft workshop model was broken, it became a process system instead of a private collection of knowledge. It became a matter of course for the old to teach the new. When a large number of newcomers became experienced workers, the production scale would be further expanded and more people would be recruited. The foundation that Neverwinter had accumulated over the years could automatically realize this cycle. When the number of people and resources in the melting pot reached a certain scale, the industrialization would be unparalleled. After hanging up the phone, Roland took out a thick stack of blueprints from the drawer. Since the night attack at Tower Station No. 1, he had prepared a lot of plans for the universal response, most of which were collected in the dream world. What he needed to do now was to localize them according to the actual situation in Neverwinter. Among the plans, there was a weapon that was very suitable for the current situation. You have a new idea? Nightingale appeared from the mist. Well, it looks like a thick bamboo pole. Nightingale leaned over and asked, what's its name? RPG. Roland smiled and said, Ancestor. RPG, Nightingale repeated awkwardly. What a strange name. Is it someone's code name? Is it to commemorate the invention of this weapon? Roland shook his head with a smile. It has many names and forms in the dream world, but this is the most popular one. Due to its popularity, a group of believers also appeared, and it even gradually evolved into a religion, the Pan-RPG religion. Like the legendary dual swords of salvation and devastation? Nightingale's interest was piqued. Is it really that powerful? The so-called dual swords of salvation and devastation was a sacred weapon described in an epic biography passed down by the ancient witches. Before the first battle of divine will, there had been a fanatical organization that wanted to find it. Although it was only a story, it was somewhat similar. You can think of it as a pan-RPG, Roland said. After all, the dual swords of salvation and devastation all belong to the category of RPG, and it undoubtedly contributed to world peace. But its ancestor is much weaker. But you can't directly jump to the level of RPG and pan-RPG, so you can only start from the ancestor of RPG and slowly improve it, right? Nightingale said with a look of sudden realization. Exactly. Roland was gratified. After so many years of being influenced by what he saw and heard, he finally found someone who could keep up with his pace. You're quite perceptive. Of course. Things are always progressive, aren't they? Nightingale said proudly and threw a piece of dried fish into her mouth. Like the black ribbons and madam you sometimes mentioned. Aren't they the progressive forms of gliders and stone ships? I've learned a lot by following you for so long. Air. Roland coughed and said, forget about them. Whether it was the battle at the northbound slope or the night attack at Tower No. 1, they all had the same problem: ordinary soldiers could not pose a threat to the senior demons. According to the Union's intelligence, the senior demons had more than one ability, and there was no obvious pattern to their abilities. However, it seemed that using magic to create a barrier to resist damage seemed to be their innate ability. Perhaps this was just a coincidence, or perhaps it was the best solution that the enemy had obtained after a long battle. Devils that didn't possess this ability would have long since been reduced to ashes. No matter what, it was never wrong to prepare for the worst. This barrier was similar to Xavi's ability, but it could only protect the surface of the body, and there was a limit to how much damage it could withstand. If it stood in place for a squad to hit multiple targets at the same time, it would probably only last for a few seconds. The problem was that the enemy was not a target. If an infantry squad of the First Army attacked the senior demon first, the senior demon would react after 1 or 2 shots. Then, the senior demon would either hide or wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Originally, the gods' punishment witches were responsible for suppressing the senior demons. They were born to suppress the senior demons. Not only were they as powerful as extraordinaries, but they could also block the enemy's ability. They could be said to be a tit-for-tat existence. However, the senior demons, who were supposed to be the commanders of the army, had appeared on the front line several times. According to this trend, the 300 gods' punishment witches were not enough. He needed a weapon that could effectively increase the firepower of individual soldiers. RPGs looked great, but rocket-propelled grenades made it impossible for Neverwinter to mass-produce this legendary weapon in a short time. Even the simplest rocket engine was a power system that included fuel and combustion chambers. It was not easy to make one. If Anna had to make and debug it, it would be a waste of its original purpose. Therefore, Roland decided to get rid of the rocket-propelled grenade and leave it with a grenade. It was the ancestor of RPGs, the recoilless grenade. The most famous representative weapon in history was the Iron Fist. Although many people collectively referred to this type of weapon as a rocket launcher, in fact, they were 2 different types of weapons. The biggest difference was that the rocket launcher fired a rocket, which had its own power source and could be launched normally without a barrel. For example, the famous 107 rocket launcher could be ignited by dry batteries with a good accuracy by piling a mound of soil on the ground. The Iron Fist and the RPG were recoilless cannons that needed a barrel to create a recoil force. If it was ignited on the ground, it would only spin on the spot and would not fly away even if it was 1 meter away. Especially for the latter, the rocket at the tail of the warhead was mainly used to increase the range and accuracy, and the power it needed to shoot out was still provided by the propellant. Compared with the constantly evolving younger generations, the biggest advantage of the Iron Fist was its simplicity. The barrel was a straight cylinder, the warhead was made of thin iron sheets, and the propellant was black powder, which was very suitable for large-scale production. Of course, Roland did not intend to copy the Iron Fist, because its simplicity was also its biggest weakness: short range, poor accuracy, and low power, which were all unbearable shortcomings. As a person who learned from history, he naturally knew that some extremely small changes could greatly improve the performance of the weapon. For example, if he installed a gourd-shaped Laval nozzle at the tail of the launcher, it could accelerate the ejected gas from subsonic to supersonic speed, thereby increasing the recoil force and the range of the warhead. If he added a grip, a sight, and a wooden sleeve to the barrel, it could effectively improve the shooting experience and shooting accuracy. He could also install a tail made of soft steel on the body, which would automatically open and rotate with the body to increase its stability. In addition, if he pressed the front part of the warhead into a hollow inverted cone, the explosive energy could be gathered forward, forming a condensed energy armor-piercing effect, which would greatly increase the destructive power of the magic barrier. These improvements were all within the limits of Neverwinter's industrial technology. Roland closed the drawing, stood up, and walked to the French window. Admittedly, even if the First Army was equipped with a large number of individual grenades, it would not be able to completely offset the advantage of the senior demons, but at least the ordinary soldiers had the ability to at least compete with the senior demons. No matter how mobile the senior demons were, the armor-piercing grenades shot from their blind spots were still fatal. As long as they hit the target, the outcome would be completely different. This also meant that with a little bit of training, any ordinary person could be equipped with the means to kill a senior demon. In addition, armored units such as the spider demons and the giant skeletons would not be so helpless against them. And the cost of the above was only a small cluster of gunpowder and half a steel ingot. Joe sat cross-legged on the ground and stared blankly at the 7 crooked bars beside his feet. They were the marks of the number of days. Every day that passed, he would dig a line in the ground with his fingers. Today was the 7th day. He did not dare to think about whether Farina was still alive or whether Lorenzo was still torturing her. Whenever he thought about it, he would feel a stabbing pain in his heart. Joe began to wonder if he had made the wrong choice. Although Xian had agreed to his request and had not been mistreated, Grey Castle was too far away from the kingdom of Wolfheart. It would take at least a month for the king of Grey Castle to make a decision and send troops to the kingdom of Wolfheart. It would take even longer if he had to discuss, consider, and prioritize other matters. He was not confident that Roland Wimbledon would deal with the internal strife of the church like he dealt with domestic politics. It was even possible that Roland would refuse. In that case, all his efforts would be in vain. Joe lowered his eyes and looked at the chain around his ankle. It connected him to the foot of the bed and was about the length of a man. Perhaps he could use this chain too. "Hey, are you awake?" The tent flap was suddenly lifted and the dazzling light shone in, causing Joe to squint. "You're still awake. In that case, come with us." "Go." "Where?" The sudden light seemed to interrupt his train of thought. His mind was as blank as the ground. "To the kingdom of Wolfheart, of course." "Aren't you in a hurry to save your lover?" Joe's eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight. It was Xian who was standing in front of him. Then, a key was thrown to him. Joe finally realized the meaning of Xian's words. He grabbed the key with trembling hands and said, Is it? His Majesty has approved the rescue plan and decided to take you back to Neverwinter for trial, Xian said calmly. The team in charge of this operation has arrived at Coral Bay. After meeting up with them, we can head directly to Archduke Island. Already arrived? How could it be so fast? Joe could not believe his ears. But now was not the time to think about this. Joe opened the lock in a flurry. He staggered as he stood up, but he managed to stand up straight. "If you feel unwell, no, please take me there," he pleaded eagerly. The corners of Xiaoan's mouth curled up slightly. "Then come." Charles looked back at the mark on the ground. The twisted horizontal bar was imprinted with a silver edge by the sunlight, as if it was shining brightly. He didn't know what kind of future awaited him. But he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Charles took a deep breath and followed the guard out of the tent. 1 day later. Coral Bay. This was the easternmost port in the Kingdom of Dawn. Compared to the ports closer to Grey Castle and the fjords, this port was undoubtedly much more deserted. Ever since the church had swept through the Kingdom of Wolfheart and the Kingdom of Everwinter, the situation had worsened. The royal family had fallen, and the nobles were fighting for power. Even now, the two kingdoms were still in chaos, and the trade had declined significantly. Most of the ships docked at the pier were flying the flags of the Chamber of Commerce of the fjords, while ships from the two northern kingdoms were rarely seen. Among these sparse ships, there was one that was rather eye-catching. It had no sail, and black smoke was rising from the top of its head. Large wooden wheels were hanging on both sides, and the hull seemed to be made of stone. The legendary stone ship of Grey Castle. Joe thought. Although he had long heard of its existence, it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. As soon as they boarded the deck, two people immediately came to greet them. It was a man and a woman. Joe's eyes quickly swept over the two people, and his heart sank slightly. For some reason, he vaguely felt that the woman was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Ah, it's Lady Zoe and Lady Betty, Xiaowen greeted them warmly. Did His Majesty entrust this mission to you? Because we happened to be in Neverwinter at that time, and we've been to the Kingdom of Dawn before. The woman shrugged. If it wasn't for His Majesty, I really wouldn't want to come so far away. The front line is already fighting with the demons, so I should stay there. By the way, instead of calling you lady, I'd rather you call me Mississippi, the man grinned. Unlike Zoe, I'm one of the last ones to wake up. It's only been 100 years since then. 100 years isn't old enough? The woman glanced at him. But it's strange. In the dream world, those people all fought to call me Mississippi. Of course, it's not impossible for Her Majesty. Then call me Mississippi. Xiaowen looked a little helpless. If you think it's better this way. Wait, what are they talking about? Zhou looked at him blankly. Lady? Miss? No matter how he looked at it, this person was a man. And what did it mean that they had already fought with the demons? The bloody moon did not appear, so what was the demon they were talking about? Is this the last priest of the church? The woman called Zoe looked at him up and down. The hope of the Queen of Starfall City was turned into a tool for stupid people to fight for power. Although we used to be enemies, I still feel sorry for her. So, it's a kind of reincarnation for us to end all this. The other man nodded. Since everyone is here, let's go. Everyone is here? Zhou did not pay attention to the inexplicable words and quickly looked around. This stone ship was not big enough to accommodate an army, but there were no other ships of Grey Castle around. Your Excellency. Zhou gritted his teeth and asked. The one who answered him was Zoe. The rescue team you mentioned is here. Here? As if to verify his guess, the woman pointed at herself and then at Betty. She and I are the whole team. Zhou looked at Xiaowen in horror. Your Excellency. Lorenzo has a God's punishment army, 5 people, no more than 10 at most, right? Sean interrupted him. Zhou stared at him blankly and could not even answer with a yes. Why? Why do the 3 of them look so relaxed? That's a monster with an extraordinary body. Ignorance leads to fearlessness? How is that possible? Zhou was not sure about the others, but Grey Castle had fought with the God's punishment army in Coldwind Ridge, so they should know this kind of terrifying warrior only better than the church. Even if they had powerful firearms, attacking the castle would weaken their advantage in shooting range. Once they entered a narrow area and encountered Scourge, it would be difficult for them to kill him instantly. After all, they were not afraid of pain and would not stop killing until they could not move. According to his plan, at least 100 to 200 people should enter the castle separately and kill the enemies one by one. Only then could they take down the castle at a low cost. If the number of people was lower than that, the casualties would increase significantly. But, 2 people, how was that possible? More than enough. Translator, Transin editor, Transin facing such an exaggerated statement, Zhou should have laughed or tried to persuade him. However, he was rendered speechless by Krone's confident look. What was even more incredible was that he was going to be involved in this operation. He was asked to cooperate fully and tell everything he knew, which was not out of Zhou's expectation. Since the king of Grey Castle had promised to rescue Farina, he must have a detailed understanding of the situation on Archduke Island. They had been lurking on the island for half a year, so they were naturally the most familiar with the situation. Of course, Krone might also interrogate him about other things, which Zhou planned to tell him at the same time. Farina's life was more important than the secrets of the church and the sacred texts of the gods. He was willing to tell them everything he knew. However, when he entered the cabin, Zhou found that he knew nothing about Roland Wimbledon, his old rival who had fought against the church for many years and finally destroyed the holy city of Hermes. It was neither an intelligence interrogation nor a war meeting. Sitting at the end of the long table was Cajun Fells, the master dramatist from Grey Castle. Just answer whatever he asks, Sean said and left the cabin. After saying this, Sean left the cabin, leaving behind a stupefied Charles, who stared blankly at Sean. When he was still in the new holy city, he had watched Cajun's troupe on tour. Although it had been almost 10 years, he could still remember that the old man in front of him was Cajun. What was the king of Grey Castle thinking? What came with the ship was not the army, but the famous drama troupe. Did this team really come to save people? Have a seat, my boy. Cajun nodded at him. Would you like some tea or wine? Tea. Would be fine. A beautiful woman quickly brought him a cup of hot tea. This is my student, Miss Rentgen. Ah. Thank you, Joe replied in a daze. If it were not for the shackles on his wrists and ankles, he would have thought that he was in a dream. Why are you here? Because of an agreement with His Majesty, Cajun said with a smile. Cajun smiled. We should have talked in a more comfortable environment, but they wouldn't agree to take off your handcuffs. No, that's fine. He murmured. What do you want to ask me? It's about Farina's story and your story. Charles looked at him in disbelief. Are you referring to the matter between me and her? That's right. When did you join the church? How did you meet her? How did she fall into Lorenzo's hands? I want to know everything, Cajun said slowly. Farina, she. At the mention of this name, the pain surged. He had been trying his best not to think about her, but the memories were like a tide. Once they started, it was difficult to stop. As soon as he opened his mouth, the words were choked in his throat, and his vision became blurry. Farina was just an ordinary civilian girl when she first joined the church. Her loose, coarse robe was covered with dirty patches. Her hands and feet were swollen from the cold and looked like frozen carrots. On the way to the Hermes Plateau, she would have died if she had not met the carriage he had hired. He was a poor noble who had nothing but his surname. He joined the church just to try his luck. The holy city did not care about one's background, and they would not reject any convert. Since he could read, he was assigned to the department of clergy and became a scribe. Farina, on the other hand, became a trainee warrior. That made Charles very unhappy. Clergy and warriors were equal organizations in the holy city. In other words, a commoner girl had become a person of equal status to him. Moreover, he had saved her by accident. In his eyes, Farina should be a cook, a washerwoman, or some other kind of servant. What annoyed him even more was that after recuperating for a period of time, he actually grew quite well. Therefore, the reason why she was chosen as a warrior was very suspicious. He should have been the one to enjoy it. Taking advantage of his position, he often bullied Farina, and even humiliated her in front of her. Farina did not talk back, which encouraged his arrogance. But in the next few years, this young woman gradually revealed her own talent, like a gem that was gradually being carved into shape. Farina was soon promoted from a trainee warrior to a reserve of the Judgment Army, and then to the official Judgment Army captain. During the months of demons, Charles could always see her figure on the wall of the stronghold. But he had just been promoted from a scribe to a clergy assistant. She was already superior to him. He used to pay close attention to Farina's every move, for fear that she would retaliate against him. However, the latter had never taken any action, and his attention had turned into a habit. Charles gradually found that she was not as ordinary as he thought. Then Prince Roland of Greycastle came. The Pope died, the gods' punishment army was destroyed, and the cathedral collapsed. The huge church of Hermes seemed to fall apart overnight. Countless believers fled the holy city that night. Farina was ordered to support the crumbling Judgment Army. She also pulled him out of the crowd during the civil strife. If it were not for that hand, he would have been trampled into meat paste by the refugees. At that moment, he seemed to understand something. After the defeat in Coldwind Ridge, Farina was not the highest person in the church. There were still the officiant, the presiding judge, and the senior commander in the holy city. The reason why the responsibility of defending the holy city was handed over to her was not so much because they valued her, but because they wanted to shirk and abandon her. The same was true when Tucker Thor was elected as the acting pope. Everyone knew that it was impossible to defend the holy city, but no one was willing to take the blame. At the same time, they needed someone to temporarily stabilize the situation in the holy city, so as to buy time for their escape. Therefore, the miracle of a woman in her 20s becoming the supreme commander of the Judgment Army appeared in Hermes. Ironically, she tried her best to restore the order in the old and new holy cities, but the number of senior officers who stayed was getting fewer and fewer. It was not uncommon for people to leave and leave at night. When the months of demons ended, there were only about 500 judgment warriors left in the holy city. She was thrown to Roland Wimbledon by those people, as a sacrifice to buy time. Did Farina know nothing about it? No, she knew the meaning of this responsibility from the beginning. But she still stood up without hesitation and spared no effort to do her best. Just because the church accepted her and trained her until now. Just like she never retaliated against him, not even scolded him. Just because he gave her a lift. Seeing Farina drenched in sweat running back and forth, standing on top of the city wall and shouting loudly, Charles felt something touched in his heart. Her small figure swaying under the white snow was so eye-catching, the sweat dripping from the tip of her nose was more dazzling than a gem. For Charles, the church was just an opportunistic place. He should have left long ago, but he chose to stay. It had nothing to do with God. He made a vow to Farina in his heart, swearing allegiance. It was not the loyalty of the believers to the commander of the judgment army. It was the loyalty of the knight to follow the guardian. 2 days later, Joe was taken out of his room and stepped onto the bow deck. "Is that Earl Lorenzo's territory?" Sean asked. In the morning sun, the seawall glowed with golden light, and a vague gray and white shadow floated above it. Joe's heart tightened. He could not help but grasp the railing tightly and lean forward, fearing that he would miss any detail. "Yes, that's the Archduke Island." He finally came back with the rescuer. "Farina, please hold on a little longer. There are 2 docks on the island, facing east and west respectively." Joe took a deep breath and said impatiently, "Ever since Lorenzo became a noble, the docks have been guarded by guards. But mainly to guard against other nobles in the kingdom of Wolfheart, merchant ships are not strictly inspected. The problem is the castle district, which is heavily guarded. Without a special permit, you can't even enter." He had been holding it in for a long time. Over the past 2 days, Cajun Fells had asked him many questions, but none of them were related to the mission, let alone the secrets of the church. Cajun asked Farina in great detail about his prejudice against her, his insults, his escape, and how they helped each other. When he could not express himself in words, Cajun even asked his disciple, Rentgen, to pretend to be Farina and try to reconstruct the scenes in his memory. Except for mealtimes, he could not even see Sean and the others. It was as if they did not care about the rescue mission at all. Therefore, Joe seized the opportunity to speak his mind as fast as he could. Regardless of whether the other side would listen to him or not, as long as it was useful, he would have a better chance of rescuing Farina. "You don't have to worry about that. We have our own ways," Sean interrupted him. "I asked you to meet someone and get to know him." "Who is it?" "The guide of this mission." After he finished speaking, he whistled, and 2 sailors quickly escorted a middle-aged man over. Charles recognized the man at a glance. "Hagrid, you traitor." Hagrid was also a follower of the church. Before he was transferred to assist Bishop Lorenzo, Hagrid had been Joe's superior. "Tisk," Hagrid said disdainfully. "You speak as if you are loyal to the church. If Farina finds out that you've sided with Grey Castle, who knows who she'll call a traitor?" Charles was at a loss for words. "There's no need to argue." Sean stood between the two. "Mr. Hagrid, you should know your mission, right?" Facing the king's personal guard, Hagrid's voice immediately became much softer. "Yes, my lord. Bring those 2 warriors into the castle. This is your only chance to redeem yourself. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. Entering the castle is not a problem, but sir, are you sure that only 2 will be enough?" He was actually worried about Grey Castle. Joe was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. No matter how many people Hagrid brought in, it would be an intolerable betrayal to Lorenzo. If Grey Castle failed, he would not have a good ending either, so he might as well hope that Hagrid could be more thorough. "Don't worry. You'll soon see." Sean looked at the outline of the Archduke Island and sneered. "They're the real scourge who has obtained power." In the dead of night, the 6 members of the rescue team left the dock and headed for the castle. In addition to Zoe and Betty, there were 2 soldiers from the First Army. Obviously, they were responsible for guarding Joe and Hagrid. With the Count's trusted aide as a guide, the journey could be said to be unimpeded. Even if the patrol team came to question them, they would be dismissed by Hagrid with a few words. The same went for the guards at the entrance of the castle. Even though the other 5 people were all wearing hoods, the guards did not question them. From this point of view, Hagrid was indeed trusted by Lorenzo. After passing through the courtyard, the Lord's castle appeared in front of him. According to Hagrid, Farina's attack had frightened Earl Lorenzo so much that he had gathered all the God's Punishment Army soldiers who could still move into the bedroom in the main building. There were no more than 6 of them. The bedroom door had also been replaced with a solid copper door. It was said that ordinary people could not even push it open, let alone break the lock. Usually, Scourge had to open the copper door to get in and out of the bedroom. It's not difficult to trick Lorenzo out of the bedroom. You just need to say that you've found the secret of the treasure, Hagrid said as they walked. But he'll definitely take Scourge with him. Besides, strangers in the hall will make the guards even more vigilant. We have to find a way to fool them, no need. Just tell us which floor the bedroom is on. Zoe shrugged. Then take Joe to the dungeon and rescue the woman. As for how we fight, it's none of your business. Hagrid was stunned for a moment before he replied, yes. I got it. He straightened his bow tie, climbed the stone steps, and knocked on the side door. An old gatekeeper poked his head out and said, Lord Hagrid, why didn't you inform us beforehand that you were coming back? Cut the crap. I have something important to report to the Earl. Get out of the way. Okay. The old man hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Hagrid. But these people are my informants in the Cage Mountain. Why, do you want to pry into the Earl's secret? I dare not. The old man immediately lowered his head. After entering the room through the side door and passing through 2 partitions, they entered the castle. The guards at the entrance of the hall had been replaced by armored family guards. Seeing them, 2 guards grasped the hilts of their swords at their waists and approached them. Lorenzo's bedroom is on the 4th floor. But I can't take you up there, Hagrid said in a low voice. Oh, isn't this Lord Hagrid? The Earl has been talking about you recently. Are these the guests that you invited? The guard bowed and turned to Zoe and the others. Please wait outside the hall unless the Earl approves. Wait, this lady. Zoe lifted her hood and slowly walked toward him. Before he could finish his warning, a hand grabbed his neck. Lord Hagrid, this. The other guard did the same. Before he could draw his sword, Betty's hand had already grabbed his neck. Crack. With a crisp sound, the guard's neck was suddenly twisted into a corner. Hagrid and Joe could not help but gasp. Breaking a person's neck with one hand, was this something that a human could do? But that was not all. They carried the guards into the hall and hid themselves behind them. This strange scene made the remaining guards unable to react immediately. Hey, what the hell are you doing? No, look, their feet aren't on the ground. What? The dim firelight affected everyone's vision. When they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Zoe and Betty flashed out like shadows and pounced on the unprepared guards, aiming at their exposed necks. It was easy for people to relax during the long night watch, and their opponents just happened to be the strongest warriors among humans, extraordinaires. Joe could not help but cover his mouth. In just a few seconds, the remaining 4 guards' necks were also broken, and they fell to the ground in disorder. He had only seen such overwhelming strength and speed from the God's Punishment Army, but the God's Punishment Army was obviously a group of monsters without the ability to think. It was not difficult for them to tear their enemies apart with their bare hands, but it was almost impossible for them to kill them silently and cleverly like this. He saw the same shock on Hagrid's face. They have gained full power. They are the real Scourge. Sean's words echoed in Joe's mind. Was this also Roland Wimbledon's masterpiece? He was not sure that His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff knew this secret the best. Next, act according to the plan. Zoe glanced at Joe. No matter whether the person you want to save is dead or alive, don't stay in the dungeon. Do you understand? I understand. After getting the answer, the 2 turned around and ran toward the stairs. There were no guards on the stairs, so Zoe and Betty went straight up to the 4th floor. There were doors on both sides of the narrow corridor, which should be for maids or servants. At the end of the corridor was a huge metal door, which reflected a dark red light under the flickering candlelight. It's really a copper door. Zoe raised her eyebrows. What are you going to do? Betty curled her lips. If there's an iron lock behind it, I don't think it can be broken. Isn't that obvious? If there's no way, then we'll open a way. I think. That's true. Betty kicked open the wooden door next to the Lord's bedroom and strode into the room. Ah, a scream was heard. The maid, who only had a thin veil over her body, suddenly pulled up the quilt to cover her half-exposed chest. Who are you? Unfortunately, I'm not interested in girls. Betty untied her belt, and her robe slid down naturally, revealing a firearm with an astonishing caliber on her back. If it's a handsome boy, you'll only make her more panicked. Zoe sighed and held the shotgun in her hand. 1, 2, 3. The two aimed the muzzles at the wall and pulled the triggers together. Deafening explosions sounded continuously. The interior walls made of brick simply could not withstand the repeated bombardment of the 40mm ammunition. Under the flying debris, 2 rows of crooked bullet holes quickly appeared on the walls. Amidst the smoke and dust, she immediately spotted the target of this operation. Count Lorenzo. Apparently, he had just woken up from a sweet dream. He was sitting on the edge of the bed and putting on his pants in a panic. Scourge, who was guarding the bed, had already pulled out his dagger and pounced on the collapsed wall. Breaking through the wall had obviously violated the bottom line of these bodies. As long as the prior order was to kill any enemy that broke into the room, even if the controller was unconscious, Scourge would automatically respond. Betty! Zoe shouted. Understood. The latter followed closely behind, kneeling on one leg and clenching her hands into bowls. Come on. Long-term training and cooperation had made the two of them telepathic. Zoe did not even look back and directly jumped backward. Betty caught her accurately. With a push of her hands, Zoe leaped into the air and flew over Scourge's head like a swallow. Then, she grabbed the chandelier on the arched ceiling and swayed. In the blink of an eye, she was already on top of the bed. The spacious and luxuriously furnished bedroom provided a very comfortable space for the Lord to enjoy and also became her stage. Zoe directly raised the shotgun in the air. Time seemed to stop. Scourge was still turning around, but obviously, it was too late for him to keep up with her. Betty, on the other hand, had her back to the big bed and put on a victory pose. Obviously, this bad habit came from the dream world. Real men never turned around to look at explosions and the aesthetics of combat. She did not even consider that it was all magic movie special effects. However, seeing that Betty only tilted her body and was still paying attention to Scourge's movements, Zoe did not bother to argue with her. As for Count Lorenzo, he looked up in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. From the moment he fired the shotgun until now, only a few dozen seconds had passed. For him, he probably never thought that the defense line formed by Scourge would be so fragile. The chandelier fell apart under the tremendous force, and burning candles danced in the air like flickering fireflies. In the midst of the flames, Zoe aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. Boom! With a loud bang, time resumed its flow. A mist of blood instantly rose from the Count's body, dozens of steel balls fell from above and almost completely enveloped him. Under the powerful impact, he first sank, then bounced up, and when he landed again, he was already twisted into a ball like a rag. Zoe's feet then stepped on the bed, and the bed frame that had been ravaged finally couldn't take it anymore. With a bang, it collapsed into a pile of broken wood. At the same time, Scourge suddenly stopped moving. Except for the imperfect landing, you got full marks for everything else. Betty whistled. It would be even better if you had a pair of sunglasses. Zoe rolled her eyes at her. Let's recycle the body first before talking nonsense. Yes, yes. Betty shrugged, took out a small horn from her waist pocket, put it to her mouth, and blew it. It was a special tune, and it was also a fragment of Scourge's memory during the transformation process. For an ownerless body, it was equivalent to an activation command. From now on, I'm your new master. Betty cleared her throat and said word by word. The 6 Scourge clenched their fists in front of their chests. But only until we return to Neverwinter. When we arrive at the 3rd border city, you'll be thrown into the storage room for everyone to use. If you're good looking, you'll have a chance to see the light of day again. Otherwise, you'll be scrapped. Of course, I don't think you'll have much hope, Betty said half-jokingly, although she knew these bodies wouldn't react at all. The magic blood had destroyed the self-consciousness of the original owners. Zoe opened the bronze door and saw many guards rushing toward the Lord's bedroom at the end of the corridor. She also heard hurried footsteps upstairs and downstairs. Apparently, the short battle had completely broken the peace of the night, and the entire castle district had entered a state of defense. Do you see those guys in armor? Betty smiled. Go and kill them. As soon as she finished speaking, the God's punishment warriors rushed out from behind her like wild beasts. They raised their swords and rushed toward the guards. Under the surprised and puzzled gazes of the guards, the God's punishment warriors thrust their swords into their chests. The castle seemed to be boiling. With the soldiers of the First Army clearing the way and Hagrid covering for them, Joe entered the dungeon without any trouble. However, when he saw Farina hanging on the rack, he felt as if his chest had been smashed by a hammer, and an indescribable pain gripped his heart. The dazzling woman was now like a piece of dead wood that had been drained of all vitality, hanging powerlessly on the chain. There was hardly a patch of smooth skin on her body, and the crisscrossed whip marks spread from her shoulders to her legs. Places like the back and chest were the main areas of destruction. Thick liquid was flowing from the red and swollen marks, which were obviously wounds that had not been properly treated after being burned by a soldering iron. Judging from the interrogation, she did not choose to surrender to Lorenzo even though she had been tortured like this. Joe trembled as he walked toward her, feeling that every step was extremely difficult. However, the soldiers reacted faster. They untied the chains and released Farina from the rack. Is this the person you want to save? Don't just stand there, come and help. Yes. Joe seemed to have woken up from a dream. He picked up Farina and laid her flat on the straw couch. The soldier seemed to have been prepared for this. He took out a bunch of bottles and jars from his backpack and began to give her emergency treatment. Although Joe did not know what the effects of those potions were, he could tell from Farina's gradually calming breathing that they were effective. While he was helping to bandage her wounds, Farina suddenly moaned and opened her eyes slightly. How could it be you? She murmured. Am I dreaming? No, it's not a dream. It's all over. Joe held her face in his hands and replied in a choked voice. All over? Farina paused for a moment. I see. I'm dead, right? That's why I saw you in the dungeon. She slowly raised her hand and touched Joe's cheek with her twisted fingers. Lorenzo had not only pulled out her nails, but also broken her fingers one by one. At that moment, it looked more like a withered branch than a hand. I'm sorry that I couldn't continue the church. I've let you down, I don't care at all. Joe felt a warm trickle down his cheeks. And it's not your fault at all. Are you comforting me? Strange. You've never been like this before. Farina's bloody lips parted. No matter what, don't go away. Stay with me for a while, okay? Joe could no longer hold back his tears and hugged her tightly. I'll stay with you. No matter where you go, I'll be by your side, even if I die. Farina had a dream. The whizzing of the whip, the cursing of the enemy, and the excruciating pain gradually left her. Everything around her was pure white, and the ground was so smooth that it could reflect her appearance. This world seemed to have no boundaries, and the only landmark was a tall stone gate in the distance. Behind the gate, there was a faint melody, sacred and pleasant. Maybe this is what people see before they die, she thought to herself. After walking this last distance, she would arrive at the land of eternal peace. Farina was not satisfied. In the end, she could not kill the traitor with her own hands and avenge everyone who followed her here. At the same time, she felt a lot of guilt. Tokhtar's task had gone down the drain. She was indeed not a person who could shoulder the responsibility alone, and she was not even a qualified leader. Her talent was just so. The only reassuring thing was that she didn't beg for mercy in the end. Especially when the red-hot iron needle pierced her fingertip, she almost thought she would completely collapse in the next moment. Now that she thought about it, she still felt it was a bit unbelievable that she could hold on until the end. Otherwise, she would not be able to face her comrades who died one step ahead of her. However, these emotions did not last long, and they scattered like dust. After all, she would soon enter her eternal sleep. No matter how she thought about it, there was no way to change it, was there? Farina walked towards the stone gate step by step. According to the legends, there would be no more pain or sorrow there, and time would be frozen. Everything would remain in its most glorious moment, and it would be the cornerstone of God's kingdom forever. This should have been something to be happy about, but for some reason, she did not feel happy. Why is this? Farina, just when she was at a loss, a hazy voice came from beside her. She remembered now. It was Joe's voice. He did not participate in the attack, so he could not have been captured by Lorenzo, so it was just her imagination. Even so, Farina suddenly felt relieved. So that's what happened, she thought. She just didn't want to finish this last journey alone. Even if she was entrusted with a responsibility that was beyond her ability, even if it was to shirk responsibility, she did not care. She longed for the feeling of being needed. She did not want to go on alone anymore. Don't go away. Stay with me for a while, okay? I will. The voice replied intermittently. No matter where you go, I will be by your side, even in death. That was enough. Even if it was an illusion. She seemed to have returned to that winter several years ago, when she climbed Hermes alone. Just as she was about to collapse, a carriage stopped in front of her. Farina stepped onto the steps of the stone door and pushed it open. Thank you. The light behind the door shot out in all directions and instantly enveloped her. When the light dissipated, Farina opened her eyes and found that the ceiling above her head was shaking slowly. Is this what the divine kingdom looks like? It didn't look as glamorous as he had imagined. Furthermore, time did not seem to stop flowing. She tried to turn her head and saw a familiar face. Farina hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, Joe? Joe was lying next to her as if he had fallen asleep. After calling his name a few times, he opened his sleepy eyes and looked at her. Then, an ecstatic expression appeared on Joe's face. You're awake? Awake? Farina frowned. Shouldn't I have, Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the burning pain return to her body. Even the slightest movement was excruciating. You just fainted from exhaustion. Joe covered her head. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Farina could not help but be stunned. After a long while, she came to her senses. Not only did she not die, but she also escaped from the dungeon. Did this mean, Lorenzo, he's dead? After getting this unexpected answer, Farina suddenly felt refreshed. Really? How did you do it? It wasn't me who killed him. Joe shook his head. It was the King of Greycastle, His Majesty Roland Wimbledon. Roland Wimbledon. It was a name that she did not want to hear the most. What are you talking about? How could he possibly help us take back Archduke Island? She suddenly looked around and asked, wait a minute, where is this place? Aren't we on Archduke Island? We're now on the sea, and our destination is Greycastle City of Neverwinter. You've been in a coma for 3 days. You only survived because of the First Army's medicine, Joe said softly. Don't worry. I'll tell you everything. An hour later, Farina finally understood what had happened behind the scenes. I've also asked Sean about His Majesty's trial, Joe said. As long as you don't have the witch's blood on your hands, don't participate in the persecution, and don't slaughter the people of Greycastle, you won't be sentenced to death. You're a warrior of the Vanguard Battalion, and you've been stationed in the new holy city all year round to fight against demonic beasts. I used to be a priest's assistant, so I can't meet those witches. In other words, both of us can survive. He became more excited as he spoke. Although you're badly injured, there's a witch named Nana in Neverwinter. She can cure any kind of injury as long as you pay. I'll find a way to pay for it. No matter how much she wants, I'll definitely help you stand up again. In order to prevent her from escaping, Lorenzo had broken the tendons in her hands and feet and smashed her knees with a hammer. She was now a cripple. But this was not the focus of Farina's attention. Because of me, what? Because of me, you made a deal with that devil? She rebuked him angrily. He destroyed the church and all hope. How can you face Lord Tucker Thor? Cough, cough. Farina. Don't touch me. She choked and spat out some blood. The fate of the world, the fate of all human beings, was destroyed by him alone. How can you ask him for help? Compared to the battle of divine will, my life is not worth mentioning. Even if you save me, what's the point? I'd rather go to hell and wait for him, until the moment he falls into the abyss. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, there was a round of applause outside the room. I'm so touched. I didn't expect to receive such support from mortals after more than 400 years. What a surprise. A woman pushed the door open and walked in. I support the church that strives for the future of human beings, not the minions of the King of Grey Castle. Farina endured the sharp pain in her chest and scolded. But before she could finish her words, she was stunned. Inova? Legion commander? At that moment, she almost suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. In the martial arts hall of the new holy city hung the portraits of the outstanding leaders of the Judgment Army. Most of them had received the highest honor bestowed by the Pope, the Scourge Transformation Ceremony. They could be regarded as the elites of the elites. Inova had served as the Legion commander of the Judgment Army, which could be said to be the highest rank a female warrior could reach. Because of this, Farina had always regarded her as her goal. But the problem was, Inova was a figure from more than 100 years ago. Commander. Your Excellency? It took Joe quite a while to realize the identity of Farina and why he had felt a sense of familiarity when they first met. However, how could this be possible? I can't understand. You should have died bravely in the defense battle during the months of demons. Farina swallowed. And Scourge is a pious warrior who has dedicated his body and mind to God. They almost never speak, like a mute? Zoe interrupted. This has nothing to do with piety. They can't speak only because their brains have been cleaned. If they don't do this, they can't become a qualified body for us to use. Body? Use? What are you talking about? Let me ask you first. How did the church promote the God's punishment army? Joe answered first. Warriors who have the power of God are the nemesis of evil witches and the church's greatest hope to save the world. Only determined and fearless believers can have this honor. He paused for a while. We used to think that saving the world was to guard the big breach and prevent demonic beasts from invading the mainland. However, we learned about the battle of divine will and the existence of demons in the will of Lord Tok'tar. So the God's punishment army is actually a special force to fight against demons, Farina continued. Only Hermes' Privy Council knows how to carry out the transformation ceremony, but now Roland Wimbledon has ruined everything. It sounds really touching, but it's a pity that none of it is true. Zoe smiled contemptuously. Your so-called God's punishment army was created for the sole purpose of suppressing witches and maintaining the rule of usurpers. Although the origin of all this is to continue the human race, the one who made the plan is not the church, but the witches. Farina had a look of disbelief on her face. If the other party was not the famous Inova, who was her idol, she would have retorted loudly. Joe took a deep breath. Can you tell us more about it? Well, let me satisfy your curiosity, mortals. Zoe smiled. When the man stopped talking, Farina felt a sharp pain in her fingers. She did not know when she had clenched her fists, but her broken fingers were bleeding again. She finally understood why the historical figures had appeared so vividly in front of her. The Inova in front of him was not the Judgment Army commander, but an ancient witch who had lived for more than 400 years. Normally, she would have shouted blasphemy and drawn her sword to fight to the death. Even if she couldn't win, she couldn't allow an evil person to control the corpse of a hero. But now, she felt that all the strength in her body was slipping away from her fingers. This was ridiculous. This was simply too absurd. According to him, the witches had single-handedly created all of this. Minions of the devil? The incarnation of evil? What a joke. They were the ones who sacrificed everything for humanity. They were the true fearless heroes. The Queen of Starfall City's courage to sacrifice herself had surpassed most people in the world. Was there anything more ironic than this? The goal that she was proud of was set by the witches that she was hostile to. The transformation ceremony that she yearned for was just a body for the witches. Even the reason why the world had become what it was now was inseparable from the witches. Refute her, say that all of this is fake, fabricated. Although there was a voice in her heart shouting, Farina opened her mouth, but no words came out. Because there were too many details that could be matched. For example, the rumor of Scourge's mysterious disappearance. For example, the female corpses that seemed to have been sucked dry. For example, the huge monastery in the old holy city. For example, the pure witches who looked no different from witches. If the lies could be so perfect, they had to have been lurking in the church for at least decades, and had access to the core secrets of the Privy Council. At present, the only people who could meet these conditions were the popes of the past. Moreover, there was another decisive piece of evidence, and that was power. Since the ultimate goal of Scourge was to fight against the devil, it was no doubt that the stronger the better. There was no doubt that intelligent life with divine sense would always be much stronger than beasts without divine sense. The fact that only 2 witches could easily conquer the castle on Archduke Island guarded by Scourge was proof. If witches and God's punishment bodies were so compatible, why did the church kill them instead of making good use of them? Even if wild witches were extremely evil, the pure witches should be suitable. But the fact was that there had never been a God's punishment witch in Hermes. She had come to a conclusion in her mind. The pure witches could be controlled by God's stone. However, the church had no means to control a God's punishment witch who was equivalent to an extraordinary. Therefore, no matter how strong the latter was, they would not consider it. If His Holiness in the Holy City was really wholeheartedly for humanity, she believed that there were many believers who were willing to sacrifice themselves, and it was not surprising that there were a few witches among them. However, from the beginning, the Holy City had cut off this possibility. Saving the world was not as important as they claimed. It was as if they were mocking her. She thought helplessly, Scourge was not a trump card against the devil, but a tool to suppress witches. That was all. Obviously, Joe was also aware of this contradiction. He asked cautiously, "How many people like you are there in Neverwinter?" "Hundreds of them," Zoe shrugged. "And they're all using the bodies you've given us. In the future, don't make a fuss when you meet someone you know." Farina vaguely guessed the reason why Joe asked such a question. If 1 or 2 sacrificed Scourge could be impersonated by a witch, it was absolutely impossible for hundreds of them to be impersonated. The fact that Joe could answer so calmly was a proof in itself. Even the last trace of luck was gone. Farina felt that something in her heart was gradually leaving her. She longed for the feeling of being needed. The church originally carried light and hope, and as a member of the church, she naturally shouldered these responsibilities. Behind her were the 4 kingdoms and the entire human race. But now, they were peeling away bit by bit, like a mottled and weathered wall. Behind the wall, there was nothing, like the nothingness in a dream. She had to do something. The church can change this result, put everything back on the right track. Farina said with difficulty. "What?" Zoe looked at her. "The gods. Punishment Witch's project needs bodies, right? Only the church can provide them for you, such as me." She took a deep breath and said, "I'm willing to lead the transformation." "Oh?" Zoe revealed a playful smile. "Even if you lose your mind?" "Farina!" Joe shouted. If that would help humans dash in this way, there would be light behind her, and she would still be needed. Interesting, mortal. But Zoe mercilessly shattered her fantasy. "But the God's Punishment Witch's project has long been abandoned." Why? "Because it's useless." Zoe spread out her hands and said, "According to the situation 400 years ago, it might have the power to fight, but now the demons can't be defeated by the God's Punishment Witches alone. So we all turn to the common king of Grey Castle. It's that simple." Farina opened her mouth, but could only make some hissing sounds. "No matter how weak a living witch is, as long as we find the right direction, she'll be far more useful than magic blood and a body. Although His Majesty discovered this, we're also very good at learning, and now it's basically a common understanding." Zoe stood up and walked to the door. "That is to say, even if you're willing to become a body, no witch will donate her blood, because it's not worth it." She stopped when she passed the threshold and looked back with a smile. "I'll be frank. The church's appearance was a mistake from the beginning. In an instant, Farina heard a crisp sound. You rarely talk so much to a mortal. When they walked out of the cabin, Betty, who had been waiting by the aisle, followed them. I talk more to His Majesty, Zoe said carelessly. But we all know that he's not a real mortal. Betty pretended to feel sorry. Sean only wanted you to talk about the origin of the church. After all, the gods' punishment witches are more persuasive. But look at what you're saying. It's not worth it at all. It was a mistake from the beginning, tsk tisk, she's still a patient. Aren't you afraid that she won't be able to catch her breath and suffocate to death? Our mission is to recover the ancient treasure and rescue the captive believers. As for whether she lives or dies, what does it have to do with me? Zoe stopped and looked back at Betty. I say. When did you start to care so much about a mortal? Shouldn't people care about each other? Anyone but you wouldn't say something like that. Zoe paused. Wait. You're just gloating, aren't you? Don't say it out loud. Betty laughed. Because I think the same thing as you. Sure enough, Zoe sighed. She does look like one. Yes, they're practically carved from the same mold. Betty walked up to Zoe and leaned over the porthole. If she was born 400 years earlier. If she was also a witch, then at the last meeting of the Union. She would have chosen to follow Lady Alice instead of us, Zoe said. That's why it's so infuriating. Farina didn't look like a person, but a group of people. A group of Union witches who had survived and had a bleak future ahead of them. There weren't many choices left in front of them. Even so, most of them did not give up hope. Compared to the chosen one who had no clue, the gods' punishment witches' plan, which relied on their own strength to achieve their goals step by step, won more people's support, even if it meant sacrificing themselves. In that fateful meeting, Alice had completely overwhelmed Natalia. The shouts of humans shall never perish, witches shall live forever were almost the only voices in the meeting. In fact, even many of Natalia's followers were hesitant, not knowing whether they could see the light of day on this road. She could only stand aside and worry for Queen Chaser, unable to get a word in. His attitude towards Farina was just to vent his anger on her. What Zoe wanted to refute was not a believer of the church, but the Union of the past. She wanted to tell them that the weak witches still had a chance to make a comeback. She wanted to tell them that ignorant and short-sighted mortals were not completely useless. What she really wanted to say was, just wait a little longer, don't draw your sword against each other because of differences. But in the end, all these thoughts turned into a sigh. If they could not produce conclusive evidence, even if they had to start all over again, the three chiefs would definitely walk the same path. In that precarious and gloomy moment, only those with a heart of steel could lead the people forward. If only Alice, Eleanor, and Lady Natalia could see all of this, how great would it be, Zoe murmured, looking at the boundless blue sea. On the other side of the room, Cajun put down his pen in surprise. Teacher, this. Rentgen was equally shocked. She obviously did not expect to hear such a subversive conversation. Don't tell me we know too much? In order to better understand the story between Charles and Farina, Sean had specially prepared a cabin next to the ward for the two of them to use as a study. He had also tampered with the partition wall. A seemingly ordinary glass mirror used for decoration had the ability to transmit light in one direction. Through this hole in the wall that was a few inches wide, they could clearly see the situation in the entire room. In addition, there were also two loudspeakers in the corner of the wall, so they could clearly hear the conversation on the other side of the wall. This was also the first time for Cajun Fells to have such an observation experience. Although he knew it was not appropriate, he could not resist the temptation. What could be more realistic than this? The people in the room were like actors, performing a play called reality, and he was the audience and the recorder. They had thought it was a story about love and redemption, but they had instead heard about the unknown past of the church. This news was too shocking for them. The four kingdoms all originated from the Witch Empire, the church was created by the Witch Union, and the ancient witches even had the means to occupy the bodies of ordinary people. No matter what news it was, it would cause a huge uproar. Rentgen looked at the door anxiously, as if she would be thrown into the sea at any moment by the guards who would rush in, put her in a sack, and throw her into the sea. His Majesty's words came to Cajun's mind. It reflects the flower of love that was bred in the darkest of times. I think you understand what I mean by adaptation. Perhaps. His Majesty had predicted all this. No matter what, it was impossible for him to get out of it. Even if he could, he would not do so. Cajun had a hunch that something bad was about to happen. This play would be an unprecedented milestone. Just then, Rentgen began to move again. He hurriedly picked up the loudspeaker. In the end, it turned out like this. Farina's eyes seemed to have lost focus. She was looking at Cajun, but her eyes seemed to penetrate him and fall on the empty space. The church is gone. And no one needs me anymore. You saved me, but I can't give you anything in return. I'm sorry. Her voice was getting lower and lower, as if she would leave at any time. Cajun grabbed her hand, his heart aching. I didn't save you for the church. His voice was so loud that Farina couldn't help but be stunned. I didn't have any hope for the church from the beginning. I just wanted to get by. I pretended to be pious in front of everyone because it would help me get promoted. I used to be a noble. How could I give everything to God? You. Farina bit her lip. Her eyes became focused again. She struggled to raise her hand, as if she was going to slap Cajun. Cajun did not move. He even slightly raised his head. Cajun did not slap Rentgen. You're lying to me, aren't you? You followed me to the kingdom of Wolfheart after the defeat of the God's Punishment Army. How could you not have any hope for the church? Cajun grabbed her arm. Because I want to be by your side. The Supreme Pontiff and the Battle of Divine Will are all bullshit in my eyes. Cajun. Let me finish. He had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. He had thought that he had lost Rentgen forever. Now that he had a chance, he would not let it go. After I learned that you were captured, I tried everything I could to save you. None of them had anything to do with Hermes' future. I knew that even without the church, the world would be the same to me. Only you. I don't want to lose you. I need you. Crack. The tip of the quill in Cajun's hand broke. Need me? Farina was stunned. A week later, in the valley of the impassable mountain range. Since the last napalm test, this place had become a new weapon testing site. It was closer to the North Slope laboratory, and no matter how loud the noise was, it would be hard to attract the public's attention. With the development of the misty forest, the flow of people inside and outside the northwest city wall was much higher than before. Obviously, the previous method of testing weapons in an isolated area on the grassland was no longer suitable. Considering that the power of weapons would further increase in the future, it was reasonable to move the testing site. And this time, the weapon Roland was going to test was the single anti-demon grenade that he had previously decided to research. Due to the overall industrial progress and sufficient preparation of materials, it only took 5 days from the trial production to the actual firing, which was the fastest time in the history of weapon development in Neverwinter. Of course, this had something to do with the exceptionally simple structure of the single anti-demon grenade. In the other world, even the weakest extremists could make huge RPGs out of gas tanks and drainage pipes. If they were installed on pickup trucks, they could even turn them into multi-mounted self-propelled artillery, not to mention Neverwinter, which was supported by an entire industrial system. Just aim the warhead at the target and press the trigger, right? Xianxia asked excitedly as she rolled up the launcher with her tentacles. Apparently, as a former senior blessed warrior, she was very interested in new firearms, not to mention that this weapon was specially developed to fight against demons. However, this scene was a little strange in Roland's eyes. A gigantic blob-like monster with tentacles all over its body was a common character in horror stories. Some of them shot light from their eyes, some relied on swords, guns, and shields, and some relied on powerful suction cups and secreted special liquids to fight against the heroes. But what about holding an RPG? Ugh. Something was not quite right. However, Roland had asked the original carrier to be a tester for safety reasons. Once the single anti-demon grenade accidentally exploded, the soldiers operating it at close range would basically end up in the same situation. Even the God's Punishment witches would not fare any better. Only the original carrier could extend its tentacles to a safe place to avoid a tragedy. Just don't let the tail point at yourself or others. Roland coughed twice. Let's begin. Xianxia pointed at the main tentacle and pressed the trigger. A streak of fire shot out of the muzzle and headed straight for the target that was 100 meters away. After drawing a shallow arc, the bullet accurately hit the bottom of the target. Accompanied by an explosion, the metal box that was used as the target rolled back twice, seemingly unharmed. Compared to the earth-shattering bombardment of the Longsong cannons or the overwhelming napalm flames, this was arguably the experiment with the least noise. In fact, not to mention the flames of the explosion, even the dust and gravel that were stirred up were few and far between. In just a few seconds, they were all blown away by the mountain breeze. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Only Roland smiled. Go get it for me to take a look. Soon, two God's punishment witches ran back with the metal box. Only after observing it from a close distance did everyone notice that the bottom of the box was white, as if it had been burned by something. In the center of the white spot, there was an inconspicuous dent about the thickness of 3 fingers. It pierced through? Pasha asked curiously. Although it wasn't slow when it flew, it wasn't fast either. At least, it was much more eye-catching than a bullet. Revolver muskets can't pierce through this box, right? Even a Mark I-type heavy machine gun might not be able to do it. Xianxia leaned over. This iron coffin is a complete imitation of the stone pillar that the spider demons threw. It's covered with a finger-thick steel plate in every direction, so it won't be easy to pierce through. Right, isn't there a test subject inside? Let's open it and have a look. She stretched out 2 tentacles and lifted the heavy lid of the box. Everyone immediately let out a low cry of surprise. In order to simulate the demon in the stone pillar, several live chickens were stuffed into the box and hung on the wall with iron wires. But now, there were only a few pieces of meat left inside, as well as a layer of chicken feathers that emitted a burnt smell. Looks like it worked well, Roland nodded with satisfaction. He was not surprised by the result. On the contrary, it was even more surprising that Xianxia could hit the target on her first try. According to Roland's plan, she should have fired at least 5 or 6 shots. There was no dazzling flame or deafening roar. It was an unbreakable rule that the amount of ammunition was equal to the amount of light. However, there was a price to pay to fill in more ammunition, and the firing speed would be affected first. Based on the fixed amount of ammunition, the larger the warhead, the greater the resistance, the heavier the warhead, the slower the firing speed. In order to hit the senior demon as much as possible, Lauren gave up the advantage of the super-caliber charge. The grenade was almost the same size as the 40mm barrel, and the front part was conical to reduce the friction with the air. From the results of the shooting, the bullet performed well in terms of speed and stability. Although it was much smaller than the Iron Fist, it was more than enough to deal with the 10mm armor plate. The thickness of the Iron Fist was equivalent to that of the demon's stone pillar. Do you think this weapon can hit a senior demon? Roland looked at Pasha and the others. Well. Xianxia was the first to speak. There are strong and weak senior demons, just like there are transcendents and transcendents. It's hard to generalize. If it's a speed-oriented demon or a magic slayer, to be honest, the probability of hitting it head-on is not high. Even if it sees the grenade being fired, it's enough time for them to dodge. But, she paused for a moment and then raised her voice. This is definitely an epic-making weapon, Your Majesty, because it has leveled the gap between the demons and the mortals, and made it possible to win with numbers. It's not an exaggeration to praise it with any words. Yes, Pasha said with a smile. Mortals can also hurt a senior demon, which is almost unimaginable in the past. If such a weapon existed in the tequila era, Lady Natalia would probably wake up laughing in her dreams. And I have a way to greatly increase its accuracy. Xianxia waved her main tentacle. Oh? Roland looked at her. What is it? Let the gods' punishment witches use it. Xianxia's voice was full of excitement. Only transcendents can keep up with a senior demon. If you shoot close to the demon's face, no matter how strong the enemy is, it's impossible to dodge the shot. Don't worry. Since it's an individual weapon, of course, everyone should have one. Roland smiled. Of course, the gods' punishment witches are no exception. The next test was to further increase the power while maintaining the firing speed and manufacturing cost, he thought to himself. Also, they should not waste the super-caliber bullets. Although the senior demons could run fast, the abnormal parasites could too. Considering that they would have to invade the demon cities sooner or later, it was not impossible to encounter the spider demons in the streets. Therefore, it was necessary to develop new bullets in advance. While Roland was thinking, his guard suddenly brought him a piece of news. In the office of the Lord's castle. 2 hours had passed since Xian had finished his report. All in all, the trip had been very successful. Zoe and Betty had not only brought back the ancient relics, but had also looted the treasury on Archduke Island with the help of the captured gods' punishment warriors. All kinds of jewelry and ornaments were piled up in a cabin. The foundation of the Church of Hermes had been completely destroyed. No matter which noble in the kingdom of Wolfheart occupied Archduke Island, they would not have any connection with the church. Cajun Fells bade farewell to the captain of the guards as soon as he disembarked and returned to the hotel with his disciples. It seemed that he could not wait to start writing a new script. Farina and Joe, members of the church, were sent to prison to await trial by the Greycastle Security Bureau. "I'll leave them to you," Roland said softly, tilting his head. Nightingale pinched his shoulder to show that she understood. "So the rumored treasure, the magic ceremony cube, is in this lead box?" Roland looked at the grey box beside Xian's feet. According to the trader Hagrid's description, it was the size of a palm and looked like a cube made of polished stone. Considering the danger of strong radiation, Roland had asked the rescue team to prepare for it before he set off. "Yes, I took care of it as you ordered and didn't let anyone else touch it except for Zoe and Betty," Xian replied. "But before I put it in the lead box, I noticed something unusual." "What was it?" "Your Majesty, do you remember the reason why Lorenzo decided to send Hagrid to the Cage Mountain to gather information?" Roland thought for a moment and said, "Is it because the treasure that hasn't changed in the past 100 years emitted a blue light?" "Yes," Xian said, nodding. "When Miss Zoe brought back the magic ceremony cube, she said something that caught my attention. She said, 'The blue light seems to be changing.' I took a few more glances and found that the light was pointing at me like a compass. To be honest, I was so scared that I almost dropped the Rubik's Cube. This was simply like listening to a ghost story." Roland also felt goosebumps in his heart, but his expression didn't change as he said, "Did you find the reason in the end?" "Probably." Xian took something out of his pocket and handed it to the mahogany table. "After I calmed down, I thought that an ancient relic wouldn't react to an ordinary person. Something must have gone wrong. After some investigation, I found that it wasn't pointing at me, but at this coin. It was a highly enriched uranium coin, which was used to search for resources. After Ozima returned to Neverwinter, she handed it over to Xian. In other words, the Rubik's ceremony cube was glowing because it sensed the uranium coin. This was really interesting." Roland pondered for a moment before saying, "I understand. You've completed this mission very well. You can go and rest first." "Yes, Your Majesty." After Xian excused himself, Nightingale appeared from the mist. She walked up to the lead box and looked around it. "Why, did you find anything?" "This is a magic artifact," Nightingale confirmed. "It looks like an unpolished stone, but it's definitely not that simple. In the mist, I saw a light similar to a magic cyclone, just like the magic core in the hands of the Tequila Witches." Sure enough, Roland thought. The influence of magic power on this world was probably more profound than he had imagined. Unfortunately, from the information they had gathered so far, there was a huge difference in the research and application of it among the various races. Without analytical methods, it was very difficult to carry out a systematic study. However, he also knew that an empirical formula was still a formula, and it was better than nothing. Just like before the emergence of classical mechanics, people still created all kinds of tools through observation and practice. Now that there was a new object of observation, naturally, he had to explore it. "Let's go to the third border city," Roland said. "I wonder if Celine has prepared a special laboratory. In any case, this cursed relic should not be left in the castle until it was absolutely safe." "Why did you come back?" Pasha quickly came up to Roland when he entered the underground hall. "Is there something wrong with the new weapon?" Roland shook his head. I asked Celine to expand the cave. How's the progress? Ah, are you talking about the metal chamber? Except for the elevator, the other parts are basically completed. She's in the chamber now. Do you want to go and have a look? After getting a positive answer, Pasha bent her main tentacle and said, please follow me. A week ago, when Roland decided to send God's punishment witches to the kingdom of Wolfheart, he also asked Celine to start preparing the necessary facilities for the research, a fully enclosed laboratory hidden deep underground with shielding functions. If the magic ceremony cube could really emit high-energy rays as he thought, it would undoubtedly be very risky to test it on the ground. Considering that the effect of Nana's treatment on radiation disease was still unknown, it was better to be cautious. Following the original carrier, Roland roughly told her what had happened in the kingdom of Wolfheart. I see, Pasha said with a smile. Leaving it to Celine is indeed the best choice. Whether it's the study of magic or the dismantling and restoration of relics, she's the best in the Quest Society. After switching to this body, her skills have improved by more than one level. I don't dare to say for others, but Celine is probably the only one who chose to merge with a carrier before Tequila showed any signs of defeat. Roland thought. Huh. Nightingale revealed a disgusted expression. You mean, she prefers tentacle sarcomas to her original body? If that's helpful for exploring the secrets of the world. Pasha shook her tentacles. When she was still in the Quest Society, she always complained that she didn't have enough hands and that her body got tired too quickly. If she had mastered the soul transfer technology at that time, it's hard to say what she would have done. After walking for about 7 minutes, they came to the end of the tunnel and saw a vertical hole in front of them. This is the entrance, but it will take a few days to install the elevator. Pasha lowered her main tentacle. Please climb up. Is this the only way to go down? Nightingale looked at the countless wriggling tentacles and seemed a little afraid. This is the fastest way, Pasha comforted her. Don't worry. Although the tentacles are small and flexible, they are actually quite flexible and won't break when you step on them. Roland took a deep breath and climbed up the carrier's head along the main tentacle. He thought it would be as creepy as falling into a swarm of worms, but in fact, it was as soft as a carpet. When Nightingale also climbed up, Pasha moved into the hole and quickly slid down to the bottom. Although the laboratory was designed by him, Roland was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the pitch-black underground, the stone of lighting lit up the path ahead. The surrounding stone walls were covered with 2-meter square lead plates, forming a regular space the size of a basketball court. The smooth and even lead baffles were interlaced with each other. Cold light shone on them, making them look lifeless. However, it was precisely this kind of room that gave birth to a formless beauty. This was the beauty of the industrial age. If we don't win the battle of divine will, this place will become an ancient ruin after a few hundred years, right? Roland whispered. Moreover, it was a relic with a completely different style from the underground civilization and the demons. The fine abrasion marks on the lead plate were the marks left by humans. Perhaps so. Pasha gently put them down. But I have never believed as much as I do now. I believe that mankind will go to the end. I think so too. Roland smiled and walked into the laboratory. The entire room was divided into 2 areas, the operating area and the observation area. The 2 areas were separated by a concrete wall that was nearly half a meter thick, and the walls were also covered with lead plates. The glass placed in the center of the wall was specially made by Lucia. Lead oxide was added to the conventional ingredients. Limited by the level of technology, the transparency of the lead glass was far less bright than that of the later generations, but at least it allowed people to clearly see the situation on the opposite side. You have come, Your Majesty. A main tentacle stretched out from behind the door of the operating area, followed by Celine's huge body. Her appearance was like a scene from a horror movie, but the bolts and rulers wrapped around her auxiliary tentacles quickly weakened the feeling. I heard Pasha's message when I was installing the last lead plate. Had Zoe and the others brought back the ancient relics? It's in this box. Roland placed the lead box on her main tentacle and walked into the operating area to check it carefully. How is it? This place is arranged according to your requirements. Celine raised her antennae. But is it really necessary to do this? If the curse was just a kind of light, wouldn't an ordinary wall be enough? Just in case. If it were as I supposed, the light it emitted would not only be invisible to the naked eye, but would be exceedingly penetrating. Ordinary walls can indeed block it, but they need to be at least a few meters thick. He turned around and looked at the two ancient witches. So, don't act on your intuition. Even if the original carrier has an extremely high resistance, before you completely understand the nature of the magic cube, you have to follow the rules and conduct experiments. Because the ionizing radiation would destroy the DNA structure of the cell, it would lead to the appearance of replication barriers. Therefore, the damage to tissues with fast metabolism was the greatest. Organs like the heart and brain, which would not be replaced once they matured, were much more resistant to ionizing radiation. Judging from the lifespan of the original carriers, which easily spanned several hundred years, their aging cycle was astonishingly long. In theory, they should also have a certain degree of immunity to radiation. This was also the reason why Roland asked Celine to do the test. Celine laughed. You look a lot like the president of the Quest Society. Don't worry, the Quest Society has always followed strict rules. I won't be careless. Roland nodded and said, then let's begin. The isolation door was closed, leaving Celine alone in the operating room. The first rule of the experiment was that when studying the magic ceremony cube, all exits must be sealed. Except for the operator, the others could only wait in the observation area. Through the lead glass, Roland saw Celine open the box and take out the magic cube. Just as Sean had said, a faint blue light flowed through the cracks of the stone and pointed at the coin on the test bench. Interesting. Celine looked at it for a while. This thing hasn't been activated, right? The isolation wall blocked the sound transmission. Roland concentrated and replied in his mind, according to Sean, the Earl of Archduke Island still had close contact with it after it emitted the blue light, so I think it's just an indicator. I see. Celine grabbed the Rubik's Cube and countless tentacles surged towards it, instantly wrapping it into a ball. What is she doing? Nightingale asked. Sensing. Pasha explained, tentacles are far more sensitive than human fingers. Not only do they have all the senses of touch, but they can also smell. They can also remember every bump and depression on the surface of an object. A magic genius like Celine could even construct the outline and details of the magic ceremony cube in her mind. Unfortunately, this part was described by the carrier's mind, so normal people would not be able to understand it. Can you see what she's sensing? Roland was a little surprised. If she's willing to share it. Pasha reached out a tentacle and pointed at the glass. Now the magic cube is in front of me. This was such a convenient ability, just like a mental network. He used to think that it could only transmit consciousness, but he did not expect that it could also share three-dimensional images. The length and width of the magic ceremony cube are almost the same, about 15 centimeters. The inside is hollow, and I can feel the cracks. It doesn't look like a hole. Celine suddenly said. What do you mean? It looks like it's made of several stones. Wait. I think I found the mechanism. As soon as Pasha finished speaking, the entangling tentacles dispersed, and a small opening appeared on the back of the magic cube, as if the entrance to a treasure that had been buried for many years had finally been opened. Amazing, Roland could not help but exclaim. You figured it out so quickly. It had been nearly 100 years since the magic ceremony cube was lost among the people, and the previous owners must have played with it a lot. However, according to the records, no one had noticed that it was actually not a complete stone. I told you it would be okay to give it to her, Pasha said with a smile. The magic core of the underground civilization was pieced together bit by Celine from a broken state. Your Majesty, I have an idea. Celine put her tentacle into the small opening and said, that's why it only reacted to this coin. You said that the magic cube had been silent for many years. At first, I thought it was because it had run out of magic power, like the magic stone or the sigil. But after getting the real thing, you should have noticed that there is still magic power in it. So, what this thing lacks? Is it the element that makes the glory of the sun that you mentioned? That's what I thought. Roland curled up the corner of his mouth. You can try to put the coin in. But it may activate the magic cube, so you have to be prepared. Got it. Celine moved behind a baffle on one side of the test bench. It was an arc-shaped lead block with 4 holes in the center for the tentacles to pass through. It was like a huge shield with an observation hole. After she threw the coin into the magic cube, the opening immediately closed, and the light at the top turned dark red. Bingo! Roland and Nightingale looked at each other excitedly. Record 12th, the first day of the experiment. According to His Majesty's request, a hazard test was conducted. 30 roosters were placed evenly around the experiment table, one of which was directly illuminated by the red light. The exposure time was 5 minutes. The target rooster reacted violently, rushing left and right in the cage, while the other roosters showed no reaction. There was a slight burnt smell at the scene. After the exposure, a slight burn mark was found on the fallen feathers of the target rooster. But such a small damage was not enough to cause the feathers to break. It should have fallen off when the target was struggling. The owner of the feather seemed a bit listless, but overall, it was normal. From this point of view, it was less harmful than a torch. Recorder, Celine. 13th, the second day of the experiment. The situation changed. The target rooster began to have diarrhea and wailed, as if it was infected with a demonic plague. The other roosters were normal. His Majesty's expression seemed to be a bit solemn. This sentence was deleted from the official record. Today, no new test was conducted. 14th, the third day of the experiment. The target rooster died. After dissection, it was found that the target's body was oozing water, its internal organs were soaked in blood, and its skin was rotting, which was usually a symptom that would only appear one day after the death of an animal. In other words, the red light killed the chicken's skin in advance while the target was still alive. This is very interesting. Thinking about the story of the Temple of the Cursed and Thorn Town, as well as the scenes in the murals, it seems to be the case. The cursed were tortured while seemingly unharmed, until their entire body festered. Although they were still alive, they could only watch their body die bit by bit. This must be a terrible feeling. I take back what I said. Although its lethality was still less than a torch, its method was much stranger. However, His Majesty had his own opinion. He believed that the red light destroyed the self-renewal function of life. On a microscopic level invisible to the naked eye, the body is constantly growing and withering, forming a balance between the two. Therefore, once the growth is stopped, it will lead to a large area of necrosis. This is the essence of the so-called curse. Before there is more evidence to refute this theory, I agree, the following paragraph was deleted from the official record. The microscope is a fascinating invention. Moreover, the information collected from the dream world could also corroborate the observation results, indicating that living organisms were constructed from constantly growing tiny cells. The reason why light could penetrate his body was because the surface of his body was actually full of holes. I felt that I was coming into contact with new territory. Unfortunately, I can't enter the dream world myself. It was said that in order to understand the relevant knowledge, one had to reach at least the high school level, and the general learning time was 9 years. As he expected, it was still too much for Phyllis and Elena to speed up the process. 16th, the fifth day of the experiment. All the roosters, dead or alive, were buried deep underground. The laboratory was thoroughly cleaned. 1 day later, the test continued. The target was changed to 3 cows. This was to test the magic ceremony cube's potential as a weapon, as well as the target's tolerance to red light. 20th, the 9th day of the experiment. The result was terrible. The 3 targets were illuminated for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and half an hour respectively. However, even the cow that was illuminated for the longest time survived for 4 days. Regardless of the demon's resistance, it was impossible for them to stand still and wait for the long period of illumination. Even if the curse could cause continuous damage, at least on the battlefield, victory or defeat could be determined in a split second. In the temple mural, the scene where the subject defeated the giant statue with the magic ceremony cube was just an exaggeration. Or maybe, their resistance to the light of curse was particularly weak. 21st, the 10th day of the experiment. Range test. After confirming that the magic ceremony cube would not cause harm to the surrounding areas, His Majesty agreed to the outdoor test. The test site was still at the bottom of the impassable mountain range. The result was quite disappointing. The range of the red light could not exceed 100 meters, and any obstacles could further reduce its penetrating distance. Some metal objects could even completely block the red light. For example, 10 stacked golden dragons. Even pure water could block the red light. This conclusion almost negates its usefulness as a weapon. 26th, the 15th day of the experiment. Taking advantage of Nana's return from the front line, the experiment was conducted. The result was between curable and uncurable. For example, if the irradiated cow only healed the rotten parts of the skin and organs, the situation would still worsen, and the healed parts would be infected with the curse again. However, we chose a small intact organ, removed it after treatment, and transplanted it into another healthy cow. It didn't worsen. In other words, it was possible to remove the curse by reconstructing the cow's body on a large scale. However, that was beyond the upper limit of Nana's magic power. If we wanted to prove it, we would need Spear Passie's channel ability, so we had to put it aside. To be on the safe side, it was better to define it as uncurable for the time being. By the way, cow number 1 finally died. It lived for 10 days. 28th, the 17th day of the experiment. The magic ceremony cube emitted blue light again. The coin was used up. Fortunately, His Majesty still had the same coin. However, it was the raw material for making the glory of the sun, which was rare and difficult to collect. I felt like I was wasting the most precious resource in the world. Besides, the magic power of the magic cube was almost depleted, but like the sigil, it could be replenished at any time. Considering the consumption, this kind of test shouldn't be continued any longer. After the scheduled resistance test is completed, I hope to be able to dismantle it. Roland heaved a sigh of relief and closed the official experiment log. You're looking at it again. Nightingale leaned back on the recliner and said while chewing on a piece of fish, isn't the result obvious? The legendary ancient treasure is just an instrument of torture. Apart from being used to torture captives, it doesn't have any incredible effect. Indeed, just like the murals on the wall, the only purpose of the magic ceremony cube was to torture the enemy. The principle of the magic ceremony cube was similar to that of ionizing radiation, and the uranium coin was the raw material. The difference was that the magic ceremony cube could control the direction of high-energy particles, which was equivalent to directional radiation. Roland suspected that the beam of red light was only used to illuminate the target, similar to a laser sight. It was not the same as the ray itself. After all, it would be too unbelievable to see a neutron beam or a high-energy electron with the naked eye. At this point, the truth about the Temple of the Cursed and the mysterious death of the residents of Thorn Town were finally solved. A civilization that worshipped radioactive elements had created such a device with magic power. The device had a single function. After filling it with high-purity radioactive materials, it could produce a small amount of high-energy particles. As for why the device lost its effect after 100 meters, it probably had something to do with magic power. However, this conclusion made Roland feel a little empty. He had thought that the magic ceremony cube would be more advanced than that, but in the hands of the original owner, it was no different from a whip or a guillotine. This could also be considered the difference between civilizations. Your Majesty. Just then, Sean's voice came from outside the door. The tequila witches have sent us the latest experimental records. Bring it in. According to the plan, this test was the last one. Different animals would be irradiated for the same amount of time to determine the specific ratio of body size and tolerance. After that, all experiments on the magic ceremony cube would be suspended. After all, uranium was not easy to obtain, and there were more important uses for it. Roland opened the notebook that Sean handed to him and picked up the teacup. It was still Celine's handwriting. On the 30th, the 19th day of the experiment. The experiment finally came to an end. The result was clear. The larger the animal, the higher its tolerance to the red light. However, it would take some time to express it in numerical formulas. In addition, there was a little trouble during the experiment. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I wanted to use the remaining raw materials to see if it was lethal, so I aimed it at a fish in a glass tank. After 5 minutes of continuous illumination, the fish were still alive, but the water was already steaming. In other words, it was not as lethal as boiling water. If I continued to irradiate it, the magic ceremony cube would boil the water first and then kill the fish. Maybe it could be used to make soup? Puff. Roland suddenly spat out the tea he had just drunk. What's wrong? Nightingale looked at him in surprise. I forgot about that. Roland murmured. He had been thinking about all kinds of advanced possibilities and applications, but he had neglected the most basic point. The nature of the ray was a kind of energy transmission, which could be used to boil water. Roland immediately picked up the phone to the third border city and said, "Tell Celine not to dismantle the magic ceremony cube." "I'll be right there." "Yes. Yes, Your Majesty." The messenger on the other side of the phone obviously did not understand what was going on, but he still followed the order. "Take me to the border city," Roland turned to Nightingale and said, "as fast as you can." "Got it." The latter smiled and grabbed his hand. "You may feel a little dizzy." Then the two of them instantly disappeared into the mist. 5 minutes later. Roland appeared in the underground hall with his hand covering his mouth. He had to admit that Nightingale had become much more familiar with her ability than when they first met. Traveling in the black and white world was like surfing. The waves were overwhelming, but Celine could use them to move forward. Her movements were like floating clouds and flowing water. It was like a work of art. Roland, however, did not enjoy it so much, especially the changing contours that blurred the boundary between flat and three-dimensional. The feeling of the world turning upside down was 100 times more exciting than riding a roller coaster. Finally. "We're here." Nightingale smiled and patted him on the back. "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" Celine slowly descended from the top of the cave with a lot of tools in her hands. "I heard you were looking for me?" Looking at the hammers, saws, and files on Celine's tentacles, Roland breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that we made it. But why are there halberds and axes among the tools? Is she going to chop the magic cube into powder? Where is the ancient artifact?" "It's still in the underground laboratory." He took a deep breath and asked, "Can you replicate it?" Celine was obviously stunned. "Are you sure? Wasn't that thing completely useless?" "Maybe it's not useless." Roland briefly explained his idea. "The biggest drawback of steam power is that the fuel is too heavy. If there is a way to replace it with the Rubik's Cube, it is likely to bring a new round of revolution in industrial production." An efficient and powerful power source was always the core of the industry. Whether it was used in manufacturing, power generation, or equipment, it could cause a qualitative change. Of course, it would not be easy to take this step. The relationship between the traditional boiler and the Rubik's Cube was not a simple one. After switching to a new heating method, the thermal circulation and interaction system, control system, and maintenance would all change accordingly. Before success, he might have to face countless failures, but this was worth the effort to try. Boiling water. "I see." Celine thought for a moment and then said awkwardly, "But if I don't carefully explore the internal structure, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to replicate it. After all, it involves magic, and you don't allow me to dismantle it." "Ahem, I mean, don't disassemble it like it's trash." Roland coughed twice. "If it's for imitation purposes, it's certainly not a problem to carefully dissect it." "Is there any careless disassembly?" Celine said in surprise. Then she sounded a little aggrieved. "When I was in the Quest Society, I had to be punished for damaging any relic. But from the time I joined the society until the fall of Tequila, I was never punished. Lady Natalia even praised me personally, saying that I had a pair of naturally skillful hands. If I was careless in my research, the core instruments in the hall would have been destroyed long ago." Faced with this boastful excuse, Roland looked at the tools in her hand doubtfully. "You used to use them to disassemble relics? These?" Celine was startled. "How is that possible? Didn't you give the sisters new weapons and equipment? It turns out that no one uses those swords, spears, and axes." Instead of letting them rest in the warehouse, it's better to use them to make other things. I happen to be short of a few bookshelves in my database. By the way, why did you use these abandoned weapons as research tools? Nightingale suddenly covered her mouth and turned her head away. Judging from her slightly trembling shoulders, it seemed that she was having a hard time holding it in. Roland could not help feeling a little embarrassed. No, I thought you would go crazy when it comes to things related to magic power. It must be Pasha again, Celine said, using her main tentacles to support the huge tumor. She can't tell the difference between enthusiasm and interest. A real explorer needs to be clear-headed and meticulous, as well as precise and controllable actions. Working all night for a few days or muttering to herself in a book, it's not crazy at all. Seeing that Celine could not stop talking, Roland quickly interrupted her. Let's not talk about that. Are you sure that you can replicate the magic ceremony cube after you figure out its structure? Celine returned to normal when it came to business. It depends on the complexity of the magic ceremony cube. Although I can't be 100% sure, the possibility is not low. The magic ceremony cube has an obvious feature, which is that it can be manipulated without magic power, which means the biggest obstacle is no longer there. The most difficult thing to replicate is the way to use magic power. Roland immediately realized the key point. You're right. Celine nodded her main tentacles. Humans, demons, the underground civilization, and other races have different ways of using magic power due to the differences in physiology and thinking. Take the magic stone for example. I'm afraid that we will never be able to embed it into our bodies like the demons and gain many abilities. Similarly, if I hadn't transformed into the original carrier, I wouldn't have been able to repair the magic core with my human body. Manipulating the magic ceremony cube without magic power means that I don't have to study what kind of magic cyclones the civilization had and how they used them. To be honest, without enough information, it's almost impossible to overcome this obstacle. But now, as long as I can make it exactly the same as the original, I can make the magic power have the same effect. Of course, this was still very difficult in the tequila era. Now that I can adjust the magic core at will, the situation is much better. Celine paused. For a moment. But besides that, there's another obstacle that I need to solve. What is it? Materials. She said, I have been studying the Rubik's Cube these days, and I found that although it looks like a stone, it is not made of stone. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's the bones of an alien race, or the solidification of something else. Anyway, I need more samples. But you said that the Temple of the Cursed has been empty for many years. Even this relic's whereabouts are only known by chance. So, it's still unknown whether I can use replacement materials to achieve the same effect. Materials. Roland muttered. Maybe there's another place where I can find something similar. Here comes the ship, guys. Get moving. Somebody raised his arms and yelled. Oh, oh, oh. The clansmen of the Fishbone clan swarmed to the dock and began to work. Some were responsible for fixing the mooring ropes, and some were responsible for building the gangplank. Although it looked like a mess, there was no delay in their work. As long as they did not board the ship, they were as good as experienced sailors. It was hard to imagine that a year and a half ago, these people had barely seen the sea, let alone done such a thing. Soon, all the supplies on the ship were moved away. Somebody, they said we can ship the goods now. Red goods or black goods, and how many barrels of each? Have you asked them? Don't worry, I've memorized them all. Okay, let's get started. Goods was a commonly used abbreviation. The entire Endless Cape produced only one kind of goods, Styx River black water. However, as the mining area expanded, the Sand Nation found that it had more than one color. In the other two underground valleys, there was dark red water and dark green water from the Styx River. They were also flammable, but had different properties and smells. Therefore, for convenience, people began to use goods instead of black water, which soon spread among northerners. This was the fourth time somebody had worked at the festive harbor. He remembered that when he first set foot on this barren desert, his first thought was that if he could survive, he must get as far away from this place as possible after 3 months. However, beyond his imagination, a city had gradually taken root in the southernmost part of the desert. If the recovery of the oasis was a miracle, then the festive harbor was a miracle. The reason why the Endless Cape became a place of exile was because it had nothing but danger. Even the most experienced hunter could not survive alone. To the Sand Nation, only the three gods were capable of building a city that could accommodate hundreds or even thousands of people. He had thought that the chief, who had underestimated the power of the desert, would completely give up this ridiculous idea after his attempt failed. However, he did not expect that the Sand Nation, who had lived here for hundreds of years, knew nothing about the desert. The Endless Cape wasn't completely empty. It was just that they had never realized it. The first problem to be overcome was the water source. The northern official named Concrete led them to build an endless reservoir, which was covered with a black membrane. At first, they did not see anything strange about it, but when the months of demons ended, the people of the Sand Nation found that the sun could really separate the white salt from the seawater. The water vapor condensed into dew on the thin film, and then flowed along the inclined surface into the pipe groove, and finally into the storage tank. The more intense the sunlight, the faster the water would be stored. Although a pond could not produce much fresh water, when hundreds of ponds were added together, the amount of water would be considerable. Now, such reservoirs were still being expanded. Not only could they meet the needs of the Sand Nation, but they could also supply the ships of Neverwinter. This completely overturned the stereotype of the Sand Nation of the Majin clan. Secondly, there was the problem of housing. It was impossible to rely on a tent to withstand the midday sun. The closer it was to summer, the more difficult it would be. If there was no reliable place to hide from the heat, even if there was water, it would not last long. It was said that the stone of the Iron Sand City came from the southernmost region before the desertification. This was also the reason why there were so many oases on the Silver Stream but only one city. However, the northerners still used local materials. They built furnaces and used black water as fuel. They filled the furnaces with silt fished out from the bottom of the sea and filtered fine yellow sand to make bricks. Since there was an endless supply of raw materials, the festive harbor soon had a batch of brick bungalows with double-layered walls and ceilings. Although it was not as good as the oases under the shade of the trees, it was still a stable shelter. Finally, there was food. Elder Thuram of the Osha clan commanded everyone to set up dozens of fishing nets on the beach. Every time the tide rose, the nets would be completely swallowed up by the seawater, and when the tide ebbed, a large number of strange prey such as crabs, sea snakes, sea urchins, and so on would appear in the square formed by the fishing nets. At first, Simbadi did not dare to eat these strange food, but under the threat of Thuram's whip, he had to bite the bullet and obey. He was surprised to find that the food tasted good. Although the staple food still had to be transported from Neverwinter, the food they had was much better than a year and a half ago. Simbadi's attitude gradually changed after he had enough food and shelter. When the 3-month assignment was over, he chose to continue working in the festive harbor, which surprised even himself. After all, the salary here was much higher than in the port of Clearwater. Of course, he had another reason. After the last boat was filled, the busy day came to an end. Simbadi, thank you for your hard work today. See you tomorrow morning, brother. I want to go to the market later. Do you want to go with me? Simbadi had become the nominal leader of the Fishbone clan because of his participation in the assignment. Whenever there was a task, he would be the first person Thuram would look for. In the face of such a change, he was really flattered. When he was still in the Silver Stream Oasis, he was an inconspicuous member of the clan. Not to mention being in charge of any affairs, there were not many people who were willing to talk to him. But now, not only did the younger generation treat him as a leader, but some girls even extended a hand to him. Not only was he grateful to the great chieftain, he also felt a little proud. However, Simbadi did not accept those invitations. Because he already had someone in his heart. Hey, wait for me, Simbadi. When he was about to leave the dock to find Molly, he heard a familiar voice. Simbadi could not help smiling. He turned around with a smile, but his expression suddenly froze. It was indeed Molly, the girl with long black braids. She was the only girl in the clan who did not dislike him. After Carlone, the favored one, left the dispatch team, Molly did not choose to quit, which was one of the main reasons why he persisted. Simbadi thought he might have a chance, but now he saw Molly holding a man's hand and running towards him. And that man was not a Majin clan man. Molly, you. And he. Somebody stammered. Ah. Molly suddenly noticed that they were holding hands. She hurriedly loosened her grip and smiled embarrassedly. I was in a hurry to bring him to you, so I dragged him all the way here. Is that so? Phew, this lady is really strong. The man gasped. I couldn't stop even if I wanted to. It was as if I was being pulled by a bull. The Iron Zen nation of the Majin clan lives up to its name. He looked somebody up and down. Let me introduce myself. I'm Rex, and I come from the fjords across the sea. I know you're from the fjords, somebody said, standing in front of Molly warily. I don't have any relics to take back. You can go now. The festive harbor had been developing steadily, gradually expanding its territory and population. However, the past 3 months had completely broken the calm. The Endless Cape seemed to have become a popular shipping route overnight. A large number of fjord ships appeared in this new harbor city, bringing a series of troubles. These islanders, who claimed to be explorers, either dug holes or bought all kinds of strange things from the dispatch team. For a time, the festive harbor was in chaos. That's right, their swarming had indeed made this place extremely lively, and the gradually forming market was also quite popular with the Majins. In this way, everyone could use their salary to buy things they liked, instead of having to wait until they returned to the port of Clearwater to spend it. But what was more impressive was a series of negative news. For example, an explorer who wanted to explore the Styx River fell into the valley, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. In the end, it was the Majin clan who cleaned up the mess and rescued him. Another example was that some explorers bought suspicious stones and metal utensils from the Majin clan, but they used counterfeit money, which almost led to a violent conflict between the two sides. The most outrageous thing was that they even tried to steal the source of life in the festive harbor. As they coveted the strange membrane used for the cisterns, the roofs of several cisterns were missing. This incident eventually alerted the First Army, who arrested the criminals and sent them directly to Neverwinter. It was said that what awaited them was a lifetime of mine labor. Somebody was wary of the fjords people because of the endless troubles that kept coming. Huh. Somebody twitched the corner of his mouth. You don't like to take shortcuts and reap without sowing? Most of the small clans had heard of the fjords people. Not all of them were good at sailing, but almost all of them were natural-born businessmen who would not get up early without making a profit. Many Majins in Iron Sand City had been cheated by Rex, so all the Majins knew that they had to be very careful when talking to them. What happened in the festive harbor further proved this saying. Somebody did not believe a single word of Rex's. Are you done? I have something else to do. You can find someone else to prove your innocence. Somebody winked at Molly, signaling her to go with him. Wait. Rex shouted hurriedly. It's not free. I'm willing to pay you with a golden dragon, no matter what you get in the end. Somebody, just let him finish. Moody also grabbed somebody's hand. I think the things he made are very interesting. He's not like an ordinary liar. Feeling the warmth from Moody's palm, somebody's heart skipped a beat. But 10 golden dragon. As long as you tell me the specific location, I'll give you 10 golden dragon. Rex probably wanted to prove that he was not lying. He took out a golden dragon and put it in front of somebody. This is the deposit. If you can help me to the end, I'm willing to pay you 20 more. What do you think? Somebody was a little surprised. It was rare for a fjord person to pay before seeing the goods, let alone 30 golden dragon. After a quick calculation, he realized that it was a huge sum of money. If he only relied on his salary, he would not be able to save that much money in 10 years. I also want to buy some new clothes for the children in my clan. Molly said, blinking her big watery eyes. Somebody was finally defeated by Rex's double attack. Okay, I see. If you dare to lie to us, then you won't lose anything. Rex flicked the golden dragon to somebody. You can get a golden dragon just by saying a few words. There's no better deal than this. Sure enough, fjords people were good at bewitching people. Somebody caught the gold coin and asked, what do you want to know from me? Why is Muriel with you? What do you mean by writing the name? You have to start from the beginning. Rex cleared his throat. Let's talk as we go. First of all, what's your impression of the sea? Impression? He hesitated for a moment. The mother of the three gods, the birthplace of all things, and temperamental. I think it's mysterious, Molly said excitedly. No one knows how wide it is or how deep it is. Even many areas in the southernmost region have not been explored yet. If it's the sea, I'm afraid it can't be explored in 1,000 years. You're both right. But for Fjord's people, it's more like a treasure house, Rex said with a smile. Rex said with a smile, countless treasures are placed quietly on the seabed. There are boxes of gold dragons and silver royals, as well as lost ancient relics. They are not hidden at all, and they are just waiting for people to pick them up. It's not surprising that they can get rich overnight. That's why it's said that whoever owns this treasury will become the richest person in the world. That's easy to say, somebody said disdainfully. Unobstructed? The sea itself is the biggest barrier. You're not a fish. How can you go to the bottom of the sea at will? Yes, that's the problem. Rex said excitedly. The purpose of the Society of Wondrous Crafts is to make the impossible possible. This time, I want to prove to everyone that the Society of Wondrous Crafts is not a crazy organization, nor a guild of cowards. Although we're not explorers, we're no less useful than them. No, we're even more useful than them. I don't quite understand what you're saying, a great invention, the fjordsman said eagerly. I call it the diving suit. With it, people can stay at the bottom of the sea for a long time like fish. What? Somebody asked in surprise. When I was picking up shells, I did see them stay underwater for a long time, far longer than an average person can hold their breath, Molly added. That's why I asked them what they were doing. So it was Molly who approached them first. Somebody's heart ached. I was also surprised at that time. After all, it's said that Sand Nation people always keep a respectful distance from the sea, Rex said. These days, I've been carrying out diving experiments and the results are very successful. There's no doubt that it'll change the whole fishing world, it'll turn a job that only depends on luck into a new adventure that everyone can participate in. Since you've succeeded, why did you come to me? Somebody asked in puzzlement. Ahem. Here's the thing, Mr. Somebody. The only thing that the diving suit lacks is fame. This time, King Wimbledon's reward is the best opportunity, so I need to fish out some real treasures before others do. The kind that can attract the attention of the King of Greycastle, Rex said, clenching his fists. Rex clenched his fists and said, once I get the honorary title from His Majesty, there will definitely be countless people lining up to buy my invention. The fjordsman paused for a moment. But we don't know where the treasure is most likely to be hidden. His Majesty didn't specify what he wanted in the recruitment notice. He only said that anything that looked strange would be fine. Obviously, there weren't many treasures that could interest His Majesty, and he definitely wouldn't be interested in the junk that we dug out from the sandpits and corals. Therefore, we couldn't come up with a good idea and could only search along the coastline. Just then, Miss Molly brought us a ray of hope. She said that you once saw a strange water hole, and on a moonless night, you could even see a trace of light shining from the bottom of the water. I want to know where it is. In other words, the chief is the main reason that attracted these fjords people here, somebody thought with a headache. I've seen it by chance. It's at the bottom of a cliff, and the entrance can only be vaguely seen when the tide is low. But even so, it's dozens of feet deep from the sea, and no one knows how deep it is or what's in it. Maybe it's just an ordinary cave, and the light comes from a group of jellyfish. Don't worry. Even if we don't find anything, I'll pay you according to our agreement, Rex replied. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at an uninhabited beach outside the harbor. However, at this moment, the beach was surrounded by a group of people. These are the sailors I recruited. They have nothing to do with the experiment and mainly do odd jobs, Rex said. There are only two people who really help me, Eye Patch and Tall Hat. They're both my assistants and members of the Society of Wondrous Crafts. What a strange name. Somebody thought as he glanced at the man and the woman in the middle of the crowd. His eyes finally fell on a strange suit in front of them. It had a huge metal helmet, which looked very incongruous with its body. Its clothes and pants seemed to be fused together, which made it difficult to wear. The most eye-catching thing was the two tubes sticking out of the helmet. They looked like the erect tentacles on the head of a shrimp, but were extremely long. The terminals of the tubes were connected to a large black machine. Somebody had seen the same thing on a ship in Neverwinter. The sailors called it a steam engine. That's what you said. 3 days later. Somebody rose slowly from the sea in a hanging basket. How do you feel? As soon as somebody took off his heavy helmet, Molly came up to him excitedly. Is the underwater world interesting? It was not much better than the desert. Although there were many strange animals and plants, it was better to have nothing at all. Every time he sank into the sea, he felt like he was being swallowed by the pressure. The omnipresent pressure made it difficult for him to move and even breathe. Somebody thought so, but when he saw Molly's expectant eyes, he swallowed his words and said, "How should I put it? The scenery is beautiful." That's great. If only I could go down and have a look, Molly sighed. Looking into her big light brown eyes, somebody suddenly remembered that a year and a half ago, when his clansmen set out from the port of Clearwater to the southern end of the desert, she had the same look on her face when she was on the stone boat. In such an unfamiliar environment, she could still spare some energy to comfort him, which made her look like a freak among the panic-stricken crowd. Somebody did not know why, but he felt a little uneasy. Well done, your performance really surprised me. Rex was the next one to be hoisted out of the water. He clapped his hands and walked down from the basket. Balance, air intake, calmness, sense of direction, all the qualities required for diving are so outstanding. Is this the innate talent of the Sand Nation, or is this what you're good at? I don't mean to offend you, but when I was chatting with Miss Molly, she mentioned that you're not a strong warrior in your clan. Molly stuck her tongue out at somebody and turned to chat with her assistant. There's a pool in the oasis where the Fishbone clan lives. When we were kids, we liked to compete to see who could dive deeper, so I'm not completely inexperienced. Somebody said helplessly. But she's right. I'm not the best in the clan. If Carlone was here, he might be able to do it in one day. Carlone? Who's that? He's the strongest among the younger generation. Whether it's hunting or fighting, he's not inferior to his peers in the big clans. But he only participated in one dispatch team, so he should be working in the port of Clearwater now. It's too late to find him. Really? Rex shrugged. I don't think so. Not necessarily what? He's better than you. The fjords man took off his diving suit bit by bit. If you want to go deep into the sea, technique isn't the most important thing. The first thing you need is an open heart. An open heart? Somebody was surprised. Accept the unknown and overcome yourself. This is the difference between a pond and the ocean. He looked in the direction of the festive harbor. Incredible changes are happening here. That Carlone you mentioned only came here once. He's far behind you in this regard. If I were to find him, I probably wouldn't be able to convince him to put on a diving suit and go into the water. Somebody rolled his eyes at him. If Molly hadn't said she wanted to try it herself, I wouldn't have agreed. He had planned to lead them to the water cave, take the 10 gold royals, and then leave. As for this group of people, they could do whatever they wanted with them. However, he did not expect that Molly had already become so interested in the strange device. When she learned that they needed a helper for the salvage work, she raised her hand almost immediately. Somebody had no choice but to agree to help the Society of Wondrous Crafts to the end and follow Rex into the water cave. He did not trust Molly to take the risk before he confirmed the safety of the diving suit, let alone with a fjords man. Although he knew she would have to go into the water one day, at least the risk would be much lower. Ha ha ha, Rex laughed carelessly. But you've finally crossed the boundary and taken a step into a new field, haven't you? Maybe that's why Molly likes to get along with you. Wait, what? What did you say? What? Haven't you noticed? He spread out his hands. When I was chatting with that girl, your name came up a lot. She said you were a timid kid and often cried when you were beaten, but you were very curious. However, you became more restrained and quiet after you grew up. Somebody twitched the corner of his mouth and said, she really. Tells you everything. I guess it's easier for outsiders to talk about it, Rex said with a grin. I don't really understand the customs of the Sand Nation. Maybe personal strength is important, but maybe you've always underestimated yourself. You know nothing, somebody snorted in a low voice. Although he said so, he did not really resent Rex. In fact, even he found it incredible that he had become so familiar with the fjord's man in just a few days. At first, he had been reluctant to stay and help Rex because he did not want to see Molly alone. On second thought, somebody found that there was not a trace of disdain in Roland's words and actions. Roland was surprisingly easy to get along with. Compared with the arrogant nobles of the Northern Kingdom or the merchants of the fjords, this was very unusual. Probably because of this, Molly would visit the camp of the Society of Wondrous Crafts whenever she had time. After a moment of hesitation, he asked Rex this question. Why? Rex said after a moment's thought. There's no special reason. Because we've tasted enough discrimination and contempt. Tasted enough? Somebody was stunned. Since Rex can promise 30 golden dragons in one go, he must have a high social status, right? But where does the contempt come from? Before somebody could ask further, an assistant came over and said, Sir, the equipment has been tested. We can dive at any time. How about it? Rex looked at him. Diving is no stranger to you, right? Somebody had to suppress his doubts. As long as there's nothing wrong with the gadgets you made. Of course. I've been studying it for almost 10 years. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong, I've invested almost all my money in it. What? Ahem. No, nothing. Don't mind me. Rex turned his head away. In that case, I announce that we'll enter the water cave after noon and start our first exploration. The reason for choosing noon was simple. Since the air duct could meet the depth requirement, ensuring a good view was the top priority for diving. At this time, the sun was right above the cliff, almost shining directly into the sea. The seabed was more than 50 meters deep, not to mention the water cave halfway up the cliff. If they waited until the tide ebbed in the evening, it would be easy to get lost. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Rex put on his helmet and gave a thumbs up. Then he entered the basket and dived into the sea. About 15 minutes later, the assistant nodded to somebody and said, It's your turn. Somebody took a deep breath and put on the heavy helmet. Molly stepped forward and fastened the helmet for him. Then she said loudly against the helmet, Come on, I'll wait for you here. He gave her a deep look and turned to walk to the basket. With the roar of the steam engine, somebody slid down bit by bit. The surging blue sea was getting closer and closer to him, gradually occupying his entire field of vision. For a moment, he had the illusion that he was not falling, but that the sea had taken the initiative to meet him and wanted to swallow him whole. A familiar sense of fear reappeared in his heart. But it only lasted for less than a breath's time before he recovered. Accept the unknown and overcome yourself. Besides Molly's sparkling eyes, Rex's words also appeared in his mind. Somebody sighed and accepted the embrace of the sea. In an instant, the whole world turned into a clear blue. Sunlight sprinkled down from above like countless swimming golden snakes. After slowly descending for 20 meters, the basket stopped moving. Rex, who had been waiting here for a long time, stretched out 2 fingers and pointed to the top of his head and then to the depths of the cave. Somebody gestured that he understood. Rex nodded, turned around, and walked into the cave. Somebody raised his head and stared at the air duct suspended above Rex's head. During the 3 days of walking underwater, he had not only familiarized himself with the basic operation of the diving suit, but also learned sign language and the details of diving. The most important thing was to keep an eye on the condition of the 2 air ducts, which was one of the reasons why 2 people were needed for the salvage operation. The other end of the tube was connected to an air pump driven by a steam engine, which pumped air in and out at the same time to maintain a smooth flow of air in the helmet. No matter which tube was damaged or blocked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they had to pay special attention when crossing complex terrain and changing directions. Seeing that there was no obstacle at the top of the cave that could threaten the air duct, somebody also jumped into the cave. The sound of the waves subsided, and he could clearly hear the hissing sound of the air duct and his own heartbeat. After about 10 meters, the light became dimmer and dimmer. Looking at Rex's blurry back, somebody felt that he was walking into an abyss. Just then, the ground under his feet suddenly rose and turned from a flat road to a gentle slope. In less than 7 minutes, somebody saw the surface of the sea again. It was no longer shining with golden light, but as quiet as the night. As Rex slowly emerged from the water, somebody held his breath. A huge cave appeared in front of him. Half of the cave's outline was hidden in the darkness, and only a small area of the dome was illuminated by the light from the sea, revealing a shimmering blue surface. This cave is actually a passage connecting the inside and outside? Somebody struggled to climb ashore and was about to take off his helmet, when Rex stopped him. The fjordsman took out a waterproof oil lamp from his waist bag, lit the wick, and observed for a while before taking off his helmet. Phew. It seems that this is not a dead place. Is there wind? Somebody felt a slight chill on his cheeks as he took off his helmet. Yes, there's probably another exit in the cave, Rex said excitedly. In this case, it's more likely that we'll find treasures here. We're really lucky. Somebody was not interested in finding anything valuable. He was more concerned about the safety of the cave. Who would have thought that there would be a hollow terrain under the desert? This was beyond common sense. They could not have dived more than 20 meters deep. Even if there was a rock layer, it would not be too thick. How could the loose sand support such a large cave? Would the dome collapse? These questions made him feel slightly uneasy. I'd better report this discovery to Grey Castle when I get out of here, somebody thought. Although he felt sorry for the Society of Wondrous Crafts, they were not far from the festive harbor and he did not want any accidents to happen. The wind seems to be coming from that direction. Rex placed his helmet by the pool, picked up the oil lamp, and said, "Let's go take a look." Somebody unsheathed his saber and followed them. However, as he explored deeper, he felt that the cave was getting stranger and stranger. It did not take long for the rocks under their feet to turn into soft soil, and then clusters of green grass replaced the slippery moss. It was as if they were not underground, but in the Silver Stream oasis. "I can't believe there are green plants here," Rex exclaimed. "I thought there were only mushrooms and moss in the dark underground." "How about we go back first?" somebody said hesitantly. "I feel that this place..." Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly froze. "What's wrong with this place?" Rex looked back after a long silence. "Huh? What are you looking at? A flower?" Somebody felt his breath quicken. There was a beautiful little flower by his feet. Its petals were light purple and its leaves were as thin as a cicada's wings, as if they would break at the slightest touch. "This is the flower of gods. Is it very rare?" "No, it used to be everywhere," somebody said in a low voice. "I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but according to the legends about the 3 gods' emissaries, this flower can be found everywhere along the coast, like a purple ribbon. It's also the most gorgeous flower sea in the southernmost region." "There's a flower sea in the desert?" Rex asked in surprise. "It's said that a long time ago, this place was not a desert. Instead, it was covered with trees, grasslands, and rivers, just like the north." He shook his head. "But after the 3 gods' emissaries left, the earth gradually turned into sand and became what it is today. But that's not what I want to talk about. According to the legends, the flower of gods can't be moved once it takes root. That's why there's no flower sea in the oasis. It should have gone extinct a long time ago." "I see," the fjordsman said, smacking his lips. The fjordsman smacked his lips. "Perhaps it's because the desertification didn't affect the underground cavern that the flower of god angels happened to be rooted here and survived." "Is that true?" Somebody's strange feeling grew stronger. For some reason, walking in this dim world, he felt like he was walking in an oasis. The purple flowers around him grew denser and denser, as if they did not grow in the ground by chance. Just when he was hesitating whether to move forward, he suddenly heard a light crack under his feet. Then, a soft light bloomed from the soil, illuminating the area within a radius of several meters. "What's going on?" Rex asked in surprise. I seem to have stepped on something," somebody said, swallowing hard. "It looks like a plank." Is it a trap? He hurriedly bent down and brushed away the flowers and grass by his feet. This is, ha, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter echoing in the cave, Simbadi felt goosebumps all over his body. What's so funny? Hey, tell me what it is first. Ha ha ha, it's a treasure. We found a treasure. Rex said excitedly. Look. When he brushed away all the soil, Simbadi was surprised to see that the light came from the thing under his feet. It was a stone tablet half buried in the ground. There were countless lines on it, which were as dense as fingerprints. With his feet as the center, the light shot out in all directions, causing the tablet to look like white jade in contrast. Although it looked hard, it felt like rotten wood, which would sink a little with the slightest force. It was completely beyond the scope of common sense. What was more incredible was that once he moved his feet away, the surface of the tablet would gradually return to its original state, and the light would dissipate, as if everything he had just seen was an illusion. Is there a treasure more amazing than this? Rex said excitedly, stepping on the stone tablet. If I can offer this to the king of Grey Castle, I'll definitely be awarded the title of honorary explorer. But it's too big, Simbadi said awkwardly. Judging from the small part that was exposed, the stone tablet was probably larger than both of them combined. It would not be easy to move it out of the water cave. As long as we use our brains, we'll definitely find a way. Or we can find another exit of the cave. Wait. Rex suddenly stopped and said, there seems to be another stone tablet over there. Simbadi followed Rex's gaze and took a few steps forward. Sure enough, he stepped on the same stone tablet. With the help of its light, more grayish-white outlines appeared in the sea of flowers. There's one here, and one there. Simbadi and Rex walked along the stone tablets for dozens of meters. At first, they counted the number of stone tablets, but they soon gave up the idea. Over a short distance, the Flower of Gods was covered by more and more stone tablets. No matter where they stepped, there would be light. Until a huge wall appeared in front of them. Oh my God! Rex gasped. Simbadi also felt a chill. He slowly raised his head. In the soft light, he could see the outline of the stone wall. They found that it was not a wall, but a hill made up of countless stone tablets. Some of them were incomplete, some were broken, but most of them were shaped like a square cuboid. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were stone tablets. However, when they were piled up in a disorderly manner, Simbadi had a different feeling. I think we should go, Simbadi murmured after a long silence. The longer they stayed in this place, the more oppressive they felt. Even when they were at the bottom of the sea, they had never felt so uncomfortable. The soft light under their feet and the oil lamp in their hands could only illuminate an area of about 10 steps around them. Beyond that, it was pitch black. In Simbadi's eyes, the dim light did not bring him any comfort. Instead, it was an omen of danger. It meant that they were completely exposed in the open, but they knew nothing about the threats in the dark. In fact, until now, neither of them had seen the real edge of this cave. Go? Rex's voice trembled slightly. What are you talking about? I swear, this is definitely a wonder that even Lord Thunder has never seen. An ancient relic? No, it's a relic. The relic won't move. You can come back later, Simbadi said, racking his brains. Your assistant and the Society of Wondrous Crafts are all waiting for your good news. Hearing the mention of the Society of Wondrous Crafts, Rex immediately calmed down. You're right. I should bring the good news back first and share it with everyone. Then let's go. Wait. It's not easy to get here. We can't go back empty-handed. He took out a dagger from his waist bag and started to chisel a stone tablet. Don't worry. It won't take long. You put something in your pocket too. At least it can prove that we found something. Simbadi had no choice but to do as he was told. After all, Rex was his employer. Since he had accepted the job of paying 20 golden dragon, he naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. Maybe this place just looks weird, Simbadi comforted himself. It's a little dark, but maybe there's nothing here. Clang, clang, clang. Every time Rex swung his dagger, there was a buzzing sound like metal and stone colliding, which was particularly ear-piercing in the silent cave. Somebody also noticed that every time the dagger cut into the tablet, the point of contact would emit a much brighter light, even to the point of dazzling. He shook his head and pulled his attention back. At this time, somebody was not in the mood to cut the stone tablets. There were some odd stone tools scattered in the messy wall. They were probably tools left by movers who had decayed over time. He casually picked a few pieces and stuffed them into his waist pouch. This way, he could be considered to have completed the task given to him by the other party. Rub, 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 the fjordsman was still focused on chiseling the tablet, and there were already 5 or 6 pieces of gravel the size of a fingernail in his hand. Hey, that's enough. Somebody was about to urge him again when he suddenly heard an incongruous voice. It was the same grinding sound, but it was more fragmented, as if there were several Rexes chiseling a monument. Was this an echo? No. He realized that their positions hadn't changed at all. How was it possible that there was no sound before, but now there was an echo? Rex. It's almost done. This is the last piece. Stop, give me another quarter of an hour, stop. Somebody almost roared. Rex was stunned. His dagger froze in the air, and the ear-piercing sound of collision stopped abruptly. But the fragmented sound was still there, and it seemed to be approaching them. This time, Rex also realized that something was wrong. As he stuffed the stone into his pocket, he looked around and asked, "What is that?" While he was asking, a white light suddenly appeared in the distance. Under the light, somebody saw what it was, a fully grown desert scorpion. Its pincers were as big as an arm, and its upturned tail was almost waist-high. The green tip of the needle was undoubtedly filled with venom. Without an antidote, one could only survive for a quarter of an hour at most. Damn it, the sound of the chisel must have startled it. He braced himself and put his saber in front of his chest. Step back slowly, and don't take your eyes off the scorpion. For an outstanding Majin warrior, a desert scorpion was not difficult to deal with. They were not intelligent and fast, and their poisonous stinger was not only their most threatening means of attack, but also their weakness. As long as the scorpion missed its target, its sharp saber could easily cut its stinger in half. The problem was that he was not an outstanding warrior in any way. Although he had received relevant training since childhood, he had neither participated in a joint hunting mission, nor had he fought a desert scorpion. He had to give it a try. When Rex completely disappeared behind him, somebody said softly, "Now look down. No matter what happens, don't move." I got it. After getting the answer, somebody also turned sideways. As soon as their eyes met, the desert scorpion launched an attack. Although somebody could not see it, he could hear the rapid sound of the scorpion rushing toward him. This was the desert scorpion's habit. It liked to look for opportunities during a confrontation. Once it found that its prey was distracted, it would immediately attack. Calm down. Somebody slightly bent down, put his saber on his left side, and put his right hand on the hilt. This was the Sand Nation's starting gesture. It seemed that he was not facing the enemy, but the entire right side of his body was within the range of the saber. When he heard the desert scorpion crawling, he suddenly took a step to the side and drew his saber. A dim light flashed. Before he looked back, he felt a slight resistance in his hand. It was the feeling of the blade cutting through a hollow reed. With a crisp sound, the desert scorpion's stinger was cut in half. Somebody turned his saber and stabbed it directly into the gap in the carapace behind the scorpion's head. The scorpion wobbled weakly on its hind legs and soon fell to the ground. Impressive, Rex said with relief. You're indeed a Majin warrior who lives by hunting. It's not over yet. Somebody interrupted. The sound just now didn't sound like a desert scorpion's. Where was it? Where would the enemy come from? He looked around vigilantly. This place was full of stone tablets. No matter which direction he came from, there should be light, but there was only darkness around him. Except for the top of his head. Damn it. Somebody suddenly realized his oversight. A soft light in the dark was more striking than anything else, but it was easy to ignore the new light in the already illuminated area. When somebody looked up, a black shadow had already pounced on him. The target was the fjordsman behind him. In a hurry, the only thing he could do was to turn around and kick Rex away. The desert scorpion almost brushed past Rex and landed on the ground. Simba's instinct, which had been honed by years of training, cut the scorpion's head in half without looking at it. Phew. He let out a long sigh. Fortunately, I made it in time. Hey, are you okay? Ahem. I'm probably. However, before Rex could finish his words, more sounds came from behind the wall. At first, they could still hear the sounds, but after a few seconds, the sounds became as dense as waves. At the same time, there was a muffled roar, as if something huge was crawling toward them. Rex and Rex looked at each other and their faces turned pale. Run! Run! Somebody grabbed Rex, who was still in a daze, and ran toward the entrance of the cave. A moment later, a dazzling light burst out from behind them, illuminating the entire cave. In the increasingly bright light, somebody saw a desert scorpion of astonishing size. Its eyes were as big as dinner plates, and its carapace was as thick as a reef. These features undoubtedly indicated the identity of the newcomer. It was one of the offerings of the three gods, the giant armored scorpion that ruled the earth. Under the pressure of its huge body, the wall made of stone tablets became so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. So that's why. Somebody finally understood why green grass could grow everywhere in the cave, even though there was no light. He also understood why there was occasional light in the cave at night. Phew, phew, phew. Finally. Here we are. Somebody felt his body relax when he saw the small pool in front of them again. Thank the three gods, thank the Son of Earth and Mother Sea, he murmured in his heart. At this moment, the cave was bright, which allowed them to escape as fast as they could. The closer they got to the sea, the more the cave shrank, like the mouth of a croc. This was probably why the giant armored scorpions did not chase after them. However, this did not mean that they were completely safe. Somebody did not forget the tide-like sound. He would not be surprised even if all the desert scorpions in the entire endless cape were here. Somebody only knew that these predators could cross the stone wall at any time, follow the smell, and tear them into pieces. Fortunately, scorpions could not swim. As long as they escaped into the sea, they would be safe. Quick, put on your helmet. Somebody grabbed the diving helmet on the ground and hurriedly put it on. However, he found that the fjord's man did not move. Hey, what are you waiting for? You. Go first, Rex said in a low voice with his back facing him. Go first? Somebody was stunned. Damn it, is this guy still thinking about those glowing relics? Anger welled up in his heart. He strode forward and grabbed the man's shoulder. Are you crazy? Do you know what's going on? Somebody's words got stuck in his throat. He looked at Rex's chest in astonishment, only to see that the soft leather and intestinal membrane had been cut open, and there was blood on both sides of the cut. Your diving suit. It's broken. Rex forced a smile that was uglier than a crying face. The desert scorpion didn't stab me, but its pincers scratched my suit. The Sand Nation man fell silent. The wound on Rex's chest was not big, just a cut. However, the damage to his diving suit meant that seawater would pour into his helmet along his neck. After a while, somebody said, if we only use the air pipe. Rex shook his head with a wry smile. Unless we're very close to the water, you'll have to inhale as hard as the air pump. The two pipes had to be connected to each other to maintain balance. This was something that the other party had told him long ago. That was why she had been so hesitant when answering his question. Perhaps the people of the fjords had already realized their predicament at that time. Thunder untied his waist bag and handed it to him. This is the sample of the stone tablet. Please give it to my assistant. Tell him that I have found something as good as Lord Thunder. Somebody noticed that his fingers were trembling. Does your assistant have a spare diving suit? Only these two. From the selection of materials to the stitching, it will take at least half a year to make a set of clothes. Rex took a deep breath. It was obvious that he was trying his best to control his emotions. I know what you're thinking. In fact, I've thought of all the possible ways to get out of the cave without a diving suit. Perhaps, this is fate. Fate? The people of the Society of Wondrous Crafts can never be real explorers. He bit his lip. you'd better leave before the scorpion comes. As long as you can bring the news back, even if I can't be called an explorer, my name will definitely be known throughout the fjords along with this invention. Somebody tilted his head and looked at the pool. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, I refuse. Huh? Rex widened his eyes in disbelief. You still owe me 29 golden dragon. If you die, who am I going to ask for it? Somebody said grumpily. Only you, me, and Molly know about this agreement. I don't think your assistant will pay for it. I can tell from their clothes that they are no better than the Sand Nation people. We just don't have money now. Rex protested. 2. To buy a steam engine from Grey Castle. We spent a little more than we expected. When the diving suit becomes famous, a lot of chambers of commerce will come to buy it. By then, we won't have to worry about money at all. But the problem is, the money has nothing to do with me, and probably won't even have anything to do with you. Somebody threw his waste bag and helmet on the ground. If you become scorpion feces, do you think people will still insist that you invented the diving suit? As long as you change your story a little, you can gain both fame and fortune. There's nothing more worthwhile than this. So, not only will I lose my 29 golden dragon, but your wish will also probably not come true. What do you want to do? Accept the unknown and overcome yourself. Somebody repeated the words in his mind and let out a long sigh. Mahjins don't like to be owed, nor do they like to break their promises. An agreement is an agreement, no matter whether the other party is the king of Grey Castle or the Fjords people. I promised to help you to the end, right? Rex was stunned. But how are you going to? Look at the pool. He took off his waterproof suit. Don't you see that it's getting smaller? Only then did Rex notice that there was a circle of wet bluestones around the pool, which indicated that the water level was falling. The tide of the swirling sea is low, which means that the distance we need to wade through the water is getting shorter, somebody said word by word. If everything goes well, we'll be rescued as long as we swim 10 meters above the water. It's impossible to do that in the diving suit, but you might have a chance if you take off all your clothes, including the stones you've collected. Now, take off your clothes. Take off my clothes? That's right. If we want to survive until the tide is as low as possible, we have to be prepared to stop the desert scorpions, and the most effective way is to set a fire. Somebody nodded. But it's too steamy here, so flowers and plants can't be easily ignited. So we need some kindling. He pointed to the oil lamp. Grease and leather should be able to keep the fire burning for a while. Rex was silent for a long time. Don't try. It's impossible. Why? You can't tell when the tide will recede. For every meter the sea level rises, the distance through the waterhole will be several times longer. If we act rashly, we'll only use up all the air in the long waterhole, Rex said with a pained expression. Most importantly, I can't swim. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I'm from the fjords. Even seasickness is better than this. Because I can't swim, I can't throw myself into the sea like other people and become a real explorer. I already knew that when I was diving, somebody said calmly. What? You rely on the basket to get up and down, and you're very clumsy. Without this suit, I'm afraid you can't even get into the water. Since you know that, why do you still want to swim? Because you don't need to swim. You just need to hold your breath. It might be a little painful, and you might even lose consciousness. But as long as you don't move, I can get you out, somebody said slowly. Just by yourself? Rex asked incredulously. I've told you that there was a deep pool in the oasis I grew up in. Everyone liked to compete to see who could dive deeper and longer, somebody said, raising his head. I've never been the best in my tribe. But it's not because I've tried my best, but because I'm afraid. You're afraid? Yes, it's as deep as a giant mouth. I feel like I'll be sucked in if I dive any deeper. So I always hold my breath and pretend to be exhausted in front of everyone. Over time, even I believe it myself, somebody said, looking straight into Rex's eyes. He looked straight at Rex. You said that I've been underestimating myself. Maybe it's true. So I want to try and see what my limits are. Similarly, you can't leave if you can't swim? Are you sure that's your limit? Somebody said loudly. You really haven't underestimated yourself. Rex unconsciously clenched his fists. At least you're not afraid of the sea at all. In this respect, you're much better than me, somebody said with a smile. How about it? Do you want to have a bet with me? You're an explorer. How can you be a real explorer without taking some risks? 2 hours later, the entire cave was filled with choking smoke. The pool gradually receded into the cave, which was just enough for the two of them to hide in. The faint sound of desert scorpions crawling came from the other side of the smoke. It was like a sweeping wave. The two of them looked at each other and knew that this was the last moment. Let's go, Mr. Honorary Explorer. Somebody took a deep breath and dove into the water with Rex. The cool seawater melted into his body. It was as if he had returned to his childhood. But this time, there was no Carlone or other tribesman by his side. 5 days later, Rex met somebody again. In the medical center of the First Army. With him came the vivacious Majin girl. How do you feel? Muley asked, putting a bunch of seaweed on the windowsill. I couldn't find any beautiful flowers here, so I had to use this instead. But at least it's green. It's better than yellow sand, isn't it? Ah. Thank you, Rex said, sitting up hurriedly. I feel much better than before. That's good. You looked terrible when you were fished out of the water. Your face was blue, your body was twitching, and you kept vomiting seawater, Muley said with a smile. After you were sent to the camp, you had a high fever. Somebody and I came here twice, but it seemed that you hadn't fully regained consciousness. Rex smiled bitterly. My body was indeed too weak. But you made it to the end and surpassed your limits, somebody said with a grin. Mr. Explorer, your desire to survive was stronger than I thought. In fact, your desire to live was stronger than I thought. When we were about to reach the surface, I almost exhausted all my strength. If you didn't hold on to me tightly, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to bring you out. He lifted up a corner of his shirt. Here, there are still a few bruises. Sorry, Rex said, a little embarrassed. I don't remember what happened after we got out of the cave. You must have been thinking about something at that time. That's why you didn't let go of me even though you were unconscious, right? Muley asked. Maybe. Rex nodded. Many things came to my mind before I passed out, such as my precious invention, the Society of Wondrous Crafts, and my 2 wives who were waiting for me. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a long while, somebody asked tentatively, what did you say just now? 2 wives. Rex seemed to have suddenly understood. I forgot to tell you that the customs of the fjords are different. The island I live on doesn't have a limit on the number of couples. It's all voluntary. It's normal that you don't know this. I suddenly think. Leaving you in the cave might have been a good choice, somebody said, twitching the corner of his mouth. I agree, Muley agreed with a serious expression. Hey, you don't have to be so heartless. Rex saw that the situation was not good, and quickly changed the topic. That relic, how is it now? Somebody immediately became serious when it came to business. The First Army has designated that area as a restricted area. No one is allowed to enter without permission. They've also set up sentry posts around the cliff, probably to guard against the giant armored scorpions. I was entrusted by them to sneak into the water cave again during the low tide period and found the pouch. His voice became lower and lower. But these things were handed over to the First Army. I'm sorry. No, you didn't do anything wrong. Rex shook his head gently after listening to the other party's explanation. Since the First Army has taken over the treatment, it's impossible for you to hide it from them. Besides, I don't think I can monopolize such a large relic. The only pity was that the 2 diving suits were destroyed. Even if the news of the success of the experiment was released, the credibility would be greatly reduced. But it can't be helped. After all, you did it to save me. Somebody was speechless. He knew how much effort Rex had put into this project. It took him half a year to make a waterproof suit, and that was only the last 2 finished products. Rex had failed many times and wasted many materials and Golden Dragon, which could be seen from Rex's lack of funds. It was a heavy blow indeed. After a long silence, he asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do in the future?" "Go back to the fjords first, and then make a comeback," Rex answered without hesitation. Simbadi and Muley were stunned. "Why? Are you worried that I won't be able to recover from this setback?" Looking at the surprised expressions on their faces, Rex smiled. "If I didn't have this escape experience, I probably would have given up on this project." He stretched out his hand, clenched it, and then opened it again, as if he was feeling something. "But now I understand that this is not my limit. So what if I can make a waterproof suit every 6 months? It's much better than before. At least I know it will succeed." "Rex, don't worry. In 2 years at most, I'll come back with a new diving suit," the fjordsman said word by word. "When that time comes, please continue to work with me," Simbadi thought to himself. "It seems that my worries are unnecessary." Just as he was about to agree, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed like an officer walked in. "Rex? Simbadi?" He looked at the two. "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?" Simbadi hurriedly bowed. "About your discovery, Neverwinter has given us the latest instructions." The officer nodded. "His Majesty wants to see you." "You mean, the King of Grey Castle?" "Great, great chief?" the two exclaimed almost at the same time. They both saw the incredulity in each other's eyes. It was beyond their imagination that the news could travel back and forth between the festive harbor and the new king city of Grey Castle in just 5 days. Generally speaking, if a superior wanted to ask for information, he could just send someone to ask for it. Since the king was taking this matter so seriously, did it mean that the discovery of the ruins was of extraordinary significance? "Yes, and His Majesty has sent a ship to pick you up. You'll arrive at the festive harbor in about 2 days, the officer said with a smile. "Until then, you can stay in the barracks and have a good rest." In Neverwinter, Grey Castle. Roland sat at his desk, reading the reports sent back from the front line. In every aspect, the torch plan was progressing smoothly. In May, the demons did not put up any resistance, and the railway line was steadily advancing toward Tequila. At this rate, the First Army would attack the ruins of the Holy City by the middle of June, which was 10 days earlier than the original schedule. Although the attack was progressing smoothly, Roland did not feel relaxed. The demons were the mortal enemy of human civilization. In the past 2 battles of divine will, the demons had won overwhelming victories and forced human beings to a corner of the Land of Dawn. Now the fertile plains was the last barrier. As long as the obelisk was erected, the red mist would cover the entire continent, and the demons should be determined to take it. Roland kept glancing between the reports and the map, hoping to find some clues, but to no avail. After the night attack, the defense of the railway station had become more complete, and the only way to destroy the encampment was to take it by force. Although it was the most likely place for a war to break out, it was also the battlefield where the First Army had the greatest advantage. If the demons chose to fight head-on, it would be a good thing. The railway line, which was hundreds of kilometers away, was the second target. In fact, it was also the place where the demons had exchanged fire, with a total of 46 incidents so far. Had it not been for these reports, he would have thought that the demons had already withdrawn from the fertile plains and only the Ministry of Construction was left to repair the railway. However, it was not easy to cut off the logistics under the protection of the armored train's machine guns and the witches. In other words, the Torch project had been designed to deal with this problem from the very beginning. After the 3rd Black River train was put into service, the reports of Devil Beast's harassment became less frequent. The last place that could be attacked, the forest station, was also the least important. As long as Leaf did not take the initiative to fight the demons, they would not be able to do much. After all, the forest station was too far from the Tequila supply line, and a small group of demons could not pose a threat to the station's fortifications. Moreover, the area around the terminal station had already been burned once, so it would be difficult for the demons to do the same thing again. As the front line continued to advance, Lightning was able to directly investigate the situation in the Tequila ruins. So far, there were no signs of the demons sending more troops. Looking from the sky, even the red line behind them, which was used for supply, had become much dimmer. Roland put down the report and thought of the information revealed by Kabardabi. Enemies from the Xianxia realm. Is it because the demons are under too much pressure that they can't deal with the war on the fertile plains? The general staff was more inclined to believe this. After all, no matter what tricks the demons had up their sleeves, the decisive factor of the war was their strength. Although the magic slayer had surprised Leaf by traveling thousands of miles to the terminus of the forest, he had also exposed his ability and whereabouts. Even though he was beyond the detection range of the magic eye, Sylvie could still sense his magic power. Now that the flashing red star was stationed in the ruins, Sylvie would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened. To put it simply, the demons who had invaded Tequila had used up all their trump cards, and Neverwinter was still adding new ones. With sufficient money and food, the administrative office began a new round of army expansion. This time, the scope of recruitment was extended to the whole country. After the administrative unification of Grey Castle, its mobilization ability had improved significantly. According to Barev's preliminary estimation, the number of soldiers offered by the various regions was likely to exceed 5,000, which was equivalent to the total number of the First Army 2 years ago. Among them, the northern region, which was managed by Carwin Kant, was the most active one. When the officials trained by the second-level city hall matured and gained full control of the territory, the number of recruits would undoubtedly increase several times. In terms of weapons, the work of replacing revolving rifles with bolt rifles was being carried out in an orderly manner. Thanks to the rapid growth of skilled workers and the improvement of craftsmanship, the large-scale replacement of the rifles was almost the same as the weapons used by the precision shooters, except for the lack of scopes. Although revolving rifles had a high firing rate, their structure meant that they had low initial speed, short range, and poor accuracy. They were more than enough to deal with the noble knight, but they were not good enough to deal with the mad demons, whose throwing distance was between 100 and 200 meters. Bolt rifles could effectively make up for this shortcoming and help the soldiers win the advantage of distance. The anti-demon grenade developed for senior demons and spider demons had also been finalized and was in the phase of mass production. This kind of simple structure and cheap materials did not have any technical obstacles. In a sense, it was even simpler than making bullets. According to the current production rate, it could completely make it in time for the decisive battle in a month. Although the First Army lacked relevant training, the ease of operation was a major feature of the grenade, which was fundamentally different from the artillery. Historically, this kind of weapon was also directly used in actual combat, receiving training and testing on the battlefield, so Roland was not worried about this aspect. On the other hand, the demons in Tequila had not changed much. Based on the amount of the red line, Agatha and Phyllis estimated that the number of demons was between 3,000 and 5,000, which might have been a great battle for the Union 400 years ago. However, for the First Army, these demons were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Due to the iron rule that the enemy needed the red mist to sustain their lives, it was difficult for them to conceal or deceive the enemy in terms of raw power. This was also the most important basis for the general staff to make a judgment. To be honest, Roland also felt that the general staff's judgment was credible. Battlefield inference was evidence, and there was no difference between thinking that the enemy was too weak or too strong. The only thing he could do was not to blindly command and let more professional people take charge of the front line. Maybe I'm not a commander, so I'm worried, Roland thought in a self-mocking manner. Since I can't see anything wrong, I might as well stop guessing. When the day of the decisive battle comes, everything will be revealed. Roland heaved a long sigh of relief. When he was about to rub his swollen forehead, a pair of hands pressed on his temples with just the right amount of force. He immediately felt much more relaxed. There was no need for words or thanks. This was the tacit understanding they had developed over the past 4 years, and it was also the proof that he was not fighting alone. In the past, he had always imagined that one day he could become a decadent ruling class and enjoy himself all day long. However, when he really reached this stage, his busy hours only increased, far exceeding the scope of 8 hours, and even sleeping became a kind of work. It was not that he had never complained, but he rarely stopped. Perhaps this was also one of the reasons. Of course, he was moving forward to achieve his goal. But it was also the common expectation of many people. After closing his eyes to enjoy the moment, Roland looked at another report on the table. It was about the discovery of the giant armored scorpion and the mysterious ruins. Although it had not been further confirmed, the strange relics attached to the letter were very credible. This report had aroused his great interest. According to the murals in the temple, it was not surprising that there might be traces of the ancient civilization in the Endless Cape. What surprised him was that there was such an amazing discovery so soon. The stone wall in the underwater cave reminded him of the mural where the corpses of the stick men were piled up like a mountain. If it was a civilization from 1,000 years ago, it should have been reduced to dust. As the defeated, it was unlikely that anyone would erect a monument for them. So why were there so many steely-shaped objects? That was why he was particularly curious. All the samples obtained so far had been handed over to Celine for hazard testing. After all, their biggest enemy was the radiation race, and they could not afford to relax when it came to safety. In addition, the identity of the discoverer was also very interesting. He was not a traditional fjords merchant or explorer, but a member of the Society of Wondrous Crafts. He did not forget the pioneer who had died for flying as mentioned by Marjorie. Therefore, after receiving the news, Roland immediately ordered the garrison at the festive harbor to send the two to Neverwinter. He was really curious about this group of people. As for the giant armored scorpion, it was the least important part of the report. It was probably a hybrid demonic beast, which was why it was so huge. Since he had already won the position of chief through the holy duel, the sacrifice of the 3 gods was not important anymore. He could just leave it to the local First Army. Just then, he heard footsteps outside the door, and then the office door was pushed open with a squeak. "Is the test result out?" "Give it to me." Roland raised his head, but the latter half of the sentence was stuck in his throat. He thought it was a guard who brought Celine's test report, but he did not expect it to be Tilly Wimbledon. Moreover, she slightly raised her eyebrows and looked a little unhappy. The next second, Roland realized why she was here. "I have a few new bottles of chaos drinks here. Do you want to try them?" "Well, Your Majesty, we've already used this trick," Nightingale whispered in his ear. Looking at her questioning eyes, Roland thought that she was quite cute when she was blaming someone. She rarely called him brother when she was in a good mood. She would only call him brother in front of outsiders or when she was annoyed, which made people want to tease her. Ahem, no, now is not the time to think about this. He coughed lightly and pulled his thoughts back on track. The plane has not been finalized yet, so every part has to be made by Anna and Soroya. Now that the war at the front is imminent, you should know better than most people how much work they have to do. Although I've completed the blueprint a long time ago, I can't turn it into reality by myself. With the extension of the railway, the interval between the Seagull and the front line had changed from 1 or 2 days to 3 or 4 days. It was not that Tilly and Vendi wanted to slack off, but a large amount of war preparation work could not be completed in a day, so there was no other way but to extend the duration of the stay. As the transport, Tilly naturally knew how hard it was for everyone. Many witches fell asleep on the seats as soon as they boarded the plane. For this reason, the Seagull had even replaced the cushions and backrests with more comfortable ones. Moreover, defeating the demons and taking back the fertile plains was the most important goal at the moment. As soon as this was mentioned, her imposing manner suddenly decreased, and her body that was propped up on the desk shrank back. "I also want to start the test flight early so that the Air Knight can be put to use. Don't worry, in fact, the plane's main body is basically completed, only some auxiliary parts have not been installed, so you just need to be patient." "Wait," Tilly interrupted. "The main body is completed, so it can fly without those parts, right?" Roland only then realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. At this time, Princess Tilly was no longer the amateur who knew nothing about planes, so it was not easy to fool her. It's not that it can't, but it is, after all, fundamentally different from the Seagull. If there is a problem, Vendi can't help fix it, and if there is a mistake, at this point, he gradually closed his mouth. Because Tilly's sparkling eyes had explained everything. He really couldn't resist such a gaze. Nightingale chuckled softly behind him. Recently, she seemed to be very happy to see him at a loss for words. After staring at each other for a long time, Roland let out a long sigh. "All right, I'll inform the people at the airport to get ready." "That's more like it." Tilly's raised eyebrows finally lowered, and the corners of her mouth revealed an irrepressible joy. He picked up the phone. But remember, if there is an accident during the test flight, or if you lose control, you must abandon the plane immediately. Do you understand? Of course, because planes can be rebuilt, but pilots like me are precious. Tilly crossed her arms and said proudly, that's what you think, right? Neverwinter Airport. In the beginning, it was just a simple piece of concrete with nothing but 2 runways. But now, it was a real flying training ground and the prototype of the Air Force Academy. In the enclosed flight test field, a shiny silver plane was pushed out from the hangar by workers and placed at the end of the runway. Tilly took a deep breath and said, that's specially made for me, yes. Roland nodded. The Unicorn is powered by a 5-cylinder star-shaped piston engine. The main power is provided by a 5-cylinder star-shaped piston engine. In theory, the plane can reach a speed of more than 150 kilometers per hour. Even the fastest Devil Beast can't catch up with it. As the first human-made autonomous aircraft in this era, the Unicorn looked very different from the Seagull glider. The most obvious difference was its huge head. In order to fit the engine, the nose of the plane had to abandon its aerodynamic streamline appearance and be shaped like an iron barrel, which looked like it had been shaped flat. Second was the 2-blade propeller in front of the nose, which was also missing from the Seagull. Since it was the first practical piston engine, even with a lot of reference materials, the final product was quite conservative. Since the power output was not high, the 2-blade propeller could meet the requirements. Lastly was the fuselage. Because the Unicorn was essentially a fighter, it was less than 9 meters long, almost half the length of the Seagull. The fuselage also did not need to carry passengers, so it looked quite small. However, the interior of the fuselage was much more complicated. In addition to the control system, there were also fuel tanks, fuel pipes, and other power components. There was also space for a second seat and a firepower system. Unicorn. You can come up with some good names sometimes. Tilly hurried to the biplane and quickly noticed the abnormality in the cockpit. Were the missing auxiliary parts originally installed here? There were still 2 holes where the instrument panel should have been. Even though she had never seen the actual thing, she could guess that it was not completed yet. Yes. Roland nodded. These parts are mainly used to display speed and altitude, which are the 2 most important parameters in flight. In the past, Bendy controlled the plane's attitude, so we didn't need to know these. But if we want to fly with our own strength, we must always pay attention to the changes in these 2 parameters. Don't worry. I may not know how to build a plane, but when it comes to piloting, I'm definitely the best in Grey Castle. She climbed onto the plane confidently and sat in the pilot's seat. In theory, the Unicorn only had 1 more throttle valve than the Seagull, and the rest of the control levers were in the same position. Before this, Tilly had practiced on the simulator many times, so there should not be any mistakes. However, this was, after all, a brand new plane. Its weight, agility, and speed were very different from the Seagull. The mechanical system had not been fully tested, so it would not be surprising if there were any problems. This was also the reason why Roland was worried. If the plane crashed as soon as it took off, even if Tilly had extraordinary piloting skills, she might not feel anything. At first, he had wanted to build a few prototypes so that she could familiarize herself with the new body while crashing. But at this point, it was impossible for her to change her mind. Your Majesty, everything is ready, the hangar supervisor reported. Let's begin. Roland turned around and left the runway. Yes. As the order was given, 2 workers inserted a hand crank into the engine starter and started to turn it hard. I'm testing the latest human weapon, but this scene is just like the hand-guided tractor when I was a child. Roland could not help but curse in his mind. When the time comes, he must get the battery and auxiliary motor out no matter what. Bang, 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 when the piston gradually accelerated under the influence of external force, a worker closed the pressure relief valve, and the oil in the cylinder was instantly ignited. The engine erupted with a few loud explosions, and at the same time, black smoke rose. Very soon, the sounds of explosions became one, and finally turned into a deafening roar. Princess Tilly doesn't have the ability to fly, does she? Nightingale murmured. Yes. Although the stone of flight can make her fly, she can't carry such a heavy object, Roland said as he looked at the unicorn hovering overhead. What's wrong? I've heard you talk about it many times, and I've been by your side when you were drawing and testing the internal combustion engine. But when I see it with my own eyes, I still find it incredible. Humans can really fly like birds with the help of external forces, Nightingale said emotionally. It's just a combination of metal and wood. Indeed, it's just metal and wood, but it's our own bodies that combine them organically, Roland said with a smile. Our hands, magic power, and cognition. So it can't really be called an external force. Everyone can fly like her, right? Nightingale asked softly. Including me, yes, everyone. Including you, Roland said affirmatively. Nightingale was no stranger to the sky. She had ridden on a hot air balloon before, and she had also ridden on Maggie's back. But compared to flying freely, those were obviously nothing. Even Nightingale, who had magic power, could do that, let alone ordinary people without any special abilities. Ever since people raised their heads to look at the sky, they had already been deeply immersed in the charm of roaming the sky, unable to extricate themselves. The pioneer of the Society of Wondrous Crafts was the best example. 30 minutes later, the unicorn landed steadily on the runway. How do you feel? Roland asked Tilly, who ran over excitedly. This plane is amazing. Her eyes lit up. It's so much more flexible than the seagull. To be honest. Although Vendi is good at controlling the wind, it's difficult for her to do what I want. But this is different. The speed, pitch, and deflection of the flight are all under my control. It can be said that the movements are born from the heart, just like the limbs of the hands and feet. Movement comes from the heart, shaped like hands and feet? Roland could not help but sweat in his heart. Although the unicorn had referred to a large number of mature biplane designs, it was still a crude prototype with testing elements. Controlling the rudder depended entirely on hand, and altitude and speed depended entirely on feeling. Being able to fly smoothly was already a huge improvement. If it were not for the fact that he knew the plane inside out, he would have thought that the other party was flying a modern fighter with a 4-speed fly-by-wire and computer-aided flight control. He was probably a big boss. So, are you satisfied? He waved at the hangar supervisor. That's all for today. What are you talking about, brother? Tilly interrupted. How can 30 minutes be enough? Then why did you fall down, just to let you know? You have a lot of work to do, don't you? She waved her hand. Go. You don't have to wait for me here. I still have many ways to fly that I want to try. Roland shook his head helplessly as he looked at the back of the other party excitedly leaving. The plane did not break down at the beginning, which was already good enough. According to Tilly's ability, she should be able to quickly familiarize herself with the new characteristics of the unicorn. Besides, she could get out of the plane at any time, so there was really no need for him to keep an eye on her. It seems that you've been abandoned. Nightingale gloated. You talk too much. Roland rolled his eyes. Let's go. Smiling, Nightingale grabbed him and disappeared into the mist. As soon as he returned to the castle hall, a guard came up to him. Your Majesty, the third border city sent a message saying that the mission you assigned to us has basically been completed. Oh? Roland raised his eyebrows. Where's the report? They said that they want you to go there in person. It seemed that what the two people found in the festive harbor could not be explained in a few words. He thought for a moment and said, I see. Let's go now. After entering the underground, Celine was already waiting for him in the main hall. Your Majesty, your speculation is correct. There are indeed materials to make the Rubik's Cube in the Endless Cape. She stretched out her auxiliary tentacle and showed the two samples to Roland. The grayish-yellow stone on the left is very similar to the magic ceremony cube. Even if it's not exactly the same, it's not far off. If there are enough of them, I can start making replicas. Sufficient. How much is it? Let's try a few thousand first. Ugh. He really didn't stand on ceremony. Even if the samples weren't big, a few thousand yuan would be enough to cover the floor of a room. He thought to himself that it was imperative to excavate the Cape ruins, and the sooner the better. I'll send someone to collect it. What about the other one? The other is simply inconceivable. The first thing we can be sure of is that the light it emits does not harm the test animals at all. It seems to be just an ordinary light, and not the kind of light you are worried about. Radioactive particles. Exactly. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the radiation is so weak that it can't be detected by animals. But if that's the case, we don't have to worry about its harmfulness. Celine picked out a piece of stone tablet from the bottle on the right and put it in Roland's hand. I asked Miss Lucia to decompose a small piece of it and found that its composition is not much different from sand. Like, sand? Roland was surprised. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? It just looks like a stone or a larger gravel, but it has a certain degree of flexibility and emits light when compressed. There's probably nothing weirder than this in the world. Well. He fiddled with the sample in his hand and thought for a long time before saying, "You can't say that. Do you know what this thing is?" "No, I just thought of something else." Roland said slowly, "Since matter is a combination of elements, in addition to the elements themselves, the structure is also a major factor that affects its nature. We find it strange only because we don't know much about it. For example, the element carbon is called diamond in its tetrahedral structure and has extremely high strength. Graphite, which has a hexagonal layered structure, is so brittle that it can be broken by hand. If you tear off a layer, it becomes graphene, which has excellent electrical conductivity. But if two layers of graphene are stacked together and rotated at a slight angle, it will undergo a completely different change. It will become an insulator. When it is lowered to a certain temperature and injected with electrons, it will transform into a superconductor. From beginning to end, only one element, carbon, is performing. This is the mystery of the material. In fact, even in the later generations, the exploration of the microscopic world had only uncovered a tiny corner of it. In this dark realm that had no theoretical guidance, what people did was no different from what they did 1,000 years ago. They rearranged, combined, and explored randomly. Even the most common elements could produce shocking phenomena when they were mixed together. Perhaps the luminous stone tablet and the various coatings of Soroya were not mysterious because of magic. Do I know too little? Celine's whiskers drooped as if she was deeply touched. Indeed, the longer I stay in the Quest Society, the more I realize how little I know. Also, the books you brought back from the dream world really opened my eyes. Now that you mention it, perhaps I shouldn't describe it as incredible, because there's something more incredible than that. Oh? What is it? Us? Celine chuckled. According to the book, aren't we all made up of a bunch of elements? Carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and so on. We're not much different from trees. But we can cry, laugh, and think, which is much more magical than glowing. I've read that book, but it's still hard to believe. Nightingale sighed. I don't want to admit it at all, but my skin is essentially no different from rough tree bark. This is probably the secret of the structure that His Majesty was referring to. Celine looked at Roland, but he did not respond. His Majesty? Hey, what's wrong? Roland finally came to his senses. Celine, what did you say before? Are we more magical than the Steels? That's it. He felt an idea emerging in his mind. Could it be that the so-called Steels weren't placed there as a memento, but they were the matchstick men themselves? You mean? Celine sounded a little surprised. The matchstick men are the Steels. What we see are the bodies they left behind, Roland answered word by word. At the same time, he could not help but shiver. Yes, a new kind of life form, completely different from carbon-based life forms, silicon-based life forms. At first, he did not think of this, but once the idea came to his mind, not only could some of the characteristics of the glowing Steels be explained, but the murals left in the temple also had a deeper meaning. First of all, why were there so many lines on the Steels? Not only on the surface, but also on the inside. If they were all carved with tools, even Anna, who had awakened the black fire, would not be able to do it in a short period of time. Not to mention, according to the words of the discoverer, every stone tablet was carved like this. If one were to think about it from another perspective, it wouldn't be surprising if they grew on their own. Perhaps there was a continuous flow of blood in the lines. Under the pressure of the blood, the silicon oxide produced a local piezoelectric effect. These electrical signals intertwined and eventually formed thoughts. In addition, electricity could be converted into visible light through a certain mechanism, so they had the ability to communicate with the outside world. Roland couldn't help but think of the giant stickman and the lake of blood in the mural. In terms of stability, oil was naturally more suitable than water. Perhaps the biggest enemy of the stickman, the radiation people, did not worship radioactive materials for no reason. Strong radiation could interfere with electric circuits and even cause electronic devices to malfunction. This might be the source of the belief of the radiation people. Roland seemed to see a shocking picture slowly unfolding in front of him. Two completely different civilizations fought for the relics of the gods in the southernmost region. One was completely annihilated, and its blood formed the underground Styx and the strangling swamp. However, because its body did not decay, it still existed as a tombstone buried in the ground after thousands of years. The other side won, but its whereabouts were unknown. Except for the ruins in the Cage Mountain and the magic ceremony cube, it had completely disappeared. Later generations could only speculate about the history of the past based on the murals that had gone through the vicissitudes of life. This was unbelievable. The glowing steels are living beings like us? With all due respect, it's hard for me to imagine that these cubes have their own consciousness and can move freely. Do you have more evidence? Roland calmed himself down and shook his head slightly. This is just my personal speculation. The truth may be very different. From an evolutionary point of view, such a thing is almost impossible. To a large extent, what life would become depended on the environment in which it was bred. Whether it was demons or demonic beasts, they were all products of the same biosphere. But what about silicon-based life? That was a completely different path of evolution. Under the circumstance that they share the same natural environment, there should not be two fundamentally different life forms. But according to what you said, the contents of the murals are surprisingly appropriate. Celine was silent for a moment. In this case, let's put the puzzle aside for now. I think as long as we continue to explore, we will eventually find the truth. After all, only in this way can people really grow up. That sounds reasonable. Nightingale curled her lips. This is also one of the dogmas of the Quest Society. Celine smiled. By the way, I've done some tests on the glowing steels. I wanted to use them to replace the magic stones for lighting, but the result was not ideal. It didn't work? Roland frowned. When he first received the report, the first idea that came to his mind was to replace the lamps. After all, due to the limitation of power generation, light bulbs now only existed in factories and a few surrounding areas. It would be a difficult project to popularize night lighting. If the steels could be used as lamps, it would undoubtedly bring great convenience to the people's livelihood and education in Neverwinter. It's not that it doesn't work, but it's very troublesome. Your Majesty, please take a look. Celine picked out 2 samples. Obviously, they were the fragments of the steels that had been cut twice. One was as thin as a piece of paper, and the other was as small as a piece of tofu. Celine squeezed them at the same time. 2 balls of light suddenly burst out from the auxiliary tentacles. The thin one was a little dazzling, while the thick one was as big as a magic stone. After about 10 seconds, the former suddenly dimmed and stopped glowing, while the latter lasted for half a minute. I used the same amount of strength in both of my hands. Roland immediately understood what she meant. Its brightness and duration are related to the degree of deformation and its size. That's right. Celine nodded her main tentacles. The steels can't keep glowing. The smaller they are, the faster they will go out. Although they can slowly recover, it will take a long time. If I want to use them to illuminate the entire underground hall, I'm afraid I'll have to place hundreds of complete steels and pile hundreds of kilograms of iron blocks on top of each steel. After the light is used up, I'll have to move the iron blocks down. The combination of the two will definitely be a huge object. It would be a good idea to use the steels as a fixed light source and use pulleys to lift heavy objects, although it would be quite complicated. Roland looked at the fragment that had lost its luster and fell into deep thought. The smaller the size, the easier it was to deform. However, the corresponding time of light was shockingly short. It was almost the same as a flash. Wait, a flash? Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. It might take a long time to develop the steels, but he had already thought of a very suitable use for them. This problem had been bothering the First Army for a long time, and it would become more and more obvious in the foreseeable future. But now, there seemed to be an opportunity to solve it. After leaving the third border city, Roland immediately went to the ammunition factory. Although Anna was not in Neverwinter at the moment, if his assumption was correct, this part of the modification could be completed with the existing technology. In other words, this was the only way it could be produced on a large scale. Escorted by the guards, they walked into the factory. The unprepared workers immediately knelt down. The scene was filled with surprise and excitement. Looking at the enthusiastic eyes of the workers, Roland realized that he might have been a little too impulsive. But since he was already here, he had to make the best of it and turn the experiment trip into a condolence inspection tour. When the excited workers finally returned to their posts, Roland immediately ordered the person in charge, "Call the most experienced foreman in the factory here. I have something I want to try out." "Yes, Your Majesty." The principle of tracer bullets was not complicated. To put it simply, the solid bullet head was hollowed out and filled with a luminous agent, accelerant, and retarding gunpowder. After that, the bullet was sealed with a tail tube and aluminum foil. When the bullet was fired, the gas of the propellant would break through the foil and ignite the retarding gunpowder until the luminous agent was ignited. Finally, a bright trail was formed. In the future, with all kinds of chemical industries, this was just a matter of adding another production line. But in Neverwinter, where the industrial projects were extremely unbalanced, it was obviously a headache. The luminous agent was usually a mixture of strontium nitrate, magnesium aluminum powder, and barium peroxide. This meant that if he wanted to produce tracer bullets on a large scale, he would first have to conquer the industrial production line of these compounds. Of course, Roland was well aware of the level of the chemical industry in his territory. Even now, the Ministry of Chemical Industry could not guarantee the supply of machine gun ammunition to the First Army, let alone other industries. The person in charge quickly found a craftsman. To Roland's surprise, the craftsman was not a white-haired, trembling old man, but a young man about 25 or 26 years old. He excitedly knelt on one knee and saluted like a knight. "Your Majesty, how can I help you?" Roland immediately realized that Neverwinter had entered the era of mechanical production. The younger generation with better learning ability was becoming the main force of the wave of industrialization. This was also a rare scene in the handicraft workshop. The speed of technological progress had surpassed the advantage of age. In the face of new production tools, past experience was no longer applicable. Now that he thought about it, most of the busy workers in the factory were in their 20s or 30s. Considering that they were already in key positions, Greycastle's future was really worth looking forward to. Roland nodded with satisfaction. "I want to add something new to the bullets. Just do as I say." His idea was very simple. Since the stone tablet emitted a dazzling light when it was deformed, the impact force of the tablet could be used to produce the impact. Its specific principle was similar to that of a stamping machine. A gourd opening that gradually tightened inside the bullet was filled with a thin layer of stone tablet slices. When the bullet was fired, the expanding gas would directly squeeze the slices into the gourd opening. The principle was similar to that of a stamping machine. A gourd opening would be cut inside the bullet and a thin layer of tablet slices would be filled at the bottom. When the bullet was fired, the expanding gas would directly squeeze the slices into the gourd opening. With just a few words of explanation, the other party completely understood his intentions and readily agreed to it. Only one day later, a verification report was sent to Roland's desk. The results proved that the method was indeed feasible. After many attempts, the 20 or so bullets that had been successfully modified could all be seen with a clear flash, and the barrage left a clear trail of light in front of everyone. Roland could not help but feel excited. For a long time, the First Army's fortification tactics had always been a big weakness because they could not see where the bullets would land at night. Even if they used flares, it was still extremely difficult to achieve the shooting level in the dim light. In addition, this problem would only become more prominent if the machine guns were carried on the plane. Even on a cloudless day, the pilot would probably not know where the bullets had landed. If such a simple method could be used to indicate the target, it would undoubtedly be of great help to the upcoming battle of divine will. Moreover, the traditional tracer bullets would constantly consume the illuminant, which would cause the weight and center of gravity to change and eventually lead to the deviation of the trajectory. Therefore, when the tracer bullets were first introduced, there was a saying that if the tracer bullets hit the target, it meant that the other bullets did not hit the target. However, the performance of the new tracer bullets was better than that of the traditional method. As long as the bullet body was slightly lengthened, the new tracer bullets would have the same flying characteristics as normal bullets. The only problem was how many stone tablets were available in the southernmost region. A week later, the two discoverers of the desert ruins arrived at the shallow beach harbor. In the reception hall, Roland asked them again about the wonders they had discovered under the water cave. Their answers were roughly the same as the contents of the report. Before encountering the giant armored scorpion, they had only explored a few hundred meters and knew nothing about what was behind the so-called stone tablet wall. In other words, the stone tablets they had seen were probably only a small part of it. After all, according to the murals, there should be a large number of corpses that could make blood flow into rivers. In addition, somebody's description of the cave made him very concerned. The environment in the cave was like the Silver Stream oasis, and there was even the rumored extinct god's flower. If the once vast grassland had really degenerated into a desert after the departure of the three gods' emissaries, then the underground of the Endless Cape should be no exception. Perhaps there were some deviations in the rumors, or there were other mysteries hidden there. He couldn't wait to dig up the desert and have a look. After asking about the situation, Roland asked the fjord's man to stay alone. "Your diving suit is very interesting, and the ruins you discovered are also worthy of being recorded in the annals of history." He slowly took a sip of tea. "To be honest, I'm a little surprised to see that you can use the steam engine in a new invention. You should know that most people can't even use it after buying it. Without the guidance of the technicians sent by the factory, they can only stand on the side in a daze, let alone modify it. With this ability alone, you've already set one foot on the podium of a lifetime honorary explorer." Thank you for your compliment," Rex said excitedly. "It took me half a year to figure out how to control it. If you need it, I can provide you with diving suits first, even at a discount." "No, you misunderstand. I don't need your diving suit," Roland said with a smile. "In fact, if I want to, I can make a better one." Rex blinked, as if he had not expected such a reply. He smiled awkwardly, as if trying to squeeze out a smile. "Your Majesty." Roland interrupted him directly. "You may think I'm bragging, but it doesn't matter. What I really want is the Society of Wondrous Crafts." The other party could not help but be stunned. "I don't understand what you mean. I know what you want to prove, and I can help you achieve it." Roland went straight to the point. "There are two kinds of sages in the world, stargazing and alchemy. Putting the former aside, I think what you're doing is essentially the same as alchemy. Both are creating new things for human beings. So why can't the Society of Wondrous Crafts be the third kind of sage's study, and establish a corresponding trade association?" Rex's breath suddenly quickened. He suddenly realized the meaning of Roland's words. If someone else said this, he would only think it was nonsense or even mockery. Compared with the famous Alchemist Association and Stargazing Association, the Society of Wondrous Crafts was not worth mentioning at all. However, the King of Grey Castle was different. Given his reputation and power, it was not impossible for him to do so. He swallowed and felt his throat become a little hoarse. "Then, what's the price?" Since Roland wanted to help the Society of Wondrous Crafts, it was impossible that he did not have any ulterior motives. "All of this." "What?" "Ahem, no, I mean, you'll work for me." Roland cleared his throat. "You'll move to Neverwinter and become a member of Grey Castle. All the research results will belong to me, including the right to sell and use. And you'll get honor, wealth, and a better research environment." Rex did not know how to answer. Although the things they created were despised and criticized, they were like their own children. Most people in the Society of Wondrous Crafts would not agree to give them to others. "I know this needs to be considered carefully. Go back to your resting place and think about it. Roland stood up and pushed a book to him. Give me an answer in 3 days. Your Majesty, this is. Rex asked in confusion as he picked up the book. When Rex left the reception hall, he saw somebody waiting for him in the courtyard. What do you think? Is the Great Chief interested in your diving suit? Asked the Sand Nation enthusiastically. After a week of getting along, the two of them had become more familiar with each other and could be considered as half-friends. What's the reward for discovering the relic? The title of explorer? Rex shook his head disappointedly. He doesn't want to buy a diving suit. Well. I see, somebody said quickly. But it's normal that Grey Castle Kingdom doesn't need it. When the news gets out, the Chamber of Commerce of the Fjords will definitely notice your invention. The sea is a treasure trove. That's what you said, isn't it? He did say that, Rex thought. Now that the King of Grey Castle has summoned us, he obviously attached great importance to this matter. According to the terms of the recruitment, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Whether it was the reward itself or the title of explorer, it would attract a lot of attention and talk about him, thus making the diving suit famous throughout the Fjord Islands. However, he smiled bitterly and said, His Majesty's reward is a book. Somebody was stunned. What did you say? The Sand Nation lowered his head and looked at the book in Rex's hand. Is it? Yes, it's this. Rex nodded helplessly. The book was not thick and only had dozens of pages. There was not a single word on the cover, not to mention the exquisite borders and prints. Even if it was given by an ordinary noble, it still looked rather shabby and did not look like a decent reward. Such a reward would not bring him fame, and he might even be ridiculed. The chief shouldn't be like this. Somebody stamped his feet. Even I got 20 golden dragon as a reward. As the initiator of the salvage plan, you should get more than me. The straightforwardness of the Fjords people warmed Rex's heart, but he knew in his heart that it was absolutely not worth questioning a powerful ruler over such a matter, because the other party had already given him the conditions to fulfill his wish, but he was still hesitating. At this time a guard came over and said, His Majesty has prepared a residence for you. Please come with me. Thank you. He hurriedly bowed and signaled somebody to follow him. No matter what, it was better to go back and read the book first. Not long after he left the castle district, Rex suddenly heard a strange buzzing sound. It was like a series of muffled thunder coming from the horizon, but it was even clearer. He exclaimed softly and looked into the distance. A barely visible black dot appeared in the blue sky. Birds? Just as this thought popped up in his mind, he quickly denied it. The distance was probably a few miles. What kind of bird could fly with such momentum? The Sand Nation had also noticed this anomaly. His entire body tensed up like a soldier on high alert. That thing is coming for us. Enemy? Rex was surprised. In the capital of Grey Castle? I don't know, but it's definitely not a bird or a beast. Relax. The guard who led the way said calmly, It's just a toy that Her Royal Highness likes. Although it's hard to believe at first, you'll get used to it after staying here for a few days. Princess's toy? Both of them found that they could not understand what the guard was saying at all. His Majesty once advised Princess Tilly not to leave the flight test field, but she thought the field was too small for her. Apart from the residential area, the factory area, and the Swirl Sea, the only route left was the castle district, the guard said calmly. But I have a feeling that she's here to show off her skills to His Majesty. They still could not understand. However, even though Rex could not understand, he caught a trace of pride in the guard's expression. In less than a few seconds, the black dot that had been far away in the sky was now right in front of them. Amid the roaring sound, the Fjords people saw the most incredible scene in their lives. A metal creature with 2 pairs of long wings flew over his head like a gust of wind. Its shadow was dozens of times larger than the largest seabird. Just looking at its body made people feel that it was extremely heavy, but it was precisely this heavy iron beast that was soaring in the sky. At the same time, he also saw the figure of a woman on the iron beast. Although he could not see clearly, it was indeed flying with a person on its back. Fan, this name suddenly popped up in Rex's mind. The Society of Wondrous Crafts was not a well-organized association, and he did not have much contact with them. He had only seen them on the day of the public testing of the flying wings. To be honest, he even hated Fan a little because of his unrealistic delusions, which made the already poor reputation of the Society of Wondrous Crafts even worse. But now, someone had accomplished this feat in an even more exaggerated way. Looking at the double-winged iron beast circling the castle, Rex's heart was in turmoil. The guard led them to a hotel called the Foreign Affairs Building. After saying, "My name is Sean. If you've made up your mind, you can come to the castle district to inform me of your decision." Then he turned around and left. Simbadi was still in a state of shock. He muttered the blessings of the three gods and then ran to the window to look out. Simbadi did not know whether he was afraid or eager to see the incredible creation again. Rex shut himself in his bedroom. He stared at the featureless book in his hand, as if trying to read His Majesty's thoughts through it. After a full 15 minutes, he opened the cover. During this time, he had made various hypotheses, ranging from ordinary biographies, eulogies, introductions to the customs of Neverwinter, a generous contract disguised as a book, and even a threatening notice to force the members of the Society of Wondrous Crafts to move to Neverwinter. But there was nothing. There was only one sentence on the first page: the law of buoyancy. An object immersed in a static fluid is subjected to a buoyant force equal to the weight of the fluid displaced by the object. The buoyant force is perpendicular to the center of the fluid displaced. It sounded awkward at first, but Rex's eyes gradually widened after he read it in his mind several times. He quickly turned to the second page, which turned out to be a full page of arithmetic formulas. Probably in consideration of his ability to understand, each formula was accompanied by detailed annotations. The more he read, the harder it was for him to take his eyes off it. Volume, density, buoyancy. He was familiar with these concepts, but at this moment, he felt like he was seeing them for the first time. Every word was no longer an abstract expression, but a number with a unit. Whether an object was sinking or floating, and to what extent it was sinking, Rex could calculate it with a pen. For a moment, Rex thought of the steel ships and hydrogen balloons sold to the fjords. They seemed to become vivid in his memory. Further down the page, there was a submersible that could sink and float autonomously. Although it was only a conceptual picture, it was undoubtedly feasible when combined with the formulas in front. At the end of the book, he saw a strange large ship, which could sail on the surface of the water like an ordinary ship, but could also swim underwater like a fish. Its huge body could accommodate hundreds of people. Even the most deadly wind and waves would not be a threat to it underwater. Rex was completely shocked by this idea. At the same time, he felt a sense of dullness in his heart. It was as if he had finally taken a small step on an unknown road, and just when he was feeling elated, someone had already pointed out the entire path. Thinking of the iron beast that had whizzed past, it seemed like there was more than one such path in Neverwinter. He had already understood the meaning of the word reward. If he rejected the King of Greycastle's offer, he would definitely be able to reach a new level in his diving career with the contents of this book. However, the second stage was already the limit of what an individual could achieve. As for the third stage of the diving ship, he basically had no chance in this lifetime. At the same time, in the eastern region of the swirling sea, a large fleet of ships formed into 5 columns and floated outside the Shadow Islands. The most eye-catching ship was the Snow Wind. Its black steel hull and billowing black smoke distinguished it from the rest of the ships. At this moment, the deck of the Snow Wind was bustling with activity. The sailors were running back and forth, making the final preparations for entering the islands. Thunder was on the bridge, explaining to the crew what to pay attention to. "You're all the best explorers in the fjords, and many of you have come to the Shadow Seas before. So, I'll cut to the chase. The position of the islands is unpredictable, and there will be fog when the tide falls. So, you can't let your guard down at any time. Do you understand? Don't worry, boss." An adjutant patted his chest and said, "We've been with you for so many years. When have we ever made a mistake? It's the 4 major chambers of commerce that sent a large ship to follow us. If anything goes wrong, it'll be them." "That's right. It's fine if it's just a few small ships, but a 3-masted ship is not a good choice to sail in the reefs. They probably think their ships are as agile as the snow wind. Don't expect us to turn around if we hit a reef. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. If they're worried that we'll hide our findings, why don't they just let the captain hitch a ride with us? Those chambers of commerce are clearly trying to gain a greater say in this expedition, Xianxia said. I told you it's not easy to get funding from them. But if we want to go further east, we have to have a large fleet. There's no other way. Looking at the noisy crowd, Camilla Derry sighed softly. During the nearly month-long voyage, she had gained a basic understanding of the Shadow Seas. It seemed to be the center of the swirling sea. Every tide rose and fell here, and it was also the most obvious part of the sea. The difference between the front and the back could even turn thousands of submerged reefs into an archipelago. The sleeping island was nothing compared to it. What was even more incredible was that the Shadow Islands had been discovered for more than 10 years, but there was still no accurate nautical chart. The reason was that the reefs here were not fixed. All the objects hidden in the water seemed to be constantly moving, including the huge ruins. If they wanted to cross the sea, they must wait until all the reefs were out of the water. It was precisely because of this that the difficulty of navigating it could be imagined. But the people in front of him didn't look like well-trained professionals at all. Instead, they looked more like fierce bandits. The identity of an explorer did have a good reputation among the people of the fjords, but she could not see this among her peers. Except for a few people like Thunder who could convince the masses, most of them were the masters of their own ways. Camilla, who used to be a noble, was naturally disgusted by such a chaotic scene. If it were not for Princess Tilly's request, she really did not want Joan to travel with them. While sighing, she found that she actually missed the first army of Neverwinter. At least they did not make a fuss like monkeys during a mission. No matter what, they always stood straight and in high spirits, which was always pleasing to the eye. Camilla suppressed the discomfort in her heart, left the bridge command room, and went to the rear deck of the steel ship. She immediately saw Joan, who was playing at the stern of the ship, and Margaret, who was by her side. Seeing Camilla, Joan immediately shrank behind Karina and looked at her with only half of her head. She had heard that Joan had been able to get along with many witches in Neverwinter and had even made friends with Maggie and Lightning. Camilla could not help but think, is it so difficult for me to be recognized? In terms of the time they had known each other, she could be considered the person who had interacted with him the most after Marjorie. Karina smiled. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? She pointed at the corner of her mouth. It's all over your face. No. Camilla was stunned. You don't like the atmosphere in the command room, do you? Marjorie seemed to know what was on Camilla's mind. I've already told you, let those men worry about the exploration. You just focus on enjoying the scenery on the sea and treat it as a trip. How can I do that? Camilla frowned. If I stay out of everything, won't I be putting my life in their hands? Don't you trust Thunder? Marjorie took Camilla's hand and walked to the railing. Your sense of responsibility is admirable. I think if not, Lady Tilly wouldn't have let you manage Sleeping Island. But sometimes, it's not bad to trust others. Not only Thunder, but also Lady Tilly. How can I not trust Her Highness Tilly? Camilla thought to herself, but found it difficult to refute. She had always disagreed with the idea of the witches moving to Neverwinter. Besides, staying on the sea for a long time will drive you crazy if you're always tense, Marjorie continued. Don't be fooled by the fact that they look like a bunch of uneducated bandits. They're really good at sailing. Camilla finally found a way to speak. I have to clarify that I didn't say that, but you think so, don't you? Karina's words soon made her speechless. Ha ha ha, it's nothing strange. The nobles of the Four Kingdoms see us as barbarians, just like we see the Sand Nation of the Majin Kingdom as barbarians. To be honest, I've only met one noble who doesn't discriminate at all, or the reason for discrimination has nothing to do with his family background. Roland Wimbledon. Although she did not want to admit it, that was the only name she could think of. After all, that person had publicly offered to help the witches as early as 4 years ago. Camilla had previously thought that he might have some ulterior motives, but now, that excuse no longer existed, because the witch he had saved had become the Queen of Grey Castle. A little more, trust? Just when Camilla was silent, a faint muffled sound suddenly came from the distance, as if a huge wave was sweeping towards them, or as if countless schools of fish were tumbling restlessly on the surface of the sea. However, she knew it was just her illusion. At the moment, as far as she could see, the sea was still calm. "The tide is starting to ebb," Marjorie said in a low voice. Joan nervously grabbed the corner of Karina's clothes. After a quarter of an hour, Camilla saw a change. A sharp stone emerged from the sea, followed by a second and a third. Rather than calling it an archipelago, it was more appropriate to call it a stone forest. They were slowly rising from the water and soon occupied a large area of the sea. When the water fell more than 5 meters, the thicker islands under the stone pillars gradually revealed themselves. Camilla could not help but hold her breath. It was the first time she had seen such an incredible scene. As the entire sea was falling, the sea line at the end of her vision floated, as if it had risen above the archipelago. But that was just a visual error. To be precise, it was a slope. The original sea line had become the top of the slope, while the shadow waters had become a slightly sloping slope. Even so, there were still no waves on the surface of the sea. If she covered her ears and looked back, it could still be described as calm. Woo, 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 the snow wind also sounded its deep whistle at this moment. It was the signal to set sail. The 4 ships at the head of the column hoisted their sails, and separated themselves from the fleet. Crescent Moon Bay, Sunset Island, Shallow Water Town, Twin Dragon Island. The ships of the 4 chambers of commerce followed the snow wind and sailed slowly toward the Shadow Sea. The clear view gradually became blurred, and the sunlight dimmed. Although they were only about a kilometer away, they felt like they had entered a completely different world. When the deck was shrouded in mist, Camilla felt the vibration of the ship stopped. "What happened?" "Don't worry. The engine just stopped working." Margaret seemed to have seen through her doubts. "The most important trick to sailing here is to be slow. If it's a small boat, it's fine. If it's a big boat, it's enough to glide along the water slope." "Look behind." Camilla looked in the direction Marjorie was pointing. The sails of the ships of the Chamber of Commerce were lowered to half-mast, and some of the sails were facing each other, which was a scene that could never be seen on a normal sailing. In addition, there was a burning brazier set up in front and behind each ship to mark their position. But even so, she could only see the traces of 2 ships. The silhouette of the 3rd ship was completely hidden in the fog, and the weak flames were like flickering fireflies. The 4th ship seemed to have completely disappeared. "Are we going downhill?" Camilla asked suspiciously. After staying on Sleeping Island for a while, Camilla was no longer ignorant about the sea. When the high water swallowed the caves and cracks, whirlpools would appear on the surface of the water. The smaller whirlpools were as thick as a finger, while the bigger ones could be several meters long. In any case, the water would gather at the center of the whirlpool from all directions, and the closer they were to the end, the faster the water would gather. Camilla had thought that the sea was too vast to feel the changes in the current. However, now that the fleet had entered the depths of the Shadow Sea, it was strange that the water was still so calm. She even saw the algae floating on the surface of the water drifting out of the sea. This meant that the direction of the current had not changed at all. There was no sign of the current turning back, let alone converging at the bottom of the slope. "It does look incredible, but it's the truth." Marjorie nodded. "If the ebb tide was caused by a huge whirlpool, we wouldn't even think about exploring it. This was because a whirlpool that could affect the entire ocean was probably even deeper than the abyss of hell. Entering it would only lead to death. It's because it's so strange that Thunder wants to explore it." She paused and looked at Joan, who was gazing at the sea blankly. "But there's a limit to our ability. It's almost impossible to dive to the bottom of the sea. It's because of your help that we can see hope." Having said that, Camilla felt a chill down her spine as she looked at the wet stone pillars and reefs around her. She could at least see the real shape of the rocks that were close by, but for the reefs that were further away, she could only see the dark shadows of different depths, just like the claws of a ghost in a nightmare. "Cry! Fish! Red fish!" Joan suddenly yelled. Camilla turned her head and saw a bright red river suddenly appearing on the right quarter of the snow wind. Although Thunder had told her about it, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Ghost Shadow Red River. Ghost Shadow Red River. It was a special channel formed by a school of fish. Stop smacking your lips. Red-scaled fish don't taste good. Marjorie patted Joan's head. As long as we follow the ghost shadow Red River, we'll reach the ruins of the triangular tower. Princess Tilly must have told you that there's a strange instrument in the ruins that looks like a telescope. Through it, we can see a vast continent that we've never seen before. That's our final destination. She did tell me about it. It's a pity that our current destination has nothing to do with the ancient ruins. Otherwise, you would be able to experience the magnificence and wonder of the ruins, Karina said regretfully. No. I'd better not, Camilla said decisively. If she could, she would never set foot in this sea again. Your reaction is completely different from Princess Tilly's, Marjorie said, covering her mouth with her hand and laughing. After sailing for about 2 hours, the Snow Wind stopped beside a large reef, followed by the 3-masted ships of the 4 major chambers of commerce. After the ships were anchored, the people in charge of the 4 major chambers of commerce gathered on the deck of the flagship. No one is missing, the adjutant of the Snow Wind said, twitching his mouth. I thought you would drive the ship onto a reef and cry for help. You're not the only good captains and sailors. The people of the 4 major chambers of commerce would not pretend that they did not hear that. The steel ships are good, but the people on them are not. That's enough. Thunder interrupted the argument. It's already the best result that we can get here safely. Did we encounter any danger on the way? No, the people in charge of the chambers of commerce said. It was very quiet this time. We didn't even encounter a single sea ghost. I thought it was strange too. Usually, 1 or 2 unlucky people would be dragged into the water by the sea ghosts. Or did we choose a route that avoided the ancient ruins and those monsters prefer to use the ruins as their nests? That sounds reasonable. Thunder pondered for a moment and then waved his hand to silence the people. If that's the case, let's not waste any more time. The ebb tide will last until evening, so we'd better go to the bottom of the sea before then. If we don't find anything, we must leave before the tide rises. Otherwise, we'll be trapped in the archipelago. He looked at the 2 witches and said, Joan, Lady Camilla, I'll leave the rest to you. Yeah. Joan nodded seriously. As long as you can shut them up. Camilla glanced at the explorers grumpily. Just to be clear, I need to concentrate when I'm communicating telepathically. If anyone interrupts me, don't blame me for not doing it again. After receiving Thunder's promise, Camilla put her hand on Joan's shoulder and closed her eyes. After a moment of dizziness, another image appeared in front of her. It was Joan's vision. Go, Camilla said in her heart. If the communication is interrupted or you encounter any danger, you must come back immediately. Do you understand? Don't force yourself. Your friends are waiting for you. When Camilla mentioned the word friends, she clearly felt a slight tremble in Joan's heart. Then, she became determined. Got it. Joan then jumped back into the sea. A cool and comfortable feeling immediately enveloped Camilla. Her fatigue seemed to have been swept away. However, she knew it was just an illusion. It was Joan who felt comfortable, not herself. She shared Joan's happiness. How is it? Thunder asked. Everything is going well. The depth is about 50 meters, Camilla replied. The stone pillars don't seem to be getting thicker, and even the islands and reefs. I don't see anything like the seabed or underwater mountains. They're all separated. This was her task. Although Joan could move freely under the water, she could not accurately describe what she saw. If she wanted to know what Joan saw, she had to use the ability of mind resonance. The depth is over 100 meters. The light is obviously dimmer, but the scene is still very clear. The stone pillars and the islands are still there, and there's no sign of an end, Camilla muttered in a low voice. Damn it, they're too long. Maybe the reefs that look like islands aren't real islands, but... But what? Someone asked. End of chapter 1138. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.